Chapter 1. Who isn't a noob these days? Defend the base. Quickly, defend the base. I really can't believe this. None of you are defending the base. Where's the jungler? Where's the jungler? Our base is gone. And you're still frolicking in the jungle? I'm a streamer, give me a chance. Our base. Within the dilapidated and chaotic confines of a rented room, a young man with a disheveled hairstyle was vociferously bellowing at his phone. Accompanied by the shattering sound of crystals, Yun Fan felt as if his heart was fracturing alongside it. 17 consecutive defeats. 17. Who exactly is winning in this wretched game? Damn it, this game is rubbish. Useless jungler. Useless marksman. Useless mage. This is infuriating. Gazing at the defeat screen, which revealed a dismal score of merely 3.5 points, Yun Fan's emotions surged and his spirit shattered. He slammed his hands on the table, seizing his phone and smashing it down repeatedly. Finally, this overpriced imitation phone reached the twilight of its existence, smoke billowing from it. My phone. Oh, my precious phone. As a struggling author and a student, perhaps due to prolonged confinement at home and a lack of exercise, Yun Fan, in his agitated state, suddenly felt dizzy darkness enveloped him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed. In the world of pirates, on an uncharted island, the small island was easily surveyed at a glance. With birds chirping and flowers blooming, the verdant grass painted a picture of serene tranquility. If only it weren't for that damned monkey relieving itself upon him. Lying on the shore, Yun Fan felt an itch on his face, warm liquid accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find a small, furry bird before him. Damn, you little monkey, how dare you urinate on my face? A daft little monkey had raised its leg to urinate on Yun Fan. Upon seeing him suddenly revive, it stiffened, the stream abruptly ceasing. Startled, its fur bristled, and with a few squeaks, it scurried away. Ugh. Hey, you little monkey, stop right there. How dare you relieve yourself on my handsome face? I shall have my revenge. Yun Fan sprang up, ready to chase after the little monkey, but suddenly stood frozen in place. Where am I? Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was on a deserted island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. He must still be dreaming. Yun Fan slapped his face, drawing in a sharp breath. Ouch, this isn't a dream. Just a moment ago, he was in his rented room, navigating the King's Canyon, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on a solitary island at sea. After pondering the absurdity of his situation for a moment, he suddenly recalled something and hurried to the water's edge, bending down to take a look. Reflected in the water was a face that could rival that of countless admirers. Yun Fan felt around his body, relieved. Thank goodness. His face was still his own, and his body remained intact. Several peculiar seagulls flew overhead. Yun Fan found them somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place where he had seen them before. One of the seagulls seemed to notice Yun Fan and glided down, landing before him. This seagull was wearing a small backpack, and as it reached Yun Fan, it pulled out a newspaper with its wings. Yun Fan watched in astonishment, wondering how it managed to hold the newspaper without fingers. What kind of situation is this? Am I still on Earth? A newspaper delivering seagull. Is this from a magical world, or perhaps the realm of One Piece? Having not delved much into the world of anime, Yun Fan could only think of these two worlds. Seeing Yun Fan in a daze, the seagull nudged the newspaper closer with its wing. Thank you. Yun Fan snapped back to reality, accepting the newspaper and politely expressing his gratitude. Just as he was about to glean information about this world from the newspaper, a wing covered it. The seagull's other wing bent in a rather human-like manner and then pointed a feather at him. Yun Fan understood it wanted money. Are you kidding me? Where'd I get money? Having just arrived in this world and still trying to grasp the situation, Yun Fan chuckled awkwardly at the seagull. Hey, can I owe you for now? Seeing Yun Fan's unwillingness to pay, the seagull's expression turned serious. It snatched back the newspaper and stuffed it into its little backpack, flapping its wings and taking off. Before departing, it called out to Yun Fan with a few disdainful squawks. Though Yun Fan couldn't decipher the words, he knew they weren't pleasant. The seagull's face was filled with mockery, as if it were saying he was a broke loser, wasting its time. Damn, He shot a middle finger at the departing seagull, not caring if it understood. After all, one must never lose face. Beep. The two-dimensional system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? Huh? Did I just hear something? Yin Fan could hardly believe his ears. Beep. The two-dimensional system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? A system. This time, Yin Fan recognized it was indeed a system. What incredible luck. A system has come to me. However, upon reflection, it seemed he had crossed over, so it wasn't entirely surprising for a system to show up. After all, systems are a standard feature for traversers. Yes, bind it. Yin Fan no longer hesitated and quickly agreed to the binding, fearing the system might vanish. Given that contemporary systems tended to be rather capricious, who knows what might happen if he delayed? Beep. Two-dimensional system, binding successful. Beep. Now issuing the only reward in this world. Beep. Issuance successful. Wait. Ignoring the small gift box that appeared out of thin air, Yin Fan quickly called for a halt. System, what does only reward mean? Does it mean this reward is the only one in this world? Or will it be the only reward from now on? The system, however, paid no heed to Yin Fan's inquiries and continued on its own. Beep. The system will soon travel to other worlds to issue rewards. Until the host becomes the supreme being of this world, the system will not respond again. For inquiries, please refer to the manual. Wishing the host a pleasant journey. Hey, system, wait. Yin Fan was left dumbfounded, and no matter how he called out, the system remained unresponsive. Well then, today's systems are truly wild. Yin Fan gave up on trying to retain it and delved into his mind, where the system had left a manual. After some exploration, Yin Fan began to grasp the situation. This world is the realm of one piece, and Yin Fan's crossing was not orchestrated by the system. In essence, every world has one or two characters favored by the heavens, such as traversers or reincarnators. The system is like a fragment birthed by the heavenly path, each with different abilities, as the heavenly path constantly generates systems, and their purpose is to assist those favored by the heavens. The number of systems in existence is finite. When one system is born, another must perish. To avoid destruction, one must fulfill the heavenly path's objectives. Those objectives are the protagonists, which is why every system tirelessly seeks out protagonists. The reason this two-dimensional system fled was that it sought to bind multiple protagonists simultaneously. Some protagonists are utterly hopeless even with a system's aid. They might still falter midway, rendering the system's investment futile. Thus, systems now adopt a diversified approach, ensuring they never place all their eggs in one basket. The two-dimensional system's capability allows the host to traverse various two-dimensional worlds, and once Yin Fan becomes the supreme being of this realm, the system will return to guide him to the next world. Becoming the supreme being of this realm? That sounds challenging. Even Luffy, that noob, hasn't managed to become king yet. As Yin Fan opened the gift left by the system, his anxious heart immediately calmed. Isn't it just a noob? Who isn't one after all? P.S. If anyone has suggestions for heroes they wish to see, feel free to vote and discuss in the book club. Chapter 2. Whose little deer is this? Opening the system's gift box revealed a crystal. It was a miniature version of the crystal from the King's Canyon, no larger than the palm of his hand. Upon contact, the crystal transformed into a stream of luminous energy that surged into Yin Fan's forehead, leaving a blue vertical mark. With a mere thought, the blue mark vanished from sight. A message flooded into his mind along with the crystal, and Yin Fan understood precisely how to utilize it. The crystal could summon heroes from the King's Canyon, along with runes and equipment. For each hero summoned, Yin Fan could select one of their abilities. By meandering around the ocean and encountering plot points and characters, he could recharge the crystal. Once the crystal's energy was full, he could commence summoning. It was akin to a lottery. What heroes he could summon depended entirely on luck. If fortune favored him, he might summon a powerful hero. If not, he could end up with a useless rune. He wondered about the capabilities of the summoned heroes. Would they perform as they did in the canyon or reflect their narrative backgrounds? If they were as powerful as those in the background, summoning a creator deity like Nuwa or Pangu would surely propel him to greatness, rendering figures like Aim and Nika mere trifles. With a sense of anticipation, Yun Fan flipped his palm, the mini crystal appearing as if it were fully charged due to it being his first summoning. Placing the crystal on a stone, Yun Fan bent his knee, kneeling on the ground, clasping his hands together, and silently praying for the blessings of all deities. He didn't even dare to hope for Nuwa, or the Dragon King a strong hero would suffice. Ideally, someone who could fly and whisk him away from this forsaken island. Summon. As the heart silently summoned, energy began to spill forth from the crystal, swirling around it and gradually forming a vortex of power. The energy vortex intensified, causing the clouds to falter in their stability. This spectacle, this visual grandeur, would be remiss without the emergence of a formidable hero to complement the sense of ritual. With a thunderous eruption, the energy vortex scattered, revealing a figure before Yun Fan. All things possess spirit, endlessly thriving. Hey, are you the one I've been waiting for? A glowing fawn emerged slowly from the energy vortex, and upon reaching Yun Fan, transformed into a young girl adorned with antlers. Good news, a hero has arrived. Bad news, she may not be of much use. Observing Yun Fan's dazed expression, the fawn girl seemed to sense his emotions, her playful and adorable visage clouded with disappointment. She curled up on the ground like a forlorn fawn, exuding an air of vulnerability. Do you not like Ayao? She appeared so pitiful, akin to a fawn abandoned by its keeper. Even the heart of an old man could not resist being softened by her charm. No, no, how could I possibly not like Ayao? Yun Fan hastily knelt, grasping Yao's antlers with both hands, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, his earnest eyes locked onto hers. Ayao is so adorable, how could anyone not adore her? Reassured by Yun Fan's words, Yao's spirits lifted immediately, and as she stood, she transformed back into a fawn. Whose little fawn is that? Mine, mine. New to this world, Yao displayed boundless curiosity, and Yun Fan watched her frolicking through the thicket with an affectionate smile. So delightful, truly delightful. Yun Fan had entirely forgotten his current predicament. With a mere thought, a transparent shield enveloped Yun Fan. Upon the summit of Independent Mountain, he expended a measure of stamina to conjure a shield to fend off harm. This was the ability he had chosen from Yao. In truth, he preferred the abilities of the mountain spirit, the white deer, which allowed him to transform into a deer spirit and become immune to all damage. Unlike the restrictions found in games, here Yao could transform into a deer spirit at will, provided her stamina permitted. While the deer spirit form could not engage in combat, its damage immunity was akin to a divine skill. Alas, after prolonged attempts, he was repeatedly met with messages indicating it was unavailable for selection. Was it truly because he did not resemble an adorable fawn that he was deemed ineligible? This was discrimination, utterly blatant discrimination. Gurgle. His stomach protested he was hungry. Rubbing his flat abdomen, Yun Fan surveyed his surroundings. Apart from a small thicket, there was little to behold, with no signs of sustenance in sight. He hesitated to venture into the thicket, for he had previously been utterly powerless and feared the dangers that lurked within. Yet now, armed with the protective shield skill from Independent Mountain, he felt emboldened to explore. Yao had seemingly vanished, and, after calling out with no reply, Yun Fan resolved to search for her. Dang, did I scare you? Suddenly, Yao sprang from the side, wearing a ring of grass and pulling a comical face to frighten Yun Fan. He feigned a startled reaction, gently patting Yao's small head and affectionately inquiring, "Have you found anything fun?" Yao wobbled her antlers adorned with grass. "No, but the plants here are quite sweet. Are you hungry, brother? Here." Upon hearing Yun Fan's stomach growl, Yao plucked the grass ring from her head and offered it to him. Brother doesn't like to eat grass." Yao tilted her head in contemplation, as if recalling something, before transforming into a fawn and leaping into the thicket. Upon reaching a large tree, Yao halted before a beehive nestled among the branches. With a flick of her wooden staff, an energy sphere shot forth, striking the beehive and sending it crashing down. Yao bounced forward to retrieve it, only for a swarm of bees to erupt from the hive. Countless bees surrounded Yao. "Mountain spirit, white deer." Yao spun around, transforming into a deer spirit and darting away. Help! As Yun Fan approached the thicket, he heard Yao's cries for help, and his heart raced. Before he could react, he saw Yao charging towards him, a dark cloud of bees in pursuit. His expression shifted immediately, and he turned to flee. "Brother, save me. Don't come near." On the beach, the sand was littered with swarming bees forming a ball, while Yun Fan sat leisurely within the circle, blissfully savoring honey. The bees were furious, yet powerless to act against him. A transparent shield provided Yun Fan with protection, leaving the bees to rage impotently. "I want honey too." A tiny transparent deer rested atop Yun Fan's head, offering honey to Yao, who licked it with delight, leaving him in awe. He had not anticipated that the deer spirit form could consume food. Was this not invincibility? After finishing the honey, the surrounding bees continued their relentless assaults against the shield, as if determined to confront the two honey thieves. And so, they remained until darkness fell, with Yun Fan and Yao's dual shields unwavering. Yao had already nestled atop Yun Fan's head, sound asleep, and seeing her maintain her deer spirit form while asleep eased his worries. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and soon drifted off as well. At dawn, the waves gently lapped at the shore. The bees had dispersed, and Yun Fan awoke, stretching his limbs, feeling sore from a night spent sitting. As he dismissed the shield and stood to stretch, Yao still slept soundly. In the distance, a large ship bearing a skull flag appeared on the horizon. Yun Fan suspected he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes, yet the vessel drew nearer. "A ship! Ah, Yao, wake up! We can leave this deserted island." Yun Fan reached for Yao atop his head, only for his hand to pass through her, as if grasping at air. With a sense of helplessness, I could only gently shake my head. Do not disturb the little deer's rest. Chapter 3. Oh my, I'm blind. Kobe, it's early morning and you look so lethargic. Hurry and clean the deck. Upon hearing the captain's furious roar, Kobe instantly perked up, grabbed a bucket of water, took up a broom, and swiftly darted across the deck. "Ha! Little ones, get energized!" Roar, seeing his crew invigorated. Yalita was immensely pleased, raising her spiked club high and shouting, "Who is the most beautiful woman on the sea?" "The captain! The captain!" "Huh!" Just as Kobe was diligently cleaning the deck, he suddenly froze, pointing at the sea and shouting, "Captain Yalita, there's an island." "An island?" Yalita waddled her plump body over to Kobe, striking him on the head with a fist, incredulous that he was making such a fuss over something as ordinary as an island at sea. "No, there are people on the island." Kobe covered his head, tears welling up at his eyes. Is it not normal for an island to have people? Another punch followed, and Kobe, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Someone is calling for help." Yalita paused, picked up her binoculars, and gazed at the small island on the coastline. A handsome young lad was frantically waving his arms, clearly signaling for assistance. With his jet black hair, bright eyes, prominent nose, and striking features, he deeply captivated Yalita's heart. Yalita had completely tuned out the little girl with antlers, her gaze solely fixated on the figure of the young man. "Little ones, bring the ship closer. I want him to be my man." The crew, as if accustomed to her whims, shouted in unison, each fulfilling their duties as the grand ship sailed toward the solitary island. What a charming little duck. When the ship approached, Yao immediately noticed the little duck at the bow point. One must admit, the ships in the world of One Piece, regardless of their firepower, boast remarkable aesthetics. Their bizarre shapes often reflect the personalities of the pirate crews. Yalita's vessel was brimming with girlish charm, painted in pink, with a delightful duck head at the bow, and the sails adorned with pink hearts. Even the duck's eyes sparkling with little hearts. The unknowing observer. It might seem that the captain was a lovely young maiden. It had been quite some time since I'd watched One Piece, and the plot had nearly faded from memory, not to mention the ship itself. While this ship was certainly unique, Yun Fan had no recollection of it, only aware that it was a pirate ship, especially with the enormous skull flag hanging above. Pirates are just pirates. As long as I can leave this solitary island, it suffices. Though I thought this way, I still needed to prepare. Yao, get ready. If things seem off, swiftly activate the shield and escape. Yao nodded, inching closer to Yun Fan as the pirate ship docked. A plump woman with a freckled face, wielding a spike club, appeared at the bow. In the realm of anime, regardless of how exaggerated the character designs may be, they usually do not appear out of place. In fact, they can be quite endearing. However, when these characters manifest before one's eyes from a first-person perspective, they can be quite jarring. Least Yun Fan was prepared to cleanse his eyes, as if witnessing something unsightly. Even the shield he was about to activate flickered a few times before vanishing. Yao tightly covered her eyes, hiding behind Yun Fan, her antlers poking painfully into her waist, muttering how ugly it was. The corners of Yun Fan's mouth twitched. He had already recognized this visually distressing woman. Though he could not recall her name, her image was quite memorable. Little brother, are you in trouble? Yalida chuckled heartily, leaping in front of Yun Fan, the immense weight causing the beach to tremble, and Yun Fan stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Observing him up close, Yun Fan's stunning visage caught Yalida's attention, as she had not seen such a beautiful young man in ages. Yes, he is indeed beautiful, accustomed to the rough and peculiar men of the sea. Encountering Yun Fan made Yalida feel as though she had fallen in love. Gazing at him with starry eyes, she wished to take him back to the ship and enter their quarters immediately. Under Yalida's hungry gaze, Yun Fan felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Don't be afraid, little brother. I'm a good person. Seeing Yun Fan frightened, Yalida quickly adopted a gentle demeanor. But that face! Oh my, I'm blind. Yao screamed, transforming into a deer spirit, curling up and burying her head tightly. This your pet? How adorable! Why, isn't he the little brother speaking? Yalida glanced at the little deer before redirecting her attention to Yun Fan. Specifically his face, occasionally throwing him flirtatious glances. For the first time, Yun Fan regretted being so handsome. Slightly turning his head away, avoiding Yalida's gaze, he hoarsely spoke. Could you give us a ride? Struggling to suppress the urge to curse, those few words seemed to drain all his energy. Of course. Yalida was exceedingly pleased. She had been pondering how to get Yun Fan aboard without resorting to force. After all, such a handsome individual should not be harmed. To her surprise, Yun Fan had voluntarily offered aboard. Once on the ship, wouldn't that mean she could do as she pleased? As Yun Fan boarded, Yao transformed back into a deer spirit, perching atop his head, burying her face deep in his hair and refusing to come down. The little duck ship set sail from the solitary island, gradually making its way into the open sea. Little ones, prepare a feast to welcome the little brother aboard as our guest. Roar, let the feast begin, the pirates howled, dancing and showcasing their various talents. Once Yalida boarded the ship, she discarded any semblance of ladylike decorum, her rough voice and hearty drinking style on full display. Yun Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This more straightforward version of Yalida was somewhat more agreeable. Unlike the previous awkwardness that had been quite distressing to it must be said, the atmosphere on a pirate ship was quite pleasant, drinking heartily, devouring meat, indulging freely, and expressing oneself without restraint, regardless of whether they were enemies just moments ago or had mutual disdain. At the feast, everyone maintained a harmonious and joyful spirit. This carefree attitude, indifferent to what tomorrow might bring, even if the sky were to fall, began to influence Yun Fan, engaging in toasts and boasting with the pirates. How could these natives possibly compare to Yun Fan? Yao, having descended from Yun Fan's head, wandered among the tables on the lookout for her favorite delicacies. The world of pirates was filled with bizarre creatures, and this little deer, zigzagging through the crowd, elicited no surprise. They simply assumed she was Yun Fan's pet. Little brother, come, drink. After all this time, do we still not know your name? I am Yun Fan. Raising a bottle of alcohol to clink with Yalida, he took a hearty swig. The liquor of the sea was not particularly strong. It was brewed for preservation, as it did not spoil easily, and was generally used as a substitute for drinking water. Come, drink, Kobe. What are you doing? Quickly fill the little brother's glass. Chapter 4. Yao, it's your turn. Yalida persistently poured alcohol for Yun Fan. He accepted it all. After all, they were essentially his saviors. Kobe, clutching a barrel larger than himself, continuously poured drinks for Yun Fan. Yet, Yun Fan simply could not get drunk. While drinking, he focused his mind on his forehead, where the crystal was gradually replenishing its energy. Both Yalta and Kobe were well-known characters from the original tale, particularly Kobe, who played a significant supporting role, although Yun Fan was not particularly fond of him. Interacting with him would, to some extent, help replenish the crystal's energy. Enough, don't pour anymore. I can't drink anymore. Stopping Kobe from pouring, Yun Fan rose to find a restroom. After drinking for so long, his bladder was quite full. Where's the restroom? I need to relieve myself. Kobe set down the barrel, cautiously glancing at Yalta. Seeing her unresponsive, he spoke. I'll take you there. The two left the banquet and entered the ship's cabin. Yalta, frustrated, crushed the bottle in her hand, pulling over a drunken subordinate and saying, "Why can't he get drunk? How can such a small body drink so much? How am I supposed to act?" Unless absolutely necessary, Yalta did not want to resort to force. She feared harming Yun Fan. The moment the captain held him in her grasp, the pirate immediately sobered up, speaking nervously. "Captain, if we tie him up, wouldn't he be at your mercy? What if he gets hurt?" Though Yalta was tempted, she remained hesitant that if he gets hurt, he could just recuperate. Wouldn't he be lively again in a few days? Yarlita believed her subordinate's words held merit. After all, as long as one did not perish, one could recover. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she commanded, "Go summon a few brothers," when he is not paying attention. "Bind him and toss him into my chamber. Be gentle." Understood. In the restroom, Yun Fan, holding Xiao Fan, gazed expressionlessly at KB. KB, fidgeting and hesitant, fixated on Yun Fan, his eyes a complex array of emotions resembling a pie chart. Unable to endure the presence of this individual any longer, Yun Fan exclaimed, "Could you step outside? Your staring prevents me from relieving myself." KB looked at him with a mournful expression, shuffling his feet without budging. "Damn it!" Yun Fan delivered a punch to KB's head, gripping the back of his collar and unceremoniously tossing him outside. He shut the door, the sounds of commotion echoing. Yun Fan, lost in a reverie, shuddered slightly as he shook Xiao Fan. Ah, what a relief. Upon reopening the door, he found KB still there, squatting on the ground, cradling his head with tears in his eyes. Yun Fan detested such whiny expressions directed at him. Seeing KB in such a pitiful state incensed him. "Speak quickly if you have something to say. If not, scram." KB scrambled to his feet, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, then stealthily approached Yun Fan. "You must flee," to Yun Fan's surprise, after holding back for so long. KB's advice was to escape. "Why should I run?" Yun Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. "I overheard your Lita wants you to be your man. You should really get away." This revelation did not entirely shock Yun Fan, considering Yarlita's infatuated gaze during her time on the island, which even Yao had noticed. However, Yun Fan had no intention of fleeing. The vast ocean posed an insurmountable challenge. Could he simply jump into the sea? Furthermore, did he even need to escape? He nodded thoughtfully. "So, she wishes for me to be her man. Yarlita indeed possesses a formidable figure, but that only adds to the challenge." With that, Yun Fan suppressed his disgust and exited the cabin, leaving KB behind, questioning his very existence. What had he just heard? A challenge? What did that mean? Was this fellow truly so peculiar in his tastes? KB felt his mind was inadequate to comprehend the situation. Yun Fan had shattered his worldview. Upon Yun Fan's return, Yao immediately approached, whispering in his ear, "They plan to bind you and throw you onto that matron's beat." Xiao maintained her fawn form. No one paid her any mind, allowing her to overhear their entire conspiracy. Yun Fan sighed. "Why can't we coexist peacefully? I merely wish to hitch a ride." That he was confident in the shield's skill of independence upon the mountain, though his current low level made him cautious about its strength. Yet it would be more than sufficient to withstand Yarlita's advances. After all, she was no great pirate. Yao. If a fight ensues, activate the shield. Then follow my signal that if someone approaches, unleash wind and would whistle and simply hurl it outward. Both someone approaches and wind and wood whistle were Yao's skills, capable of launching energy spheres to attack enemies. Though Yao's current level yielded minimal damage, the sheer volume of firepower made up for it. Once the shield was active, she could unleash her abilities freely. These minor ruffians would stand no chance. The heroes summoned by the crystal resembled those at the start of a match in the canyon. All at level 1. with the maximum being 15. Yunfan was uncertain of what level 15 represented in the pirate world, as there was no point of reference. Yao nodded silently at Yunfan's arrangements, then pressed closely to his side. As the banquet drew to a close, several pirates stealthily approached Yunfan from behind, armed with ropes. Now, they shouted in unison, leaping forth, ropes in hand, ready to ensnare Yunfan. Suddenly, with a soft sound, a transparent shield erupted from Yunfan, sending the pirates flying before they could react. The scene fell silent. That Yarlita's expression shifted, her determination hardening as she barked, "You lot, bind him!" The previously oblivious pirates, hearing their captain's command, surged toward Yunfan. "I'll strike," one of the fastest pirates shouted, delivering a punch against the shield, only to collapse in agony, rolling on the ground. My arm is broken, ignoring the moans of the downed pirate. The others continued to assault Yunfan's shield with fists and feet. Eventually, they exhausted themselves, panting heavily, yet the shield remained unyielding. "What is this? A devil fruit?" Yarlita, too, began to feel a sense of trepidation. Though she had never encountered a devil fruit, she had heard tales of their formidable reputation. However, she soon regained her composure, realizing Yunfan could only passively endure the assault. Regardless of what kind of devil fruit that shield stemmed from, it posed no immediate threat. "Use weapons as long as you don't kill him," Yarlita commanded again, seeing the shield still intact. Exhausted, the pirates retrieved their weapons and resumed their relentless assault on the shield. Yet despite their fervor, the damage was negligible. Yao's shield hadn't even been utilized. Yunfan's mere shield rendered the pirates utterly powerless. After a while, Yunfan, who had been quietly observing the situation, finally spoke up. "Yao, it's your turn." Chapter 5. "This ship is mine." No sooner had Yunfan finished speaking than Yao stood upright. Transforming into a doe-like figure adorned with antlers, she raised her staff skyward and began to sway it gently. Energy spheres erupted from the tip of her staff. I could see that moment. The pirates had encircled Yunfan's shield, making aiming unnecessary as the energy spheres scattered in all directions, eliciting cries of anguish. The pirates surrounding Yunfan recoiled, struck by the energy spheres, suffering immensely. The spheres possessed minimal power, akin to a punch landing on the body. However, the relentless barrage felt akin to a slow and torturous cut, inflicting great pain. Yao, shielded by the protective barrier, chased the pirates around the ship, brandishing her staff. That Yarlita's expression darkened. She had not anticipated this little doe to possess such capabilities. With a swift motion, she swatted away an incoming energy sphere and charged at Yao, wielding a spike club at Yao. "Be cautious." Despite her corpulent figure, Yarlita moved swiftly, closing the distance to Yao and swinging her club down with force. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and the shield rippled. Though it remained intact, Yunfan was nonetheless startled. Fearing for Yao's safety, he rushed toward Yarlita, executing a flying kick that it felt as though he had struck a massive ball of flesh, sending him careening backward, while Yarlita merely staggered a few steps. Yao leaped, transforming into her spirit form, activating independence upon a mountain, and soared above Yunfan, deploying the shield just before he landed. Yunfan rolled on the ground, and thanks to Yao's timely arrival, he emerged relatively unscathed. You actually struck someone," Yarlita exclaimed, feigning indignation, her expression a mix of sorrow and a desire for consolation. "Damn it, matron, I've tolerated you for far too long." "Yao, strike her!" Yao immediately flung several energy spheres at Yarlita. Yet despite the impact, the spheres caused no harm. Yarlita continued to weep, her tears flowing freely through her fingers. "Matron, you dare call me matron?" she murmured, her voice filled with despair. That? "I apologize," Yunfan said, feeling a twinge of guilt at Yarlita's state. After all, she had escorted him from the deserted island and hosted a banquet in his honor. Though her intentions were questionable, does not everyone possess a desire for beauty? Upon hearing Yunfan's apology, Yarlita's bright eyes lifted. "Do you wish to be my man?" "Not a chance. Absolutely not." Yunfan firmly rejected her. Turning to the corner where KB shivered in fear. "Prepare a small boat. We are leaving." KB, upon hearing Yunfan's intent to take him away, abandoned his trepidation, his tear-filled eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "You truly want to take me away? Enough with the chatter. Are you coming or not?" Yunfan replied, unwilling to engage with KB further, yet he had no idea how to row a boat. "KB, are you betraying me too?" Yarlita's furious roar caused KB to freeze in place, yet he mustered the courage to shout back, "This is not betrayal. It is resistance. I do not wish to be a pirate. I do not want to see you. Nor do I want to call you the most beautiful woman at sea. I want to be a marine. Matron." Yunfan slowly approached the edge of the ship, praising KB. "Oh, quite the articulate one, aren't you? But it seems she is rather upset. Should we not make haste?" KB trembled all over, unable to meet Yalita's gaze, and hurriedly ran off to prepare a small boat. Typically, a vessel of this size would be equipped with several small boats for emergency escapes or to land on islands where larger ships could not dock. To KB's surprise, Yalita did not pay him any mind, allowing him to depart. Instead, she turned to Yunfan and declared, "You cannot leave." Yunfan felt a headache coming on. He wanted to say that if she were a beauty, he might reconsider. Seeing that Yunfan was ignoring her, Yalita erupted in fury and charged forward, but her dual shields proved too resilient. No matter how hard she tried, she could not touch Yunfan. Furthermore, Yao kept launching energy orbs at Yunfan's head, which only served to irritate Yalita further. "Do you think you can escape? The man I, Yalita, set my sights on shall never be unattainable. I will follow you relentlessly. You cannot outrun my pirate ship." Yunfan, now irked, picked up a knife from the ground and addressed Yalita. Come, let us engage in a grand battle." With that, he swung his sword and charged forward, unafraid, shield in place, and ready to strike indiscriminately. However, Yunfan's physical prowess was rather lackluster, and each of his blows was effortlessly parried by Yalita. The two exchanged blows, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Yunfan, exasperated, leaned on his sword to catch his breath. "Come here. I have something to say to you." Yalita, skeptical but curious, approached him at that moment. Yunfan suddenly raised his sword to strike. Yalita raised her mace to block, shouting in anger, "Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Come, slay me." Yunfan leaned forward, exposing his neck. You what?" Just as the two were engaged in their verbal sparring, Yao suddenly leaped up, transforming mid-air back into her dear girl form. She raised her staff and delivered a swift blow to the back of Yalita's head. "You cannot leave." Yalita's eyes sparkled with stars as she spun around and collapsed onto the ground. "Well done, Yao." As Yao was about to strike a triumphant pose, a ripple of water-like energy suddenly emanated from her, swirling around her before rapidly dissipating. What just happened to Yao? Yunfan rushed to support Yao, inspecting her closely, but finding nothing amiss. "But Yao has leveled up?" "Leveled up?" Yunfan sighed in relief. It turned out she had merely gained a level. He had previously known that summoned heroes could gain experience through combat, but he had thought they needed to slay enemies like in the canyon. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that simply defeating foes sufficed. It seemed that in the future, when summoning combat-type heroes, he should encourage them to stir up trouble and engage in battles to level up swiftly. One day, when he stood before him with 100 fully armed max-level heroes, he would certainly ask if he felt moved. As Yunfan activated the independent shield atop the mountain, he noticed that it felt noticeably sturdier with Yao's level up. The abilities acquired from heroes would upgrade along with their strength without the need for personal training. Unlike the heroes, Yunfan could not level up through combat, so he would need to be cautious not to siphon too much experience in the future. At that moment, KB shouted from the sea, and Yunfan leaned over the railing to look down, spotting a small boat calmly anchored on the tranquil surface, with KB waving from aboard. Glancing back, he noticed a group of pirates sprawled on the deck, and he pointed at the two loudest ones, indicating Yalita's unconscious form. "Throw her overboard. This ship will be mine from now on. Will you jump in yourselves, or shall I kick you in?" Chapter 6. Capture me, and I shall belong to you. Yalita wished to cling to him endlessly, joking, "By the time you awaken, the pirate ship will be gone. Let us see how you pursue me then, since they would inevitably be roaming the seas." Possessing a decent ship was quite necessary. Yalita's little duck ship was rather appealing. Yao, "We shall embark on adventures upon the sea. Do you like this ship?" Yao tilted her head in contemplation and nodded, saying, "A Yao likes it very much." From the moment they had arrived at the deserted island, Yao had taken a liking to the ship, which exuded youthful charm. However, stealing from others was never right. But with enemies, it was a different matter entirely. If the little duck at the bow could be swapped for a little deer, she would adore it even more. All right. Yun Fan gently touched the cool antlers on a Yao's head, smiling indulgently. "Once Mosey or Master Luban arrives, we shall replace it with a little deer." The pirates on the deck were hesitating to leave the ship. As pirates, they had always been the ones to rob others. And now, the tables had turned, with their ship being taken from them. Yun Fan glared. "Get moving, will you?" One particularly dim-witted pirate attempted to lecture Yun Fan on morality. "Get lost." He kicked the pirate overboard and turned back to the others. "We're all pirates here. Spare me the moral lectures. While I'm in a good mood, you'd best be off quickly." The pirates on the deck scrambled to lift Yalata and, like dumplings, jumped into the sea. KB waited on the small boat for Yun Fan to join him, but instead a horde of pirates came crashing down. Terrified, KB dodged left and right while screaming, Yun Fan, what is happening? What is going on?" Yun Fan hurled a chicken leg at KB's forehead, shouting, "Stop yelling, climb aboard yourself, or you can join Yalata in the drink." KB, seeing Yalata beside him, leaped 3 feet high, grabbed the rope, and swiftly made his way onto the deck. Yun Fan was left dumbfounded, giving KB a thumbs up. "You truly are a superhero. Thanks, no more of that," KB replied bashfully, scratching the back of his head. Yun Fan pointed to the highest pirate flag on the ship and said to the still flushed KB, "What taste? Take that down for me. You know how to sail, right?" Set sail? On the vast ocean, a Yao stood atop the lookout tower, calling down to Yun Fan below with flair, "Captain, we have spotted a small bird ahead." "Shoot it down," Yun Fan replied, reclining in a rocking chair, sporting sunglasses and sipping a fruit juice indifferent. "Understood." Yao tossed an energy orb, and the small bird spiraled downward. Oh. Yun Fan gazed at the seagull struggling on the ground before him. Recognizing the familiar little bag and its signature tuft, Yao, "Is this the small bird you mentioned?" Yao too realized this was no ordinary bird, having evaded capture for who knows how long. Picking up the messenger seagull, Yun Fan chuckled. "You wouldn't be the same one from before, would you? How fortuitous." The seagull dug a pen from its pouch, scribbled a message, and held it up to Yun Fan's face. "Compensation." The paper bore 2 large characters, and Yun Fan pretended not to see. The seagull, its tuft standing on end, must have been cursing profusely. "Calm down. Here is a newspaper." Yun Fan shook a handful of berries, and the seagull's demeanor changed instantly. Swiftly, it accepted the berries, produced a newspaper, stuffed it into Yun Fan's arms, and took off in a flurry, executing the entire motion with fluidity, as if fearing Yun Fan might change his mind. KB remarked from the side, "You gave too much. One newspaper doesn't require that much. Doesn't matter. Why are you here instead of steering the ship and checking the wind?" With such a large vessel, KB was the only one operating it. As he usually had his hands full, "I came to tell you that if all goes well, we should reach Windmill Village by noon." Yun Fan had temporarily kept KB aboard the ship to handle navigation, as he himself was unfamiliar with sailing and lacked any nautical experience. His first destination was Windmill Village. With the mini crystal energy nearing full capacity, he was in desperate need of a combat hero. While Yao provided him with a sense of security, she could only passively endure attacks, which was not what Yun Fan desired. He yearned for a genuine fight, exchanging blows with pirates. Furthermore, since summoned heroes started at level 1, the sooner he summoned them, the sooner they could level up. Who knew when the Navy would issue a bounty for him? Yun Fan was determined to avoid being inconspicuous if it meant leveling up heroes. For the Navy, anyone who defied the world government was a pirate. They wouldn't care whether one was adventuring or exploring, viewing all unstable factors as enemies. Yun Fan could not remain stable. He would never submit to anyone. And it was only a matter of time before he faced off against the Navy. Windmill Village was the protagonist's home. It could replenish the crystal with substantial energy, perhaps allowing him to summon 2 heroes directly. By noon, everything was proceeding smoothly. An island emerged on the horizon of the sea. Weavy arrived at Windmill Village. Upon disembarking, Yun Fan turned to KB and said, "Let's part ways here." KB's eyes brimmed with tears as he asked, "Are you going to drive me away?" With a swift slap to the back of KB's head, Yunfan scolded, "What are you crying about, you pitiful creature? Aren't you supposed to join the Navy? Do you intend to follow me and become a pirate instead?" Possessing the ability to summon heroic champions, Yunfan was reluctant to have a native aboard, especially since he was not particularly fond of KB. KB paused, realizing his ambition to join the Navy. How could he possibly follow Yunfan? Once he came to this realization, KB bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you for saving me, that I will not let you down. I will certainly become a member of the Navy." Yunfan waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. KB's aspirations had no bearing on him. He simply did not want KB to accompany him. This was the hometown of the naval hero, Admiral Karp, who frequently returned to visit family. Whether KB chose to wait here or head to the naval base was entirely up to him. With a casual wave, Yunfan bid farewell, ignoring KB's tear-streaked face, and turned to walk towards the village. Indeed, this place held significant weight. Before even entering the village, his crystal energy was already replenished. Holding Yao Yao's hand, Yunfan sought a secluded spot, instructed Yao Yao to keep watch, and eagerly produced the crystal to commence summoning. He could hardly contain his anticipation. As the summoning began, familiar images materialized. Yet when the energy dissipated, the space remained utterly vacant. Yunfan was taken aback. Repel evil, balance yin and yang, array in the south. Zhuke obeys. Capture me. I will belong to you. As the voice echoed, a figure materialized from nothingness, transitioning from transparency to solidity. Yunfan covered his face, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Shoyue, avoid uttering words that may lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 7. Luffy's journey to Yunmeng. Shoyue, your ears are truly remarkable. So soft and fluffy. Bali Shoyue sat upon a stone, gazing blankly, embodying a state of utter detachment. Yao Yao stood behind him, playfully toying with his ears. Yunfan found it amusing yet somewhat enticing. He had already caressed Yao Yao's antlers, and now desired to fondle Shoyue's ears as well. Noticing Yunfan's eager gaze, Shoyue merely uttered 2 words. "No way, what do you mean no? Am I that kind of person? I'm just admiring the clouds above. Oh, how brilliantly white they are." Caught in his thoughts, Yunfan awkwardly withdrew his longing expression, closing his eyes to examine Shoyue's panel through the crystal. Like Yao Yao, Shoyue was also at level 1, although Yao Yao had since advanced to level 2, opening Shoyue's skill menu. Yunfan found himself coveting one particular ability. However, upon seeing Shoyue's skills, disappointment washed over him. Every man desires the gift of invisibility, yet Shoyue's version was somewhat lackluster. He could only become invisible when near cover, and even then, it merely rendered his body transparent. When he moved, visibility returned swiftly. Shattered, Yunfan's dreams lay in ruins. Moreover, Shoyue's shooting skills relied on firearms. Impressive, yet not essential, he had no desire for a half-baked invisibility ability. Knowing he could acquire true invisibility from other heroes in the future, as for shooting prowess, having Shoyue as a sharpshooter was sufficient. After careful consideration, Yunfan concluded that only the silent eye suited his current needs. Unlike in the game, where it provided vision from fixed point, here, the silent eye could be placed on anything, including oneself. Once activated, it granted a vision centered around oneself, expanding with the hero's level, providing a full 360-degree view, akin to the innate ability of observation. IT was an exceedingly practical skill. Though he had made his decision, Yunfan was still curious. "Shoyue, what was that invisibility ability you mentioned earlier?" Shoyue pondered briefly before replying. "I'm not quite sure. Whenever I hold my breath and focus, leaning against an obstacle, I enter a peculiar state where my body turns transparent." Ultimately, Yunfan chose the silent eye, silently hoping for the swift arrival of Lanling Wang. The moment he made a selection, Yunfan felt his vision sharpen significantly. Activating the silent eye, everything around him remained vividly clear, even with his eyes closed. Akin to possessing a divine perspective. The grass below, the distant woods, Shoyue is seated on a stone, his face a mask of shyness and helplessness, and Yao Yao persistently pinching Shoyue's ears, along with a youth in the woods. donning a straw hat and relieving himself against a tree. Did something strange just intrude? Yun Fan swiftly opened his eyes, having glimpsed something unsightly. Fearing the emergence of an eyesore, the boy with the straw hat trembled. Casting curious glances around, the Magino Tavern. Eat, eat, eat. Don't hold back. Order more if you wish. Yun Fan and his companions sat around a table overflowing with food. A boy in a straw hat devoured his meal with such speed that the food vanished faster than one could empty a garbage bin. Observing the rapidly increasing energy of the crystal in his mind, Yun Fan couldn't suppress his joy, his lips curling into an irrepressible smile. In a buoyant mood, Yun Fan called out to the tavern owner, "Magino, bring us another table." Luffy, with his mouth stuffed full, struggled to swallow his food, gazing at Yun Fan with utmost gratitude. "You're truly a kind person." To Luffy, anyone who provided him food was a good soul. Curious, Yao Yao approached Luffy, poking his belly with her finger. "Can you really fit so much food in there?" But Yao Yao is impressive too. She can drink all the water from the crescent spring. "Really? That's amazing. Can you truly drink all the spring water?" Luffy exclaimed dramatically, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Yao Yao. Originally a casual remark, Yao Yao, seeing Luffy's gullibility, continued, "Of course, the crescent spring is the largest spring in Xianwei Forest. I can drain in one gulp." Luffy was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Yao Yao, growing more animated, recalled, "I remember a time long ago. Some gods reside in the heavens, while others dwell in mushrooms, dreaming during the day. The sun rises from the west." "No, wait, that's not right. In Yunmeng's there's no east or west. We, who emerge from Xianwei Forest, could consume half a continent in one bite." Take me, I want to go." Luffy had lost all rationality, kneeling before Yao Yao, his eyes filled with wonder at her fantastic tales. "Take me to Yunmeng's. Please tell me where it is." "Ah, for that one must grow wings. Aside from me, all the beautiful people come from the clouds. Xianwei Forest is situated far, far above." Yun Fan swiftly embraced Yao Yao, covering her mouth to prevent her from continuing, lest Luffy become further entranced. Children are naive by nature, and one should not lead them astray. Balishoyu also averted his eyes, unintentionally becoming invisible. Seeing Luffy still gazing at Yao Yao with longing, Yun Fan needed to divert his attention. "Hey Luffy, your food is getting cold." Luffy's memory was fleeting. By the time he finished eating, he might forget all about Yunmeng's. Without hesitation, Luffy extended his arms, opened his mouth wide, and swept his arm across the table, leaving it spotless. Even the plates were not spared. Yun Fan marveled at his ability to digest everything. Could he possibly regurgitate it all later? "Hey, when are you setting sail, Luffy?" Yun Fan pulled Yao Yao behind him, attempting once more to shift Luffy's focus. "Are you going to take me to Yunmeng's?" You misunderstood. I was just asking that aren't you aiming to become the Pirate King?" Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. "So, becoming the Pirate King means I can go to Yunmeng's?" A question mark materialized in Yun Fan's mind. He felt overwhelmed, watching Luffy's excitement. This child appeared beyond salvation. He could see that moment. Yao Yao peeked out from behind Yun Fan, addressing Luffy. "Yunmeng's is over there. Go, chase after the traces of Yunmeng's, and become the Pirate King." Who knows how one reaches Yunmeng's? Yao Yao had resumed her enchanting tales, leaving Luffy's eating habits alarming the little deer. Yao Yao feared that Luffy, in his fervor, might consume her as well. She just wanted to hastily send Luffy on his way. "I want to set sail. I want to be the Pirate King. I want to go to Yunmeng's." Luffy has been thoroughly deceived by Yao, leaving Yun Fan helplessly rubbing his forehead as the situation seems to have reached a curious impasse. Chapter 8. The fault lies with this world. Makino, the bill, please. Within the Makino Tavern, Yun Fan and Shoyue casually consumed some food before rising to settle their account, preparing to depart. The crystal energy had stabilized, and lingering any longer served no purpose. As for Luffy, he had long since dashed away, exclaiming his desire to become the Pirate King and venture to Yunmeng's. Now 17, Luffy was indeed planning to set sail in the coming days. Yet this unreliable fellow had made no preparations whatsoever. After Yun Fan's reminder, Luffy hurried off to gather supplies for the ship. Upon exiting the tavern, Yun Fan felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. As they reached the outskirts of the village, Yun Fan, with his enhanced vision, spotted a figure leaping about on a vessel by the shore, resembling a monkey. "What the heck? My house has been stolen!" Yun Fan exclaimed in shock. Realizing he had become a victim of theft, anger bubbled within him as he rolled up his sleeves, eager to confront the audacious thief who dared to pilfer his ship. "Its that straw-hatted brat," Shiwei remarked, his keen eyes immediately discerning the culprit. Sure enough, upon approaching the ship, Yun Fan bellowed, "Luffy, what are you doing on my vessel?" Luffy, brimming with excitement and bouncing around on the deck, leaned over the railing and waved at Yun Fan and the others, saying, "Yun Fan, so this is your ship? It's enormous and impressive." This was Shuyue's first time aboard the little duckling ship, and he found it utterly fascinating, unlike any ordinary sailing vessel, adorned with a delightful and whimsical design. Yun Fan glared at Luffy. "Luffy, you're not actually thinking of stealing my ship, are you?" Luffy, tilting his head and whistling while gazing at the sky, replied, "Oh, no, I just thought the ship looked so grand and marvelous. So I came to take a look? Why would I want to steal it?" Luffy then suddenly clapped his hands, jumped off the ship, and exclaimed while running, "I'm hungry. I want to go home for a meal." Goodness, judging by Luffy's antics, if Yun Fan hadn't returned in time, the lad would have genuinely attempted to set sail with his ship. "Are we leaving?" Yao inquired, to which Yun Fan pondered for a moment and turned to Shuyue, asking, "Can you sail, Shuyue?" Bailey Shuyue glanced at the heart-adorned sails, contemplating, "As long as we raise the sails and follow the wind, we should be able to navigate, right? But what if we encounter headwinds?" The trio squatted on the deck. Deep in thought, Yun Fan contemplated retrieving Kirby again, as navigating the sea without someone skilled in sailing would be immensely challenging. After much deliberation yielded no results, he decided to drift along with the sea breeze and see where it would take them. As he stood up, his peripheral vision caught sight of something, and a sudden flicker of inspiration struck him. Yes, standing on the ship and gazing into the distance, it seemed he could see a city. That must be the Goa Kingdom. The mini crystal was just a thread of energy away from being summoned again, and the Goa Kingdom had some renown in the original story, being the hometown of Sabo. Furthermore, Windmill Village also belonged to the Goa Kingdom, so it would surely suffice to fill the crystal's last bit of energy. "Shuyao, let us not rush off. Let us take a detour to the Goa Kingdom." After bringing the two down from the ship, they set off from Windmill Village towards the Goa Kingdom. Traversing through forests and over garbage mountains, Yun Fan's emotions were quite complex along the way. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of towering heaps of trash and countless civilians scavenging through the refuse stirred a pang of sorrow within him. "Hey, kid, you can't eat that," a ragged, disheveled child unearthed a moldy piece of bread from the garbage and was about to shove it into his mouth. Shuyue, having witnessed this scene, rushed forward to intervene. He was unaware of the local situation. Yet how could anyone consume such foul, moldy bread? Producing a soft loaf from his pocket, he smiled at the child. "How about I trade you this, little one?" The child initially regarded Shuyue with suspicion, but upon seeing the bread, he snatched it eagerly and ran off without a backward glance. The circumstances had long drawn attention, particularly given Yun Fan and his companions' incongruous attire and demeanor. However, before the child could get far, several older kids intercepted him, swarming to snatch the bread away. "Stop." Just as Shuyue intended to step in, Yun Fan restrained him by placing a hand on his shoulder, then approached the scene himself, with a few swift kicks. He cleared the path around the child and snatched the bread from his grasp, nonchalantly walking away. Upon realizing the bread had been taken by Yun Fan, the crowd dispersed, returning to their scavenging. Yet, everyone subtly gravitated towards Yun Fan and his companions. Shuyue hung his head in silence. The scene strikingly familiar and reminiscent of his past. He recalled his childhood with Xuanzi, but that had been due to their being of different races, as they were half-demon. Here, they were clearly of the same kind, to turn against their own kind over a piece of bread. "Shuyue, don't be sad. Little dear, let me pat your head." Yao, perceptive to Shuyue's emotional shift, stepped forward to comfort him by gently patting his head. Standing there, Shuyue was engulfed in profound self-reproach, akin to a child who had done wrong. "You haven't done anything wrong, Shuyue. The fault lies with this world. This place is an uncertain terminus, where all things despised by the nobility converge, including those commoners. Those nobles believe that by clearing away the filth, their living spaces can become beautiful and harmonious. Over time, a mountain of garbage has formed here, which they periodically burn, including the commoners. This is a world marked by stark class divisions, where similar incidents unfold everywhere. The lofty, celestial dragons, who deem themselves descendants of deities, take life lightly and find amusement in toying with the common folk. Decay, chaos, and disorder are the norms of this world, where only strength can dictate everything. Shoyue, don't dwell on it too much. This is not something we can change at present. Yunfan consoled Shoyue while silently resolving that. Once they gained sufficient strength, he would not hesitate to effect change in the world. I understand. Though Shoyue verbally affirmed, his spirits remained low. The microcosm of this world seemed even more terrifying than his childhood experiences. Having endured relentless bullying as a half-demon, and confronting the horrors of a beast war, nothing compared to the terror here. The breakdown of order and the complexity of human nature deeply shaken his young heart. "Give me the gun!" The civilians had gradually encircled Yunfan and his companions, and although they hadn't resorted to outright theft, escaping was becoming increasingly difficult. Hearing Yunfan's command, Shoyue also noticed the escalating situation around them. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings, emanating an imposing aura. While he possessed the requisite compassion, he would never jest with the safety of his companions. With his palm extended, numerous golden energy particles began to coalesce, forming a sniper rifle. Shoyue raised the weapon and fired several shots in the sky, commanding with an authoritative roar, "Get lost!" Chapter 9. It seems we've encountered trouble. A few reckless individuals, undeterred by fear, dared to demand Yunfan surrender all his food. Shoyue took aim, shooting one after another, eliminating the most vocal instigators with precision. The crowd, taken aback by the abrupt shift from Shoyue's earlier gentleness to his current ruthlessness, scattered in terror. Yunfan chuckled, patting Shoyue's shoulder, relieved that he could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Concerned about leaving Shoyue with any psychological scars, it appeared his worries were unwarranted. "Let us go." He grasped Yao's hand, and, alongside Shoyue, they traversed the garbage mountain. Entering the city gates, in stark contrast to the chaos and stench outside, the city was clean and harmonious. A mere wall separated the tumultuous outside from the serene, stable world within. The trio casually found a tavern, seated themselves, and engaged in conversation over drinks. Of course, only Yunfan was partaking in alcohol, while Yao, under his insistence, was limited to fruit juice, although of drinking age. Shoyue preferred the sweetness of juice. Yunfan occasionally glanced at the progress of the crystal energy, noting they were just a hair's breadth away from completion. "Shall we go out for a stroll?" Yao blinked her large, expressive eyes as she gazed at Yunfan. After a moment's contemplation, Yunfan nodded in agreement. A leisurely stroll would indeed be delightful. Neither he nor Shoyu or Yao had ever meandered through the streets of this world. Yao, leading Shoyu by the hand, was captivated by everything around her, eager to purchase anything that caught her fancy, as everything here was a marvel to her, casually discarding the stick of a candied hawthorn. Yao dashed toward the stall selling trinkets. Shoyu could only smile wryly, his body adorned with an assortment of peculiar items and a string of candied hawthorns draped over his shoulder. According to Yao, such an outing was a rarity, and she lamented that once they were at sea, such delightful diversions would be scarce. In contrast, Yunfan exhibited a certain wisdom, keeping his distance from Yao, as he merely had the responsibility of paying. Leaving his hands blissfully unburdened, as a pirate of no insignificant stature in the East Sea, Yalada's ship was not lacking in funds, allowing Yao to purchase whatever her heart desired. Spending all the money was of little concern. After all, acquiring wealth was not a daunting task for him, as he was well acquainted with numerous treasure-laden locales. "This one is lovely, and that one as well." Yao squatted before the trinket stall, ensnared by the dilemma of choice. Yunfan approached, glancing at the array of small animal-shaped ornaments, and remarked to Yao, "If you cannot decide, why not take them all? We can adorn the entire ship." "Splendid," Yao exclaimed, turning to the vendor and declaring, "I shall take them all." Elation radiated from Yao as well as the vendor, though Shou Yu bore the brunt of it, now laden with yet another bulging package, perceiving Shou Yu's beseeching gaze. Yun Fan could hardly bear to watch that he casually liberated a candied hawthorn from Shou Yu's shoulder, popping a piece in his mouth. Tangy and sweet, quite delectable. Among all their purchases, only the candied hawthorn served a practical purpose, providing energy at sea. Yao. That should suffice. We ought to depart. The crystal energy had reached its zenith, and Yun Fan could hardly wait, eager to find a secluded spot to draw rewards in his previous life. He had harbored an insatiable urge to open treasure chests and draw coins. The mere thought of not doing so left him uneasy. He had never accumulated even a 4-digit sum in his gaming account, whether in gold or diamonds. Indeed, it is time to leave, Shou Yu affirmed solemnly, confessing, I have an unsettling premonition. Perhaps it was mere psychology, but upon hearing Shou Yu's words, Yun Fan felt an uneasy thrum within him, as though misfortune loomed should they linger. Let us go, Yun Fan urged, hastening towards the city gate, where they soon beheld a sea of kneeling figures. A crowned individual was bowing and scraping, flattering a peculiar rotund figure adorned with a transparent jar upon his head. Before they could approach, the throngs on either side of the street had already prostrated themselves, their foreheads pressed to the ground. Bodies trembling. Blast it! What misfortune! Yun Fan recognized the figure as a celestial dragon, a self-proclaimed descendant of the Creator, who, in a bid to avoid breathing the same air as commoners, favored a transparent shield atop his head. What a stroke of ill fate to encounter such a being! Quickly, Yun Fan led Shou Yu into a narrow alley to conceal themselves, for he was not equipped to provoke a celestial dragon. Should they cross paths, Yun Fan would not kneel, and should the celestial dragon take offense, conflict would surely ensue. What a strange man! He wears a jar upon his head, Yao commented curiously, observing the celestial dragon noble. That is the celestial dragon of which I spoke, Yun Fan explained, recounting the origins of the celestial dragon as he prepared to summon. Seizing the opportunity in this secluded corner, he initiated the summoning. Although he wished to avoid conflict with the celestial dragon, one could never be too cautious. Possessing additional strength could prove invaluable in unforeseen situations. Why has he arrived so suddenly? The current king of the Goya kingdom inquired nervously, trailing closely behind the celestial dragon. Unaware of the celestial dragon's impending visit, he had made no preparations whatsoever, not even clearing the refuse mound outside the city. Fortunately, the noble had not expressed any dissatisfaction. Beside the celestial dragon stood Charo Saint, the arrogant, rude, and foolish offspring of Lord Rosward. Upon hearing the king's inquiry, Charo Saint erupted in anger. Am I obligated to inform you of my comings and goings? A massive minotaur seized the king by the collar. The king hastily pleaded, That was not my intent. Had I known of your noble arrival, I could have prepared better to provide you with a more enjoyable experience. I merely passed by and heard there were many entertaining slaves here. Take me to see them. The minotaur released the king, who, as a ruler, found himself on par with the slaves in the eyes of Charo Saint. Yes, we shall take you at once. This batch of slaves was intended as a tribute to the esteemed Charo Saint, including several delightful young girls. How considerate. Quickly, lead me to them. The group passed through the narrow alley, oblivious to Yun Fan and his companions. Yun Fan, disinterested in their affairs, was about to greet the heroes he had just summoned when an unexpected commotion erupted. A soldier from the king's army, having wandered into the alley, was taken aback upon spotting Yun Fan and his companions. Who are you? What are you doing hiding here? The soldier did not perceive Yun Fan and the others as assassins, for in his understanding, no one dared to attack a celestial dragon. Charo Saint, who had already turned to leave, halted upon noticing the scene. The king barked, What are you yelling about? You have disturbed the esteemed Charo Saint. I shall have your skin. A woman approached from behind Yun Fan, surveying the situation with interest. What is happening? It seems trouble has arisen. You require my assistance. Chapter 10. A Yao refuses to be a slave without a doubt. Yun Fan was exceedingly fortunate. The crystal summoning was not limited to heroes. It could also yield equipment, runes, or even the flora and fauna of the canyon. Yet, Yun Fan had summoned heroes thrice, a testament to divine favor. His third companion was none other than Hua Mulan, the captain of the Great Wall Guard, and also Shou Yu's leader. With no time for pleasantries, chaos ensued as everyone turned their attention to the unfolding drama. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Yun Fan quickly examined Hua Mulan's skill in stark contrast to Shou Yu's solitary skill. Mulan's repertoire was lavishly endowed. Sky-cleaving slash, dance of blossoms, blade bloom. The skills bore no substantive distinction, all revolving around swordplay. Yun Fan casually selected Song Po slash. Unembellished, this skill required stamina to execute a forward sword swing, unleashing a blade of energy that could be charged for increased potency. The longer the charge, the greater the power. Unlike the time constraints in the game here, as long as stamina permitted, one could charge for days on end. Mulan, you and Yao should remain behind. Yun Fan instructed the eager Mulan. Poised for battle. After a moment's reflection, Mulan grasped his intent. She drew her short sword and handed it to Yun Fan while taking up her heavy sword, retreating behind the others, planting her heavy sword in the ground. She began to charge her Tsong Po slash. Meanwhile, Yun Fan and Shou Yu ventured forth to assess the situation. Their levels were too low, and it was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. Stepping outside, they found the alley surrounded by the king's soldiers. The commanding officer glared at them and demanded, "Who are you?" Observing the overwhelming number of soldiers, Yun Fan maintained his composure, replying, "Just ordinary tourists passing through." If conflict could be avoided, that would be ideal, yet reality painted a different picture. When Charo Sen arrived at the alley's entrance and beheld Mulan and Yao behind her, his eyes bulged with excitement. "A girl with antlers. How rare. I want her. I shall have her as my slave." Charo Saint leered at Yao like a lecher. Such is the nature of the celestial dragons. They demand the subjugation of others without regard for their desires. To them, anyone outside their circle is merely a lowly subject, destined to grovel at their feet. A Yao refuses to be a slave. Yao hastily hid behind Yun Fan, at which point Charo Saint, as if just noticing Yun Fan, arrogantly declared, "Why do you not kneel before celestial dragon? Do you wish to die?" "Huh." Yun Fan suddenly broke into a smile, for he recognized the pig before him. This was none other than the infamous celestial dragon from the original tale, perpetually either being assaulted or on the brink of assault. What was the name again? He had forgotten, but it seemed to belong to the Rosward family. How infuriating! What are you laughing at? Hand over that little dear girl. I might consider sparing you. Yun Fan feigned ignorance, continuing, "Your father is Saint Rosward, isn't he? Knowing that my father is Saint Rosward, why haven't you knelt before me yet?" Saint Charlos swaggered over to Yun Fan, as if the person before him were merely a plaything for his whims. Unaccustomed to the cruelties of society, he believed the world revolved around him. Indeed, such foolishness ran rampant, a testament to their formidable lineage, yet none among them possessed a shred of wisdom. "I am awaiting a grand move." "What are you waiting for?" At that moment, a sharp command rang out from behind. "Get down!" Yun Fan and his companions promptly bent low. Several guards leapt forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Saint Charlos, members of the CP organization assigned to protect the celestial dragons. Any harm that befell Saint Charlos would spell disaster for them. Instinctively sensing danger, they shielded him, resigning themselves to a swift death if necessary. But a metallic clang echoed. Simultaneously, a brilliant sword light sliced through the air, akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, dazzling and blinding. The houses on either side were obliterated in an instant, and the nearby royal soldiers were silenced, vanishing within the radiant glow. This was the culmination of a powerfully charged strike. When the dust settled, the once vibrant street lay in ruins, scattered debris strewn about. Yun Fan stood in shock, witnessing the tremendous force of a mere first-level charge strike. One could only imagine the devastation if a 15th-level Mulan were to unleash her power after 3 days and nights of charging. However, such thoughts remained merely speculative at that moment. Mulan leaned heavily on her great sword, panting, clearly exhausted from the exertion. This was the extent of her capabilities at present. The pig had yet to perish. Io suddenly sprang up, pointing toward the pile of rubble. Is it still alive? Although puzzled, Yun Fan hesitated not, gripping his short sword and rushing towards the debris. Causing harm to a celestial dragon would lead to troublesome consequences, a predicament Yin Fan wished to avoid. Yet, since he had already provoked them, leaving any survivors was no longer an option. Following Io's indication, he approached the ruins and, indeed, discerned around transparent JARAS for the few who had leapt out shouting about iron blocks. Their whereabouts remained a mystery, perhaps reduced to ashes. Aside from those few notable figures, Yin Fan could not recognize anyone else from the CP organization. Nonetheless, given that even a first-level Mulan's charge strike could not be endured, they likely were not formidable foes. Observing the still-breathing St. Charlos, Yin Fan raised a short sword and lunged downward. Be careful, Shue quickly warned, raising his firearm and firing. The hairs on Yun Fan's body stood on end as he instinctively recoiled. Despite his swift retreat, it was too late. A large hand shot out from the rubble, aiming a strike at Yun Fan's head. In the blink of an eye, a bullet sped forth, striking the large hand with a resounding impact. The bullet's force momentarily halted the hand's advance. Shoyue had already aimed his sniper rifle at the source of the danger the moment he sensed this juncture. Io had also arrived, leaping into the fray and transforming into a deer spirit to shield Yin Fan. The debris erupted as a minotaur emerged from the chaos, charging directly at Yin Fan. The speed was so great that evasion was impossible. Yin Fan could only activate his shield to withstand the blow. The combined defenses of Io's independent shield and his own formed a dual layer of protection. Upon impact, the shield shattered with a thunderous crash. A tremendous force slammed into Yun Fan's chest, causing him to feel as though his insides had ruptured. Blood surged from his throat, and his body flew backward like a rag doll. The Minotaur, relentless, bellowed, its tower-like form surprisingly agile, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Bang, bang, bang. Shoyue continued to fire, each bullet bursting forth like blossoms of blood upon the Minotaur's hide. Yet the creature paid no heed, cradling its head with both hands and leaping towards Yun Fan like a mountain crashing down. Lying on the ground, Yun Fan's vision darkened, his mind swirling in chaos as he coughed up blood. As he sensed the sun being obscured, the shadow loomed overhead. Brother! Io, straining her body, attempted to renew Yun Fan's shield. Run! Yun Fan urgently pushed Io aside, instinctively aware that her small frame could not endure much more. Void Slash, Chapter 11. What worth is a celestial dragon? A refreshing breeze swept by as Mulan stood resolutely before Yun Fan. Her great sword poised in readiness, she awaited the Minotaur's descent. As it fell, Mulan's eyes glinted with determination. Her arms surged with strength as she thrust the sword upward. Sky-breaking slash, like the collision of meteors. A shockwave radiated outward, sending debris flying and clouds of dust swirling. The tremendous force even propelled Yun Fan backward. Shoyue rushed forward to support Yun Fan, raising his sniper rifle to unleash a barrage of shots. As the smoke cleared, two figures emerged. Mulan held her great sword aloft, her hands firmly bracing it, the ground cracking beneath her feet. In contrast, the Minotaur seemed utterly unfazed, one hand pressing down on Mulan's sword while the other casually plucked bullets from its body. The extracted bullets were tossed into its mouth, only to be spat out in rapid succession, resembling a Gatling gun, their destructive power nearly on par with real firearms. What is this? What kind of monster has appeared? Yun Fan was left in a daze, having barely ventured beyond the novice village, only to encounter such overwhelming foes. Mulan struggled to maintain her stance, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. You all go first. Shoyue urged Yun Fan to flee. Are you joking? Abandoning our comrades to escape alone? What is that? You all came to this world because of me that I cannot protect you, and for that, I am deeply sorry. But to leave you behind and run away is utterly out of the question. If it comes to it, we die together. Family must stand united. Taking a deep breath to ease the pain within, Yun Fan grasped the short sword Mulan had given him, forcing himself to activate his shield and stagger toward the Minotaur. Io, I leave Shoyue to you. Yes, leave it to Io. Io, in her independent form, perched atop Shoyue's head, activated her shield to help deflect the bullets spewing from the Minotaur. Shoyue, cover me. Understood. Shoyue raised his sniper rifle, aiming for the Minotaur's eyes, firing several rounds. Regardless of how strong the Minotaur's physique, it could not shield its eyes from bullets. As the bullets flew, the Minotaur was forced to raise one hand to cover its eyes, a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment while the Minotaur's vision was obstructed, Yunfan propelled himself forward, leaping high with his short sword aimed at the creature's neck. The sharp blade met no resistance as it pierced through effortlessly, blood gushing forth at a roar, inhuman and primal, erupted from the Minotaur's maw. Yunfan pressed down, preparing to deliver a decisive cut. Yet a massive hand struck out, and he instinctively raised his arms to shield his head. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Yunfan felt pain dissipate, his body crashing against the wall like a broken kite. I did my best. The rest is up to you. Die! Mulan cried out, channeling all her strength into a single kick that landed squarely on the Minotaur's chin. The force of her strike, infused with her full might, could not withstand the Minotaur's descending palm. The very moment her foot connected with the Minotaur's chin, she too received a resounding slap. The immense force sent the Minotaur's head snapping back, its body teetering uncontrollably. Bang! Bang! Shoyue fired off several rounds, each bullet striking the Minotaur's neck wound with pinpoint accuracy. With the Minotaur unable to evade or block, the bullets continued to rain down, one after another, until they pierced through its neck. Mulan staggered to the Minotaur's side, gripping the short blade against its throat and executing a clean slice, severing the head from the body. Having accomplished this, Mulan could no longer hold herself upright. Collapsing to the ground in that instant, a surge of power coursed through her, the aches and pains dissipating, filling her with strength. Meanwhile, Io and Shiyue also radiated energy, their injuries healing significantly. They had leveled up. Yunfan extricated himself from the crevice of the wall, gazing in astonishment as the three individuals ascended in rank. Can leveling up also heal injuries? What about me? What am I to do? With each step, Yunfan coughed up blood, cursing inwardly at the injustice. Please don't kill me. At that moment, St. Charles, amidst the ruins, finally regained consciousness. Upon witnessing the scene, especially the dismembered body of his Minotaur slave, he was struck with terror. Scuttling on the ground, he attempted to flee. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Shoyue. Shoyue raised his hand and shot Charles in the leg. Yunfan stepped forward, placing a foot on Charles' chest. Celestial Dragon, how impressive. Wasn't it you who demanded my submission? Didn't you desire a slave? Look at you now. Do you even deserve it? Yunfan slowly crouched down, his palm caressing the transparent shield atop Charles' head. I had no intention of provoking you. You suggested we part ways amicably, didn't you? Alas, how unfortunate. Your days of comfort are now lost. Charles squirmed, his corpulent body writhing in desperation. You cannot kill me. I'm a celestial dragon, a noble of this world. My father is Saint Rosward, and he will not let you go unpunished. If you kill me, you shall not survive either. The Navy will send admirals immediately. You cannot escape. Yunfan smiled serenely at Charles and asked, Have you finished speaking? Once you have, you may depart from this world. With a forceful press, Charles' shield met the ground with a resounding crash, the immense power shattering at instantly point, one hand pressing down on his head. Yunfan's other hand slowly clenched. I wonder which is tougher, your skull or my fist. His fist grew larger in Charles' vision. Point, one punch, two punches. Yunfan relentlessly pummeled Charles' face until it was a bloody pulp. Unrecognizable as human, a swift kick severed Charles' neck, and Yunfan tore off fragments of his clothing to wipe the blood from his hands. Celestial Dragon, how laughable. What gives you such a sense of superiority? I'm a transmigrator, the champion of the canyon. A bound system usered IT would be impossible for Yunfan to claim he felt no superiority. Rather, his character was laid back, treating everyone equally. His inherent pride forbade him from bowing to anyone. Celestial Dragon, what are you worth? Chapter 12 of you from the mountaintop is exquisite. Dead. You actually killed a celestial dragon. You're finished. The world government will not spare you. Just wait. The Navy admirals will arrive shortly. TSK, who dares to speak? Yunfan turned to find was King Goya, who had miraculously survived. Not wanting to waste time, he He strode toward him. If you're not dead, then lie still. Why rise to seek attention? What do you want? You cannot kill me. I am the king. Help. The king, witnessing Yunfan's approach, was instantly struck with dread, screaming like a banshee. Surprisingly, he managed to summon his men. The royal army of Goya Kingdom rushed over. Unsure why they had only just arrived, soldiers emerged from all directions, armed with gunpowder weapons, encircling the streets tightly. With his army present, the king felt emboldened, retreating behind them to shout at Yunfan. You cannot escape. I will hand you over to the world government. He then commanded his troops. These individuals dared to kill a celestial dragon. Do not let them flee, or the world government will not forgive us. Mulan immediately stepped in front of Yunfan, with Shou Yue and Yao forming a protective circle around him. The group exchanged serious glances, assessing the strength of both sides. Don't be so tense, study Yao. You protect Shia. We'll keep Mulan at the center. If things go awry, we'll make our exit. For now, let us hold off. I'm about to put on a show. Yunfan pushed past Mulan, stepping out of the protective circle, and cheerfully declared, Let me show you something entertaining. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunfan's gaze sharpened. An overwhelming aura surged forth, rapidly expanding in all directions, wherever it passed. Fear spread like wildfire, causing countless members of the royal army to feel dizzy, their vision darkening to in the air. Lightning flickered ominously, and before the incredulous eyes of Shou Yue and the others, numerous soldiers rolled their eyes back and collapsed into a deep slumber. What a delightful sensation! On the streets, apart from Yunfan and his companions, no one remained standing. Conqueror S. Haki. Once the pressure was unleashed, a mere glare could send enemies tumbling down in droves, and Yunfan reveled in the thrill. When had he awakened as Conqueror S. Haki, Yunfan could not pinpoint. Perhaps it was during the battle with the Minotaur, or perhaps when Yao and Mulan recklessly shielded him, or perhaps when he killed the celestial dragon. Before his transmigration, he had been a nobody, tethered by his family background and confined by his environment. Yearning to escape but feeling utterly powerless to change his circumstances, he understood his parents and acknowledged the world as cruelty. It was his lack of capability that prevented him from overtaking others. He had never complained about his situation. Powerless and resigned, he chose to give up. Yet how could he be content? As the saying goes, in adversity, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one benefits the world. He had aspirations and dreams, yearning to break free from all constraints and gaze upon the mountaintop. Perhaps the moment he transmigrated and the system bound to him. He had already possessed Conqueror S. Haki, awakening at this very moment. This is a world of ideals. Yunfan believed that anyone born under the red flag, nurtured by the warm spring breeze, and transmigrated with a system, must possess Conqueror S. Haki. That fleeting feeling left him uncertain, unsure if he could wield it, so he devised an escape plan that if it succeeded, all would be well. If not, he would flee. He never thought it would work. He didn't feel particularly remarkable. It was merely good fortune that if countless handsome netizens had the same opportunity, they would undoubtedly surpass him. While he thought this, the adoring gaze of Yao made Yunfan's spirits soar. Amazing, right? Amazing. Yao raised her hand and shouted. Shou Yue lifted Yao, affectionately chiding Yao. Little one shouldn't use foul language. Mulan couldn't help but ask, what was that ability of yours? The aura of intimidation. Mulan understood. She could also frighten enemies with her killing intent on the battlefield, but she could never achieve Yunfan's level, where mere glare could fell a multitude. Furthermore, Yunfan's aura felt almost tangible. Mulan even sensed the flickering of lightning within it. The group walked side by side toward the city gate, with Yunfan in the center, explaining what Conqueror S. Haki was. It is a unique ability in this world, known as Conqueror S. Haki. There are three types of Haki: Conqueror S. Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Armament Haki, when trained, can harden the body or coat weapons. There exists a type of ability called Logia, which allows individuals to transform into elements like wind, rain, and lightning. Those with Logia abilities are immune to regular attacks. One must use sea prism stone weapons or armament Haki to harm them. Reflecting on the Logia fruit, Yunfan felt a stirring in his heart, wondering if his hero skills could affect Logia users as so far. He had not encountered any, but he would have to experiment later. 8S for observation hockey. It is similar to Shiva, his tranquil eye. But hockey can predict an enemy's actions, and when mastered, can even foresee the future. 8S for conqueror-s hockey. As you have seen, it is an aura of intimidation that can terrify foes. Of course, when refined to a high level, it can manifest physically to affect reality. A Yao wanted to learn, imagining that with her conqueror-s hockey unleashed, all enemies would fall, patting her antlers playfully. He teased, a Yao. One must possess the qualities of a king to awaken conqueror-s hockey. You wish to be the little deer king of Yunming's. Upon hearing the conditions for awakening, a Yao immediately deflated. She had no desire to be a king. It would tire her small self out. Milan, who had been silent, couldn't he help but exclaim, "This truly is a remarkable world. Indeed, a most extraordinary world." Yunfan nodded and then addressed Milan. "Milan, teach me swordsmanship." Although one can acquire a myriad of skills from heroes, one remains devoid of any foundational knowledge. Take, for instance, the skilled Song Pajan. Yunfan can effortlessly gather energy and unleash a formidable sword aura. Yet, Yunfan possesses no swordsmanship whatsoever. It is impractical to rely solely on sword energy in every battle. Though it exudes an air of grandeur, it is also tremendously taxing on one's stamina. Prior to acquiring skills that bolster his physical constitution, Yunfan cannot afford such exertion. Unlike heroes, he cannot level up and must rely on his own training. How he wishes for a skill to enhance his physique? Very well. Mulan promptly assented. From this day forth, you shall practice stances and swing your sword 1,000 times daily. Yunfan was taken aback. Isn't there a way to reduce that number? No way. Chapter 13. I am the little deer on the Pirate King's ship, Lu Fei. Is this your ship? It's so small. Can it really sail the seas? Laughter erupted. Would you like me to give you a ride? On the shores of Windmill Village, Yunfan mocked Lu Fei from aboard his grand vessel. Meanwhile, Lu Fei, on his diminutive craft, flailed his arms in frustration, his head nearly steaming with anger. Gazing up at Yunfan's imposing ship, envy shone in Lu Fei's eyes. Yunfan, I will have a ship larger than your little duck boat, and I will find companions more formidable than yours. Yunfan languidly leaned against the railing, nonchalantly waving his hand. Good luck. His indifference only fueled Lu Fei's irritation. How infuriating. I definitely will. Lu Fei, are you really going to set sail in the dead of night? Yunfan pondered, perplexed. Having just returned from the kingdom of Goa, the sky was nearly darkening. They were venturing out to evade the navy, but what was Lu Fei's motive? Standing on a vessel barely large enough for one. Lu Fei scratched the back of his head and exclaimed, I have a strong feeling my grandfather is returning. Whenever I had this feeling before, he truly would come back, if I don't sail now. I might miss him. Ah, I see. Yunfan nodded. He understood that Lu Fei's instincts were often accurate. Nonetheless, surveying the tiny boat that Lu Fei had somehow acquired, Yunfan felt compelled to advise, Are you certain that little boat can sail at night? Do you really not want me to give you a ride? Lu Fei resolutely replied, No. All right then, I wish you good fortune. Yunfan said no more. After all, in the original story, Lu Fei had indeed set out to sea in such a small vessel and encountered no dire consequences. He was, after all, a protagonist in a vast world. It would be quite a tragedy if he were to drown. Yunfan turned to call out to a Yao, bring some food for Lu Fei. Upon hearing that Yunfan intended to provide him with food, Lu Fei's eyes lit up. Yunfan, you are truly a good person. Lu Fei's tiny boat was devoid of provisions, and Yunfan feared that this fellow might starve himself. After all, venturing out at night was not akin to the original story's timing. One could never predict what might occur. Here it comes. Make way. A Yao emerged from the cabin, precariously balancing a large bundle on her head. Swaying as she approached the railing, with a forceful motion of her arm, she hurled the bundle towards Lu Fei. Yunfan stared in disbelief and asked, A Yao, you've given all the food to Lu Fei. What will we eat? Rest assured, those are merely soon-to-expire provisions. A Yao has saved the fresh ones. Isnt a Yao, quite clever. Yunfan praised, ruffling a Yao's hair on Lu Fei's small boat. The oversized package dropped from above, pinning him beneath it. A hand emerged from the bundle. and Lu Fei's voice sounded, "How generous! Be sure to eat sparingly." Yun Fan called out, stretching and glancing at the sky. He then turned to everyone and declared, "We shall be setting sail. Raise the sails, let us embark." A Yao cheered, joining Shou in hoisting the sails, while Mulan steered the vessel up by the time Lu Fei wriggled free from the package. The grand ship had already drifted far away. Lu Fei bellowed, "Yun Fan, I will definitely become the pirate king." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden sheen upon the sea, they hoisted the sails. Steering the ship to ride the winds, the group reclined on the deck, savoring the splendid view. Mulan inquired, "Where shall we head next?" Yun Fan contemplated for a moment, uncertain of their destination. However, they certainly aimed to journey to the Grand Line. Yet first, a detour in the East Blue was in order. They needed to gather experiences, like those with Creek and Arlong. The East Blue, often deemed the weakest sea, was home to few pirates with bounties exceeding millions. For them, it was a veritable treasure trove for leveling up. The Grand Line was rife with monsters, and gaining levels would provide them with greater security. Their foremost task was to level up and summon more companions. Yun Fan shared his thoughts, and everyone concurred at that moment. Shou posed a question, "Are we pirates now?" Yun Fan mused before responding, "Having slain a celestial dragon, even if we do not claim the title of pirates. The world government and the Navy will undoubtedly label us as such." The group felt little concern about whether or not they were deemed pirates. For them, being true to themselves was what mattered. "Then does that mean my brother aspires to be the pirate king?" A Yao recalled Lu Fei's frequent declarations of his ambition, feeling that if Lu Fei could dream of becoming the pirate king, so could her brother D. "Oh, you wish for your brother to be the pirate king?" A Yao nodded vigorously, believing that being a king was incredibly cool. She imagined telling her friends, "A Yao is the little deer aboard the Pirate King's ship." "Very well, then let us play at being pirates. However, we must first eat. I am famished." As Yun Fan spoke, everyone realized they were indeed feeling hungry after their intense battles throughout the day, and none had eaten since. They all turned their gazes toward Shou. Among the few aboard, only he possessed culinary skills, having earned accolades from the Great Wall Guardian Army for his cooking prowess. "Just a moment. It will be ready shortly." Yun Fan and the others did not leave Shou to toil alone. Surely they could assist, even if they weren't skilled cooks. After a flurry of activity, a lavish feast was prepared. As Yun Fan took a bite and savored the flavors, he felt as though all the instant noodles he had consumed over the years paled in comparison. Shou was equally surprised. The ingredients in this world were remarkably unique, and the food produced was unlike anything from other worlds. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to replenish energy at an accelerated rate. That moment, Yun Fan couldn't help but think of Sanji. He wondered how his culinary skills measured up. Given the time, he should still be at the floating restaurant. With that delightful thought, they decided to set sail towards the floating restaurant to experience the finest dining the sea had to offer. Chapter 14. Miss Flower, you are surrounded at the holy land of Mary Geos. St. Roswald bellowed in furious indignation, "Foolish, foolish! How detestable! You scoundrel!" Before St. Roswald lay a battered slave, groveling on the ground. In his hand, he wielded a whip, striking mercilessly, each lash leaving a ghastly wound, despite the excruciating pain. The slave dared not retaliate, remaining prostrate as St. Roswald lashed out. Once the slave was on the brink of death, St. Roswald's whip struck down with brutal force. He commanded his subordinates, "Take him outside, dismember him, and feed his remains to the dogs." Why is father so enraged? Princess Lilia, donning sunglasses, approached slowly. As she passed the slave, she delivered a kick, exclaiming, "Why hasn't he been removed? You've sullied my eyes. Your brother, St. Charlos, is dead, killed by filthy lowly folk." "What?" Princess Lilia gasped in shock, unable to fathom that her brother, a celestial dragon, had perished at the hands of commoners like herself. Fury surged within Princess Lilia. Those who dared to slay Charlos must not be spared. They must be dismembered and fed to the dogs, to serve as a grim reminder of the fate that awaited those who dared harm the celestial dragons. St. Roswald roared, "I will make him pay dearly." Call the Navy headquarters and instruct them to capture the perpetrator at all costs, that I will personally render judgment. Do you know the way to the floating restaurant? Yun Fan inquired, brandishing Mulan's grand sword against the pirate's neck. Surrounding the pirate lay a multitude of his comrades, wailing in despair. No, I do not. The pirate, trembling with fear, managed to utter a few words. Yun Fan raised his grand sword and swiftly struck down the pirate, sending him crashing to the ground. He was oblivious to the location of the sea restaurant. Rendering you utterly useless. One of the crew leapt back onto their ship, and Yun Fan returned the grand sword to Hua Mulan. Addressing the others, go forth and gather experience. The three, under Shou Yu's command, promptly leapt onto the pirate ship and dispatched the pirates with remarkable efficiency. By the early morning, Yun Fan had already encountered several waves of pirates. Each time, he was the first to engage in battle, with Shou Yu and the others coming in later to reap the rewards of experience. This was a demand strongly advocated by Yun Fan. Through combat, one could grow rapidly. While he could not level up like a hero, his combat skills were significantly enhanced. In the East Sea, encountering formidable pirates was a rarity, just by observing their dilapidated ships. Yun Fan could discern they were nothing more than minor scoundrels. Moreover, with Shou Yu and the others providing support, there was no danger to be found. Wasn't the sea restaurant renowned? How could it be that no one knew its whereabouts? Yun Fan languidly reclined in a rocking chair, sipping juice handed to him by Yao. Ahead, a small boat was spotted. Hua Mulan stood at the bow of the ship, peering at a small sailboat emerging on the horizon. Yun Fan perked up, approached the bow, and raised his binoculars to observe. In the distance, a small sailboat was slowly making its way towards them. On board was a solitary girl, clad in light shorts, with orange hair, leaning against the boat in a seemingly exhausted manner. Yun Fan scratched his head, feeling a familiar itch, as a sense of recognition washed over him. That moment, Shou Yu also arrived, able to discern the situation on the small sailboat without the need for binoculars. There was no food in sight, only a small box, and the girl's expression suggested she was in distress. Yun Fan ceased scratching his head. He finally recalled where the familiarity stemmed from. Wasn't this Nami? Alone at sea, she was likely stealing pirate treasures, employing her usual tactic of feigning shipwreck. She had her sights set on their vessel. A solitary woman adrift at sea was quite suspicious, and her performance was rather obvious. Hua Mulan saw through Nami's act in an instant. Such theatrics would only deceive foolish pirates. No worries. Yun Fan waved his hand and shouted, "What a rare find! A flower maiden on the sea. Quick, don't let her escape. Who does she think I am? Bring the ship closer." Upon hearing this, Hua Mulan immediately fixed Yun Fan with a piercing gaze. Yun Fan sheepishly chuckled, thinking to frighten her a little. Just then, Nami, feigning weakness, heard Yun Fan shout and sprang into action, grabbing an oar and paddling away, muttering about her misfortune. "Look, is there any sign of distress here? Paddling seems rather swift, doesn't it? Daring to deceive me. Bring the ship closer. I shall show her my might." Yun Fan stood atop the bow, brimming with enthusiasm, inexplicably brandishing a megaphone. "Oh, flower maiden, you are surrounded. Come forth and let me have a look." "Ha!" Upon hearing Yun Fan's words, Nami paddled with renewed vigor, her arms moving with such speed that they appeared to leave traces in the air. Hua Mulan had already discreetly distanced herself from Yun Fan, and Yao quietly retreated as well. In a moment, only Yun Fan remained atop the bow, incessantly teasing Nami with the megaphone. One must admit, Nami was remarkably swift in her paddling. Thanks to the combined efforts of the wind and Nami, the little boat began to drift farther away, leaving Yun Fan unable to catch up. Seeing the small boat grow increasingly distant, Yun Fan shouted, "Shou Yu, take down her sails." Shou Yu hesitated, feeling it was rather unkind to bully a young girl. But with Yun Fan's command, he had no choice but to comply. A bullet whizzed past Nami's head, striking the ropes and causing the sail to come crashing down. What a joke! Nami's body bristled with adrenaline. Her arms flailing like propellers. At last, her strength waned. Covered in sweat, her hair disheveled and clinging to her face, Nami lay limp on the small boat, resembling a salted fish. "I'm exhausted." "Let it be. Whatever will be, will be." The large ship gradually came to a halt, and Yun Fan leaned over the railing to look down, chuckling. Weren't you quite the runner? Keep running. Mulan, bring her aboard. On the deck, Yun Fan reclined in the rocking chair. Nami leaned against the mast, breathing heavily. Chapter 15. Cry again, and a Yao will devour you. Are you a superhero? A Yao marveled at Nami's ability to paddle the boat with such skill. She approached Nami with curiosity, exclaiming, so kawaii, so adorable. Upon seeing a Yao's wide-eyed approach, Nami's eyes lit up, and she cautiously asked, may I touch your antlers? Of course. With permission granted, Nami gently caressed one of Yao's antlers, exclaiming, wow, this is real. So smooth, and the fur is so soft. Not there. Nami playfully scooped a Yao in her arms. Shoyu appeared with a glass of juice, offering it to Nami. Here, have some juice. Thank you. Nami politely accepted the juice. But her gaze was fixated on Shoyu's ears, akin to a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. Shoyu instinctively took a step back, rescuing a Yao in the process. Why were you drifting alone at sea? Yun Fan, sensing the conversation had reached a comfortable point, inquired. Though he already had an inkling, it was their first meeting, and he felt the need to probe further. Nami, whose gaze had been darting around a Yao, instantly sulked upon hearing Yun Fan's voice. She was reluctant to entertain this rather peculiar individual. However, considering she was on their ship, Nami swiftly adopted a pitiful demeanor. I encountered a shipwreck and got separated from my merchant fleet. Thank you for rescuing me. Otherwise, she began to feign tears, her performance quite convincing that, oh, how tragic. Yin Fan's expression shifted as he interjected, stop crying. If you keep it up, I'll have a Yao eat you. A Yao promptly opened her mouth wide, letting out a dramatic roar. Nami ceased her tears, her gaze now sparkling with interest in a Yao. After a bit of back and forth, everyone became more familiar with one another, particularly with a Yao. Now, Nami could touch a Yao without any resistance. Can you sail? Do you know where the sea restaurant is? Yun Fan asked Nami that he had kept her around with the hope that she could guide them to the sea restaurant while also providing some energy for the crystal. Having spent many years in the East Sea, Nami naturally knew the location of the sea restaurant. Are you heading to the sea restaurant? I can take you there, but you must pay. Yun Fan was well aware of Nami's notorious obsession with money. But to him, money was not a concern. As long as there was enough belly to spare, it was merely worthless paper in this world. However, he could certainly collect gold, silver, and jewels that held value across realms. Thus, he readily agreed. Certainly. As long as you can guide us to the sea restaurant, take as much belly from this ship as you can carry. Nami, incredulous, asked, really? Absolutely. Yun Fan affirmed confidently, knowing that what he said was merely a verbal agreement. Once they reached the sea restaurant, it would ultimately depend on his whim whether to pay or not. Nami could hardly believe there was someone so generous, cautiously probing. You wouldn't happen to be out of money on this ship, would you? A Yao raised her hand, exclaiming, we have some. A Yao had seen several boxes filled with glimmering treasure in the storage. Really? We're rich. Nami's eyes sparkled with the allure of wealth. She surveyed the ship, which resembled a pirate vessel but lacked the pirate flag. Suddenly, Nami's expression turned serious as she inquired, are you pirates? Yun Fan knew Nami had an aversion to pirates, and he found no need to explain. He simply replied, no, allowing Nami on board was merely to have her lead them to the sea restaurant. Once they arrived, he would deal with her then. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, reasoning that with a Yao being so adorable, how could they possibly be pirates? She extended her hand and said, let's have a pleasant partnership. Yun Fan shook her hand, affirming, indeed, a pleasant partnership. At the naval headquarters in Marineford in the conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table, surrounded by naval officers. Karp lounged in his chair, sound asleep. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, Karp, wake up and pay attention. Karp jolted awake, stretching his arms lazily, and asked, are we done? Is the meeting over? I want to go back and have some donuts. Get back here and sit properly. The gravity of this incident cannot be understated. Do you comprehend? Saint Rosvad has already made a call, and the 5 elders have issued direct orders to apprehend the perpetrator with utmost urgency. So, who among you will embark on a journey to the East Sea? A brief silence enveloped the conference room, soon interrupted by various officers rising to declare their intent to capture the criminal. Admiral Crane perused the documents in hand, questioning, who exactly is this fellow named Yun Fan? The records reveal nothing. No birthplace, no past experiences, only an uncertain name, as if he had sprung forth from the crevices of a rock. Admiral Akiji inquired, "Is he a pirate? Aside from the murder of a celestial dragon, does he have any other criminal record?" Sengoku, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "Regardless of whether he is a pirate, we must bring him to justice for the murder of a celestial dragon." With that, he cast a glance at Garp, saying, "Garp, the 3 admirals are presently occupied. You were intending to return to see your grandson. So this task shall be entrusted to you?" Currently, the 3 admirals of the Navy are engaged. Admiral Akainu Sakazuki is stationed in the New World, while Admiral Kizar Borsellino is at the Vegapunk Research Institute. This is a critical moment that allows for no missteps. Only Admiral Akiji Kazan remains at headquarters, ensuring he can swiftly alternate between the Holy Land and provide support to the New World. The New World is rife with turmoil, and the 3 admirals are stretched thin, creating a considerable headache for Sengoku, the fleet admiral. The 5 elders merely desire a stance, a demonstration to the world of the consequences of harming a celestial dragon. Although Garp holds the rank of vice admiral, as a naval hero, his strength and reputation rival those of an admiral, making him a suitable choice for this mission. Garp, who had been snoring and blowing bubbles, lifted his head. He realized that his old comrades had specifically called him out. He could not pretend he hadn't heard, as a modicum of respect was due. "Very well. After all, I was going back to the East Sea to visit my grandson. It's merely an additional task, nothing to fret over. The East Sea is vast. It is entirely plausible that we may not find him. I wonder how that rascal Luffy has been faring lately." Chapter 16. Assemble. Prepare for team battle. A pirate ship, resplendent in a sea of pink and adorned with a small duck figure at the bow, glided gently across the surface of the ocean. "Keep it up. Just 10 more. Success is within reach." On the deck, Yun Fan stood in a wide stance, sword in hand, its tip barely hovering above the ground. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, he rasped out, "I can still go on. Right? Impressive, truly impressive. My brother is the greatest." Aya cheered, offering her applause. With a handkerchief in hand, she approached Yun Fan from time to time to wipe his brow, her words filled with support. "In light of this, we shall conclude for today." Yun Fan grinned with pride, ready to rise. However, Mulan stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, her face obscured by shadows, revealing her intentions. "Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Only 10 more, and I'm keeping count." I can't go on." Yun Fan's body ached all over as he exhaled heavily, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Yet, in the next moment, Mulan grasped his shoulder, effortlessly lifting him back up with a slight exertion of her arm. Consistent practice is essential. This is merely the first day, and only 10 more remain. Why would you give up halfway? Nami lounged on a chair, her legs crossed, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Fan. To falter after just a couple of attempts is quite pathetic. "What do you mean, just a couple? It's a full 1,000. 1,000, mind you." Yun Fan, summoning his strength, shakily raised the heavy sword. He might claim he was incapable, but others could not, especially not women. 9 more. Just 8 left, brother. Keep it up. 5 more. 3, 2, 1. Hooray. Brother is truly remarkable. The heavy sword crashed to the ground as Yun Fan fell back. Staring skyward, with a smile curling at her lips, Mulan reached out and effortlessly scooped him up. As Yun Fan reclined in the rocking chair, he felt utterly drained, his limbs feeling foreign to him. "Mulan, could we switch to short swords next time?" "Who starts with heavy swords?" "Certainly," Mulan agreed readily, then added, "Short swords are for honing technique. Starting tomorrow, you will practice with me, and will not stop until you can strike me. Oh, the sky is falling." Yun Fan lamented, "I suppose I shall continue swinging my sword." Aya squatted beside him, gently massaging his swollen limbs. Shoyue emerged from the cabin, bringing juice and directly feeding Yun Fan. "Oh my, how dramatic." Nami grinned, observing from the side, feeling an intense envy. "You all will spoil him." Pure, unadulterated envy. Aya, a little higher up, if you please. Yun Fan relished the snack for Shoyue while directing Aya. Nami, unable to tolerate Yun Fan's smug demeanor, felt her jealousy boil over. Rising, She approached the bow. Picking up a telescope to scan the sea, a line of dark shapes emerged on the horizon, a palpable sense of pressure descending upon them. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she adjusted the telescope for a clearer view, her body stiffening in shock. What on earth? Where did this pirate fleet come from? Quick, steer the ship. Pirates are approaching. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nami shouted, rushing to adjust the sails while hollering at the others. What fleet? Let me see. Yunfan trembled to his feet, moving to the ship's edge for a closer look. A massive pirate ship loomed ahead, boasting 3 decks and colossal sails, with a skull and hourglass flag fluttering from its highest mast. Following closely behind was a fleet of pirate ships, tightly arranged, numbering at least dozens. 50 pirate vessels, each armed with cannons. Shoyue had somehow leapt to the lookout tower. Are we going to engage? Mulan queried, standing beside Yunfan with her great sword. Nami, who had been frantically adjusting the sails, turned to discover the crew had become immobile. That woman named Mulan still wished to fight. This is a pirate fleet. Are you out of your mind? What are you all waiting for? Turn the ship now. Nami shouted anxiously. She had no desire to meet her demise. Shoyue's voice rang from the lookout tower. It's too late. Their cannons are already aimed at us. If we attempt to flee, they will surely fire. Nami, upon hearing this, felt all strength leave her body as she collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It's over." "It's over," Yunfan, who had been observing the pirate fleet, smirked, turning to Mulan beside him. "Let us fight. There's a fair number of them. It's a rare opportunity for experience." Yunfan recognized the pirate crew immediately. In the East Sea, such a formidable power could only belong to one group. The Krieg pirates, led by Captain Krieg, a notorious pirate worth 17 million, commanding a fleet of 50 ships, reputed to have 5,000 pirates under his command. Whether they could win remained uncertain for Yunfan, that if they opened fire immediately, he would undoubtedly flee. However, it was clear that they had opted for close combat. The Krieg pirates, aside from Captain Krieg, consisted largely of mere cannon fodder. Since they chose to engage up close, there was little to fear. 5,000 foes? It would take a considerable time to fell them one by one. This was a veritable trove of experience. He wondered how many levels everyone would gain after this encounter. Yunfan merely needed to activate his shield to hold off Krieg, while allowing Mulan and the others to reap the rewards of experience. He needn't worry about them tiring out, as long as they weren't defeated outright. The greater the numbers, the more exhilarating the battle. The only uncertainty lay with Nami, the so-called weak link. Yunfan cast a glance back at her, sprawled on the ground like a soulless cat. He would simply have to ensure Aya kept a close watch on her, weighing the strengths of both sides in his mind. Yunfan's gaze burned with determination as he stared at the encroaching pirate fleet. Whether they could score a bountiful victory would depend on this very encounter. Brothers, assemble, prepare for team battle. Chapter 17. This is an abundance of experience, Captain Krieg. We have spotted a pirate ship ahead. Captain Krieg, the imposing admiral of the Krieg pirates, sat idly in his chair, lost in thought. Upon hearing the lookout's announcement, he waved his hand dismissively. Sink it. At this moment, Krieg was exceedingly troubled, unsure of his next course of action. With 5,000 subordinates and a fleet of 50 pirate ships, the East Sea could no longer accommodate his ambitions. Its confines were too trivial for his aspirations. Should he venture into the Grand Line? The very sea notorious as the graveyard of pirates. Captain Krieg, was that not the vessel of Yalta? While Krieg was lost in contemplation, the voice of one of his subordinates echoed from the lookout tower. As a fellow pirate with a bounty in the East Sea, Krieg was indeed aware of Yalta's reputation. Had he encountered her previously? Sinking her would have been a mere, trifling task. A pirate with a bounty of few million was hardly worth his consideration. However, as Krieg contemplated his journey to the Grand Line, he realized he needed expendable crew members. Abruptly ceasing his musings, Krieg rose and commanded his ship to draw closer. He intended to inquire if Yalta wished to join him on his expedition to the Grand Line. Should she refuse, he would simply eliminate her. As Krieg's fleet surrounded them, the overwhelming presence of countless pirate crews bore down upon them. Nami, with a sorrowful expression, queried, "Are we truly going to engage in battle? Perhaps we should surrender." "Nami, if you're frightened, then hide." Once the fighting commences, I won't be able to protect you, Yunfan replied as he received a large sword from Mulan, a puzzled look on his face. You've given me this, but what about yourself? Mulan drew two short swords from her waist. Aren't you seeking a king versus king, general versus general duel? You are more in need of it than I am. Against those foot soldiers, short swords are far more practical. Yunfan nodded, his mind already pondering the famed blades of the pirate world. He realized that relying on his companion's weapons in every battle was impractical, especially since three swords represented Mulan's complete state. The crystal could also summon equipment from the canyon, though he had yet to do so, and was uncertain of the form those items would take. Would they manifest as data enhancements like in the canyon, or would they appear as tangible objects? Here they come. Crick's fleet had come to a halt, and numerous iron hooks were flung towards them. Forming chains of iron bridges, Shoyue concealed himself within the lookout tower, preparing his sniper rifle, his body gradually becoming translucent. Like a hunter lurking in the shadows, he awaited Yunfan's command to mercilessly reap the lives of their foes. Yalata, long time no see. Who are you? Crick stood atop the grand three-masted ship, peering down with an arched brow. Just as he was about to greet her, he realized that Yalata was nowhere to be found on the ship. No, to be precise, there were hardly any pirates aboard. Crick turned back, perplexed, to his subordinate. The subordinate quickly replied, "This is Yalata's pirate ship." Useless. Crick, incensed, swatted his subordinate aside, and, looking down at Yunfan, stated, "Who are you? I'm not accustomed to looking up when I speak to others." Yunfan turned to Mulan beside him and said, "Let us go. The bridge has been set for us. It would be rude not to cross. A battlefield could not be on their own ship. They could not risk damaging their own vessel. As for Crick's pirate ship, it was of little consequence. Yunfan had no desire for such a large ship, which would be cumbersome to maneuver, observing the slender iron chains beneath him. Yunfan discreetly gauged his balance and confidently said to Mulan, "Lan, please send me over." The previously heightened atmosphere softened at Yunfan's words, a dark line appearing on Mulan's forehead as she exclaimed in annoyance. "Starting tomorrow, you'll double your training." With that, Mulan seized Yunfan and, with a powerful throw, launched him into the air. What is happening? Crick stared in bewilderment at Yunfan's maneuver, raising his fist to deliver a blow as Yunfan soared towards him. Mulan lightly stepped onto the deck, leaping into the air, utilizing the iron chains for leverage, and delivered a flying kick to Crick's chest. Bang! The immense force sent Crick, as solid as a tower, flying backward. Countless pirates behind him were caught off guard, thrown into disarray by the collision. This is outrageous. Why is Yunfan even going over there? Is he going to be a liability? Nami, hiding behind a mast, was taken aback, astonished that the usually composed Mulan could be so ferocious. It's all about participation. My brother is quite formidable as well, if it weren't for his desire not to steal experience points. They would all be lying down by now. Aya, who was also hiding behind the mast with Nami, could not abide any disparagement of her brother. If to validate IRS words, Yunfan activated his shield in advance, landing perfectly before raising his great sword and unleashing a flurry of strikes. The enemy soldiers were shielded, and any flamboyant swordplay would only exhaust him. Instead, Yunfan raised his great sword, spinning and swinging it with force. Any contact resulted in injury, and merely grazing would lead to death. Damn it! Crick, enraged, rose and bellowed, raising his tower-like arm, a cannon forming in his palm as countless bullets were unleashed towards Mulan. Die! Die! All of you! Perish! The cannon fire erupted, and even with allies near Mulan, Crick showed no mercy. Explosions rained down, splintering the deck and filling the air with smoke and debris. "You bastard!" Hiding behind the mast, Nami, fueled by an unknown surge of courage, produced 3 wooden sticks from her bosom and shouted as she charged forward. Aya, astonished, stared at Nami, her eyes filled with curiosity. Had the situation allowed, she would have surely pried open Nami's clothing to see how such long sticks fit there. From the lookout tower, bullets continued to rain down as Shoyue glanced at Mulan's situation, breathing a sigh of relief before continuing to shoot at the pirates. This is all ample experience, as the smoke cleared. Yunfan stood protectively before Mulan, Glancing at the cracked shield before conjuring a new one, nodding at Mulan, he raised his great sword and charged towards Crick, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! Your opponent is me. Brothers, reap the experience without restraint." Chapter 18. With IRS protection, you go ahead and strike him. Nami stealthily climbed along the iron chain to Crick's pirate ship. As soon as she boarded, a large pot fell upon her head with a resounding thud. Nami crouched, clutching her head, but after a moment of no pain, she looked up to find herself enveloped in a transparent shield. A small deer, resembling Aya, floated above her. "Aya, what has happened to you?" Nami felt no fear, for Aya was there to protect her. Crick's second-in-command, Balu, encased in iron plates and wielding 2 round metal shields, was frantically pounding on the shield surrounding Nami. The thudding noise startled Nami, causing her to flail her wooden stick. Suddenly, they both fell silent. Amidst Nami's erratic poking, she had inadvertently thrust the stick into Balu's nostril. "Hee, my apologies." Nami cautiously offered her apology, swiftly extracting the stick. Blood gushed forth as Balu roared in fury, flames igniting around him. I'm on fire. I already said I'm sorry." Nami turned to flee, with Balu hot on her heels. Aya, floating above Nami, sighed in exasperation. Although she was terrified, why did Nami insist on approaching? "I have no idea. I must have been bewitched. Is it too late to regret my decision now?" Nami darted through any openings, sprinting wildly as Balu, engulfed in flames, relentlessly pursued her. Wherever they ran, flames spread forth, igniting numerous pirates who leapt into the sea in panic. With IRS protection, why don't you just fight him? Aya wants experience. Nami shouted in protest. "I refuse. That would be fatal." Hua Mulan traversed through the pirates, her dual short swords relentlessly reaping the lives of her foes. Her speed was so extraordinary that often, merely catching sight of an enemy, their head would fall to the ground in the next instant. Mulan had activated her charge mode, continuously unleashing the utterly disregarding her physical stamina. Just as her energy threatened to wane, a surge of vitality would erupt from within, rendering her even stronger and revitalizing her to her peak condition. This was the manifestation of an upgrade. From various ships, pirates flowed in incessantly, and in that moment, Mulan felt as if she had returned to the Great Wall, confronting an endless horde of beasts. Roses blossomed amidst the carnage, and she reveled in the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger with every heartbeat. The pirates began to tremble in fear, raising their gunpowder weapons and shooting wildly. Some pirate ships even adjusted their cannons, contemplating a barrage from above. Yet, in the next moment, a bullet would mercilessly claim their lives. Anyone daring to approach the cannons would fall amidst a shower of blood. Shoyu, stationed in the lookout tower, activated his silent eye, attentively monitoring the situation of his companions while simultaneously harvesting experience. Nami was protected by a Yao, and Yun Fan was shielded as well. His primary focus remained on Mulan. Vigilant against any potential ambush, as time passed, Shoyu noticed a peculiar transformation in his silent eye. Initially, it merely expanded his field of vision, but gradually, he realized he could sense the intentions of his enemies. A pirate lurked in the shadows, stealthily observing Mulan, preparing to draw his pistol when a spray of blood erupted from his head. A sense of impending danger surged within Shoyu. He did not even need to aim. Raising his hand to fire on the deck of the Creek pirate ship, another sniper met a similar fate, his head exploding like a watermelon. He had been watching Shoyu for some time, but had never caught sight of him, intending to shoot based on instinct, only to have his head suddenly burst apart. Shoyu seemed to possess foresight, consistently sensing danger before it struck and intuitively understanding the enemy's next move. Was this the observation haki that Yun Fan had mentioned? It was indeed remarkable. With his entire focus on the battlefield, Shoyu remained highly concentrated, eliminating all threats to his comrades. However, in the midst of his relentless experience harvesting, he was completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind. Behind the little duckling, the water surface rippled suddenly, that a simply dressed figure, with prominent dark circles under his eyes, resembling a mere extra, emerged from the water and swiftly climbed onto the deck. It was the combat captain of the Creek pirate crew, the Ghost Man. Gene had been commanding a different ship, and at the onset of the battle, he hastened to the Creek vessel. He intended to thwart Milan, but for some reason, he felt an ominous gaze scrutinizing the entire battlefield. As his comrades fell one by one, including several officers and captains were shot in the head. He began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was a sniper, a highly skilled sniper, a sniper capable of turning the tide of battle. He had to locate him. Jean began to stealthily withdraw from the battlefield. Observing Yun Fan's pirate ship while tracking the trajectory of the bullets, he dared not fix his gaze on the lookout tower, fearful of being detected. Yet, he knew the sniper had to be there. Not only was Shoyu's attention on his companions, but Yun Fan and the others, though engaged in combat, kept a watchful eye on Shoyu. When they noticed someone stealthily boarding the ship, both Yun Fan and Mulan shouted in unison, "Shoyu, be careful." Even without their warning, at such close proximity, Shoyu's instincts had already issued a warning that I found you. Jean leapt into action, hurling his short stick. Shoyu swiftly retreated from the lookout tower, firing at Jean mid-air. Jean deflected the bullet with the stick in his other hand, vanishing like a ghost in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before Shoyu, delivering a swift kick. Though fast, Shoyu had sensed the movement. He could not evade while airborne, so he resolved to exchange injury for injury. With unwavering determination, Shoyu endured the kick to his abdomen while a bullet grazed Jin's cheek. Touching the blood on his face, Jin stared in horror at Shoyu. Had he not instinctively tilted his head, that bullet would have surely claimed his life. What a terrifying sniper! Simultaneously, Shoyu marveled at Jin's quick reflexes. Struggling against the pain in his abdomen, Shoyu raised his gun, focusing intently on Jin, his aim adjusting with Jin's movements. He could not fire first. Otherwise, Jin would seize the opportunity to close in. Jin, too, hesitated to act, and thus, a standoff ensued. Ultimately, Jin broke the silence, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who are you? There shouldn't be a sniper like you in the East Sea." In response, a bullet was fired. Jin had no time to contemplate. He dodged the bullet and rapidly closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Jin was before Shoyu, delivering a powerful punch. Just as the fist neared his face, Shoyu exhibited no reaction. No. A faint smile graced his lips. Jin's internal alarm blared. He could not fathom why Shoyu remained unfazed. Bang! Time seemed to freeze in Jin's perception as he beheld the transparent energy wave before the fist and the bullet piercing through his brow. The last sound he heard was, "You fell for it? Thanks a yow." Chapter 19. What a coincidence! I, too, await the grand move. Creek, clad in shining golden armor, was armed to the teeth. His massive battle gun swung, each strike resulting in a violent explosion. Cannons adorned his body, unexpectedly bombarding Yun Fan with cannon fire. Explosions erupted where the two clashed, splintered with flying as all pirates instinctively retreated to a safe distance. The great battle gun. Creek swung down his colossal weapon, and Yun Fan, undeterred, raised his great sword in response. Both were fully defensive. However, the disparity in strength between Yun Fan and Creek was monumental, and Yun Fan's ordinary strikes merely sparked against Creek's armor. Abandoning all finesse and technique, Yun Fan unleashed his maximum strength in a single blow. The great battle gun collided with his shield, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent Yun Fan hurtling backward. The shield bore cracks, and Yun Fan swiftly donned a new one, pushing off the ground to charge again. Shells rained down behind Yun Fan. With his back to the cannon fire, he leapt into the air, raising his sword above his head for a fierce downward strike. Close combat was his best option. Creek, adorned with weapons, unleashed a hail of cannon fire whenever distance was created, though Yun Fan could withstand the onslaught. The strain on his shield was draining his stamina. "Damn it, your turtle shell is just too hard." Creek roared in frustration as he repeatedly struck with his great battle gun, yet Yun Fan stood firm. Inciting Creek's ire, "You're the turtle shell." Although their battle raged fiercely, neither sustained any substantial injuries. Creek's golden armor began to warp, and Yun Fan gasped for breath. It now came down to which of them would outlast the other. Meanwhile, as a Yao assisted Shoyu, Nami found herself in dire straits. Previously protected by Yao, Nami had felt no concern over the pirates' assaults, but now, without a Yao, her feeble skills could barely withstand 2 or 3 exchanges before she fell. "Run! Keep running!" Balu bellowed, flames of fury igniting within him as he finally caught up to Nami, his expression twisted with malice as he lunged forward, intent on incinerating her. Nami trembled on the ground. And just as Balu was about to strike, a jade leg swung in from the side. With a resounding thud, Balu was sent flying back, having been kicked away by Mulan. She turned to Nami and inquired, "Are you all right?" Nami, starry-eyed with admiration for Mulan, replied, "I'm fine." Mulan nodded slightly and instructed, "You should retreat. This is no place for you." Like a tea that moment, Balu charged back with determination, but Mulan swiftly lifted Nami, tossing her toward the little duckling. With a flourish of her short swords, Mulan vanished from sight, and in the next instant, countless beams of sword light surrounded Balu, cutting into him from all directions. When Mulan reappeared, she was already behind him, not even glancing back as she plunged into the throng of enemies. Balu stood frozen for a moment before blood began to bloom across his body. The once impenetrable iron plates cracking and crumbling to dust, Balu fell to the ground, staring at the sky, still murmuring, "No one can break Balu's defense." Then his head tilted, and he breathed his last. What a tragic sight! Blood flowed like a river. An untimely voice rang out, as Yun Fan dragged his heavy sword, his arm trembling slightly. Embarrassed, he addressed the figure before him, Creek, saying, "I sincerely apologize. It seems your subordinates are rather inept." Such a large pirate crew, yet not a single capable fighter among them. Creek, seething with rage, shouted, "Who on earth are you?" The two stood merely a few meters apart, locked in a tense standoff, neither daring to make the next move. Creek's appearance was a sight to behold, disheveled and battered. His hair was in disarray, a gaping wound on his face oozing blood, and his armor was cracked, blood seeping through the fissures. Beside him lay his discarded weapon, the battle gun. Though his legs trembled, Creek stood defiantly, locking eyes with Yun Fan. "That I've never heard of your name upon the seas. Who are you?" "Ah, what unfortunate timing." Yun Fan coughed up a mouthful of blood, chuckling lightly. "Had you encountered me a little later, perhaps you would have known me. I killed a celestial dragon just yesterday. It is inevitable the Navy will place a bounty on my head, and it is sure to be a staggering sum. Perhaps today you might catch a glimpse of my wanted poster." Yun Fan eagerly anticipated the sight of his own bounty notice, though he wondered what moniker the Navy would bestow upon him. "How about we call it a day and part ways?" Though Creek could not comprehend Yun Fan's intentions, he had little choice but to relent. If he continued to resist, his pirate crew would be utterly annihilated. With the deaths of Ajin and Balu, along with numerous captains and officers, Creek's fury was palpable. He longed to rend Yun Fan limb from limb, yet he found himself powerless against him. The two had already clashed for 300 rounds, relying solely on their primal strength that Creek's might far surpass that of Yun Fan, each swing of his battle gun sending Yun Fan flying. However, like a resilient ball, Yun Fan would bounce back, wielding his great sword, striking with such force that even Creek's armor could not withstand it. Yun Fan's shell-like defense proved too formidable for Creek, who, realizing he could fight no longer, conceded defeat. "You are a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. How can you simply surrender?" In such dire circumstances, a ceasefire was unthinkable. Yun Fan could not forego the bountiful experience that lay before him. He had never before engaged in such a lucrative battle. Planting his great sword firmly on the ground, he felt his strength ebbing away, only to regenerate a new shield in its place. He could not believe Creek would simply accept his fate without resistance. Creek, one hand hidden behind his back, gazed intently at the flickering shield that enveloped Yun Fa. It seemed he had come to a realization. And with a sinister smile, he spoke, "Continuing this fight is unwise for either of us. Your shield must be nearing its limit." "Yes?" Yun Fan retorted. "Guess." Creek's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion as he murmured, "You are intent on fighting, then?" Suddenly his demeanor shifted. He raised the arm concealed behind him, his face contorting into a terrifying grimace. "I am waiting for my ultimate move." "What are you waiting for?" "Ha, die." With that, his armored arms split open, revealing a dark cannon mouth, from which a blinding beam of laser erupted. Yun Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he swung his arm, his great sword slicing through the air. "What a coincidence! I, too, am waiting for my ultimate move." The sword light cut through the deck, just as the laser approached it. In Creek's hopeful gaze, The laser was effortlessly cleaved apart, the sword light maintaining its momentum as it sliced through his body. A wound slowly opened from the top down, and Creek's pupils dilated as his massive form collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Yun Fan exhaled, stepping forward to poke Creek's lifeless body with his sword. Dead. What a pity such a wealth of experience squandered. A sharp-eyed pirate, witnessing Creek's nearly severed body, let out a piercing scream. He is dead. Captain is dead. Creek is dead. I surrender. I yield. Please do not kill me. Countless pirates began to flee, scrambling towards other ships, while some even leapt overboard into the sea. Those too cowardly or weak to escape tossed their weapons aside and prostrated themselves, fervently begging for mercy. Mulan halted her grim harvest and approached Yun Fan, asking, "What now? Shall we let them go?" Observing the throngs of pirates swimming towards other ships, Yun Fan sighed. "Let them go. What is the point? We cannot kill them all." He waved his hand, summoning Shou Yu and Yao to join him. After years of plunder and pillage, Creek must have amassed a fortune. They could not let it go to waste. "Shou Yu, come quickly and help gather the treasure." Upon hearing the word money, Nami's eyes sparkled, and she dashed to Yun Fan's side in an instant. "Where is it? Where is my treasure?" Chapter 20. Whatever, whenever, however, we've struck gold. We've struck gold. Nami cheered, cradling a trove of gold and jewels. Within Creek's pirate ship lay an entire storeroom, meticulously arranged with chests, each overflowing with various treasures. Some worthless trinkets were carelessly piled in a corner, stacked higher than a person. Nami reveled in this sea of riches, having never encountered such wealth in her lifetime. The Creek pirate crew boasted a fleet of 50 ships manned by 5,000 subordinates. The daily expenses to sustain such a force were astronomical. The fact that they had managed to accumulate such a fortune spoke volumes of the number of villages and towns Creek's crew had pillaged. All of this wealth came from the toil of the common folk. However, Yun Fan felt little connection to it, merely reflecting on the situation. "Brothers, let us get to work. This is our hard-earned bounty. And Nami, don't hoard it all to yourself." Yun Fan watched as Nami stuffed wads of cash into her bosom, emptying a wooden chest in mere moments. He wondered if she possessed some sort of dimensional space within her chest. Yao joined in, grabbing handfuls of cash and presenting them to Nami, her eyes fixated on her, as if trying to decipher her secret. "I contributed too. Why shouldn't I get my share?" In the midst of her rebuttal, Nami grabbed another handful of cash, stuffing it into her overflowing stash. Upon assessing the bulging mass, it was evident that cramming even a single piece of paper was a struggle. Yun Fan's mind turned mischievous. Could it be that Nami's bosom was a facade, empty and thus able to accommodate so much? Not just Yao, but Yun Fan too was immensely curious, though as a man, he could not stare as unabashedly as Yao did. I'll have to ask Yao later about what she saw." Mulan discreetly obstructed Yun Fan's view, casting him a sharp glance. Yun Fan nonchalantly shifted his gaze, reasoning that it was merely a man's curiosity. Nothing to make a big deal of. "Ahem. Nami, feel free to fill your pockets with cash, but leave the gold and jewels." Yun Fan had little interest in the currency of the pirate world, as it was not like the red bills he was accustomed to. His fascination lay with gold and jewels. The storage of his small duck ship was already packed to the brim, barely accommodating the treasures. What followed was yet another tedious stretch of drifting at sea. Yun Fan lounged in a rocking chair, boredom enveloping him. Shou Yu stood watch in the crow's nest, while Nami busied herself with drawing sea charts in her quarters. Mulan had disappeared somewhere, and the ship felt eerily quiet with everyone occupied in their own pursuits. At Yao, "Bring the captain a glass of wheat juice." "Coming." On the expansive deck, only Yun Fan and Yao remained. This was not ideal. The crew was too small. Only 4 members, or rather, just 3. Nami didn't count, as their relationship was merely a partnership, having parted ways at the sea restaurant. Yun Fan sipped his wheat juice. He focused his mind on the crystal, wondering if it was full of energy. To his surprise, the crystal materialized in his hand, brimming with energy. He pondered when it had reached such a state. However, it mattered little. Since it was full, he would commence the summoning. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, come forth. Taishang Lao Jun, please summon someone skilled in sailing." As he summoned, familiar energy waves began to swirl around the crystal. "The more one has, The more they can overflow. When one is small, they are at peace. Greetings, Captain. I am Ji Xiaoman. A girl with orange hair appeared, clad in a crop top and ultra-short shorts, exuding vibrant youthful energy. Her long legs were perfectly proportioned, seemingly longer than Yun Fan's life itself. In her arms, she held a small mechanical box, its large eyes blinking at Yun Fan. Welcome. I am Yun Fan. I look forward to our collaboration. Although Ji Xiaoman did not seem particularly adept at sailing, Yun Fan still inquired, Xiaoman, do you know how to navigate? Ji Xiaoman, with her large eyes fixed on the boat brimming with youthful charm, nodded affirmatively and replied, of course I can. I once sailed all the way from Jixia Academy to Haidu by myself. A trivial matter of navigation, easily accomplished. Indeed, this segment was depicted in the game. However, Yun Fan regarded Ji Xiaoman with a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. An additional companion would certainly enliven the atmosphere aboard the ship. This little box can blink. Io's attention was entirely captivated by the mechanical creation cradled in Ji Xiaoman's arms. Naturally, it can not only blink but also store things. Ji Xiaoman opened the small box, revealing a treasure trove within, where the space appeared to be filled with an array of delightful items. Sometimes, the nature of space defies mere perception. Much like Ji Xiaoman rummaged through the box. She produced a bomb, only to shake her head and exclaim, no, no. Children should not play with bombs. It's far too dangerous. Inside were various explosive weapons she had pilfered from Jixia Academy, and after searching for a while, she could find no toys in a fit of spontaneity. She tossed the box into the air, and to her astonishment, it transformed into 3 cubes, with wheels sprouting from the bottom. Ji Xiaoman promptly sat down, and the box sped away. Wow. Isn't that impressive? The little train is here. Everyone, step aside. Wow, I want one too. Ignoring the two who were caught up in play, Yun Fan began to examine Ji Xiaoman's skill set. To his astonishment, he was left dumbfounded. What is this nonsense? A casual move, a casual second move, a slight increase in seriousness. These are skill names. Upon reading the skill descriptions, he discovered they consisted of various martial arts techniques. Yun Fan randomly selected the casual second move. It appeared to be a movement skill. At least it would make him a bit more agile. Chapter 21. The Prodigy Martial Arts Girl, Shoyue. I'm hungry. As noon approached, Yun Fan assisted Shoyue in setting the table, turning to the lively Io who had come to help, and said, Io, go call Mulan and Nami for lunch. Let's introduce them to our new companion. Got it. When Nami arrived at the dining room, she was greeted by Ji Xiaoman. Hello, I'm Ji Xiaoman. Hello, I am Nami. Nami exchanged pleasantries with Ji Xiaoman, then curiously asked, where do you come from? In this vast ocean, there are no nearby islands or towns. How did such a person come to be here? Nami pondered whether this individual might be a thief like herself. With this thought, she instinctively grew wary. After all, how could a girl suddenly appear in the open sea without being extraordinary? Mulan and the others, however, showed no surprise at Ji Xiaoman's sudden arrival, as they had all come in similar fashion. I fell from the sky and inexplicably landed on this ship. Yun Fan offered me food and shelter, so I decided to stay. Ji Xiaoman spoke with casual nonchalance. She was not naive. She sensed that the two before her were not from her world, and it was unlikely she would reveal the truth. Fell from the sky. What nonsense, she thought, bemused. Nevertheless, Nami refrained from pressing further, as Yun Fan had not raised any concerns. They were still strangers, merely collaborators, and it would be unwise to pry into the matters of others aboard the ship. Now, let me introduce you all. This is Ji Xiaoman, our new companion from now on. With everyone gathered, Yun Fan made the introduction, and Ji Xiaoman stood to greet them. Let us eat. Ji Xiaoman gazed at the bountiful feast laid before her. Her appetite piqued. She randomly picked a piece of unfamiliar fish, which melted in her mouth, tender and flavorful. Instantly, her eyes sparkled, and she closed them in sheer bliss as she savored the taste. By the time she reached for another piece, Yun Fan had already devoured an entire fish. Ji Xiaoman was stunned. Upon looking at the table, she saw the food rapidly vanishing at Yun Fan's pace. It was a grave faux pas to indulge in the culinary delights of the table before ensuring one was adequately filled. Yun Fan seized a moment to enlighten Ji Xiaoman on dining etiquette, She felt as though her worldview had been shattered. What sort of rules were these? All her years of dining culture had seemingly been in vain. Xiaoman, if you keep daydreaming, there won't be any leftovers for you, Mulan remarked, unable to watch any longer, as she forcibly placed a plate of braised ribs in front of Ji Xiaoman. Shoyu, feeling somewhat guilty, said, I'm sorry my cooking is insufficient. I will prepare more next time. Since he began cooking for everyone, Shoyu had noticed that Yun Fan's appetite had grown tremendously. The usual portion was no longer enough for him. This was already his fastest cooking speed while maintaining flavor. Each meal, he began preparations well before mealtime, sometimes even toiling away for the entire morning. However, there was little he could do. Shoyu's cooking speed was quite normal. While the issue lay with the eater, Yun Fan had also come to the realization that the conventional cooking speed did not apply in this world. Initially, it was manageable, but as he began to train or engage in battles, he found his body craved energy insatiably. No matter how much he ate, he could never satiate his hunger. Mulan and the summoned heroes like Shoyu did not have large appetites. They consumed food in moderation, akin to ordinary humans. After a battle, a brief rest or a nap would rejuvenate them without needing to rely on food for energy, as they possessed their own martial arts systems that allowed them to replenish energy through breathing techniques. Yun Fan had inquired of Mulan whether she had any methods for energy replenishment, only to be met with disappointment. Mulan could generate energy even in her movements, with the same training methods. Yun Fan would be exhausted, while Mulan merely needed a moment's respite. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate universally, and neither do physical constitutions. Io and Shoyu, strictly speaking, were not ordinary people either. Their methods were not suited for Yun Fan. Helplessly, Yun Fan had to draw energy from food like everyone else in this world. He finally understood why the strong in this realm generally had astounding appetites. Shoyu's home-cooked meals simply could not satisfy his consumption. Yun Fan's desire to visit a seaside restaurant stemmed from a wish to observe how the chefs in this world managed to cook at such astonishing speeds. It would be even better if Shoyu could acquire a few tricks. The ingredients were indeed peculiar, filled with a significant amount of energy, i.e. your excessive appetite, due to the inability to replenish your energy. Ji Xiaoman observed Yun Fan for a moment and quickly discerned the issue. At this point, Yun Fan had eaten his fill, yet his stomach appeared unremarkable despite consuming a substantial amount of food. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoman's words, Yun Fan felt a flicker of hope. Unlike Mulan, who was a prodigy, Ji Xiaoman hailed from Jixia Academy. And within Jixia Academy, who didn't exist? Individuals of all kinds, with various physiques. From those who could soar in the skies to those who tread upon the earth, all were welcomed as long as they possessed consciousness. The esteemed figures of Jixia Academy gathered, each possessing a well-established martial arts system. Ji Xiaoman scrutinized Yun Fan's physique and proposed, how about I teach you the Jixia breathing method? This is my own creation. You need not do anything. Just lying down will suffice for cultivation. Moreover, this method is applicable to all races. Even the venerable teacher praised me as a genius. What do you think? Isn't that impressive? Yun Fan clapped enthusiastically. Incredible. Truly deserving of being the most talented martial arts girl from Jixia Academy. Having eaten and drunk enough, it was the perfect moment to exercise, and Yun Fan eagerly pulled Ji Xiaoman, impatient to learn the breathing method. Wait, I haven't finished eating. Ji Xiaoman, with one hand held by Yun Fan, used the other to grab a piece of braised ribs. On the deck, Ji Xiaoman reclined in a rocking chair, her legs crossed, cradling a plate of braised ribs. Yes, she popped a rib into her mouth. A look of sheer satisfaction washed over her. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Even better than the noodles made by the teacher. Following Ji Xiaoman's instructions, Yun Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, gently closing his eyes and gradually stabilizing his breathing. Ji Xiaoman glanced over and immediately scoffed. What poor talent. You are the worst student I have ever taught. In Jixia Academy, you would surely receive a reprimand from the teacher. Yun Fan was no longer concerned about the incessant chatter of Ji Xiaoman. At this moment, his heart was enveloped in an infinite tranquility, each breath resonating with a certain rhythm, as invisible energies swirled around him, making him feel as if he were amidst a serene forest. A gentle breeze caressed him, instilling a sense of comfort and harmony. Chapter 22. Clash of Conquerors Hockey Eureka. Yunfan felt it. His pores gradually opened, and the energy surrounding him, akin to swallows returning to their nests, exuberantly surged into his being. After savoring the sensation, Yunfan opened his eyes and looked at Ji Xiaoman with a smug expression. The basic breathing technique is effortlessly mastered. Could this be the hallmark of a genius at Ji Xia Academy? Though Ji Xiaoman was genuinely astonished by Yunfan's talent, as a prodigious girl herself, she could hardly tolerate his arrogance. She brushed her hands against Yunfan's body nonchalantly and retorted, "It's merely mediocre. Not even the masters at Ji Xia Academy would want you. You might barely qualify to be a janitor." Yunfan, noticing the grease stains on his clothes, was taken aback and seized the plate from Ji Xiaoman's embrace, exclaiming, "Couldn't you finish eating before lying down? Who eats while reclining?" Ji Xiaoman waved her hand towards a contraption box, declaring, "But that's exactly what I do. My life motto is to lie whenever possible, sit when I must, and stand only when absolutely necessary. Life is splendid. Why not savor it?" Upon her beckoning, the contraption box scampered over eagerly. Yao, who had been lounging on the box, suddenly tumbled down with a thud. Gripping her staff, she bravely prepared to spar with Ji Xiaoman. Ji Xiaoman produced a packet of snacks from the contraption box and offered it to Yao. "Say my apologies. Here, have something tasty." She then took a packet for herself, opened it, reclined on a rocking chair, and tossed a morsel in her mouth, swaying gently while humming a tune. The gentle breeze was pleasant, and the sun shone just right. What a leisurely and carefree afternoon it was, finally free from classes. No longer coerced by the masters to practice martial arts, and without having to evade the overly ambitious youth seeking to challenge her. Ji Xiaoman felt this was the life she had always yearned for. "Ah, is this heaven?" she mused, expressing her delight. "No. This is my pirate ship." Ji Xiaoman glared at Yunfan with disdain, her expression souring the mood. Adopting a teacher-like demeanor, mimicking the old master's gestures, she stroked her non-existent beard and gravely intoned, "If the youth do not strive, the elder will only feel regret. Why are you idling here instead of training?" Yao, having been swayed by the allure of snacks, nodded in agreement. Yunfan, stifling a laugh, decided to ignore the matter at hand, grabbing Yao by the scruff of her neck and saying, "Yao, you mustn't follow Ji Xiaoman's bad example." Before being dragged away, Yao managed to snatch Ji Xiaoman's contraption box, convinced it contained more delightful treats. However, without Ji Xiaoman's command, the box simply stared at Yao with its round, innocent eyes, refusing to open regardless of her coaxing. With Ji Xiaoman monopolizing the rocking chair, Yunfan retrieved another from the storage. He initially intended to practice, but Ji Xiaoman's life motto echoed in his mind repeatedly. The more he pondered it, the more sense it made, with little inclination to continue practicing the breathing technique. He placed a rocking chair beside Ji Xiaoman, reclined, and felt utterly at ease as a traveler from another realm. Why shouldn't he indulge? The sun was perfect and the breeze gentle. Such a beautiful moment. To not savor it would indeed be wasteful. He echoed Ji Xiaoman's sentiments, and his heart felt even more at peace. Yao, bring the captain a glass of wheat juice. Yao, still preoccupied with the contraption box, obediently dashed off to fetch the drink for Yunfan. Ji Xiaoman shot a disdainful glance at Yunfan. "What's with that look, Xiaoman?" As the captain, "I too wish to relish this afternoon," Yunfan retorted. Displeased, Ji Xiaoman rolled her eyes and replied, "What talent do you think you can enjoy like me? Do you believe I'm being lazy? Pay attention to the energy surrounding me. I am training." Leaning closer to Ji Xiaoman, Yunfan carefully observed her. His eyes widened in astonishment as he saw the energy swirling around her, countless forces eagerly penetrating her being. Ji Xiaoman patted Yunfan's shoulder with a hint of pride and reassured him. Diligence can compensate for a lack of talent. Once you can practice the breathing technique while walking, sitting, or lying down, you too can be as carefree as I am. Yunfan felt somewhat comforted as he settled cross-legged at the ship's edge, commencing his practice of the breathing technique. Such precious time. And at a young age, how could he not seize the opportunity to relax? Practice. Ji Xiaoman dispersed her energies, took the wheat juice originally meant for Yunfan, and took a sip, letting out a contented sigh. The afternoon drifted by as Yun Fan meditated in a cross-legged position but on the lookout tower. Shoyue polished his sniper rifle. The bullets and weaponry formed from the energy within him. Seemingly unnecessary to maintain point one could say, Shoyue was merely idle, even blowing off dust for show. Suddenly, Shoyue seemed to sense something, his gaze sharpening as he focused on a figure at the bow of the ship. Standing there was Hua Mulan, who had been immobile since finishing her meal, leaning on her great sword, her posture straight, staring intently at the sea. Unbeknownst to her, the previously tranquil waters began to ripple. A dark shadow swimming beneath the surface. In an instant, the shadow leaped from the depths, revealing a colossal sea beast. As the beast emerged, Hua Mulan's previously vacant gaze sharpened, her pupils constricting as she fixated on the beast in the air, emanating an overwhelming aura that permeated the atmosphere, causing the sea to boil beneath its might. The sea beast, confronted by this pressure, flipped onto its back, exposing its belly to the surface. Meanwhile, Hua Mulan's aura intensified, causing the ship beneath her to tremble. What is happening? What is going on? Nami sensed the ship's quaking and rushed out of her cabin. On the deck, Ji Xiaoman, who had been dozing in a rocking chair, suddenly opened her eyes. In the next moment, the chair was overturned by an invisible force. Ji Xiaoman somersaulted in mid-air, landing gracefully on her feet, fiercely gazing toward the source of the disturbance. Yun Fan, who was meditating, was not so fortunate. As the pressure surged toward him, his body instinctively resisted. His conqueror's haki erupted explosively, clashing against the overwhelming force. In mere moments, his haki began to falter, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself propelled into the air. Unaware of what was happening, he could only exclaim, "What the?" before plummeting into the sea with a splash. Hua Mulan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the overwhelming aura dissipated, and the sea returned to its calm state. Chapter 23. I will never burn paper for her again. Ugh. Who did this? Yun Fan spat out seawater, sprawled on the deck, cursing, just as he was immersed in practicing the breathing technique. He found himself airborne upon opening his eyes. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. All eyes turned toward Hua Mulan. Just as she was about to sneak away, Yun Fan called out, "Mulan, care to explain this to the captain?" At that moment, Shoyue leaped down from the lookout tower and interjected, "Captain, I believe you've awakened your conqueror's haki." Even in this pirate world, Shoyue maintained the habit of addressing Hua Mulan as captain. Reminiscent of his days in the Great Wall Guard, Yun Fan, disregarding his drenched state, sprang up with a fish-like leap, gazing at Hua Mulan in astonishment. She simply nodded slightly. "How did you awaken it?" Yun Fan asked in disbelief. Hua Mulan pondered for a moment and casually replied, "It's quite simple. I just stood at the bow for a while." "Really? Is that even a coherent statement?" Yun Fan exclaimed incredulously. He had awakened his conqueror's haki only after life and death experiences in the Goyet Kingdom. You just stood at the bow for a moment and awakened it? When did it become so easy? As Yun Fan contemplated further, a chilling realization struck him. If he wasn't mistaken, his own conqueror's haki had been disrupted by Hua Mulan's presence. That was rather unsettling. Just after awakening, she was already more formidable than him. Ji Xiaoman, having listened intently, finally interjected, "What is this conqueror's haki you're all talking about?" Self-assured and brimming with knowledge, a Yao proclaimed, "It is the overwhelming aura of the king that compels all beings to kneel in submission." A Yao had witnessed formidable power. Indeed, Ji Xiaoman, however, was left even more bewildered by these words. At that moment, Nami appeared visibly shaken, as if she believed she had encountered a maritime disaster. The conqueror's haki is a form of pressure that intimidates foes through one's own imposing presence. Yun Fan proceeded to enlighten the group about the nature of the conqueror's haki. Ultimately, he resolved to personally demonstrate it to a few individuals, eager to witness the manifestation of Hua Mulan's own conqueror's haki. "Mulan, do not hold back. Come forth." Hua Mulan nodded, and the two stood facing each other, an intangible force emanating from them both. Shoyu and the others instinctively retreated. Although invisible, the oppressive aura weighed heavily upon their hearts. Yun Fan's gaze lowered, resembling a divine and noble deity, alien to the world, exuding an air of superiority, treating mortals as mere fodder. making one feel their own insignificance with just a glance. Meanwhile, Hua Mulan stood as if upon a mountain of corpses, commanding the heavens and earth, evoking a tremor in those who beheld her, instilling a desire to flee. Ji Xiaoman closed her eyes tightly, acutely sensing the formless, omnipresent dread that lingered even with her eyes shut. It was as if her soul had transcended, hovering in the sky, witnessing the clash of two formidable auras, the once invisible pressure now vividly apparent in her sight. The oppressive forces exerted by Yun Fan and Mulan did not directly impact the others. Shou Yu and Ayao seemed relatively unscathed. However, Nami collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably as though she had encountered the most terrifying sight of her life. In that moment, the ever-present heart demon, along, seemed less daunting. As the intensity reached its peak, Yun Fan and Hua Mulan prepared to retract their conqueror's haki. Yet, standing resolutely with her body straight and eyes half closed, Ji Xiaoman urged, "Continue, do not cease." Yun Fan paused, sensing that something was amiss with Ji Xiaoman's demeanor. She resembled a towering tree amidst the desert, unyielding to the ravaging winds and sands. Observing her, Yun Fan felt a twitch in his eyelid. Could it be? Exchanging glances with Hua Mulan, they both nodded in unison. In the next moment, an even more formidable pressure enveloped Ji Xiaoman. Yun Fan's aura materialized like a tangible force, surrounded by golden energy fluctuations, while Hua Mulan's was a dark crimson, the two presences colliding, faint sparks of lightning flickering, dimming the sky beneath their might. The ship creaked ominously beneath their feet. Shou Yu and Ayao could no longer endure and knelt on the ground. The weaker Nami had already fainted, her eyes rolling back. Yet Ji Xiaoman, the target of both pressures, remained as composed as before, eyes closed, hands clasped behind her, exuding an air of tranquility. Seemingly unaffected, Ji Xiaoman felt as if her body was no longer her own, her soul being tugged by an unseen force. Before her loomed a grim, foreboding door, flanked by the ominous figures of Yin and Yang, wielding mournful staffs. They swayed their staffs, beckoning her with persistent gestures. As she drew closer to the dreadful door, Ji Xiaoman imagined her great-grandmother waving her over from within. This hell. That cannot be. I have not lived enough yet. Ji Xiaoman began to struggle, her spirit striving to return to her body. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Great-grandmother, please wait until I have lived 100 years before joining you." Ji Xiaoman was not yet ready to die. During festivals, I will surely burn paper offerings for you. Yun Fan was drenched in sweat, nearly reaching his limit. In stark contrast, Hua Mulan remained composed and indifferent, her strength surpassing Yun Fan's at every turn. Yun Fan, refusing to be deterred, prepared to exert his full strength, unleashing his latent potential. I am a transmigrator, a protagonist recognized by the heavens, a bound partner to the system, your captain, a champion of the canyon. How could I possibly lose to you? At that moment, Yun Fan's pupils transformed to a golden hue. Suddenly, Hua Mulan's expression shifted, and she hurriedly withdrew her conqueror's haki, urgently exclaiming, "Xiaoman has stopped breathing." Yun Fan froze, Hua Mulan's abrupt retraction catching him completely off guard. With the opposing pressures dissipated, Yun Fan's conqueror's haki surged forth, crashing toward the central figures of Ji Xiaoman and Hua Mulan. Just then, Ji Xiaoman abruptly opened her eyes, a fearsome aura emanating from her. Although it merely momentarily countered Yun Fan's conqueror's haki, it sufficed. Yun Fan retracted his own aura, perplexed as he glanced at Hua Mulan. Isn't Xiaoman perfectly fine? Hua Mulan, too, was at a loss. She had distinctly sensed Ji Xiaoman's absence of breath, as though she were lifeless. Yet suddenly, she seemed to revive. Ji Xiaoman collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, her face pale with lingering fear. If you continue this contest, I shall surely perish. Do you not realize I saw my great-grandmother? She grasped my feet, refusing to let me depart, insisting I stay to accompany her. Oh, it terrified me. I shall never burn paper money for her again. She lamented how her great-grandmother claimed Xiaoman was her little treasure, yet sought to drag her down to hell. Ji Xiaoman wept. a mixture of snot and tears as she recounted her encounter with her great-grandmother. Chapter 24. Today, I shall die for you to witness. Enough, enough. Cease your wailing. Yin Fan felt like crying himself. The absurdity of these creatures was overwhelming. The conqueror's haki had become as commonplace as cabbage. Awakened at a whim, glancing at a Yao and Shoyu, Yun Fan felt a sense of balance return, grateful for their presence. Mulan, please carry Nami inside. At this moment, Nami remained sprawled on the ground. Caw-caw. A seagull descended from the sky, perching at the edge of the ship, gazing intently at Yun Fan. Upon seeing it, Yun Fan chuckled. Ah, a familiar face, or rather a familiar bird. That distinctive tuft and backpack are unmistakable. He playfully flicked the seagull's tuft, finding it surprisingly bouncy. Is there no one else in the seagull community? Why must it be you delivering my news again? Caw. The seagull swatted Yun Fan's hand away with its wing, indignantly ruffling its feathers. Delivering news was a task it had fiercely contested for. Though their first encounter had not been particularly friendly, Yun Fan's generosity, showering it with money, had left the seagull quite smitten. It resolved to personally deliver all of Yun Fan's newspapers henceforth, not for any other reason than to forge a friendship. The seagull cawed twice, flapping its wings in front of Yun Fan. Suddenly, Yun Fan was struck by a nostalgic feeling akin to watching a gangster film. Brotherhood, a bond forged through loyalty. Feeling somewhat dazed, he found himself inexplicably invigorated by the sight of the seagull. A Yao, having approached without him noticing, kindly translated for the seagull. It says we are brothers for life. Caw. A Yao continued. We're the best of friends. Caw. A Yao added, with the latest newspaper, I shall deliver it to my brother at the earliest opportunity. Caw. All right. Yin Fan hastily interrupted this odd exchange between bird and human, wondering how a single seagull could generate so much drama. What news do you bring today? The seagull retrieved a newspaper from its backpack and presented it to Yun Fan. As he accepted the paper, the front page displayed a stunning aerial photograph capturing the wretched plight of the celestial dragons, accompanied by several wanted posters. How had the world government permitted the publication of such a newspaper? A few conjectures arose in my mind, yet I paid them little heed. Casually, I drew forth a handful of berries and tossed them into the wings of a seagull, then turned to recline in a rocking chair, intending to thoroughly examine the wanted poster. The seagull, clutching a berry, had its eyes gleaming. It cawed for a while before flapping its wings and soaring away. Generally speaking, wanted posters are quite detailed, listing names, ages, and places of birth. If the individual in question is a pirate, they typically bear the title of their crew. However, Yin Fan had only recently arrived in this world, and so had Hua Mulan and a few others. Even with the Navy's formidable intelligence, they could not possibly possess the identity information of Yin Fan and his companions. Therefore, the wanted poster contained only the title and photograph generated by the Navy. Devoid of any additional information, Yun Fan gazed at the photograph on the wanted poster. He marveled at the peculiarities of the pirate world, realizing that in grand situations, photographs always seem to materialize. He pondered how they managed to capture such images. Upon noticing the bounty amount, Yun Fan raised an eyebrow. Logically, the reward for slaying a celestial dragon should not be so meager, except for the recently arrived Ji Xiao man. Everyone else had a bounty. A Yuz wanted poster featured a little girl with antlers, beneath which was inscribed, Little Deer Girl, name unknown, origin unknown, occupation unknown. The bounty amount was 10 million berries. The one for Shoyu displayed a photo of a marksman wielding a sniper rifle, titled Phantom Sniper, with a name unknown. The bounty was 50 million berries. Hua Mulan's depicted her wielding a short sword, having just decapitated a minotaur, titled Sword Dancer, with a name unknown. The bounty was 80 million berries. While Ya and the others wanted posters seemed fairly standard, Yun Fan's left him incensed. His photograph depicted him being flung by a minotaur, lodged in a crevice of the wall, and he was outraged at the title assigned to him. Shield Warrior, suspected leader, name unknown, bounty amount, 100 million berries. What the hell, Shield Warrior? Yun Fan fumed, throwing the poster to the ground and stamping on it a few times. What a travesty to my valor. Woe to the fool who took that photograph. Should I ever find out who it was, I would ensure they meet a similar fate, wedged into a wall. Why are you so furious? Ji Xiaoman asked, gliding over while perched on a contraption, a bag of snacks in hand. What's this? She picked up the wanted poster from the ground, glanced at it, and instantly burst into laughter. Huh, how amusing. Who is this unfortunate soul stuck in the wall? Isn't that just ridiculous? Giggling uncontrollably, Ji Xiaoman turned to see Yun Fan crouched on the floor, drawing circles. She leaned over from behind him, examined his expression, then looked back at the photo to it's not that terrible. Really, just a bit tattered clothing and a bloodied face, which is rather frightening. The pose wedged in the wall is actually quite cool that it's not so ludicrous after all, with each of her words. Yin Fan felt as though a sword were being driven into his heart. That Mulan. How striking. The image of valor juxtaposed against the minotaur behind her. I can't bear it. Don't try to stop me. I am determined to end my life today. Yin Fan rushed to the mast, hanging his head from the rope, too ashamed to continue living. The thought of countless pirates laughing at his wanted poster made him feel utterly humiliated. What a malicious scheme. How despicable the Navy. Aya, with her resolute demeanor, also appeared quite adorable. Ji Xiaoman, with her back to Yun Fan, continued to admire the wanted poster and even ran around the ship while delivering the posters to Hua Mulan and the others. Hey, look over here. Someone come help me. Hey. Yun Fan dangled from the sail, his face turning purple, his legs flailing about. Shoyu poked his head out from the lookout tower, glancing over, scratching his head in confusion at Yun Fan's antics. However, the captain must have his reasons for behaving this way. And Ji Xiaoman were still engrossed in examining the wanted posters. Hua Mulan took notice of Yun Fan, but merely glanced at him before turning away. As Nami just regained consciousness and opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Yun Fan hanging from the sail, resembling a hanged man. Rubbing her eyes, she closed the door with a clang, convinced she was still dreaming. Eventually, Yun Fan lost track of how long he had been hanging there, but he felt numb. With the breathing technique he practiced, his pores could respire, making it impossible for him to die or descend. He decided to swing back and forth like a pendulum. As Shoyu descended from the lookout tower, he remarked while passing Yun Fan, "It's getting dark. Your position is quite alarming." Seeing that Yun Fan had been hanging there all day, approached and looked up, saying, "Xiaoman said that my brother is swinging. Do you want to join in?" Chapter 25. Hanging him from the mast tonight at the dining table. Ji Xiaoman occasionally poked Yun Fan in the chest. When did you become so abstract? Is hanging around your new pastime? At least Aya is well-behaved and considerate. She even feeds you vegetables. It's just a photograph. The bloodied mess, doesn't he really reveal that it's my brother stuck in the wall? You should eat more, Yun Fan said, shoving a chicken leg into Ya's mouth. At that moment, Nami, puzzled, inquired, "What photograph?" I could hear a discussion about some photo and wanted poster while I was in my room. That one. Ji Xiaoman pointed at the wanted posters hanging on the restaurant wall, along with a newspaper. Yun Fan turned his head and felt his heart sink. When did those wanted posters get hung on a restaurant wall? Who would be so bored as to display their own wanted poster in the prime spot? Ji Xiaoman nonchalantly remarked, "I thought they looked nice, so I put them up. What a pity. There's no wanted poster for me. Otherwise, it would look great." Nami, having somehow arrived at the wanted posters, looked incredulously at the wall. 10 million berries, 50 million berries, 80 million berries, and a bloodied figure stuck in a wall. 100 million berries. That totals 240 million berries. Then glancing at the newspaper detailing the reasons for the bounties, Nami felt as though the sky was collapsing. Though she was unaware of who the celestial dragons were, she understood the implications of the term world nobles. The thought of the Navy's cannons potentially firing upon them made Nami's vision darken, and she felt unsteady on her feet. Supporting herself against the wall, she clenched her fists tightly, trembling all over, her head resting against the wall, lost in thought. Suddenly, with a crash, a plate fell to the floor, echoing loudly in the silent dining area. The Navy is coming. The Navy's cannons are coming. Nami crouched on the ground, cradling her head, her body shaking uncontrollably. It was just Aya who accidentally broke a plate. Aya, noticing Nami's distress, stood up and approached her, gently stroking her head while softly reassuring her, "Don't worry, Aya is here." When Nami raised her head, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Aya felt somewhat helpless, unsure of what was troubling Nami. With tear-streaked eyes, Nami looked at Yun Fan and exclaimed, "Didn't you say you weren't a pirate?" Yun Fan remained silent, a sudden wave of unease washing over him. Ultimately, it was Iya who quietly added, "Brother said the Navy forced us to become pirates." Nami stormed directly to Yun Fan's side, propping herself up on the table, and shouted, 100 million berries. Do you know what that means? No, it's 240 million. Countless bounty hunters will come for the reward, attempting to hunt us down. The Navy will not let us go easily. Their ships could be on their way right now. We can't stay in East Blue. We must leave. Nami, in a frenzy, began pacing the dining area before suddenly slapping her forehead, exclaiming, "Let us go to the Grand Line." "Yes, to the Grand Line." "Yin Fan, we can't go to the Sea Restaurant anymore. We must hurry to the Grand Line. The weather there is treacherous, and the routes are complex, and once we're there, the Navy won't be able to find us." "No, wait. I can't leave just yet. What do I do? What do I do?" Nami was utterly distraught, her composure lost. Yun Fan remained silent, finally realizing the source of his unease. The moment Nami referred to them as ours. He felt an irksome sensation, something akin to a bond. Yun Fan had always perceived Nami as timid, avaricious, and averse to trouble. He had assumed she would be frightened and distance herself from them, considering they were not originally allies. To his surprise, Nami spoke as if she were an integral part of the crew, unwaveringly standing with them and even charting their course. Taking a deep breath, Yun Fan resolved to quash this feeling in its infancy. The matter of slaying celestial dragons was of no concern to her, and the Navy had no bounty on her head. Nami paused, then exclaimed in anger, "What do you mean?" Yun Fan turned away, avoiding her gaze, and replied coolly, "It won't implicate you. You should leave. You bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I, Nami, the kind of person who abandons her comrades?" Nami tugged at Yun Fan's collar, growing increasingly agitated, raising her fist as if to strike him. Yun Fan did not flinch, allowing Nami's fist to connect solidly with his head. "What do you take me for?" At that moment, the restaurant fell silent, the only sound being the soft plink of Nami's tears hitting the floor. Mulan and the others remained quiet, perhaps grasping Yun Fan's intent. Yun Fan's gaze hardened as he confronted Nami. "What do you think you are? You see, by killing the celestial dragons, we are destined to become enemies of the world government. Danger will be ever-present. Why ship has no room for the weak. We will indeed traverse the Grand Line, but that does not include you. Have you forgotten? We are merely collaborators," whether it was Yun Fan's piercing gaze or his words that startled her. Nami stepped back, collapsing onto the ground. I understand. That evening, Nami gathered her belongings, leaped over the railing, and boarded a small boat. Yun Fan threw a bag of berries down to her. "This is your payment for the time you spent with us." Nami cast a lingering glance at Yun Fan and the others before rowing away, and as the small boat faded into the night, Yun Fan continued to gaze at the sea. Ayao buried her face in Ji Xiaoman's embrace. Wailing, Ji Xiaoman patted Ayao's back, comforting her, don't cry. Tonight we will hang Yun Fan from the mast." Mulan stood beside Yun Fan and asked, "Are you really just letting her go? We are from two different worlds. I do not wish to have any attachments to the natives of this world. I fear I might become reluctant to leave." With that, Yun Fan turned to depart. It had merely been a transaction. Yet today's events made him realize it was best not to engage with the natives of this world. Yun Fan, the entire pirate world was but a game, a trial presented by the system. If he could survive and reach the pinnacle of this world, the system would return and take him away. His journey was destined not to end in the pirate world, as a famous saying from his previous life went. "My journey encompasses the stars and the seas, transcending all realms." The system had left behind a crystal before vanishing, and with their brief interaction, he was unaware of the nature of this system. To avoid future regrets, he must extinguish this unnecessary bond before it could even take root. Upon returning to his room, Yun Fan meticulously checked the door inside and out. Ji Xiaoman, this wayward girl, was certainly not one to merely speak empty words. Yun Fan genuinely feared waking up to find himself hanging from the mast. Chapter 26. "I acknowledge he is handsomer than me on Snake Princess Island," a deep bell tolled. Layers of protective formations were established. The Empress, Boa Hancock, was about to bathe. When the golden wind and the jade do meet, They surpassed countless encounters in the mortal realm. A waft of mist enveloped the scene, figures flickering in and out of visibility, adding to the allure of the moment. Alas, this spectacle remained unseen by all. Outside, guards stood vigilant, with two snake women, one stout and the other slender, stationed at the entrance. "Santa Sonia! Marigold!" a guard shouted from outside. Marigold, her towering figure reminiscent of an iron tower, pushed aside the curtain and called out, "The Empress is still bathing." "What are you shouting about?" "Look, this is today's newspaper." A paper was thrust before Marigold. What news could possibly warrant such a shout? Marigold casually glanced at the paper, but her body froze as her eyes widened, transfixed by the bounty notice displayed. The guard, oblivious to Marigold's unusual demeanor, remarked incredulously, "Isn't it impressive? Just out at sea, and already a bounty of 100 million berries, with a total bounty of 240 million berries for the crew, and they even killed a celestial dragon. How audacious!" Marigold snapped back to reality, abandoning the chattering guard as she dashed toward the bathhouse. Marigold. "What's wrong?" Santa Sonia, stationed at the entrance, noticed Marigold's distressed state and quickly blocked her path. "Santa Sonia, I must share this good news with sister at once." Marigold flung open the bathhouse door and rushed inside, unable to contain her excitement. "What good news?" Santa Sonia glanced around before following her in. The Empress, Boa Hancock, reclined in the bath, relishing the comfort of her morning soak. Suddenly sensing an intrusion, her gaze sharpened as she demanded, "Who is it?" "It's me, sister." Marigold leapt into the bath, tears streaming down her face as she reached Hancock. "What's wrong, Marigold?" Hancock inquired, concern etched on her features. Marigold choked on her words, presenting the newspaper and bounty notice to the Empress. "Sister." Hancock received the bounty notice, her eyes landing on the gruesome visage of a boy, bloodied and battered, with a bounty of 100 million berries boldly displayed. While a bounty of such magnitude was indeed remarkable, it did not prepare her for what was to come. Before she could finish her thought, Hancock was struck dumb by the words, "Extreme Evil Shield Warrior. Responsible for the murder of the celestial dragon of the world nobles. Bounty, 100 million berries, dead or alive." Silence enveloped the bathhouse, with pearls of water cascading down, the bounty notice thoroughly soaked. Simultaneously, newspapers flew across the world, carried by seagulls that in dress rosa. Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes, his appearance ostentatious, chuckled heartily that "I like this guy." Da Flamingo held Yunfan's bounty notice, studying it intently before suddenly looking up at his subordinate. "Why don't I see which pirate crew he belongs to?" According to intelligence, this individual suddenly appeared in the East Blue, and it remains unclear how he came into conflict with the celestial dragons. He seems to be a recent newcomer to the seas, without an established crew. Da Flamingo nodded, then erupted into laughter once more. After a fit of laughter, tears streaming down his face, he declared, "I like this guy. Go tell everyone to find him before the Navy does. I want to invite him to join the Don Quixote family." Yes, in the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, a towering figure, his mustache resembling ivory, sat in a chair, drinking heartily. Old man, sneaking a drink this early. Marco, the phoenix of the Whitebeard pirates, approached, noticing Whitebeard indulging in his secret vice. "Ha! Marco," Whitebeard boomed, unfazed, then spotted the newspaper in Marco's hands. "My dear son, what sensational news do we have today?" Whitebeard was clearly deflecting, yet today's news was indeed explosive. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. "Old man, a remarkable newcomer has emerged on the seas." "Let me see." Whitebeard perused the paper for a considerable time before exclaiming, "The era of chaos upon the seas is about to commence." In the East Blue, a colossal dog-headed warship glided through the waters. "KB, what are you looking at?" As Bogart spotted KB in the corner. Seemingly lost in thought, he gradually approached. Upon hearing Bogart's voice, KB trembled, his hands clasped behind his back. After parting ways with Yunfan, KB had initially sought to join the Navy, but alas, they turned him away. Wandering aimlessly in the East Sea, he fortuitously encountered Captain Carp on his way back, and thus began his inexplicable journey aboard Carp's dog-headed battleship. "What are you hiding behind you?" "Nothing at all." Bogart promptly lifted KB off the ground, snatching the newspaper from his hands. After a quick glance, he returned it, Chuckling, I thought it was something significant. So, KB, are you planning to apprehend him? Haha. Coincidentally, we're here to capture him as well. So you can witness some excitement. Yes, KB responded solemnly with a salute. Then, cautiously, he inquired, if we catch him, will he be executed? Bogart bent down, scrutinizing KB. Do you know him? No, no, no. Under Bogart's intense gaze, KB broke into a cold sweat, hastily shaking his head in denial. Bogart turned away from KB, glancing at Carp, who seemed to be dozing off while standing, donned in his dog-headed hat, blowing bubbles and snoring loudly. Fortunately, Carp's subordinates were accustomed to their commander's peculiar habits. Sigh, Bogart lamented. This time back in the EC, we might not even catch a glimpse of Shunyong. It was evident that Carp had little interest in apprehending Shunyong, preferring instead to spend time with his grandchildren. Suddenly, KB shouted, Bogart, isn't there a small boat on the sea? At the sound of KB's voice, Bogart turned to see a small vessel anchored among the rocks, where a girl with orange hair lay sleeping soundly. Bring the battleship closer. Early in the morning, a sensational piece of news invigorated pirates of all sizes. Is this a joke? A first bounty of 100 million berries. When did newcomers become so formidable? Why does he get 100 million while I only get 1,000? Look at that unfortunate fellow stuck on the wall. He isn't even half as handsome as I am, but he dares to kill a celestial dragon. Would you dare? Not at all. I openly admit he is indeed stronger than I am. Chapter 27. A setup. Wake up. The sun is already high. Early in the morning, Ji Xiaoman knocked on Yun Fan's door. The sound of her relentless pounding gave Yun Fan a headache. He had barely slept the previous night, constantly on guard against Ji Xiaoman, and had only managed to doze off just before dawn. When did she become so diligent? Yun Fan muttered in confusion, burying his head in the covers to continue sleeping. I'm a captain. I should be allowed to sleep in, after knocking for an eternity and receiving no response. Ji Xiaoman, frustrated, summoned her mechanism box. Crash into the door until he gets up? Humph. He made Ayao cry all night. How can he sleep soundly? The mechanism box began to bump rhythmically against Yun Fan's door with its round eyes wide open. Hearing the persistent thumps, Ji Xiaoman crossed her arms and huffed. She performed a somersault and landed on the deck, raising an eyebrow at the vast sea before her. There, a massive fish-shaped ship was anchored. A grand sign loomed above, the Baratai Sea Restaurant. Its exterior resembled a chubby fish, surrounded by various sized sailing vessels, including a military ship. It was indeed a remarkable restaurant where pirates and the Navy coexisted peacefully. Ji Xiaoman had heard Yun Fan describe the wonders of the sea restaurant before. She couldn't quite recall all the details, but one phrase lingered in her mind. It served the most exquisite delicacies in the world. It was this very notion that prompted Ji Xiaoman to rise early, eager to indulge in the culinary delights. Although Nami had departed the previous evening, the ship continued its course toward the sea restaurant, and no one had altered the navigation after her departure. Good morning, Captain. Hua Mulan was the first to rise. Having already completed her morning training, Ji Xiaoman mimicked Shouyu, addressing Hua Mulan as Captain. Everyone, breakfast is ready. Has the captain not risen yet? Shouyu called from the restaurant. I'm up. I'm up. Yun Fan emerged, clutching the mechanism box, his eyes still bleary with sleep. He raised the mechanism box and took a shot toward the sea. The box soared through the air in an elegant arc before plunging into the water. Ji Xiaoman leaped up, catching the box in her arms, and yelled at Yun Fan. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's too early for this. Ji Xiaoman, hands on her hips, pointed at Yun Fan. Ayao cried all night. How can you sleep through it? Yun Fan recognized his fault and sheepishly went to wash up and eat. At the breakfast table, he sat beside Ayao, cheerfully offering her a chicken leg. Humph. Ayao's eyes were red and her little face slightly puffy. She turned away, unwilling to engage with Yun Fan on the ship. Ayao and Nami had been the closest of friends. When Nami left yesterday, Ayao hadn't stopped her, as it was Yun Fan's decision. Yet, that did not diminish her sorrow. Ayao, you'll get to see Nami again in the future. Observing Ayao's disheveled appearance, Yun Fan felt a pang of sympathy. Ayao turned to Yun Fan. Really? Yun Fan nodded affirmatively. Really? Do you know why Nami loves money so much? Why? Because she needs it to save the villagers' lives. Yun Fan recounted the events of Cocoa Village and Nami's childhood experiences. Wah! Nami is so pitiful. Ji Xiaoman couldn't contain herself, pointing at Yunfan and scolding. You knew all this, so why did you drive Nami away? Ayao was on the verge of tears again. Yunfan quickly reassured her. I know where Nami's hometown is. Our next stop will be Cocoa Village. Ayao raised her little fist, determinedly declaring, we'll beat up the bullies who hurt Nami. Yunfan picked up the chicken leg again and placed it in Ayao's bowl. So, Ayao, eat more. You need strength to defeat the bad guys. That Ayao's fighting spirit was reignited to be why the end of breakfast. Most of the food had been devoured by Yunfan and Ayao. After finishing, everyone helped Show You clear the table. Huang Milan, having washed the dishes, handed a plate to Yunfan. Are we really going to the sea restaurant? There's a military ship docked there. Yunfan took the plate, drying it before placing it in the cupboard. How do you know there's a military ship? Huang Milan approached the window and pointed outside. Yunfan peered out, stunned. So we've already arrived at the sea restaurant. Why didn't anyone tell me? Ji Xiaoman slid past Yunfan, sitting on a mechanism box, waving a cloth in her hand. You didn't ask. Weren't you supposed to be on deck? You even wanted to throw my mechanism box into the sea. I thought you'd seen it. Yunfan kicked the mechanism box go. The mechanism box shot forward, carrying Ji Xiaoman at breakneck speed. Yunfan gazed at the sea restaurant, now within arm's reach, rubbing his stomach. Had I known, I wouldn't have eaten so much. Ayao squeezed in between them, leaning against the window to gaze at the fish-shaped ship. Is it really that delicious? I don't know. I've never eaten there, just heard stories. Experiencing it up close, the Baratai was indeed massive. Yunfan's ship slowly docked outside the Baratai. Several pirate ships were already anchored there, and not far away was a small military vessel. Judging by the ship's size, it was likely only a colonel, and a branch colonel at that. Yunfan paid it no mind. The sea restaurant did not serve breakfast in the morning. Most patrons lounged inside, enjoying leisurely music, reading newspapers, sipping tea, and waiting for the chefs to begin their shifts. Yunfan, accompanied by Huang Mulan and others, strolled into the restaurant. The previously tranquil atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even the music had ceased at some point. All eyes were fixated on Yunfan and his companions. This unexpected scene left Yunfan bewildered, prompting him to glance at Ayao and ask, "How I become more handsome today?" Ayao scrutinized his face for a while. "Brother, your skin has gotten thicker." As Yunfan and his companions approached the table, the surrounding individuals immediately rose to their feet and retreated to a distance. That a pirate, clutching a newspaper, kept glancing back and forth between the paper and Yunfan's group. "What are you looking at?" Ji Xiaoman suddenly appeared behind the pirate like a specter and said in a ghostly tone, "Let me have a look too. Oh my, a ghost." The pirate was startled. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the ground, frothing at the mouth. What a scam! Ji Xiaoman was unfazed, thinking it absurd that someone would resort to such theatrics. She snatched the newspaper and returned to Yunfan's side. Yunfan glanced at the paper and comprehended the meaning behind the gazes of those around them. Chapter 28. No more orange rice. Nami felt as though the sky had fallen. She had merely sought refuge on a reef to rest for a while, only to awaken aboard a naval ship. Turning to the boy with a mop, she asked, "Your name is KB, correct?" "Yes," KB replied, feeling somewhat awkward as Nami approached. "Where am I? Why am I here? Where's my ship?" Nami's barrage of questions only heightened KB's anxiety. "You needn't worry. This is a Navy ship. We found you alone on the reef this morning and thought you were in distress, so we brought you aboard. Rest assured, we are not bad people that couldn't care less whether you are good or bad," Nami exclaimed, shaking KB's shoulders with fervor. "Where's my ship? Where's my money?" "Ah, where's the money?" Once Nami clutched her treasure. She regained her composure. This was a fortune worth 100 million berries. Returning with it would be enough to purchase Cocoa West Village. "Commander," Carp, donning a dog-headed hat, approached, prompting KB to salute promptly. "Commander?" Nami paused, eyeing the elderly man with skepticism as he chewed on a donut. "He is actually a commander. How is that possible? Where did a commander come from in the East Sea? But could it be? No, the Navy is not exactly virtuous." Remembering Colonel Mouse, Nami extinguished the flicker of hope in her heart. Clutching her treasure tightly, she remained wary of Carp. "Ah, little girl, are you afraid of me?" Sensing Nami's resistance and fear, Carp laughed heartily, offering her a bag of donuts. "Don't be afraid. Have a donut." Nami sensed a certain warmth in the old man's demeanor and reached out for a donut. Thank you. No need for thanks. Karp devoured the remaining donuts in one go. Isn't it delicious? I pilfered these from Sengoku's office. Ah, little girl, how did you end up alone at sea? Nami's eyes flickered for a moment before she lowered her head. Her spirits dampened as she replied, My parents were sailors. They were killed by pirates. I escaped in the chaos and have been adrift at sea for 3 days and nights. The tear escaped Nami's eye as she concluded her tale. How tragic. Karp's eyes glistened with tears as he embraced Nami in a heartfelt embrace. Commander, are you really believing her? Surely she is just acting. Bogart, standing behind Karp, looked on in disbelief. Nami observed Karp's genuine sorrow and realized he was unlike any Navy personnel she had encountered before. Or rather, he was not like the one she had always imagined. She could feel Karp's sincerity. He truly empathized with her plight. Are you part of the East Sea Navy? I heard them address you as commander. Karp wiped a tear from his eye, declaring, I am Karp, a commander of the Navy headquarters. Rest assured, I shall avenge your parents. Nami had lost interest in what Karp was saying. Her bright eyes were fixated on him. The naval hero, Commander Karp. Nami was well aware of Karp's reputation, frequently gracing the pages of the newspapers. During her childhood, when Belmere was still around, she recounted Karp's deeds more than once. Although her trust in the Navy had waned over the years due to Colonel Mouse. A part of her still longed to meet Karp, believing he was the only one who could save Cocoa West Village. Nami gazed at Karp with excitement, momentarily at a loss for words. Commander Karp, we are nearing the floating restaurant. At that moment, a scout approached Karp, saluting as he reported. The floating restaurant. Nami's heart raced as she thought of Yunfan. This could spell trouble. If the Navy had dispatched a commander to the East Sea, it must be in pursuit of Yunfan and his companions, who had a bounty of 240 million. Hey, are we at the floating restaurant? Let's go take a look. Karp, nostalgic for the culinary delights of the floating restaurant, was eager to indulge. No. A voice interjected, drawing everyone's attention to Nami. Nami was now tense. If all went according to plan, Yunfan and his companions would surely be at the floating restaurant. She hadn't altered the course before leaving. Yunfan's ship was still headed towards a floating restaurant. Karp, puzzled, asked, What do you mean, no? Nami's mind raced. As a naval hero, how can you dine at the floating restaurant while the common folk of the East Sea suffer? Nami feigned calmness, speaking with righteous indignation as she looked at Karp. Bogart wore a puzzled expression. Over the years, their commander had frequently traversed the East Sea, and it was largely thanks to him that it had become one of the safest seas. Although pirates still roamed, it had nothing to do with whether Karp ate or not. Surely they couldn't vow to abstain from food until every pirate was vanquished. Karp nodded, sensing Nami's memories of her parents' demise at the hands of pirates. You have a point, little girl, but one must eat. He declared, We shall head to the floating restaurant and let the pirates of the East Sea taste the iron fist of love. Wah! Let us go. No. Even a usually carefree Karp sensed something amiss, fixing his gaze on Nami. With her head bowed and fists tightly clenched, she spoke in a subdued tone, Commander Karp, do you have time to listen to my story? Tears streamed down Nami's face. Karp paused for a moment, then sat down heavily on the ground, urging, Go on. The story began over a decade ago, when a Navy officer named Belmere found 2 children on the battlefield. Belmere adopted the 2, named Nojiko and Nami. Despite being a child herself and lacking experience in caring for them, Belmere poured all her love into the 2, and they grew up happily, albeit with some challenges. One fine day, when 10-year-old Nami had quarreled with Belmere, a band of fishermen pirates invaded their peaceful village. With only enough protection money for 2, Belmere chose to protect her children. She bravely confronted the Arlong pirates, armed with a gun. After that day, Nojiko and Nami could no longer enjoy Belmere's orange rice. Arlong ruled over Cocoa West Village and dozens of neighboring villages. When someone sought help from the Navy branch, Colonel Mouse turned a blind eye, colluding with the pirates and oppressing the villagers. Having recounted her life story, Nami lifted her head, her vision blurred by tears, yet she remained fixed on Karp. So, will the Navy truly protect the civilians? Karp placed his hand on Nami's head and, after a long pause, replied, You have endured much. Leave the rest to me. Bogart, set course for Cocoa West Village. Yes. Chapter 29. Why reward him? at the floating restaurant. Bartai, this is bad. This is really bad. The head chef, red-legged Zeph, shouted as the door to his room burst open. Zeph had just awoken and was stretching his prosthetic limbs, looking up at the entrance. He angrily bellowed, "Patty, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering?" Patty stood at the threshold, agitated. "Chef, it's bad news. The shield hero has arrived." Zeph, confused, asked, "What shield hero?" "The ones who killed the celestial dragons." "They're in the restaurant." "Oh," Zephyman nonchalantly replied, indifferent to who the person was. Anyone who entered the seaside restaurant was a guest. "Let Sanji serve them well." Inside the restaurant, Yunfan and a few others were gathered around a table, sipping tea, listening to soft melodies, and enjoying the afternoon ambience, utterly content that a man with yellow hair, curled eyebrows, dressed in a suit and holding a cigarette, approached slowly with a tray. He exuded an air of aloof elegance, with a hint of charm. However, upon seeing Yunfan's table, his composed demeanor shattered. His eyes sparkled with hearts, and pink stars surrounded him. "Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name?" Sanji, performing a smooth slide, half knelt before Milan, producing a rose from seemingly nowhere. Milan did not even lift her gaze, coolly uttering a dismissive roll. "Such a frosty sister," Sanji exclaimed. "Though the rose is beautiful, it bears thorns. This flower suits your temperament perfectly. Please accept it." Mulan swiftly swatted the rose away, sending it flying as it spun through the air. Sanji blissfully cradled his face, exclaiming, "Ah, the sister touched my face." Milan, exasperated, contemplated striking him, but feared it might inadvertently please him. Observing Sanji's antics, Yunfan chuckled and teased Milan. "Why do you reward him?" Milan, hand resting on her sword's hilt, was about to cast a spell when Yunfan gently interrupted, holding her hand and caressing it. Blowing softly, "Does your hand hurt?" "Just a little joke." "You truly lack a sense of humor," she retorted. Sanji, watching Yunfan hold Mulan's delicate hand, felt the world darken in jealousy, as if torn apart by envy. Jixiamen pushed Yunfan aside, positioning herself protectively in front of Mulan, disdainfully declaring, "You two are equally lecherous." Yunfan stepped back, choosing silence. He merely intended to amuse Sanji and Milan, not to be labeled as lecherous. Milan, who practiced swordplay daily, still possessed soft hands. Leaving Yunfan perplexed, a faint mist of blood wafted through the restaurant. As Yunfan gazed at Sanji in disbelief, Sanji's eyes bulged, fixated on Jixiamen's legs. Blood gushed from his nose, splattering onto the floor, creating a crimson mist that enveloped the entire restaurant. "He can't possibly die, right?" Ayako, frightened, retreated behind Yunfan. "He shouldn't. Should he?" Yunfan mused, uncertain. Given Sanji's constitution, he doubted he would perish. "Sanji, what on earth are you doing?" Heidi rushed forward, grabbing Sanji by the scruff and dragging him away. As he was pulled along the floor, Sanji called out to Jixiamen, "What would you like to eat, beautiful lady?" Heidi and the chefs, wielding mops, apologized profusely. Sorry, we apologize for the unpleasant experience." Just then, a man with pink hair strutted through the restaurant door, impeccably dressed, with his elegant female companion by his side. The pink-haired man was Captain Iron Fist Finn Beauty of the Navy headquarters. After much pleading, he had finally emerged from headquarters, accompanying Vice Admiral Karp to the East Blue to capture S.H.I.E.L.D. hero. It was hard to fathom how he could bear the name Iron Fist. Perhaps he feared facing Karp and had requested to split up upon arriving in the East Blue. Karp had dismissed him, allowing him to do as he pleased. The seaside restaurant was renowned as a battle venue, and having come all the way to the East Blue, he was eager to experience it. Arriving early, he found the restaurant closed, forcing him to spend time on the warship with his companion. Discussing life by noon, upon entering the restaurant, he was greeted by a scene of bloodshed. "What is this, a murder scene?" Finn Beauty mused, stepping inside. Yunfan glanced at him, then ran his fingers through his dark hair, saying to Ayako, "Do you think I would look handsome if I dyed my hair gold?" Ayako replied uncertainly, Maybe, S.H.I.E.L.D. hero." Finn Beauty exclaimed in shock. Yunfan's expression darkened. He hoped Finn Beauty would not discover who had given him that nickname. "Ha ha ha, it's too easy. I, Finn Beauty, shall take the credit." He bellowed, Come. Fin Beauty shouted excitedly, initially believing this trip to the East Blue would merely be a formality, but now he found himself with an unexpected opportunity for glory. Come, capture the criminal shield hero. A throng of Navy soldiers surged into the restaurant, following Fin Beauty toward Yun Fan and his companions. Just as Sanji emerged from the kitchen, he witnessed a pink-haired monkey attempting to bully the beautiful lady. That simply wouldn't do. Sanji leapt into action, kicking Fin Beauty away. What do you intend to do to the lovely lady? After sending Fin Beauty flying, Sanji turned to Jixiaman, assuring her, "Don't worry, with Sanji here, I will never allow any scoundrel to harm you." Jixiaman politely thanked him. "Thank you." Sanji immediately seemed invigorated. Fin Beauty, rising from the floor with blood streaming from his nostrils, angrily drew his gun at Sanji. "Are you obstructing the Navy's capture of a criminal?" Chef Zepuman, balancing a tall chef's hat, approached. "I care not who you are. This is a dining establishment. If you wish to fight, take it outside." Yun Fan could no longer remain a passive observer. After all, they were in someone else's restaurant. "Fin Beauty, if you wish to apprehend me, step outside." With that, Yun Fan led Mulan and the others out of the restaurant, with Fin Beauty and a group of Navy soldiers following closely behind. Just as Sanji was about to join them, Zepuman pulled him back. "What do you think you are? Do they need your assistance?" Outside the restaurant, Fin Beauty and his squad encircled Yun Fan and his companions. "Shield hero, surrender peacefully." Yun Fan, disinterested in further discourse, instructed Mulan and the others, "Leave that pink-haired monkey. Toss the others into the sea." Fin Beauty, eager to taunt, hadn't even begun to speak when a gust of wind swept past, ruffling his pink hair. When he turned back, he found his subordinates had all been thrown into the sea. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he trembled, gradually retreating. In that moment, he recalled that he was facing a group of criminals with a bounty of 240 million. Yun Fan approached Fin Beauty, raising his hand for a powerful slap. Before Fin Beauty could utter a word, Yun Fan delivered another slap, leaving him dazed. Grasping Fin Beauty's pink hair, Yun Fan growled, "Who the hell gave me that name? Who took my picture?" Chapter 30. The dazzling and charismatic captain. "I'm just a mere lieutenant. I don't know." Fin Beauty whined, his face swollen to the size of a pig's head. Struggling to articulate, Yun Fan's hand hovered, unsure of how to proceed. Observing Fin Beauty's pitiful state, Yun Fan felt a twinge of guilt. "You never mentioned it. I thought you must be quite impressive to come to the East Blue to capture me." Fin Beauty, hands covering his face, mumbled incoherently, "I just came to East Blue to earn some merit with Vice Admiral Carp." "Oh, Vice Admiral Carp!" Yun Fan exclaimed, incredulous as he tugged Fin Beauty's pink hair. "Are you saying Carp is here in the East Blue?" "Yes," Fin Beauty replied. Yun Fan fell into deep contemplation. He had expected the Marine headquarters to send a high-ranking officer, especially considering the gravity of killing a celestial dragon, an act the elders would not overlook. Yet it was Carp who had come. Still, as a Marine hero, Carp had more than enough strength to apprehend them. "Where is Carp?" Fin Beauty pondered before responding. "I don't know, but he should be home by now." While aboard Carp's ship, Fin Beauty had wanted to find Yun Fan first. But Carp had been eager to return home to see his grandson, leading Fin Beauty to request separate actions. If he had known how unlucky he would be, he would have accompanied Carp to visit his grandson instead. "Get lost!" Yun Fan waved his hand, urging Fin Beauty to leave immediately. Just as Fin Beauty prepared to go, Yun Fan called him back. Come, I need to discuss something with you." Yun Fan draped his arm over Fin Beauty's shoulder, adopting a friendly demeanor, smiling as he said, "Can we change that title of mine?" Fin Beauty, looking helpless, replied, "I don't have the authority to decide that." "True. Then what use are you?" "Shoyue, give him a shot." Shoyue raised her sniper rifle, prompting Fin Beauty to shout, "Wait, I have an idea. I have a way." Yun Fan resumed his cheerful demeanor, eagerly awaiting Fin Beauty's suggestion. "You can come up with a title for yourself, and I will report it to headquarters. If it doesn't work, you can even submit it to the press that as long as your new title becomes known across the seas, the Marine headquarters will naturally revise the bounty notice." Yun Fan reminisced about his seagull brother, contemplating the idea of providing him with more funds on a later date to promote himself. However, he could not afford to neglect the Navy side either. Turning his gaze towards Hua Mulan and her companions, he inquired, "What do you think I should be called?" "Io, eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, "Godly sovereign! Godly sovereign!" It sounded rather absurd, akin to a mental disturbance. A different name was in order, Shoyue suggested. How about Shadow Monarch? Too flamboyant. What captain goes by such a name? Ji Xiaoman chimed in. Why not call you the dazzlingly cool captain? Yunfan slapped Ji Xiaoman playfully on the back of her head. Do you wish for me to become the subject of ridicule? Rubbing her head, Ji Xiaoman muttered, What a cool name. Ignoring the antics of this somewhat juvenile girl, Yunfan turned his attention back to Hua Mulan. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Mulan proposed, How about Dragon Hunter? It seemed more fitting than the previous suggestions. Yet Yunfan was not fond of it and promptly rejected the idea. None of these names resonated with his essence. For someone as inept at naming as Yunfan, the mere thought of it filled him with dread. I think Dragon Hunter sounds quite appealing, Hua Mulan admitted, her typically composed demeanor brightening with enthusiasm at the thought of the title. Hunting dragons, training dragons, taming dragons, Crystal Dragon Hunter. What a delightful moniker. Yunfan then recalled one of Hua Mulan's skins, Crystal Dragon Hunter. If you like it so much, you can adopt it yourself. Hua Mulan nodded, glancing at Fin Beauty. Clearly quite taken with the title. Before she could speak, Fin Beauty interjected, I understand. I will report this. The aroma of food began wafting through the restaurant, and Ji Xiaoman, unable to contain herself, complained, You're so indecisive. Just call yourself the Dark Lord. Yunfan's eyes lit up with inspiration, realizing this name could work. Dark Lord Yunfan. What's wrong with that? He turned directly to Fin Beauty. Fin Beauty, however, was indifferent to Yunfan's name choice. He merely wished to leave swiftly. After a couple of steps, he was pulled back by Yunfan. Brother, what else do you want? Yunfan patted Fin Beauty's shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, fear not. We are acquainted, and you surely don't know our names yet. Yunfan proceeded to introduce everyone, lest the Navy be unaware of their identities. That I'm off. I want to eat. Once Fin Beauty departed, Ji Xiaoman vanished in an instant. Waiter, Ji Xiaoman shouted from her table. Sanji appeared almost instantaneously. While I am not a waiter, it is my honor to serve you. What delightful dishes does the beautiful lady wish to sample? Ji Xiaoman took the menu, her small face contorting as she gazed at the tantalizing options, all appearing delectable. Overwhelmed by the sheer variety, she found herself at a loss for choice. Let us order one of everything, Yunfan declared with a grand wave of his hand, as it was only right to indulge his crew. This was not merely for his own appetite. Nearby, Patty's eyes sparkled at the suggestion, pondering whether the guest had sufficient funds for such a feast. Yunfan promptly produced a stack of berries and slammed it onto the table. Such is the audacity of wealth. Shoyue and Sanji ventured into the kitchen, curious about the restaurant's culinary methods. Observing carefully, Shoyue noted how swiftly dishes were presented after orders were placed, almost unnaturally so. In the kitchen, Sanji casually grabbed a carrot, and with a swift motion of his knife, the carrot was sliced into perfect pieces that fell into the pot. After shaking the pot twice, flames erupted, and within a minute, a dish was ready to be served. Shoyue stood behind Sanji, utterly astonished. Is it possible to cook like this? Is it even cooked? Did he add any seasoning? Lost in his thoughts. Another dish of braised fish was completed. Then, to Shoyue's disbelief, Sanji dived headfirst into cooking. A row of pots ignited with flames, and Sanji became a blur, flitting from pot to this cooking. Can a human even achieve this? Shoyue's small heart was profoundly shaken that a plate was presented before Shoyue, and Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, elegantly instructed, Give it a taste. Shoyue picked up a piece of unrecognizable meat, which melted in his mouth. Bursting with flavor and perfectly cooked, he recalled that there were no seasonings in this dish. How could it taste so rich? Seeing Shoyue's dazed expression, Sanji asked, Are you the ship's chef? Shoyue shook his head softly. No, I am the sniper. But for now, I am the only one aboard who can cook. Chapter 31. I shall strive with all my might. Are you dining with the enemy? The dining table was already laden with an array of exquisite dishes. With each plate devoured, another would be swiftly replaced. The maritime restaurant offered far more than a mere 100 dishes, and Sanji initially feared Yunfan might waste food. However, Witnessing the hearty appetites of Yun Fan and his companions eased his concerns. Since mastering the Jixia breathing technique, Yun Fan found he no longer required such large quantities of food to replenish his energy. Today, he discovered yet another remarkable aspect of this technique. No matter the volume consumed, it facilitated rapid digestion. The technique, conceived by Ji Xiaoman, seemed to have been developed with the intent of indulging her appetite. "Do not snatch from me." Ji Xiaoman fiercely protected her food, only to have Yun Fan's hand swatted away. "Do not be so stingy. You have plenty in front of you. Why must you take mine?" "All. I have our vegetables." Huang Milan and Io savored their meals, quietly enjoying the playful banter between Yun Fan and Ji Xiaoman. Both of their appetites were quite normal, merely sampling each dish, leaving the remnants for Yun Fan and Ji Xiaoman to devour. Shoyue remained in the kitchen, watching Sanji work his culinary magic, tasting each dish as it emerged from the stove. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. A scream pierced the tranquility of the restaurant, followed by a thunderous crash that shattered the ceiling and landed with a resounding thud on the ground. At that moment, the restaurant was nearly devoid of patrons. Upon seeing Yun Fan and his group, everyone silently retreated. Zhipu remained unperturbed, for the expenditure of Yun Fan's party alone sufficed to cover the restaurant's daily revenue. With only Yun Fan's table occupied, the descending figure caused no disturbance. Huang Milan merely cast a fleeting glance. Meanwhile, Yun Fan continued his playful spar with Ji Xiaoman. However, Io sensed something amiss and approached. Upon spotting something amusing, she gleefully shouted at Yun Fan, "It's the big fool with the straw hat." "I'm not a big fool. I am Luffy," Luffy exclaimed, jumping out from the pit, visibly disgruntled. Io tilted her head and thought, "If you're not a big fool, then why did you fall from the sky?" "That was merely Yun Ming's." Just as Luffy attempted to retort, he caught sight of Io, and his face lit up with surprise. Io struck Luffy on the head with her staff. "I am not Yun Ming's. I am Io." Zhipu emerged from nowhere, grabbing Luffy by the scruff of his neck. Why did you fall from the sky? Look at the trouble you've caused. You owe money." Originally feeling sheepish, Luffy's expression turned to shock at the mention of compensation. He had no money. Yun Fan chuckled at Luffy's bewilderment. "Zhipu, just charge it to my tab." Upon hearing Yun Fan's willingness to cover Luffy's costs, Zhipu released Luffy. Yun Fan. Only then did Luffy notice Yun Fan, breaking into a broad grin as he leaped towards him, arms outstretched for an embrace. "Get off me," Yun Fan exclaimed, pulling Luffy away. "What are you doing here?" Luffy, however, paid no heed to Yun Fan's question, his attention solely fixated on the table laden with food. His eyes sparkled with desire, drooling as he instinctively reached for a large piece of pork knuckle and shoved it into his mouth. "Hey, that's my pork knuckle!" Ji Xiaoman cried out in exasperation, watching her hard-fought dish vanish in an instant. Growing increasingly furious, Ji Xiaoman delivered a swift kick, sending Luffy flying. Luffy. At this moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. One was a man with green hair wielding 3 swords, who happened to witness Luffy being kicked away. Drawing 2 blades from his waist with both hands, he charged directly at Ji Xiaoman. The other, a long-nosed man, brandished a slingshot, his legs trembling uncertainly, unsure of whom to target. Yun Fan immediately recognized the two. The green-haired one was Roronoa Zoro, and the long-nosed one was Usopp. To his surprise, Nami had not boarded the ship, yet Luffy had still encountered these two to Milan, sensing the imposing aura emanating from Zoro, unsheathed the large sword strapped to her back, and confronted him. Yun Fan did not intervene. He too wished to observe Zoro's capabilities. Shoyu peeked out from the kitchen and, with a casual shot, shattered Usopp's slingshot. "Ah!" Usopp screeched, darting behind a pillar in a flash. Centered around Zoro and Milan, a shockwave erupted, sending tables and chairs tumbling and fighting in the restaurant. Potty stormed out of the kitchen, brandishing a spoon. Zoro, with his dual swords, was locked in a stalemate with Mulan's great sword. The pressure radiating from Mulan caused Zoro's expression to grow serious. He had never encountered someone so formidable before. Throughout his journey, he had faced stronger opponents, but had always managed to hold his ground with his 3-sword style. Zoro had always regarded the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, as his goal, dismissing all others. Yet now, He confronted a woman whose mere sword intent made his heart race. Exerting force, Zoro separated from Milan, biting down on the Wado Ikemanji. His eyes closing as he muttered, "Kuina, can you see this?" When his eyes opened, a fierce aura surged around him, and he vanished in an instant. Onigiri, K-Ret Susan, a blade of light surged from Mulan's great sword. Zoro was sent flying, his blades shattering into fragments. Sword Chi, swordsman, how is this possible? Zoro lay on the ground, questioning his existence. After executing K-Ret Susan, Milan made no further moves, standing still with her sword resting on the ground. Quietly observing the fallen Zoro, she sensed that Zoro could unleash even greater power, akin to a beast that would never concede. As long as he lived, he could tap into even stronger forces. From Zoro, Mulan glimpsed a familiar figure, her teammate Kai, the man whose magic armor would make even her retreat. Mulan was eager to see how far Zoro could go. Slowly rising, Zoro's aura intensified, gripping the only intact Wado Ikemanji tightly. One sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro struck towards Mulan with even greater speed. Mulan merely raised her hand casually, the tip of her sword meeting the hilt of Zoro's, preventing him from striking further. I've lost. Completely lost. This is an opponent I cannot defeat. What a pity. I cannot fulfill my promise to Kuna. Zoro's eyes filled with blood, and he prepared to go all out. Hey, this can't be happening. Yun Fan sensed Zoro's distress and quickly called for a halt. Otherwise, the situation would spiral out of control. Zoro turned his gaze toward the voice, his body stiffening and his expression blank. What did he see? Luffy was voraciously devouring meat at Yun Fan's table, grease dripping from his chin. Usopp had somehow wandered over, boasting to a little girl with antlers. Zoro felt a jolt of disbelief. Here he was, ready to fight for his life, while they were dining with the enemy. Luffy, Usopp, what the hell are you two doing? Chapter 32. Grand Commander Zhou, after enjoying a hearty meal at the floating restaurant, it was time to depart. Carp was still in the East Blue. Who knew when he would arrive? Given Yun Fan and his crew's current strength, they were not yet capable of resisting the legendary marine hero, Carp. Luffy, I will be waiting for you in the Grand Line. Yun Fan, I will definitely find a One Piece before you and become the Pirate King. Got it. Good luck. After bidding farewell to Luffy, Yun Fan's ship slowly sailed away from the restaurant. As for Luffy, he was already back in the kitchen pestering Sanji again. Ever since tasting Sanji's cooking, Luffy had been throwing tantrums, insisting on bringing Sanji aboard. Zoro continued to gaze in the direction of the departing ship. Even though its silhouette had long vanished, Usopp patted Zoro on the shoulder. Hey, Zoro, they've already left. Zoro retracted his gaze, gripping the Wado Ikemanji tightly, and declared resolutely, next time, I won't lose. That's an 80 million berries bounty. Losing is pretty normal. Zoro glared at Usopp, adamant that he would not lose again. Usopp waved dismissively. Whatever. Good luck. As the floating restaurant faded from view, Yun Fan moved a table onto the deck. He arranged a crystal on the table, surrounded by fruits, and even lit a few incense sticks. The crystal's energy was fully charged, ready for a summoning. But previously, in the bustling restaurant, he had not found the opportunity. He had held off until now. Sitting cross-legged before the table, Yun Fan closed his eyes, murmuring incantations. Those nearby could hear snippets about Taishang Laojun and Pangu, alluding to ancient myths and divine blessings. He chanted from the top to the bottom, invoking the spirit of the land. Seriously? Ji Xiaoman reached for the fruits on the table. Yun Fan swatted her hand away. I prefer to believe in the possibility rather than the impossibility. Rituals matter. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits. May a navigator come forth. Yun Fan raised a finger to his lips, whispering, then pointed at the crystal. Summon. Hearing Yun Fan's words, Ji Xiaoman became indignant. Hey, I told you I can navigate too. Do you not believe me? Seizing the opportunity, while the crystal's summoning effect was still active, Yun Fan shot Ji Xiaoman an eye roll. Believe you? We couldn't even find Cocoa Village. Earlier, at the floating restaurant, Zephyr had given him a map of the East Blue, but Yun Fan had barely managed to decipher ITAS for Ji Xiaoman, who boasted about sailing from Jixia to Haidu. Yun Fan found her claims hard to swallow. It's not my fault. Who knew the map would be so terrible? There are no reference points. Who can read this? Ji Xiaoman took a bite of an apple with a huff. Here it comes. Milan and Shoyu approached curiously, eager to see who would be summoned. Shoyu clutched the necklace around his neck, anticipation written across his face. I S at Xuanzong. As the crystal's effect dissipated, a man slowly emerged. Disappointment flickered across Shoyu's face, though he quickly composed himself, welcoming the new member. The man stood at 180 centimeters tall, with fiery red hair flowing freely, dressed in a tailored suit, and a cape billowing behind him. He exuded an aura of vibrant energy. It was Zhou Yu, the man known for burning the floor in the canyon in the game. Most heroes had normal heights, typically not exceeding 2 meters, which seemed diminutive compared to the pirate world, where individuals often towered at 2 or 3 meters. However, in the realm of heroes, height never dictated prowess. Yun Fan stood at about 190 centimeters, slightly taller than Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu stood on the deck, chin slightly raised, his gaze sharp, surveying his surroundings with an air of arrogance. His cape fluttering in the wind, he appeared quite impressive. Yun Fan stepped forward to greet him. I am Yun Fan. It's been a while, Grand Commander Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu looked at Yun Fan with confusion. How long has it been? I do not recall ever meeting you. Yun Fan felt awkward. He merely intended to say hello. Ji Xiaoman tugged at Zhou Yu's cape. What is this outfit? Quite unique, I assent it. Zhou Yu waved his hand, pulling his cape closer as he tilted his chin at Ji Xiaoman. You may question my character, but not my taste. With the arrival of the new member, it was only fitting to extend a warm welcome. Zhou Yu and the others took turns introducing themselves, to which Zhou Yu merely nodded, exuding an air of aloofness as if he were receiving a report from his subordinates. Oh cold. Yun Fan gazed at Zhou Yu with a pained expression, pondering the difficulty of his disposition. Heroes possess their own distinct personalities and habits. Beyond fulfilling Yun Fan's commands, they generally act according to their own preferences. Furthermore, as champions of the King's Continent, they were all familiar with one another, especially those from opposing factions, which raised concerns about potential conflicts. Although the presence of Yun Fan might prevent outright confrontations, cohabiting on the same vessel could lead to an awkward atmosphere. Previously, the individuals he summoned were amiable, allowing him to overlook this issue. Hua Milan, though aloof, had a warm heart and would secretly cover Yao with a blanket at night. Bili Shoyu, a teammate from the same region as Milan, was a kind-hearted young man who, despite his few words, always attended to everyone's needs. Ji Xiaoman was slightly lazy, while Yao was a bit mischievous, yet both exuded youthful exuberance and got along well with the others. At present, the ambience aboard the ship remained harmonious and affectionate. Yun Fan contemplated how to foster amicable relations among heroes from different factions. Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander, sat alone at the bow, facing the sea breeze while sipping red wine. Yao approached him eagerly to strike up a conversation, but after a few exchanges, she ended up perched atop Ji Xiaoman's head like a deer spirit, observing Zhou Yu's ostentatious cloak. Yun Fan's eyes lit up with inspiration. Indeed, if they were incompatible as a group, why must they remain on the same ship? With so many heroes, surely some would prefer not to embrace a pirate's life. Consequently, it would be best to disperse and choose the lifestyles they desired. As for Zhou Yu's future, Yun Fan contemplated the Navy. If memory served correctly, Zhou Yu possessed the skin depicting a naval admiral. Although he had devised a plan for Zhou Yu's fate, Yun Fan still sought his input, respecting the hero's autonomy. Grand Commander, would you like to join the Navy? Navy? Zhou Yu regarded Yun Fan's seemingly nonsensical inquiry with confusion. It was then that Yun Fan began to elucidate the worldview of pirates. Chapter 33. Blimey, I've caught a cow. After Yun Fan explained the pirate world to Zhou Yu, the latter fell into deep contemplation. In his original world, he was a Grand Commander, overseeing 3 armies. While he had no qualms about sailing with Yun Fan as a pirate, he would prefer to be a soldier if given the choice. Commanding troops and leading armies was the essence of a man's romance, a realm in which Zhou Yu excelled. Due to his disposition, he indeed struggled with interpersonal interactions. He wouldn't mind sailing together, but he imagined the others might feel quite uncomfortable. If Yun Fan were privy to Zhou Yu's thoughts, he would undoubtedly tease him for considering the feelings of others. However, Zhou Yu's inherent arrogance and the commanding aura he exuded made him seem difficult to approach. Zhou Yu nodded briefly and replied, "That is acceptable." Following this, a prolonged silence ensued. Yun Fan, not particularly adept at conversing with those in positions of authority, scratched his head, pondering how to initiate a new topic. After considerable deliberation, he even tugged out a few strands of hair in frustration. He retrieved a nautical chart from his pocket. Surely, the Grand Commander could comprehend a nautical chart. Zhou Yu unfurled the chart, scrutinizing it for a moment. Although the drawings were somewhat hasty, the necessary markings were present. After standing up and surveying the surrounding sea, he compared it to the chart and quickly discerned the ship's coordinates. Observing Zhou Yu's confident demeanor, Yun Fan felt reassured. "We shall proceed to this location." Yun Fan indicated on the map. "That would be Cocoa West Village. Once our business there is concluded, I will find a way to facilitate your entry into the Navy." Zhou Yu nodded slightly and began issuing commands, urging the crew to adjust the sails and steer the ship. The crew, despite limited communication, promptly executed their tasks with diligence, having resolved the Grand Commander's concerns. Yin Fan found himself at leisure. He opened Zhou Yu's skill panel for inspection. Initially, he presumed Zhou Yu would specialize in fire magic, but upon reviewing his skills, he realized there was much more. Flame Arrow allowed the launching of fiery projectiles that not only inflicted considerable damage, but also created a burning area. Beacon of Red Cliffs summoned flames, thus indicating fire manipulation. Additionally, there was the skill Rising East Wind, which controlled winds. Zhou Yu is adept not only in fire but also in wind. How fitting. Through his interactions with Hua Mulan and the others, Yun Fan recognized that skills were distinct from abilities. Much like Hua Mulan's mastery of various sword techniques and Ji Xiao Man's teachings of the Ji Xiao breathing technique, these were not reflected on the skill panel. Zhou Yu's capabilities likely extended beyond these three options. They were simply what he was permitted to choose. After much hesitation, Yun Fan pondered which skill to select. Point 1 controlled wind, the other controlled fire. He desired both. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and chose fire manipulation, Beacon of Red Cliffs. When the time came to encounter Ace, he would quip, "This fire fruit is not even fit for a dog." With a thought, a small flame flickered to life in his palm. He tossed it towards the sea, where it landed without creating a ripple. His current ability was too weak, its power limited. He could either await the Grand Commander's level to rise, thereby enhancing the flame's potency, or choose to cultivate it himself. Yun Fan mused, if he could lounge in comfort, why toil in training? Training? That was utterly impossible. Ever since he learned Ji Xiao Man's Ji Xiao breathing technique, his physical issues had been resolved, that he could absorb energy to enhance his physique with every movement. A genius creation indeed. Truly remarkable. Ji Xiao Man. To create such an impressive breathing technique just to embrace a life of leisure. What a talent. The ship sailed smoothly, with nothing to occupy his time. Yin Fan set up a reclining chair and began fishing for bait. He simply used an entire hen. Substantial bait was necessary to catch larger fish. Bali Shou Yu entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although it was still early, Yun Fan and Ji Xiao Man had prodigious appetites, and with Zhou Yu aboard, he was uncertain of his consumption habits. Lacking Sanji's astonishing cooking speed, he needed to prepare ingredients in advance to ensure sufficient and delightful meals at mealtime. First, he approached the refrigerator to stew the marinated hen. Upon opening the refrigerator, he paused for a moment, then closed it only to reopen it again. Tea was indeed gone. Where's my hen? The sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze was delightful. If only he could catch a fish, that would be splendid. Fish, come by my hook. Yin Fan leisurely swayed the fishing rod. Ji Xiao Man, holding a large white radish, glided down to Yin Fan's side with a Yao sitting on a mechanical box. Can you really catch fish like this? Who fishes by swaying their rod around? Shuh. Yin Fan placed a finger to his lips. Don't scare away my fish. Fishing requires technique. The fish in the sea prefer moving food. Ji Xiao Man leaned over to glance into Yun Fan's bucket, finding it empty, and immediately frowned. Biting into the crisp white radish, she mumbled, "Let me fish for a while. I'll catch you a big one." Ji Xiao Man handed the radish to a Yao and reached for Yun Fan's fishing rod. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Bali Shou Yu, enveloped in a dark aura, approaching slowly, and her heart raced with alarm. Oh no! Run! A Yao too. noticed the looming figure and hurriedly stuffed the radish into Yun Fan's arms. The mechanical box swiftly whisked them away. "Hey, where are you running off to? Where until you go to fish?" Yun Fan bit into the radish, perplexed as he watched the two disappear. "I'll keep you company while you fish." A soft voice echoed from behind, causing Yun Fan to stiffen, mechanically turning his head. Bali Shoyu approached with a warm, benevolent smile, his face glowing in the sunlight. Observing the radish in Yun Fan's hand and the savory aroma wafting from him, he cheerfully inquired, "Where's my hen?" Yun Fan sensed impending trouble and quickly diverted the blame that, "Oh, a Yao wanted to eat fish, didn't she? This child is insatiable for fish. Why can't she get enough of it?" Bali Shoyu nodded in agreement. "Since a Yao desires fish, let us fish properly." Upon concluding his words, Shoyu had directly seated himself beside Yun Fan. "If you fail to catch any fish today, you might as well plunge into the water and seize one." The furious demeanor of Shoyu was indeed fearsome. In his heart, Yun Fan fervently prayed for a fish. Even a tiny shrimp would suffice. Anything to be reeled in swiftly. Perhaps it was true that when one desires something earnestly, fortune smiles upon them. Just then, the fishing line tightened, and the fishing rod slipped violently from his grasp. Yun Fan swiftly seized the escaping rod. A tremendous force surged through him, causing his feet to slide across the deck. As if he were about to be dragged into the depths of the sea. In a way, it was utterly inconceivable to let it escape. With a surge of primal power, he pivoted, hoisting the fishing rod upon his shoulder. The deck beneath his feet began to creak ominously. Suddenly, the weight in his hands diminished, and Yun Fan was flung backward. The surface of the sea churned violently, as a monstrous creature leapt forth from the water. Goodness, he had caught a creature resembling a cow. Chapter 34. What difference does it make from eating Io? The sea roiled, and colossal waves battered the vessel. This ship, seized from Yarlita, was significantly smaller compared to Click's fleet. Yet it effortlessly accommodated 100 souls. Such a modest sailboat now swayed amidst the tumultuous waves. Zhou Yu, Hua Milan, and others had also gathered on the deck, gazing in astonishment at the raging beast upon the water. Ugh, what the heck? The fishing line snapped, and Yun Fan found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Above the surface, a creature with the head of a cow and the body of a fish glared wrathfully at the sailboat. Its bovine-like head appeared both comical and endearing, emitting a roar akin to a cow's moo. The bovine sea monster opened its massive jaws and charged towards the vessel, just as it was about to collide. Yun Fan leapt into the air, executing several spins before delivering a kick to the creature's colossal head. Casual second style, a muffled thud resounded as the sea monster plunged into the depths. When it resurfaced, it lay belly up, its eyes swirling with confusion. Io leaned over the ship's edge, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a gigantic cow!" Ji Xiaoman corrected her, "It's not a cow. It's a fish." Io retorted, "It is a cow. Just look at its head." Ji Xiaoman, undeterred, insisted, "Your cow lives in the sea. Clearly it's a fish with a fish's body." Io, flustered, began to ramble incoherently. "The cows of Yunming's live in the sea." Ji Xiaoman scoffed. "Are you implying I haven't been to Yunming's?" Amid their escalating argument, the two plastic sisters leaned their heads together, unwilling to concede. Yun Fan hurriedly intervened to separate them. Both girls turned to Yun Fan, simultaneously demanding, "You tell us, is it a cow or a fish?" With a weary sigh, Yun Fan rubbed his temples. These two women, despite being in their 30s, were behaving like children. It's a sea monster, neither fish nor cow. Yun Fan had already recognized the creature. The mooing beast, with a head like a cow and a body like a fish, was a member of the evil dragon pirate crew, hailing from the Grand Line. Shoyu stroked his chin, scrutinizing the mooing creature, pondering whether it would be tasty, steamed, or perhaps grilled. Yet, do we possess a pot of such size? Upon hearing Shoyu's musings, Ji Xiaoman's eyes sparkled. She had never tasted a sea monster before. The mooing creature, seemingly aware of Shoyu's words, suddenly perked up, its eyes widening in alarm as it began to swim away. "Where do you think you're going?" Ji Xiaoman protested, unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. Bracing herself against the railing and preparing to leap into the sea. "You tiger, Yun Fan caught Ji Xiaoman just in time, his eyes narrowing. An overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire sea in an instant. If you attempt to flee, you shall meet your demise. The mooing creature, caught in the act of fleeing, froze, its eyes wide with terror. Feeling the oppressive force, it dared not escape any longer. It could die. It truly could. Mechanically, it turned its head to face Yun Fan, trembling in fear. Zhou Yu murmured, turning to gaze at Yun Fan. He stood beside Yun Fan, acutely aware of this formidable pressure. Zhou Yu was intrigued by this power. It felt like a presence, yet was unlike any he had experienced. Observing the sea monster's rigid posture and vacant gaze, Zhou Yu surmised that if Yun Fan continued to exert this pressure, the creature would surely faint. Such a display of presence alone could not achieve this effect. Just as Zhou Yu was about to delve deeper into this force, Yun Fan abruptly retracted his intimidating aura. The Conqueror's Haki was something Zhou Yu could likely awaken with ease. After all, even Ji Xiaoman, the embodiment of laziness, had awakened it. How could the great General Zhou Yu not? For these heroes, the Conqueror's Haki was as commonplace as cabbage. Yun Fan was already accustomed to it. He would teach Zhou Yu to awaken the Conqueror's Haki on another day. For now, the mooing creature was nearing its limit. If Yun Fan did not retract this power soon, it might very well perish. The mooing creature still held some utility. Once dead, it would be of no use. Yun Fan beckoned to the creature. The mooing beast, panting heavily on the water's surface, realized it should not delay further. Timidly swimming to the ship's side, swaying its tail and squinting its eyes, looking at Yun Fan with a pleading expression, gazing at the enormous bovine head, with eyes larger than his own, one could easily be frightened. Yun Fan contemplated patting the creature's head, but found it out of reach. He settled for a gentle pat on its nose instead. Ji Xiaoman leapt up, clinging to the mooing creature's horns, unable to contain her drool. Steamed or braised? Its slippery body and bouncy meat. Should we just toss it into a pot to stew? Yun Fan looked on in exasperation at Ji Xiaoman, the glutton, although he too was curious to try. Having never tasted such a colossal sea monster, he hesitated to eat the mooing creature. It was an intelligent being capable of communication. Yun Fan was reluctant to consume something so sentient. The mooing creature trembled, its eyes brimming with tears as it gazed at Yun Fan. Ji Xiaoman, taken aback, incredulously asked, "You can understand me?" The mooing creature nodded vigorously, tears streaming down its face like a waterfall. It's a sea monster that has attained sentience. What difference does it make from eating Io? Ji Xiaoman, disheartened, leapt down from the mooing creature's horns. Since you can understand human speech, that simplifies matters. Take us to the evil dragon paradise, or we shall consume you. Yun Fan directly threatened, knowing that having the mooing creature pull the ship would be far swifter than sailing with the wind. The mooing creature hesitated, pondering what these individuals sought in the evil dragon paradise. Would Big Brother Aolong be displeased if he brought them there? Noticing the mooing creature's reluctance, Yun Fan turned to Shiyue, saying, "Prepare the pot and heat the oil. I've yet to taste sea monster meat." The mooing creature stiffened, nodding repeatedly. "Let us go. No need to frighten the cow." Yun Fan chuckled, "You think you can evade me? If you refuse, I shall simply eat you," directing the mooing creature to the bow of the ship. Yun Fan retrieved a rope from the hold, securing one end to the ship and the other to the mooing creature's horn. "Set sail." With a command from Yun Fan, the mooing creature immediately began to swim, causing the vessel to lurch before swiftly speeding away. The mooing creature swam with all its might, and the sailboat trembled upon the surface of the sea, as if skipping stones. Meanwhile, in the same direction, a dog-headed warship was cruising steadily. KB scurried across the deck with a mop, while Nami was engaged in a donut-eating contest with Carp. Carp aimed to take Nami to the Navy headquarters. Yet Nami was unwilling. After a brief acquaintance, Nami realized Carp was unlike any Navy officer she had encountered. He truly embodied the title of Navy hero. Nevertheless, Nami did not believe that all Navy personnel were like him, hence a reluctance to join. Ultimately, Carp proposed a donut-eating contest. If he won, Nami would join the Navy. Chapter 35. The antlered skull flag. Go for it. Go for it. Go, Rear Admiral. Nami, go. At that moment on the warship's deck, Carp and Nami, sat facing each other, a mountain of donuts piled between them that a throng of sailors encircled them, their cheers echoing like thunder. They rallied behind their rear admiral, with a few young newcomers in the Navy cheering for Nami. Karp grasped a donut in both hands, bellowing with gusto. In a donut eating contest, I have never lost, not even to Sengoku. With that proclamation, Karp opened his mouth wide, shoveling donuts into it by the handful. Why on earth am I competing with you in a donut eating contest? Nami, her head adorned with dark lines of frustration, muttered softly as she began to shove donuts in her mouth in an instant. The crisp sound of crunching echoed, with fragments of the donuts dancing in the breeze. The surrounding Navy personnel held their breath, intently calculating how many the two had consumed, while secretly snatching a piece or two to indulge themselves. Typically, Captain Karp treated the donuts as treasures, making it nearly impossible for them to catch even a glimpse. Yet now, a mountain of donuts lay before them, with Vice Admiral Karp diligently stuffing his face. Oblivious to their presence, such a casual act could hardly be deemed theft. Bogart, standing on the periphery, sighed helplessly. Could their Vice Admiral not engage in something more substantial? To decide whether someone should join the Navy based on a donut-eating contest felt utterly ludicrous. Nami, her mouth bulging, could no longer fit any more in her stomach. Karp, however, shoved in another handful, crunching loudly before leaning back to swallow. Ha! Competing with me in eating donuts? You are still too inexperienced, Nami, exasperated, shouted back. It was you who proposed this ridiculous contest. This is unfair. Unfair. Nami herself was puzzled by her own willingness to accept such a trivial challenge. Karp, undeterred, continued to cram donuts into his mouth, insisting, I don't care. You agreed, and now you must join the Navy if you lose. Ha! Little girl, you are still too inexperienced. The ship reverberated with Karp's boisterous laughter. Nami, defeated, plopped down on the ground, overwhelmed by the thought of actually having to join Navy. Her dream was to chart the entire world as seas. There could be no freedom in joining the Navy. Revitalizing her spirits, Nami pinched a piece of donut and her eyes sparkled. Of course. This could work. She slowly nibbled at the donut, taking her time. While she took her time with the donut, Karp belched heartily and declared, I have won. Nami replied nonchalantly, What do you mean you've won? Can't you see I'm still eating? Karp was taken aback. I have eaten more than you. I have won. Nami smirked cunningly. Who said we were competing to see who eats more? How could a weak girl like me possibly eat more than you? That would be quite unfair, wouldn't it? You are a renowned naval hero. You wouldn't bully a weak girl, would you? From the very beginning, I wanted to see who could take longer to eat. Karp was left speechless, his jaw dropping to the ground. That's cheating. We are supposed to be competing over who eats more. Nami blinked innocently at Karp. You never specified. Karp turned to gauge the reactions of the surrounding Navy. All the sailors shook their heads that a couple of rookies even spoke up for Nami. Exactly. Vice Admiral, you never said whether it was a contest of quantity or duration. Besides, it seems quite unfair for Nami, being so small, to compete on quantity. Karp fumed, puffing up his cheeks in frustration, mimicking Nami by pinching a piece of donut. But instead of eating, he extended his tongue and began to lick it. Oomph. You wish to compete in willpower? How could I possibly lose? Watching Karp lick the donut repeatedly, Bogart slapped his forehead in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Thus, the donut contest continued in this unconventional manner. Nami nibbled slowly at her donut, while Karp licked his repeatedly as the sun slowly traversed the sky. The surrounding Navy personnel busied themselves, while a few idlers sat nearby, yawning and serving as judges for the two. Kobe, having already cleaned the deck, turned to Bogart, asking, with them competing like this, will there even be a result? Bogart glanced at his vice admiral's back, replying, the outcome will soon become evident. Indeed, as soon as Bogart finished speaking, Karp's hand holding the donut froze in midair, unmoving. Was Vice Admiral Karp conceding? Kobe approached curiously. Before he could get close, a loud snore erupted. Karp, clutching the donut, had fallen asleep mid-lick, bubbles of drool forming as he snored. The few sailors acting as judges perked up, their eyes shining. Finally, it was over. To avoid awakening Vice Admiral Karp, they quietly approached Nami and whispered, You won. The voice was so soft that Nami barely heard it. Taking a moment to process that she had indeed won. Yay, I won. Nami leapt to her feet, exclaiming in joy. The sailors jumped in surprise, hastily shushing her. "Keep your voice down. Don't wake Vice Admiral Carp." But it was too late. Carp's bubble burst suddenly, and he jolted awake, continuing to lick the donut. Nami, hands on her hips, triumphantly declared, "Stop licking. You've already lost." Carp looked around in confusion, then straightened up, saluting the judges, who declared, "Vice Admiral Carp, due to your slumber, Nami is the victor of this donut contest." "Impossible." Carp sprang up, delivering a powerful punch to the judge's head. "How could I possibly have fallen asleep?" Nami giggled. Oh. Vice Admiral Carp wouldn't he want to play dirty, would he? Carp was about to retort when suddenly a shout rang out. "Vice Admiral Carp, we have spotted a pirate ship." Caught off guard, Carp approached the ship's edge. The entire vessel was painted a vibrant pink, with the bow shaped like a small duck and a pirate flag fluttering from the mast, a skull adorned with antlers. The sight of an unfamiliar pirate flag was one thing, but the ship appeared to be skipping across the waves. Bogart lowered his binoculars, stating that S. Alrita's pirate ship, currently belonging to Yunfan. Previously, Fimbuti reported encountering Yunfan's crew at the floating restaurant. Carp merely replied, "I have matters to attend to. Handle it yourself." As the pirate ship drew closer, Bogart turned to Carp, asking, "Vice Admiral, should we intercept?" Meanwhile, Nami, standing behind the crowd, was sweating profusely. She never imagined she would encounter Yunfan here. What to do? What to do? Surely Carp would catch her. Chapter 36. The first confrontation with Carp. Yunfan sat cross-legged on the duck-shaped prow, feeling the refreshing sea breeze. And no wonder Luffy loved sitting at the front of the ship. It truly felt liberating and exhilarating. However, the speed of the sailboat caused it to bounce on the waves, making it somewhat uncomfortable for Yunfan, who had to adjust his position from time to time. The duck's bald head offered little to hold on to. Yunfan decided that once he summoned a hero skilled in mechanisms or encountered someone adept at ship repairs, he would replace the duck head with one resembling a deer. Sitting atop a deer's head, grasping its antlers, would make him feel secure, whether drifting on the sea or soaring through the skies behind him. The sails had been lowered, and atop the mast, the flag depicting a deer skull waved in the wind. It was the pirate flag painted by Aya at the floating restaurant. Due to their small numbers and Yunfan's indecision regarding a name, they had not hung a pirate flag until now. At the floating restaurant, Luffy had persistently boasted to Aya, questioning whether they could truly be considered pirates without a flag. Flaunting his own straw hat skull flag, the competitive Aya could hardly tolerate it, promptly sketching a deer skull flag to hang on the ship. Yunfan found it appealing and let it be. Now that the pirate flag was up, they certainly needed a name for the crew. Faced with Luffy's relentless questioning, Aya gradually succumbed, turning to Yunfan for assistance. Yunfan, who was terrible at naming things, dreaded the task, but having a name was indeed essential. After a moment of thought, he casually suggested, "Let us call it the Timmy Pirate Crew." Hee. Where are the crew members from? The Land of Kings. And where does the Land of Kings come from? From Timmy's creation. Yunfan felt like a genius. Just then, as he sat atop the duck's head, enjoying the sea breeze, a fish suddenly leaped from the water, landing squarely on his face with a loud smack. Bewildered, Yunfan peeled the fish off his face, revealing a bright red mark. His face stung with pain, igniting his anger. Grasping the fish with one hand, he retaliated by slapping it repeatedly with the other. Unsatisfied, he tossed the fish onto the deck and shouted, "Hey, I want to eat fish." Shuyue stepped forward to retrieve the lifeless fish, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yunfan, with half of his face swollen, shouted in exasperation, "Cook it! Cook it immediately!" Shuyue could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips. Mulan stood at the bow of the ship, closest to Yunfan. Her character forbade her from laughing out loud, yet the upward turn of her lips was unmistakable. It was a silent mockery. Yunfan leaped directly in front of Mulan, his swollen face pressed closely against hers, and in a remarkably calm tone asked, "Is it amusing?" feeling the warm prickling on her face. Mulan blushed, muttering softly, "And no, it's not funny." "Then why are your lips curling up?" "I was born with a smile." Ji Xiaoman, observing Yunfan and Mulan huddled together, strode over to separate them, exclaiming, "Stop the intimacy. There's a naval ship ahead." Upon hearing this, Yunfan looked up to indeed see a warship, a massive dog-headed battleship. His swollen face twitched involuntarily as recognition dawned upon him. This marked dog-headed warship belonged to the naval hero Carp, who was here in the East Sea to capture them. How unfortunate to encounter it here. Given their current course, the two vessels were bound to pass each other closely. There was no time to change direction now. Mo was still valiantly plowing through the sea. Yunfan had no intention of avoiding it. Since escape was futile, he resolved to confront it head-on. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Bring the ship closer." What a joke! Before he could finish, a cannonball hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. Damn it! Show you a bullet shot out even faster, colliding with the cannonball mid-flight. Boom! The cannonball exploded, sending sprays of water into the air. Underwater, Mo jolted in surprise, ready to flee. But Yunfan's voice rang in his ears. Charge forward. Remembering Yunfan's fearsome reputation, Mo shut his eyes and plunged ahead on the warship. Carp's expression stiffened, still holding some skill. I see. He extended his hand, and immediately, a Navy officer placed a cannonball in his palm. Carp laughed heartily, swinging his arm to launch the cannonball, but just as it was halfway through its flight, it was shot down by a bullet. Nami, standing behind Carp, wore an expression of indescribable amazement. She was torn between marveling at Carp's prowess as a human cannon and being astonished by Shoyue's ability to shoot down cannonballs mid-flight. The youth of today truly was remarkable. Again, Carp commanded, placing a basket of cannonballs before him, his hands a blur as he unleashed a barrage of cannonballs to an outsider. It would appear as if a fleet was firing in unison. Who would have thought it was merely an old man tossing them? At this moment, Shoyue's face turned grave as he sensed the pressure. A cannonball soared past his sniper's scope, hurtling towards the sailing ship. There was no time to shoot. Just then, a flash of light sliced through the air, splitting the cannonball in two, which fell harmlessly into the sea without a ripple. Mulan stood at the bow, a great sword in hand, her hair billowing in the wind, her garment fluttering as she called back to Show, "Stay focused. I'll handle what you miss." Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander, was surrounded by flames and was about to step forward when Yunfan stopped him, saying, "You need not intervene. It's just a minor scene. Can you go directly to the naval headquarters? Just keep your face hidden from that old man over there." After speaking, Yunfan moved to Mulan's side, drawing a short sword from her waist, declaring, "I am the captain. How can I let you take all the glory?" With power gathered, he unleashed a slashing strike, the sword's energy cleaving through the cannonball seamlessly. Am I impressive? The two ships were drawing closer, and Yunfan could see Carp's white beard clearly. Carp panted slightly, having exhausted his cannonballs, yet the opposing sailing ship remained unscathed as the ships passed each other. Yunfan braced himself, wary of Carp's potential leap. Yet, Carp merely gazed calmly at Yunfan. Yao noticed Nami behind Carp and was about to greet her when Ji Xiaoman swiftly covered her mouth. Yunfan also spotted Nami, her lips moving soundlessly, seemingly urging him to run or warning him not to go in that direction. As the two vessels drifted farther apart, Bogart questioned, "Are we just letting them go?" Carp, stretching his limbs, replied nonchalantly, "I've done all I can." The youth of today, truly remarkable. Chapter 37. A fool Mo. You stop this instant. In the sea, Mo, with eyes wide and sparkling, continued to forge ahead against the current, determinately swimming forward. Ahead lay an island, clearly visible with a tall building standing on the coast. It must be the Dragon's Paradise. Ignoring everything around, Mo was solely focused on getting Yunfan to the Dragon's Paradise. Even in a state of unconsciousness, it faithfully executed Yunfan's command, heading towards the Dragon's Paradise. Break! Break! As they neared a collision, Yunfan activated his Conqueror's Haki. However, the sea beast Mo could no longer perceive it. What is happening with Mo? Crash! We hit! We hit! A Yao and Ji Xiaoman screamed in unison, embracing each other in fright. At this speed, even a deer would be reduced to deer PT. Mulan drew her short sword, swiftly severing the rope connecting to Mo. The ship jolted violently. Although it slowed, it continued racing towards the shore at this speed. While the crew might be unharmed, the sailing ship would surely be wrecked. Yunfan, heartbroken, patted the little duck, wishing it good luck. After saying this, he activated his shield, resigning himself to fate. Zhou Yu, draped in a flamboyant cloak, raised his proud head, serenely assessing the distance to the coast. Closer, closer. Now is the time. Zhou Yu stretched out his arm, a whirlwind erupting suddenly. The Yao and the others were caught off guard, flung away, while Mulan stood firm, her great sword steady. Yunfan, however, was unfortunate, as he was atop Mo's head, while Zhou Yu stood behind him at the BOW. As the whirlwind roared to life, Yunfan was propelled into the air. The sea, released from the pressure of the tempest, surged into towering waves. The sailing ship swayed up and down with the massive waves before settling into calmness. With the east wind at his back, Zhou Yu struggled to halt the ship, which proved quite taxing. After all, his current level was too low. Had he leveled up a few more times, a mere sailing ship would be nothing to send skyward. If Yunfan were not currently airborne, he would certainly commend Grand Commander Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu glanced up, seeing Yunfan soaring through the air, now utterly exhausted and powerless. Yunfan descended in a perfect parabolic arc, his shield creating a large crater upon impact with the shore. Disengaging the shield, Yunfan lay calmly in the pit. Well, I've lived to see another day. The peculiar octopus approached the edge of the pit, peering inside with its trumpet-like lips nearly poking Yunfan's face. Yunfan, exasperated, pushed the trumpet lips aside, exclaiming, "Don't point that at me." The octopus leapt back, its tentacles flailing like noodles, apologizing profusely. Yunfan climbed out of the pit, gazing at the humanoid octopus before him. This must be Octopus Xiaoba, looking quite unique. Xiaoba blinked his adorably naive eyes at Yunfan, asking, "Who are you? Why did you fall from the sky?" The question made Yunfan think of Zhou Yu, causing his face to contort in anger. How outrageous! Could he not have at least warned me before unleashing the east wind? Exile him to the naval headquarters immediately. Xiaoba, observing Yunfan's twisted expression, curiously inquired, "Why is your face twitching? Are you a fish person?" "You are the fish person. Your whole family is fish people." Xiaoba joyfully danced, exclaiming, "How did you know? My entire family really is fish people." "You are so clever, just like Brother Along." This left Yunfan momentarily speechless, wondering if the child truly was foolish. Not wishing to engage further, which might lower his own intelligence, he directly asked, "Is Along home?" Little 8 pouted his trumpet-like lips. "Is Brother Along at home? Are you looking for Brother Along? Are you his friend? Are you here as a guest?" "Stop, stop, stop." Yunfan abruptly grasped Little 8's mouth, exclaiming, "Why is this fool so loquacious? I have matters to discuss with Along. Just take me to him, but it would be too cumbersome to take the main entrance and circle around. It would be far more convenient to let Little 8 lead him directly." Meanwhile, Hua Milan and her companions were en route on a secondary vessel. Little 8 leapt into the sea, gesturing towards the bamboo basket behind him, saying to Yunfan, "Come in, guest." Yunfan jumped into the bamboo basket, and Little 8 pursed his trumpet lips, blowing 2 short toots. "Sit tight. We are about to set off." Little 8 paddled his limbs, guiding Yunfan through the waterway into the evil dragon paradise. Inside the evil dragon paradise, Along sat in a chair, swirling a glass of red wine, his gaze profound, lost in thought. After a pause, he turned to Kurobi beside him, saying, "During this time, let the brothers keep a low profile." That rat brought news that the Navy Hero Carp is in the East Sea capturing the shield warrior Yunfan and his group. Once that old fellow Carp leaves the East Sea, we can have the brothers collect protection fees. Though Along was arrogant, he was not foolish. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to exert his influence in the East Sea, the weakest of all seas. Having once been a member of the Sun Pirates and traveled with Tiger, he was acutely aware of the vastness of the world and the depths of the ocean, that he spoke of establishing a fishman kingdom and enslaving humans. Yet he only dared to carry out such ambitions in a corner of the East Sea. With the Navy Hero Carp arriving in the East Sea, no matter how eloquently Along spoke, he would not expose himself at such a time that he understood the weight of Carp's reputation. Along then inquired, "Where's Little 8 gone?" Kurobi poured Along another glass of red wine and casually replied, "Little 8 went to feed the moo-moos that moment." The kissing fish called out, "Brother Along, Little 8 is back and has brought a human." The fishmen in the evil dragon paradise, upon hearing the mention of a human, crowded around. Along pushed through the throng, exclaiming, "Little 8, why did you bring a human here?" Little 8 tooted twice on his trumpet, indicating they had arrived, and then turned to Along, brother Along. He claims to be your friend, here to visit the evil dragon paradise. Where would I have a human friend? Along retorted, his sharp nose and jagged teeth making him appear fearsome. Little 8 turned around and placed the bamboo basket on the shore. Yun Fan stepped out of the bamboo basket, smiling brightly and waving to Along. Hello there. Immediately, Along's expression stiffened. Chapter 38. Why is there no fish on the table? A profound silence enveloped the evil dragon paradise. Yun Fan's face fell. What? Am I not welcome? The fisherman who recognized Yun Fan instinctively took a step back. His notorious reputation was indeed terrifying that I in such a small place as the East Sea. Who had ever heard of such a formidable figure? One who had just set sail and already slain a celestial dragon, with a bounty reaching a staggering 100 million berries. The total bounty of all his crew members combined amounted to 240 million berries. Rivaling the sum of all current pirates in the East as it is worth noting that even Along himself only had a bounty of 20 million, but Along's fearsome visage involuntarily twitched. Just moments ago, he had warned his brothers to keep a low profile in these turbulent times, and now, the very person he had been cautioning against had appeared at his doorstep. Though Along harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans, he did not wish to provoke Yun Fan. This individual was a ticking time bomb. It would be best to have him leave swiftly. Who knew when Carp might be drawn into the fray? After all, it was entirely possible that an admiral of the Navy was already en route. Having once associated with the formidable tiger, Along understood the gravity of the repercussions from harming a celestial dragon. With a fearsome countenance, he managed to force a grim smile. Welcome, welcome. This left Yun Fan utterly bewildered. He had merely spoken casually, yet Along was genuinely rolling out the red carpet. You are so courteous. How can I possibly impose? Along glanced at Yun Fan's back and inquired. Did you come alone? Yun Fan, contemplating the best excuse to confront him, casually replied, It's just me for now. Along breathed a sigh of relief and called to the surrounding fishmen. Brothers, prepare a feast to welcome our guest. Little 8 tooted merrily, dancing around Yun Fan. You truly did not deceive me. You are indeed a guest. Yun Fan was rendered speechless. What was up with Along? This was not in line with his character. Weren't you supposed to hate humans? Didn't you vow to exterminate them? Now you are being so polite, making things quite difficult for me. Yun Fan was acutely aware of his own notoriety. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the East Sea. Every pirate, large or small, who had perused a newspaper knew of him. He could only imagine the spectacle of Along's expression upon seeing him. Yet it was even more absurd than he had anticipated that, on the high platform, Yun Fan and Along sat together. Below, the fishermen brought forth an array of fruits, delicacies, and fine wines, all in a drunken revelry. Yun Fan engaged in casual conversation with Along, who remained on high alert, perpetually probing Yun Fan's intentions, that he could not fathom why such a notorious pirate would come a visit, especially while being pursued by Carp. Along speculated that Yun Fan must have been unable to contend with Carp, thus seeking an alliance with him. Coming alone, without his crew, perhaps they had all been eliminated by Carp, that Along resolved to treat Yun Fan well, and then promptly send him on his way. He did not wish to be entangled with such a troublesome individual, in response to Along's probing. What could Yun Fan possibly say? He couldn't very well declare, I'm here to take you down. Given Along's politeness and the banquet laid out, to suddenly announce his intentions would seem utterly deranged. Thus, he sipped his drink while pondering the tardiness of Hua Mulan and her companions. Perhaps, sensing his thoughts, the doors of the evil dragon paradise suddenly exploded open with a thunderous crash. Dust filled the air, and splinters flew that a piece of debris shattered the wine glass in Along's hand. Silence, an oppressive silence, enveloped the scene. All the fishermen stared blankly at the entrance. The moment the door burst open, Along's heart raced. Could it be Carp had followed them? Assessing the distance to the sea, he contemplated jumping into the water at the first sign of trouble. In the sea, they were invincible, even against Carp. Hua Mulan cleaved the door apart with a sword, followed closely by Ji Xiaoman and others. Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander, waved his hand, dispersing the swirling dust. The group peered into the evil dragon paradise, their expressions frozen in shock. After Yun Fan had been taken by a tentacled creature, They had hastened to provide support, fearing for his safety. And yet, what did they find? After all that haste, he was simply drinking. Along glared at the shattered door and the figures of Hua Mulan and her companions at the entrance. His eyes practically ablaze with fury that he immediately recognized Hua Mulan. Realizing that these were Yun Fan's crew members, we were just enjoying a drink, and you come barging in and smash my door. What is the meaning of this? Along's face darkened as he turned to Yun Fan, demanding an explanation. Ignoring Along's predatory glare, Yun Fan turned to Hua Mulan and the others at the door. Raising his wine glass in a gesture of greeting, "You've arrived." Ji Xiaoman stomped her long leg on the ground, leaping towards Yun Fan, seizing him by the neck, and bellowing, "We were worried sick about you. And here you are drinking. You are being selfish." Yun Fan's head spun as Ji Xiaoman shook him, hastily prying her hand away. "There are so many people watching." A Yao dashed to Yun Fan's side, gazing curiously at the feast on the table, asking, "Why is there no fish at this banquet?" Then she looked at Along, adding, "You look quite fish-like." Yun Fan was taken aback by Yao's audacity. Was that massive red-braised fish on the table a mere illusion? Clearly, a Yao was deliberately provoking him that Along's expression darkened further, and he glared at Yun Fan. "What do you mean by this?" The moment these individuals barged in and shattered his door, they had the audacity to question the absence of fish before a fish. How dare they disrespect him? Did they truly believe Along would tolerate such insolence? Yun Fan, without a second thought, tossed his wine glass to the ground, reclining in his chair, and nonchalantly remarked, "A child wants fish. Why are you being so stingy? You could at least bring a fish to the table." After saying this, he winked at a Yao, silently urging, "Let us get this started. Fight. Hurry up and fight." Although a Yao appears innocent and adorable, she is in fact remarkably astute. Upon encountering a group of grotesque fishmen in the evil dragon paradise, she immediately recognizes them as the bullies tormenting Nami. With the true culprits identified, the little deer does not hesitate to confront them. Responding to Yun Fan's silent cue, A Yao brandishes her staff, pressing it against Arlong's nose. Her proud little face lifted defiantly. "It's you who bullies Nami." Chapter 39. Aren't you going to grind for experience? All the fishmen in the evil dragon paradise stood up in unison, glaring furiously at a Yao. Arlong, his expression darkened, grasped the staff pressed against his nose with a fierce glint in his eyes. His serrated mouth twisted into a grimace as he proclaimed, "Shield warrior, your crew is utterly clueless. Allow me to teach them a lesson." His grip on the staff tightened. The sound of creaking, wood echoing ominously to Arlong's mind, was consumed with thoughts of punishing these insolent creatures, completely oblivious to Yun Fan's expression. Crash! The table shattered violently. Clouds gathered ominously above Yun Fan's brow, his shadowed gaze betraying no emotion. Arlong stared blankly at Yun Fan, bewildered. "I merely wish to teach your unruly crew a lesson. Must you go so far as to smash my table?" Yun Fan seized a Yao's staff, and lifting his head, bellowed at Arlong. "Who the hell do you think you're calling Shield Warrior? I'm the captain of the Timmy Pirates, known as the Demon King. Not some damn Shield Warrior." Growing increasingly agitated, Yun Fan swung the staff, sending Arlong flying across the room. The massive figure crashed through a wall. "Arlong, brother!" Kruby shouted in anger, charging towards Yun Fan, only to be sent sprawling by a swift kick. Ji Xiaoman casually discarded a chicken leg bone, tugged at Yun Fan's garment to wipe her greasy lips, then leapt down from the high platform. Assuming a martial arts stance, she executed a golden rooster stance on one leg, one hand forward and the other back, provocatively beckoning Kruby. "Come, let us have a spar." As the Fishman karate champion, Kruby had never endured such humiliation, especially not from a mere girl. He charged at her, without hesitation. Octopus Xiaoba stood frozen, bewildered. His small mind struggled to comprehend how a jovial drinking session had devolved into chaos. Kissing Fish Gio splashed water at Xiaoba's backside, shouting, "What are you waiting for? They are our enemies." Finally snapping to attention, Xiaoba reached behind him, producing 6 knives from seemingly nowhere, glaring furiously at Yun Fan. "You dared to deceive me. I'll turn you into takoyaki." Mulan flickered into position behind Xiaoba, uninterested in elaborate techniques. Swinging her great sword with a resounding thud against the back of his head, Xiaoba swayed dizzily, stars dancing in his eyes, catching a fleeting glimpse of Mulan before collapsing to the ground. For Mulan, dealing with someone as foolish and clumsy as Xiaoba was but a single stroke, hardly warranting a warm-up. Mulan rested her sword on her shoulder, surveying the scene. All the fishmen recoiled in retreat. To them, Mulan appeared as a veritable demon. How brutal! Xiaoba fell with a single blow. Surely, even Arlong couldn't manage such a feat. Had Arlong not been in a precarious state, the fishmen would have fled in terror. Mulan scoffed, finding the situation dull, and turned to leave at Ji Xiaoman, however, was clever. To maximize her experience, she deliberately suppressed her strength, engaging Krubi in a back-and-forth duel. Naturally, Krubi bore the brunt of the punishment. His proud fishman karate proved utterly inadequate before Ji Xiaoman. A martial arts grandmaster, as the saying goes, foreseeing the enemy's moves, Ji Xiaoman intercepted Krubi's every attack, rendering him utterly frustrated. Resolved to abandon the fight, Krubi thought to let things unfold as they would. However, seeing him cease his assault, Ji Xiaoman was displeased. She dashed before Krubi and delivered a resounding slap. I was thoroughly enjoying myself. You can't just stop. Without hesitation, Ji Xiaoman pulled out a silk scarf and tied it over her eyes. One hand behind her back, signaling Krubi, "Come, I'll blindfold myself so you can't say I'm bullying you." Krubi, his eyes darting, cautiously approached Ji Xiaoman, waving his hand to test. "You really can't see?" "Indeed." "Hurry up," before he could finish. Krubi launched a surprise downward chop aimed at Ji Xiaoman's head, only for it to be caught by a small hand. Ji Xiaoman delivered a swift kick to Krubi's chest, sending him flying. Removing the scarf from her eyes, Ji Xiaoman muttered, "Is observation hockey really that impressive? I thought it was more challenging to learn." Krubi lay on the ground, burying his head in the dirt, trembling, likely in tears. Ji Xiaoman cast him a disdainful glance before turning away. Having mastered observation hockey, she saw no reason to continue the fight. She would rather bask in the sun. Yun Fan watched in awe, envy consuming him. Did she just awaken observation hockey after such a brief skirmish? This is absurd. Unwilling to be outdone, he thought he could do the same, glancing back the collapsed wall. Is Arlong truly dead? He has been down for quite a while. I didn't even hit him that hard. Mulan sat beside Yun Fan, observing the battle, feeling a twinge of regret for ending the fight too soon. Glancing at Xiaoba sprawled on the ground, she sighed. Perhaps there will be another opportunity to awaken. That Ji Xiaoman's display hardly seemed difficult. Kissing Fish Geo, seeing Xiaoba and Krubi defeated, and Arlong unaccounted for, felt his resolve harden. "Brothers, we must avenge Arlong. We must avenge Krubi. We must avenge Xiaoba. Let us defeat the invaders of evil Dragon Paradise. We, the fishmen, are invincible." His rallying cry was loud, yet no fishman followed suit. Even a fool could tell they stood no chance. Had it not been for the curiosity of whether Arlong had perished, the fishmen would have scattered long ago. Shoyue had climbed atop the wall from the very beginning as a marksman. Securing a favorable position before battle was entirely reasonable. Yet he hadn't anticipated the fishman's incompetence. His bullets were loaded, yet none had been fired. However, as a sharpshooter, it would be unacceptable to remain idle. Shoyue turned his gaze to kissing Fish Geo, who had shouted the loudest, and raised his weapon, firing a single shot that exploded into Geo's head. Leaping down from the high wall, Shoyue approached the great strategist Zhou that, if I recall correctly, "You're only level 1. Aren't you going to grind for experience?" Zhou leaned against the wall, contemplating life. Although the fishmen were numerous, they were a disorganized rabble, hardly worthy of his attention. The great strategist had his pride. Yet upon Shoyue's prompting, he realized his level was indeed far too low. Looking at the fishmen, they were not a mere rabble. They represented a veritable bounty of experience. Why let such an opportunity pass? Zhou raised his hand and waved. Countless fire arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the entirety of evil Dragon Paradise. The fishmen, still reeling from the shock of kissing Fish Geo's demise, suddenly felt the air grow scorching hot. Looking up, they saw the sky was falling. Chapter 40. Step aside. Let me take charge. As the fiery arrows descended, they transformed evil Dragon Paradise into a blazing inferno. Yin Fan, startled, feared that the arrows might singe his hair. Fortunately, the arrows seemed to distinguish friend from foe, creating a safe zone around the few remaining individuals. Zhou Yu's flames clung to his targets like a parasite, igniting countless fishmen who writhed in agony on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames that engulfed them. The fishmen were covered in slime, and the air was soon filled with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. Yunfan pinched his nose, casting an incredulous glance at Zhou Yu. This is too ruthless. It was unbearable. Even pinching his nose, the stench still invaded his senses. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow, perhaps also finding the odor overwhelming. With a wave of his hand, a mighty east wind surged, creating a hurricane that swept through evil dragon paradise, hurling the fishmen into the sea. Suddenly, the once bustling paradise lay deserted, leaving only Yunfan and his companions. Is Arlong really asleep? Yunfan approached the wall where Arlong had fallen, kicking at the rubble that a massive body lay motionless on the ground, fate uncertain. Turning back to Milan, Yunfan questioned, "Am I truly this powerful now? Or is Arlong simply that weak?" Milan pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps he is just that weak. Yunfan crouched down, raising his hand to slap Along's face with several resounding blows. "Get up! Stop sleeping!" Along's fearsome visage, now swollen from the slaps, still evoked no response. Yunfan stood up, spreading his hands in exasperation as he addressed the onlookers. "I truly did not exert much force. This is rather pathetic." Grabbing a Yao's staff, Yunfan inspected it closely, playfully pinching a Yao's cheek while chuckling. Could it be the Yao's staff is simply too powerful? A Yao's face contorted under Yunfan's playful grip as she mumbled, "It's just an ordinary staff. It must be the result of Captain's hard training during this time." Yunfan beamed with delight, praising, "A Yao has such a sweet tongue, unlike certain individuals whose faces are twisted with envy." Ji Xiao Man scoffed, muttering, "What hard work. It's all thanks to this genius girl." Just as Yunfan was about to engage Ji Xiao Man in a spirited debate, a cautionary shout for Zhou Yu pierced the air. "Watch out!" He swiftly raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot. A Yao immediately transformed into her deer spirit form, conjuring a protective shield for Yunfan. A powerful hand struck towards Yunfan, the force creating ripples in the shield. Simultaneously, Zhou Yu's bullet whizzed past Yunfan's face, spraying a fine mist of blood. Along, having leapt up unexpectedly, attempted to ambush Yunfan. Fortunately, Zhou Yu and the others reacted swiftly. Otherwise, that slap to the head might have resulted in a concussion. A gaping wound on Along's shoulder oozed blood as he gritted his teeth, glaring sharply at Yunfan. Mulan brandished her great sword, ready to retaliate. Zhou Yu had already chambered another bullet. Ji Xiao Man and Zhou Yu were also eager to join the fray. With Yunfan nearly ambushed, such indignities could not be tolerated. "Step aside. Let me handle this." Yunfan intervened, preventing Hua Mulan and the others from pummeling Along. He wanted to take matters into his own hands. Just moments ago, he had been thoroughly impressed by Zhou Yu's exceptional observation skills. Yunfan felt a pang of envy that Along's full-force strike had failed to shatter a Yao's shield, allowing Yunfan the luxury of standing there and taking hits. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for honing his observation skills? Yunfan turned to Ji Xiao Man, extending his hand. "Lend me your scarf." Ji Xiao Man handed it over, teasing, "Can you even manage it?" Yunfan tied the scarf over his eyes, then raised a middle finger, asserting, "If you can do it, how could I possibly fail?" "Humph, just don't come crying for help later." Along roared in fury, feeling utterly disregarded by the group. Yunfan activated a shield and beckoned Along with a casual flick of his fingers. "Come on, don't say I'm bullying you." Despite his fury, Along remained rooted in place, his eyes furtively scanning the surroundings, calculating the distance to the seed. He was not foolish. He knew the Dragon Paradise was doomed. It would be foolish to charge in knowing he could not win. Instead, he sought an opportunity to escape and gather strength for future vengeance. This was the true path. After a prolonged moment of inaction from Along, Yunfan, revealing one eye, disdainfully remarked, "You're truly pathetic. Is this what you call a dragon? You might as well rename yourself Little Loach. Bastard die." Along's eyes burned crimson as he charged forward, baring his teeth. Yunfan blindfolded himself, focusing intently on sensing Along's position. Just as Along reached Yunfan, he made a sharp turn and dashed toward the sea. Mulan swiftly smacked him back. Realizing what was happening behind him, Yun Fan's face grew cold as he declared, "Along, defeat me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, into the pot you go." Zhou Yu waved his hand, conjuring a wall of flames that encircled the dragon paradise. Along understood he could not escape today, that he reached into the ruins, retrieving a large, serrated machete, sneering, "Do you think you've won? Don't underestimate me, you fool." Under the pressure of having no escape, Along regained his fighting spirit. Reminiscent of the days he had charged into Mariwa alongside Tiger, gallivanting upon the seas, "I am Along." He swung the serrated blade with ferocity, exuding an intimidating presence. But alas, Yun Fan could not see it. Before Yun Fan lay an impenetrable darkness, and he strained to see ahead. The observation haki bore similarities to the Eye of Stillness, yet differed significantly. One offered a divine perspective, while the other relied on instinct and awareness. It allowed one to sense an enemy's actions or their next move, and in deeper mastery, it could even predict the future. Yet, that level of proficiency was still far beyond Yun Fan's reach. Along unleashed a relentless assault, the serrated blade crashing against the shield, eliciting gasps from onlookers. The Yao voiced her concern. "Isn't this too dangerous?" Ji Xiao Man also clenched her fists, exclaiming, "Honestly, just showing off." Zhou Yu steadied his sniper rifle, fully prepared, activating both the observation haki and the Eye of Stillness. Should the shield show any sign of faltering, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Still uneasy, a Yao suggested, "Should I provide another layer of protection?" With no objections, she transformed into her deer spirit and perched upon Yun Fan's head. Yun Fan could hear Along's furious roars, the swishing of the machete and the impacts against the shield. This was what he heard. What he truly desired was to see that Along halted his onslaught, panting heavily as he shouted, "Fight me! What are you hiding in your turtle shell for? Coward! You think you deserve a bounty of 1,000,000. He raged at the perceived weakness of humans. Bastard! In a fit of rage, Along abandoned the machete and charged at Yun Fan like a tank, his blade-like nose crashing against the shield. Chapter 41. "Let us steal some oranges together." Yun Fan moved instinctively, dodging to the side that Along's serrated nose grazed the shield, yet his massive form collided fiercely with it. The impact produced a thunderous sound, and Yun Fan felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck. His body was propelled backward, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Thanks to the shield absorbing the damage, he emerged relatively unscathed. Albeit somewhat numbed, he stood up, shaking his dazed head. "Brother, are you all right?" A Yao's worried voice came from above. Yun Fan, momentarily bewildered, replied to Yao, "When did you arrive?" A Yao shouted in a panic, "Forget that. The big shark is charging again." Yun Fan chuckled nonchalantly. "No worries. Let me show you my prowess." As Along barreled toward him, Yun Fan expertly grasped his nose. A shock wave erupted from the two of them, reverberating outward. Their battlefield had shifted to inside the building, and the tremendous force shattered the surrounding walls, leaving only a few precarious support columns. A Yao exclaimed in alarm. "It's going to collapse! It's going to collapse! Brother, should we get out of here?" Yun Fan executed a knee strike, connecting squarely with Along's chin, then spun around to kick him away. That Along's body carved a deep trench in the ground. Finally stopping within the paradise, Yun Fan exited the building, proudly boasting, "Aren't I impressive? So cool." A Yao replied. "Naturally," Yun Fan declared, retracting his shield before addressing Yao. "You can head down first." He felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, feeling he could easily handle the minor observation haki. Along, "Are you dead? If not, come back for more." Along spat out a mouthful of broken teeth. In mere moments, a new set of gleaming teeth sprouted forth. Seeing Yun Fan's arrogance in retracting his shield, Along grinned maliciously and charged once more. His serrated nose glimmered ominously in the sunlight, his most formidable weapon. Without a shield, would Yun Fan dare take it head-on? Along envisioned Yun Fan's body being pierced. Naturally, Yun Fan was not foolish enough to be that reckless. With a casual flick of his leg, he leapt into the air, descending fiercely upon Along's back. Along, taken aback by Yun Fan's speed, found himself unable to evade that in this moment. Along resolved to retaliate, forcing his body to twist and face Yun Fan directly. Yun Fan's kick landed. Along gritted his teeth against the pain, wrapping his arms tightly around Yun Fan. Their backs crashed down onto the ground, the earth fracturing and debris scattering at a long-held Yun Fan firmly, grinning widely to reveal a row of gleaming teeth. This time, how will you escape? Die. With a wide-open mouth, he lunged fiercely at Yun Fan's neck, intending to bite down hard. Just a single bite, and that slender neck would snap with a satisfying crunch. Suddenly, a transparent shield sprang forth, and Along's teeth shattered. His nose contorted as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Blood spewed from Along's mouth, mingled with countless shattered teeth as he stared blankly at Yun Fan. Yun Fan touched his now-cold neck, frustration boiling over, and delivered a swift kick to Along's chest. How dare you attempt to bite me? With flames swirling around his fist, Yun Fan brought it crashing down toward Along's mouth. Bite? I'll make you regret it. With each punch, Along's face transformed beyond recognition, that IT was uncertain whether he was alive or dead. He simply lay there, breathless. With a flick of his finger, a flame descended upon Along, rapidly engulfing his entire body. Ji Xiaoman clicked her tongue and remarked, "How ruthless." Yun Fan turned to survey the entire dragon paradise and declared, "Brothers, gather the spoils." Along had ruled over dozens of villages for many years, hoarding untold treasures. Yun Fan had no intentions of playing the benevolent hero. The treasures in his possession were rightfully his, and there was no way he would return them, not even those belonging to Nami's village. Once all the treasures were loaded onto the ship, Yun Fan waved his hand, and sparks flew across various corners of Dragon Paradise. Flames spreading swiftly. It was over. Now, it was time to assess the gains. Yun Fan pulled out the King's crystal and glanced at it, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him. After his earlier encounter with Carp, and now the destruction of Dragon Paradise, he had anticipated the crystal's energy would be full, yet it was still lacking just a tiny bit, setting Along aside. Carp was the grandfather of the protagonist Luffy and a significant supporting character in the original story, so it was surprising that the crystal energy was still not complete. Yun Fan tapped the crystal, saying, "Are you skimming off the top?" The crystal was merely a medium for summoning, devoid of intelligence, and thus could not respond to Yun Fan's queries. Ji Xiaoman stretched lazily and inquired, "Are we heading to the Grand Line now?" As she spoke, she pulled out a nautical chart from the mechanism box, excitedly exclaiming, "Is it finally my time to shine?" Yun Fan could only roll his eyes and retort, "You should understand the map first." He was reluctant to leave just yet. He wanted to fully replenish the crystal's energy before departing. It was merely a fraction away. Nami's sister Nojiko was in a nearby village, rumored to possess an orange grove. Perhaps a bit of orange theft would just do the trick to fill that last bit of energy. Moreover, there was the issue of Zhou Yu's whereabouts. If he continued to follow them, he would surely be discovered by the Navy. It wouldn't do to have the great General Zhou Yu hiding every time a battle occurred. And with Carp in the East Sea, if Zhou Yu wished to join the Navy, this would be a splendid opportunity. The question now was how to facilitate Zhou Yu's introduction to Carp. Thinking deeply was exhausting. Perhaps he could simply leave Zhou Yu behind and let him find Carp on his own. Yun Fan cast a mischievous glance at Zhou Yu, who stood at the bow of the ship. Sensing Yun Fan's gaze, Zhou Yu turned around and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," replied Zhou Yu, peering out from the lookout tower. "That old man's warship is approaching." Yun Fan was momentarily taken aback, then looked toward the distant sea, where Carp's dog-headed warship loomed into view. After spotting Nami on Carp's ship earlier, Yun Fan had his suspicions. Carp was likely coming to deal with Along, however. He wondered how Nami had come into contact with Carp. Given her high wariness toward the Navy, she should have turned and fled upon seeing Carp's ship. Now, not only had she boarded Carp's ship, but she had also brought him to Cocoa Village. Yun Fan turned back to the blazing Dragon Paradise, and an idea struck him. "Mulan, steer the ship to the back of the island." "Ji Xiaoman, let's go steal some oranges." "General, just find a prominent spot in Dragon Paradise, strike a cool pose, and wait for Carp to arrive." After giving Zhou Yu a few more instructions, he added, as the righteous and charismatic individual who destroyed Dragon Paradise, "You wish to join the Navy that I'm sure Carp won't refuse." Chapter 42. I will maintain world peace. Yun Fan, accompanied by Ji Xiaoman, headed toward Cocoa Village with a sack in hand. while Mulan and Shoyu navigated the sailboat toward the other side of the island. On the dog-headed warship, Karp stood, barely awake. Bogart gazed at the little duck ship as it vanished from sight and turned back to ask, "Are we really not going after them? Our mission here in the EC is to capture the SHIELD hero." Right? Just moments ago, Karp had been snoring, but now he opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, and exclaimed, Where's the SHIELD hero? I must capture him." Bogart slapped his forehead in exasperation, lamenting, "The person has already escaped. Our Rear Admiral is completely uninterested in capturing the SHIELD hero." When we return to Navy headquarters, how do we even write this report? We can't simply say that Rear Admiral Karp brushed past the SHIELD hero, can we? How capricious can Karp be? He doesn't care about anything. Being his subordinate is truly a headache. I have to indulge my Rear Admiral. What else can I do? Bogart looked toward Dragon Paradise, puzzled. Does the SHIELD hero have some grudge against Alon's pirate crew? At that moment, Dragon Paradise was ablaze. Thick smoke billowing and enveloping the sky, it was evident that it had been raided. With the SHIELD hero Yunfan having just left Dragon Paradise, it seemed that Alon was in grave danger. Karp yawned and said, "Who cares about grudges or grievances? Someone is helping us clear out the pirates. And isn't that a good thing?" Nami breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yunfan's ship depart. She hadn't expected him to come to Coco Village and confront Alon, and she worried about whether he was injured. She had never mentioned anything about Alon. How did Yunfan know? Or was it merely a coincidence? Perhaps Yunfan was not there for her, but rather because he had a vendetta against Alon. Nami gazed at Dragon Paradise with a complex expression. The shadow that had once loomed over her heart was now nothing but ruins. Once the warship docked, Karp and the Navy, along with Nami, boarded the auxiliary ship and slowly made their way into Dragon Paradise. Inside, the place was desolate, devoid of even a single fisherman corpse. A solitary figure stood tall with his back to the crowd, exuding an air that signified he was no ordinary individual. His fiery red, shoulder-length hair and flamboyant cloak flared dramatically, emanating an aura of power. With the SHIELD hero Yunfan having just departed, those still present were either fishmen or allies of the SHIELD hero. Several Navy personnel following Karp immediately raised their guns, aiming at Zhou. Bogart, his expression grave, inquired, "Who are you?" At that moment, Zhou felt a headache coming on. Had Yunfan really left him to fend for himself? And now he was expected to pose heroically and claim credit for the defeat of Alon's pirate crew. Could he not use a bit of common sense? The Navy was hardly foolish. They had already shown remarkable restraint by not attacking first. Zhou slowly turned around, his calm expression betraying no emotion. "That I am Zhou. You are the Navy, correct?" With a flourish of his cloak, he proclaimed, "My dream is to inscribe the word justice upon this cloak. I will not coexist with pirates. I shall combat crime and declare to the world that justice is invincible, that I wish to join the Navy. I will uphold world peace. Please allow me to join you." These words, while seemingly innocuous, left Zhou feeling a prickling unease. He had nearly forced himself to utter them, and despite his outward calm, he had cursed Yunfan 1,000 times in his thoughts. Such an awkward speech, and Yunfan had the audacity to teach him this. Zhou had only recently arrived in this world and was still unaccustomed to its way of thinking. In his original world, such declarations would have labeled him a fool. He believed the Navy would never take him seriously. As he stood there, his hands discreetly gathered the wind, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. The Navy remained silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause, with some even moved to tears. Karp looked at Zhou with a sense of satisfaction, surprised to have encountered such a gem on his trip to the EC. "Ha ha! Zhou, is it? From this moment on, you're a true member of the Navy. You can now inscribe the word justice upon your cloak. Ha! Bear the mantle of justice and combat crime." Zhou felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. Was the Navy in this world truly so easily deceived? A pang of regret washed over him for having chosen the path of a naval officer. Karp personally adjusted Zhou's cape, stating, "This world is in dire need of individuals like you who embody justice. Otherwise, the pirates would run rampant. Keep pushing forward. I have high hopes for you." At that moment, Bogart finally inquired, "What has transpired here?" His faith in Zhou was unwavering. Anyone who could utter the phrase "justice will prevail" could not possibly be allied with the criminal, Shunyon. Clearly, it was Zhou Yu who had intended to apprehend Shen Yong, merely arriving a moment too late. Yes, it must be exactly as I surmise. The other naval officers shared the same sentiment, having mentally filled in the gaps as to why Zhou Yu had appeared at this location. Upon hearing Bogart's question, Zhou Yu simply shook his head gently. I do not know, Dippy, why the time I arrived. This was already the situation. Yun Fan sought to attribute the destruction of Dragon Paradise to Zhou Yu. However, Zhou Yu found this notion inappropriate. The Navy had evidently witnessed Yun Fan's departure. Accepting the credit for this achievement would entail far too many explanations. Moreover, he believed that the Navy could not possibly be so naive. The best course of action would be to maintain, I just arrived. I know nothing and have seen nothing. Since her arrival at Dragon Paradise, Nami had been searching for something. Finally, she halted at the base of a collapsed wall. Crouching down, her head bowed low, her shoulders trembled slightly as she unconsciously murmured, He's dead. He's dead. Arlong is truly dead. The ground was nothing but a pile of ashes, yet from its contours and that distinctive serration, Nami recognized it as Arlong. Perhaps the nightmare that had haunted her for years had finally come to an end, leaving her body devoid of strength. She slumped to the ground, her right hand gripping her left shoulder tightly. Where the Arlong pirate's tattoo resided, Nami's face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her mouth twisted in a semblance of a smile or a cry, embodying a soulless expression. Karp quietly approached Nami from behind and gently ruffled her hair. Zhou Yu, the Grand Commander, was also moved. Was this the young lady named Nami that Yao had spoken of? He began to understand Yun Fan's motivations for mercilessly crushing Arlong, ultimately setting him ablaze, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. There was no longer any reason to linger in Dragon Paradise. Karp led Zhou Yu back to the warship, while Nami returned to Cocoa West Village to share the good news with everyone. It is over. The reign of Arlong has ended. Everyone is free. After years of enduring, the dawn of hope had finally arrived. Chapter 43, Luffy. What kind of king do you aspire to be? On the warship, Zhou Yu questioned Karp. Arlong has ruled over dozens of villages for so many years. It is inconceivable that there have been no reports from the villagers. If I recall correctly, there's a Navy branch not far from here. Why has the naval headquarters remained inactive for such an extended period? Is it that they have not received the news? Karp, I suspect there is something amiss. Naturally, these words were prompted by Yun Fan, who, despite having destroyed Dragon Paradise and defeated Arlong, knew that as long as Colonel Mouse remained unscathed, countless Arlongs could be fostered, ensuring that Cocoa West Village would never find tranquility. Karp fell silent at this revelation. Having lived for so long and served as a naval officer for many years, how could he be unaware of the sordid dealings that lay beneath? Collusion between the Navy and pirates was not a new phenomenon. Such matters were beyond even Sengoku's control, for the sea is vast. The world government exhibited an indifferent attitude towards such occurrences, even hinting at tacit support. After all, the 7 warlords of the sea were merely pirates. Yet what was the outcome? Karp sighed. The intricacies of these matters and the entangled interests left him with a headache. He could not manage these affairs, nor could he oversee them all. However, since he had encountered this situation, he could not forsake the justice he carried on his shoulders. Bogart, Karp called, and Bogart promptly stepped forward to salute, already aware of his superior's intentions. You shall personally visit the nearby naval branch. Yes, just as Bogart was about to depart, he recalled something and turned to ask, what should I do if the branch is indeed colluding with pirates? Handle it as you see fit. Karp waved his hand nonchalantly. Let Sengoku deal with the rest. Bogart departed with several naval officers by ship, having grasped Karp's intentions. Zhou Yu nodded in silent approval. This old man truly deserved the title of naval hero. When faced with a situation, he took action without regard for the ensuing complexities of interests. Bring me the transponder snail. Karp deemed it necessary to give his old comrade a heads up. Misai, Misai. Sengoku, Sengoku. Can you hear me? At the naval headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku pulled the transponder snail further away and remarked, I can't hear you, Karp. Why are you calling me instead of visiting your grandson? Karp relayed the situation in Cocoa West Village and the happenings surrounding the Arlong pirates to Sengoku, adding, as long as this corrupt navy persists, the villagers will never find peace. Sengoku paused for a moment before responding. What do you want me to do? I've already sent Bogard to apprehend the colonel here. The rest is up to you. That a mere colonel could not possibly wield such power alone. There were certainly others behind him, which would naturally become Sengoku's headache. Karp hung up the phone that he still needed to visit his grandson. Karp instructed his subordinates to set sail back to Windmill Village. He had yet to catch a glimpse of his dear grandson and wondered how he was faring. At that moment, a soldier who had followed Karp for many years pointed uncertainly towards the coast of another island, saying, "Karp, look, doesn't that person resemble your grandson Luffy?" Karp was taken aback and followed the soldier's finger to gaze in that direction. Good heavens, wasn't he that his grandson? A ship with a sheep's head sail had docked at the shore, and a boy wearing a straw hat jumped down. Following him were 3 others who leapt from the vessel. Indeed, it was none other than Karp's beloved grandson, Luffy. Luffy jumped off the ship, stood on the beach, and raised his hands, exclaiming excitedly, "Nothing can stop my adventure. I am destined to become the Pirate King." Behind him, Usopp tied the rope to a large rock and turned back to yell at Luffy, "I can't take it anymore. You need to find us a navigator, or we'll never reach the Grand Line. And you 1T become the Pirate King." Luffy sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He realized that Usopp had indeed had a tough time throughout their journey. Come on, don't rush. Usopp, we'll find a navigator, and I will become the Pirate King. Just then, a furious roar resounded across the entire archipelago. Luffy, what do you mean you want to become a king? At the sound of that roar, Luffy instinctively trembled. On the other side, Yun Fan, who was searching for Naka's residence, was also startled by the sound. Ji Xiaoman, carrying a burlap sack, followed behind and quipped, "What's wrong?" Feeling guilty for being a thief, Yun Fan flicked Ji Xiaoman's forehead with a finger and replied, "You wouldn't understand. Just wait here if you don't want to go. The captain is going to get you some oranges." Luffy glanced around in panic, exclaiming, What? What? Upon seeing Karp soaring through the air, Luffy was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he shouted, turning to flee, "Zoro! Usopp! Sanji! Run! This is bad! This is bad!" Zoro and the others had yet to comprehend the situation when Luffy had already vanished without a trace. Karp landed heavily on the beach, then roared as he chased after Luffy. "Luffy, why aren't you staying in Windmill Village? Why'd you come out? You brat, tell me what kind of king you want to be. Do you think this is child's play? Stand still." Karp, enveloped in a dark aura, tore through the forest like a force of nature, disregarding the trees in his path. Countless trees were snapped in half. The forest was soon filled with dust and flying debris. "Luffy, taste the iron fist of love from your grandfather." Luffy dared not stop, terrified to the core, fleeing through the forest like a headless chicken. "Stop chasing me! Help!" On the beach, Zoro and the others, still in a state of confusion, were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. "Luffy!" Zoro bellowed as he unsheathed the sword Wado Ikemonji, ready to rush forward and render aid. Usopp lunged towards Zoro, clinging tightly to his leg, desperately exclaiming, "Zoro! Zoro! Calm down! Something feels off." Indeed, in the next moment, Luffy's pleas for mercy echoed through the air. "Grandpa, I was wrong. Please don't hit me." Zoro paused momentarily. Realizing, oh, it's Grandpa, then there's nothing to worry about. He sheathed Wado Ikemonji, silently praying for Luffy's safety. "Luffy, may you find your own salvation." Karp, gripping Luffy by the collar, roared with a dark scowl, "It seems you have forgotten the iron fist of this old man." "Allow me to remind you." "No. Please no." In Luffy's wide-eyed horror, Karp's iron fist came crashing down upon his head. Luffy was flattened, only to rebound violently after the blow. What followed was a brutal lesson in familial discipline. Karp's admonishments, accompanied by Luffy's anguished cries, reverberated throughout the forest. Zoro and the others watched in shock, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 44. Put down my belly. Nami, Hijin, adorned with a windmill on his head, sat at the village entrance enjoying the breeze. Upon glancing up, he noticed Nami sprinting towards him. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he realized it was not an illusion and felt a surge of joy as he prepared to greet her, only to be struck by a sudden wave of melancholy. With a downcast expression, he turned away, forcing himself to ignore her. "Hijin," Nami called out as she ran, waving her hand, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Ajin felt dazed, struggling to believe his eyes. How long had it been since Nami had smiled like that? Rising with determination, he could no longer suppress his feelings. Enough was enough. He could not hold back any longer. Even if it meant his own demise, he would protect this girl's smile. Nami reached the village entrance, leaning on her knees, taking deep breaths. Then she exclaimed loudly, "Everyone, it's over. The Dragoness paradise has been destroyed. Arlong is dead. He is truly dead." Nami smiled, yet tears streamed down her face. All the villagers turned to her, a heavy silence enveloping the scene, as they momentarily questioned whether the prolonged depression had driven them to hallucinations. It was only when Nami pointed towards the direction of the Dragoness paradise and repeated her declaration that they realized it was no mirage. "Look, the Dragoness paradise has genuinely been destroyed." The sounds of battle and the billowing smoke in the sky confirmed that Arlong had met his end, yet no one had anticipated his actual demise. There were no cheers. Instead, everyone seemed to lose their souls, kneeling and weeping on the ground. "Nami, is it true?" Aegeon trembled as he approached her. Nodding vigorously, he enveloped Nami in a tight embrace, crying out, "It's truly over. Belmare, did you see this? It's genuinely over." "All right, Aegeon, I can't breathe," Nami gasped, breaking free from his grasp. That moment, a figure with blue hair approached her. Nokigao smiled warmly at Nami, saying, "You are free now, Nami. Shall we return home together?" Nami nodded earnestly. Realizing that her previous visits home had been fleeting glances, and it had been ages since she had stayed overnight, the two set off towards the village outskirts, eager to share this joyous news with Belmare. Meanwhile, Yunfan had located Nokigao's orange grove. Ji Xiaoman crouched in the grass, glancing around furtively. "Hurry up, we might get discovered. My illustrious name as a genius martial arts girl is at stake here." Yunfan leisurely strolled through the orange grove, selecting ripe oranges with a complete lack of stealth. Unable to bear it any longer, Ji Xiaoman picked up a stone and hurled it at Yunfan. "You re here to steal oranges, not to sightsee. Can you speed it up?" Furious, Yunfan shouted back, "Stop nagging. I told you to wait outside. You insisted on following me." With that, Yunfan picked up an orange and aimed it at Ji Xiaoman. Launching it with a swift motion, Ji Xiaoman retaliated by catching the orange and challenging. "Do you want to compare skills? Come on, let us see what you've got. Times have changed. I can take you on with one hand now." Childish, Ji Xiaoman advanced, snatching the burlap sack from Yunfan's hands. Opening it, she found it completely empty. "Where are the stolen oranges?" Yunfan sheepishly rubbed his hands. "I tried one and found it delicious. So I ate them all. Oh heavens!" Ji Xiaoman slapped her forehead. Yunfan surveyed the grove filled with oranges and suddenly had an idea. "How about we just uproot a whole orange tree to take back?" "Isn't that a bit much?" Ji Xiaoman began to object, but Yunfan peeled an orange and stuffed it into her mouth. As she bit down, her eyes brightened, and she nodded. "Well, it's not entirely out of the question." The two then began selecting suitable orange trees to uproot. Ji Xiaoman preferred a smaller sapling, feeling guilty about stealing the tree that had been nurtured with care. However, Yunfan insisted, "When will a sapling bear fruit? Think about it differently. Who are we? We are pirates. Pirates don't steal. This is our profession. Besides, we've destroyed the Dragoness paradise and liberated this village. We haven't even claimed a reward yet. Uprooting a tree is nothing." Yunfan continued to expound his philosophy. Ji Xiaoman had already chosen a sturdy orange tree, and with a determined effort, she yanked it from the ground, showcasing her incredible strength. After uprooting one, she went for another. Yunfan was left bewildered. "I thought you had some scruples." After uprooting 3 trees, Ji Xiaoman finally paused, squatting in front of a dirt pit, silent. Yunfan assumed she felt guilty and approached to comfort her. But Ji Xiaoman suddenly exclaimed, "Look what I found." Yunfan leaned over to peer into the pit and was astonished to see a chest brimming with berries that Ji Xiaoman had already pried open the wooden box, revealing it stuffed with bills of various denominations, all haphazardly piled within. Yunfan fell silent, gingerly picking up each bill, noticing the stains of blood seeping through. Just looking at them, he could imagine how hard-earned this money was. Each bill had been painstakingly stolen from pirates by Nami over the years. Ji Xiaoman, too, was no longer excited. The sight of the bloodstains caused her heart to ache. Should we bury it again? Yun Fan shook his head, lifting the box. Let this be our reward for dismantling the dragon as paradise. What are you two doing? Nokigao arrived at the entrance, catching sight of the two sneaking around his orange grove. The grove was in disarray, and several orange trees lay uprooted. What the hell? You're stealing oranges from my home. Nokigao seized a broom and shouted, You two rascals, what have you done to my orange grove? We've been discovered. Let us go. Ji Xiaoman hoisted 3 orange trees and ran. Yin Fan glanced back at Nami, waving. See you later, Nami. As he spoke, he grabbed the box and fled. Nami, bewildered by Yun Fan's presence and the fact that he was stealing from her, suddenly recognized the box he was carrying, and her expression darkened. Wait! Isn't that the box I buried? Nami's face changed, her eyes blazing with fury as she yelled, You bastard! Put down my box! Yun Fan and Ji Xiaoman dashed ahead, while Nami and Nokigao pursued them. Broomsticks in hand. Chapter 45. Whoever runs is a low-level pirate thief. Stop! Put down my money! Nokigao and Nami closely followed Yun Fan and Ji Xiaoman. The villagers of Cocoa Village, hearing the commotion, armed themselves and joined the chase. Ji Xiaoman, glancing back at the throng of villagers, felt a chill run down her spine as she sprinted, carrying the orange tree, disappearing in a few flashes. Yun Fan was dumbfounded. These people have no sense of loyalty. Nami, furious and fast, leaped onto Yun Fan, grabbing the back of his collar with lightning speed. As he ran, Yun Fan shouted, Nami, you're being irrational. Is this the money you owe for saving the village? I helped you by taking down Arlong, so it seems quite reasonable for you to give me this money, doesn't it? Nami? With Nami momentarily lost in thought, Yun Fan swiftly made his escape. I don't care. Stop right there. On the other side of the forest in Cocoa Village, a boy in a red vest and straw hat suddenly dashed out. Luffy, with a swollen face and numerous bumps on his head, was frantically flailing his legs. His pitiful appearance was such that Yun Fan barely recognized him at first. It was only when they ran side by side that Yun Fan voiced his confusion. Luffy, what are you doing here? Yun Fan, it's you, Luffy exclaimed. Are you also being chased by my grandpa? Grandpa? Yun Fan quickly realized who Luffy was referring to, having indeed heard Garp's furious roar moments earlier. Just as Luffy finished speaking, a thunderous shout echoed from behind. Luffy, stand still, you rascal. Don't you want to be the Pirate King? Then taste the iron fist of your grandpa. Garp was hot on their trail, accompanied by the villagers. One villager curiously asked, Are you also here to catch the thief? I've never seen you before. I'm here to catch my grandson. Garp declared, picking up speed and pushing ahead, rapidly closing in on Nami. With a puzzled expression, Garp asked, Nami, are you also chasing your grandson? Do I look like someone with a grandson? Nami shouted back in surprise. Upon seeing Garp, she quickly tried to intercept him, exclaiming, Vice Admiral Garp, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you yet. Let us talk after I catch my grandson. Garp replied, bypassing Nami as he pursued the two boys. Nami hurriedly followed, incessantly pestering Garp, praying in her heart for Yun Fan to grow an extra pair of legs and run faster. When Yun Fan glanced back, he saw Garp almost upon them, prompting him to make a sharp turn. Luffy, too, performed a drift, closely tailing Yun Fan. Luffy, don't follow me. Yun Fan, don't leave me behind. Luffy, like a stubborn piece of gum, clung tightly to Yun Fan. That's your grandpa. You should stop him. Luffy, with a woeful expression, replied, No way. I'll be beaten to a pulp. As Garp drew nearer, inspiration struck Yun Fan. Luffy, do you still want to be the Pirate King? Luffy nodded resolutely. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Then listen, Yun Fan shouted. Such trivial hardships are beneath you. Whoever runs away is a lowly pirate. Luffy froze, slamming on the brakes and turning to face the throng of villagers with determination. I am not a lowly pirate, he proclaimed, standing firm with the gallant spirit of a warrior. Well done, Luffy. Yun Fan's voice echoed from a distance. Luffy turned, his expression one of disbelief. You said that whoever runs is a lowly pirate, he yelled angrily. Why did you run away? Just as he finished his sentence, Garp caught up and pinned him to the ground, unleashing a flurry of punches. The villagers, now uninterested in chasing Yunfan, gathered around to watch the spectacle. Some even pulling out sunflower seeds and stools in an instant. Luffy's anguished cries reverberated through the air, punctuated by shouts of Yunfan. "You're a lowly pirate," at the cliff by the coast. Yunfan paused to catch his breath, silently praying for Luffy's well-being. A dead comrade is better than a dead Taoist. A lowly pirate is a lowly pirate. My life is more important. A sailboat gradually approached. With Mulan standing at the bow, gazing at Yunfan on the cliff. Io waved at Yunfan. "Over here! Over here!" Judging the distance, Yunfan leapt with precision, landing firmly on the deck. He then turned to the corner where Ji Xiaoman stood. Furiously shouting, "Ji Xiaoman!" "Yes," she replied. "You are quite lacking in loyalty. How could you leave alone?" On the cliff, Nami quietly watched the sailboat recede into the distance until it vanished from sight, then withdrew her gaze. Murmuring softly, "Thank you," Nami plopped down on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the tranquil sea for an extended period. Nokigao approached slowly, sitting beside her and inquiring, "Is something troubling you?" Nami gently rested her head on Nokigao's shoulder, saying nothing. Yet, Nokigao seemed to understand, holding Nami tightly and saying, "Your dream since childhood has been to draw a map of the entire world's seas that you've worked hard over the years. Arlong is gone, Cocoa Village is liberated, and you are free now. Nami, go pursue your dreams. I'll take good care of the orange grove, and when you return, I'll make you orange rice." Nami gazed at the horizon, her fists clenched tightly. "Yunfan, I will prove to you that I am not a burden." On the little duck sailboat, Yunfan found himself locked in a staring contest with a news-seeking seagull. "I told you. I'm not the shield hero. I'm the captain of the Timmy pirate crew, the Demon King Yunfan." Squawk. The seagull fluffed its feathers nonchalantly. "What is it saying?" Yunfan turned to a Yao, who was acting as the translator. She replied, "It says you're a good shield hero." Fuming, Yunfan conjured a legendary blade in his hand, holding it to the seagull's neck. "I am the captain of the Timmy pirate crew, the Demon King Yunfan." Squawk. "It says you're a good shield hero." "Ah, you stupid bird. Do you even understand?" Squawk. The news-seeking seagull casually shook its head, two feathers on its wings standing upright as it humorously rubbed them together. A Yao translated, "It wants more money." Yunfan understood and pulled out a stack of belly, slapping it down before the seagull. "If you had said so earlier, is there even a problem that can't be solved with money?" The seagull happily accepted the belly, agreeing to help Yunfan spread the word. Once the seagull departed, Yunfan caressed the gleaming legendary blade in his hand, the legendary sword of fate he had summoned once again. It had the same effect as in the game, possessing the ability to withstand fatal damage. This was also the first time he had summoned a weapon. Yunfan grasped how the summoned equipment would manifest. Simply put, it could be concealed within his body, and its effects could stack. It could also be directly materialized, with effects unchanged, much like the legendary sword of fate in Yunfan's grasp. The IT could absorb one instance of fatal damage, with a 2-minute cooldown, and the effects could stack. Invincible. If he summoned several legendary swords of fate, it would be difficult to even be killed. There were various powerful equipment in the shop, such as resurrection armor. With multiple sets combined with a legendary sword of fate, Yunfan could stand before him and declare, "Go ahead, strike me for 2 minutes if you can." Chapter 46. Where did you come from? In the early morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Yunfan's belly. Sleeping without covering the navel is not the behavior of a good child. Last night had been sweltering, and Yunfan had merely worn a pair of shorts, draping a silk scarf over his abdomen, yet he was still drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable. Finally, the morning brought a slight coolness, and Yunfan was about to indulge in a nap when a formidable and overwhelming pressure engulfed the entire sailboat. Instantly alert, Yunfan sprang up, barely having time to dress before rushing out of his room. "What is happening? What is going on?" Mulan stood at the bow, sword in hand, her conqueror's haki dominating the entire space. Shoyue and a Yao kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the commotion at a massive mountain. No, it was a creature the size of a mountain, was sent crashing into the sea by Mulan's conqueror's haki. Creating towering waves, the sailboat bobbed atop the surging waters like a mere leaf. Yet fortunately, it held together and did not capsize. Once the sea calmed, Mulan retracted her conqueror's haki and turned to Yunfan, pointing at the water and asking, "Is that what you meant by Sea King?" "It is indeed quite large." Yunfan paused for a moment, bewildered by the size of the Sea King in the East Blue. Then he realized something was amiss. Activating his tranquil eye, he surveyed the sea from a godlike perspective. His astonishment. He saw countless sea kings floating on their backs, surrounding the sailboat like mountains. One whale-like sea king even exceeded the range of Yunfan's tranquil eye. The smallest among them was still several times larger than the boat. "What is going on?" Yunfan was utterly perplexed. At that moment, sensing a formidable sea king rapidly approaching from the depths, Yunfan's observation haki tingled with urgency. The target was none other than their vessel. Its colossal form, with fangs larger than the ship itself, posed a catastrophic threat. Merely swimming nearby could unleash titanic waves capable of sending the ship soaring into the air, just as Yunfan prepared to unleash his conqueror's haki to intercept. Hua Mulan acted even quicker. The dark crimson aura of her conqueror's haki pierced through the water, causing the Sea King to roll its eyes back and faint instantly. Yunfan exhaled in relief. But a sudden realization struck him, and he turned sharply to Hua Mulan. Something felt amiss. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "You have awakened your observation haki." The Sea King, still deep in the ocean, held no intent to attack the ship. Yunfan's foreknowledge stemmed from his own observation haki. Clearly, Hua Mulan had also awakened hers. She nodded slightly and remarked, "It was just a stroke of luck. Nothing difficult." Yunfan felt a pang of jealousy in his heart. He had only slept for one night, and she had already awakened her observation haki. Meanwhile, he had to endure a relentless beating from along before he managed to awaken his. Ignoring Yunfan's sulking, Hua Mulan spoke with a grave expression. "This sea area is quite unusual. There is not a whisper of wind, not even a breath." Yunfan, shedding his gloom, stood up to survey the surroundings. Indeed, there was no wind. The sea surface lay still, devoid of even the slightest ripple, save for the unconscious Sea King. He quickly understood the situation. They had entered a windless zone. I wondered where all these Sea Kings were coming from. "Ji Xiaoman, what have you done? Is this still the East Sea?" "Last night, Ji Xiaoman volunteered to keep watch." "Fine, keep watch, but why did you take the ship out?" "Great. After one night's sleep, you've led us into a windless zone." Fuming, Yunfan searched for Ji Xiaoman's figure, scanning the deck until his gaze settled on the lookout tower. There sat Ji Xiaoman, poring over a nautical chart, her eyes red and bloodshot, muttering to herself, "This is impossible. How could this happen? I clearly followed the course." Upon reaching the lookout tower and seeing Ji Xiaoman's disheveled hair and frantic demeanor, Yunfan's anger began to dissipate. That he stepped forward to smooth her hair and gently said, "It's all right. We'll have a navigator in the future. Now, go get some sleep." Ji Xiaoman, with her bloodshot eyes fixed on Yunfan, pointed at the chart in confusion. "That I really did follow the course. Why are we here?" Yunfan glanced at the chart, then face-bombed in exasperation. "Xiaoman, you've got the chart upside down." Ji Xiaoman stared blankly at the chart, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. "Wah!" Yunfan was a loss. Quickly trying to comfort her, "No need to cry. It's not the end of the world. Xiaoman, listen to me. We really aren't cut out to be navigators." "Wah!" Ji Xiaoman cried even harder, her tears and snot staining Yunfan's clothes. "Xiaoman, no one is perfect. You're already impressive." "Impossible. I am the genius girl. I should be flawless. You can't even hold the chart right." Ji Xiaoman bit Yunfan's shoulder. "Are you a dog? Let go. Let go." Ultimately, it was only after Yunfan insisted on leaving the windless zone that Ji Xiaoman ceased her commotion. The windless zone was perilous, with countless Sea Kings as massive as mountains, relentlessly attacking the ship. Even with Conqueror's haki, it could not be activated continuously for 24 hours. Any lapse in vigilance could spell disaster. Additionally, the absence of wind rendered all wind-powered vessels immobile. Fortunately, they had not ventured too deep, remaining only at the periphery. Without wind to propel them, the enormous ship could not rely solely on their meager rowing. They managed to awaken a smaller Sea King, and, after a friendly exchange, it tearfully agreed to push the ship out. Following the path they came, they soon exited the windless zone as the long-awaited breeze caressed his face. Yun Fan stretched and called out, "Show you. Start the cooking. It is time for breakfast." The Sea King, who had been diligently pushing the ship, heard Yun Fan mention cooking and swiftly dived into the depths. "Hey, I didn't say I was going to eat you. Why are you running away?" It was just the Sea King. Its departure was of little consequence to Yun Fan. Hua Mulan walked past him, casting a glance as she donned her clothing, after patting his bare chest. Yun Fan suddenly realized he was only wearing a pair of shorts. Oh well. Whistling, he sauntered back to his room, unconcerned. Plenty of people dressed lightly on the sea. So what did it matter? Speaking of which, didn't Hua Mulan have a skin called the Bunny Girl? The image of himself lying on the beach basking in the sun, while Hua Mulan, clad in Bunny Girl attire, served tea beside him, floated into Yun Fan's mind. The thought of such a stunning, cool beauty in Bunny Girl clothing was simply mesmerizing. As Yun Fan pondered, his consciousness drifted into the mini crystal. This crystal was capable of summoning heroes from the canyon, along with equipment from a shop. Surely it could summon hero skins as well. Yun Fan meticulously examined the crystal, leaving no detail overlooked. Over time, he had scrutinized the mini crystal countless times, but today, he noticed something different. In the corner of the crystal was a very inconspicuous red. Easily overlooked if not examined closely, he was certain that nothing had been there before. Chapter 47. Are you a pervert? Perhaps the change occurred after summoning equipment for the first time yesterday. Unable to comprehend, he decided to push the thought aside. Yun Fan tentatively poked at the small red dot with his consciousness, and it indeed reacted. Following a burst of special effects, an equipment shop appeared before him, identical to that in the game. Inside, all the gear was in a gray, unviewable state, except for one shining item, the Blade of Destiny. Yun Fan clicked on it to inspect, finding only functional descriptions. Initially hoping to purchase equipment with gold like in the game, he searched in vain for a purchase option. The shop was merely an equipment introduction outlet. Disappointed, Yun Fan casually scrolled to the clothing section. Wait, a clothing section? What kind of equipment shop has a clothing section? Intrigued, he clicked on it, immediately blinded by the brilliance. What did he see? Legs, such fair legs. No, this was the skin shop. The only difference was that the skins lacked a purchase button, and most were grayed out. Noticing a small question mark in the upper left corner, Yun Fan clicked it, revealing a set of instructions. Heroes summoned by Yun Fan could wear outfits from the skin shop for free. Scrolling through the shop confirmed this. Only the skins of Hua Mulan and a few others were illuminated. With a button to extract, upon seeing the long-desired Bunny Girl skin, Yun Fan couldn't help but grin, a grin that was rather unseemly. The laughter echoed out, catching the attention of Ji Xiaoman and the others outside. Aya shivered and hid behind Hua Mulan, thinking, what a lewd laugh. An ominous premonition flickered in Hua Mulan's heart. Make a tea that moment. Shoyu poked his head out from the dining room and called, "Time to eat." At the dining table, Yun Fan remained preoccupied, contemplating how to get Hua Mulan to wear the Bunny Girl outfit, even losing his appetite for breakfast. Unlike the game's one-click wear feature, the summoned heroes were flesh and blood, not mere data. They possessed their own consciousness and desires. These skins bore no special abilities. They were simply ordinary clothing. Would gifting Hua Mulan the Bunny Girl outfit label him a pervert? Ji Xiaoman, disinterested, nibbled on her breakfast. She simply couldn't understand why. As a martial artist and the most talented student of the Jixia Academy, she could even get the nautical chart wrong. Suddenly, an idea struck Yun Fan. He leaned in close to Ji Xiaoman and reassured her, "Don't be upset. I discovered that the crystal can summon many beautiful outfits. Would you like one?" Ji Xiaoman, puzzled, asked, "What kind of outfits?" Yun Fan smiled mysteriously, extending his hands, and with a flourish, a complete outfit materialized before him that a blue coat, a yellow top, white shorts, plush long socks, and a pair of dog-themed slippers. Ji Xiaoman first froze, then her face flushed, steam practically rising from her head as she snatched the clothes and glared at Yun Fan angrily. "Are you a pervert? This is what I used to wear. Even the undergarments are included. What on earth?" Yun Fan was momentarily taken aback. From the shop's perspective, it appeared to be merely a set of skins. Yet he never anticipated the inclusion of undergarments. He had never seen such things before. What a tremendous loss. Yun Fan felt it imperative to return and thoroughly study these skins. After all, they pertained to his companions. And as the captain, he must be accountable for his crew. Ji Xiaoman recalled Yun Fan's previously lecherous laughter and, as if struck by a revelation, tugged at his collar, exclaiming in exasperation, "What were you doing in the room earlier? What did you do to this outfit?" Yun Fan raised both hands, earnestly asserting, "I did nothing. I merely stumbled upon the fact that crystals can summon clothing." Skeptical, Ji Xiaoman released Yun Fan and inquired, "Are there any more?" "No." Yun Fan was about to deny it when he noticed everyone staring at him, then changed his response. "There should be more. Bring them forth." Yun Fan summoned all of Ji Xiaoman's skins, but before he could even take a glance, they were snatched away, with Ji Xiaoman regarding him with a look of utter disdain. Yun Fan feigned innocence. Who could have known that this skin set included undergarments, too? He had thought it was merely those depicted in the images. "Brother, do you have mine?" A Yao blinked her big eyes, looking at Yun Fan with anticipation. Upon arriving in this world, she had only the single outfit she wore. Initially, she had thought it would be ages before she could see her beautiful clothes again. Little did she know that Yun Fan could summon them as well. Of course. "I have yours, a Yao." Yun Fan first summoned a Yao's enchanting deer skirt, handing it to her without a glance. The shop didn't even bother to wrap them. They were simply stacked one atop the other, with the little outfit annoyingly placed on top. He wasn't truly a pervert at a Yao, however, thought little of it, joyfully embracing her favorite skirt. Yun Fan proceeded to summon each of a Yao's garments. He then turned to hand Shiyue his outfit. Shiyue gazed blankly at the resplendent Zhuke, lost in thought. This was the battle attire of their team, and the captain, Hua Milan, possessed a set as well. Perhaps he was reminded of his brother. Shiyue's expression grew somewhat dazed. What could Xianzi be doing? Has he risen? Is he eating well? When it was Hua Milan's turn, Yun Fan recalled something Ji Xiaoman had mentioned before, that these outfits were ones they had all previously worn. Did that imply that Hua Mulan had also donned the bunny girl costume? Yun Fan regarded Hua Mulan with a knowing look. "Who would have thought you were such a captain?" Initially, Hua Mulan felt indifferent, but upon seeing Yun Fan's expression, she seemed to grasp something, and her complexion shifted dramatically. "In a way, you can retrieve such clothing too." Hua Mulan seized Yun Fan and marched him to her room. "I asked that what you meant?" Hua Mulan stammered, her face flushed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yun Fan found it amusing and remained silent, simply observing her. This aloof, elegant woman, the captain of the Great Wall Guard, the terminator of countless beasts, could indeed be shy at times. Under Yun Fan's unwavering gaze, Hua Mulan's face grew increasingly crimson, and eventually she could no longer bear it, lightly pounding her fists against Yun Fan's chest. "Quickly return that to me." Yun Fan ceased his teasing and summoned all the clothing. Hua Mulan's eyes zeroed in on the bunny girl outfit, and she swiftly shoved it into her cabinet. Not daring to turn around to face Yun Fan, she stood with her back to him. Her forehead pressed against the cabinet door, her eyes tightly shut, wishing she could vanish inside. Yun Fan chuckled at Hua Mulan's adorable display. Was it not rather charming? Why maintain such a cold demeanor every day? Enough. What is there to be shy about? Women of the sea often dress boldly and daringly. Once you witness it, you will realize this is nothing in comparison. Hua Mulan still dared not look back. Yun Fan, ever considerate, stepped away, only to poke his head back in. "I must admit, I am quite curious to see." Chapter 48. Please begin your performance on the little duck. In the conference room, Yun Fan convened the first meeting of its kind. "Let us proceed to this location." Yun Fan spread the nautical chart across the table, pointing at the position of Upside Down Mountain. That to reach the Grand Line, we either traverse the doldrums or navigate Upside Down Mountain. The doldrums can be disregarded. We shall take Upside Down Mountain. Ji Xiaoman, seated cross-legged on the sofa, lazily inquired, "What exactly is Upside Down Mountain?" She found a name rather intriguing. That Upside Down Mountain is quite literal. The currents there flow upwards, and we ride the ascending currents to pass through. They're truly an ascending current. A Yao exclaimed in amazement, having never witnessed such a wondrous phenomenon. "You will understand once we arrive that I wonder if our ship can manage it." Yun Fan pinched a Yao's little deer antlers, perplexed as to why they felt so soft. Before heading to the Grand Line, We must also take a detour to Lowtown, for it is renowned as both the beginning and the end. At the very least, it will allow us to recharge the crystals, perhaps even twice. The East Blue still harbors numerous significant locales and characters from the original story, but Yin Fan could not locate them. The trifles were hardly worth mentioning. The group gathered around a table, and once Yun Fan concluded, Mulan spoke up. Since you claim Lowtown is the necessary passage from the East Blue to the Grand Line, there must surely be a naval presence stationed there. Yun Fan nodded. The East Blue is dubbed the weakest sea, and a station naval officer in Lowtown is merely a colonel, posing little threat. However, there is one point we must heed. The colonel station in Lowtown is named Smoker, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Since Yun Fan set sail, they had yet to encounter a Logia-type devil fruit user, and thus he was uncertain whether a hero of kings could contend against a Logia transformation. This trip to Lowtown also aims to seek out Smoker for a skirmish, to test the waters. Warriors like Hua Mulan, who rely on swordsmanship or physical prowess, are likely unable to touch a Logia type. It remains to be seen if mage heroes can succeed. Perhaps a Yao can hurl a couple of energy balls at Smoker's face to check, but if that fails, the mastery of armament hockey must be prioritized. Grand Commander Zhou Yu has already entered the naval headquarters, so let us have him send over the training methods for armament hockey. After imparting several reminders, the meeting concluded. Yun Fan felt quite reassured about his companions. Individuals like Smoker, with lacking physical skills and mediocre fruit abilities, posed no real concern, even if he relied on his Logia transformation for attrition. What of it? Yun Fan's ship boasted 3 Conqueror's hockey users. At that point, they could easily overwhelm him. Now, let us set sail for Lowtown under this captain's guidance. Yun Fan, holding the nautical chart, stood at the bow directing the course. Although Yun Fan could not decipher the nautical chart, he could still spot the massive upside-down mountain on it. Utilizing the doldrums as a guide, Yun Fan identified their current position and steered directly toward Upside Down Mountain. Lowtown is nearby, and there are likely many ships wandering about. They could simply capture a pirate and inquire. Yun Fan called out toward the lookout tower. Shuyue, to ensure we do not stray off course, I shall rely on you from here on out. Shuyue poked his head out to respond, then focused intently on the sea. Should they veer off course, Yun Fan would be at a loss, for he was not truly skilled in navigation. Once everything was in order, the ship sailed smoothly. With nothing to do, Yun Fan pulled over a lounge chair and lay on the deck to bask in the sun. Compared to the Grand Line, the East Blue's environment was relatively harmonious. Devoid of chaotic magnetic fields, unpredictable weather, or hidden currents, Yun Fan was in no hurry. There was no danger, so he leisurely drifted, letting the tides carry him. That Ji Xiaoman approached Yun Fan with the nautical chart. There's nothing on this. How do you even understand it? Yun Fan opened one eye and replied, This is my talent, one you cannot replicate. Frustrated, Ji Xiaoman tossed the nautical chart into Yun Fan's arms and began doodling circles on the deck. Hey, little man, if you could don the dance warrior outfit and perform a dance for me, I would teach you how. Ji Xiaoman, skeptical, raised her head. Really? Of course, one wonders why this genius girl is so fixated on navigation. Perhaps she has always excelled at everything since childhood, and this is her first setback in sailing, leaving her somewhat disgruntled. But Yao wants to see too. Today, Yao adorned herself in a charming dress featuring the mystical deer, which only enhanced her cuteness. She shifted slightly to allow herself to settle onto the chair and, from Ji Xiaoman's gadget box, retrieved some snacks and sunflower seeds. Before long, Ji Xiaoman emerged from changing her clothes. And in that moment, Yun Fan's eyes sparkled with delight that Ji Xiaoman had always donned short tops and shorts, embodying youthful exuberance. This time, she wore a striking purple leather top that barely concealed her essential areas, paired with flared purple pants. Indeed, there was an alluring, exotic charm about her. Ji Xiaoman leaped down from the second floor, executing a graceful spin mid-air before landing deftly. Mulan, enjoying the breeze at the bow of the ship, couldn't help but glance back. On the lookout tower, Shou leaned over the railing, giving Ji Xiaoman a thumbs up. Under the gaze of everyone, Ji Xiaoman felt a tinge of bashfulness. You promised to teach me navigation, she said. When have I ever deceived you? Yun Fan replied, sitting up and shifting to a more comfortable position, resting a hand on Ayao's shoulder as he began cracking the sunflower seeds. I can't dance, but how about I show you a set of combat moves? Yun Fan extended a hand, gesturing for her to begin her performance. The Ji Xiaoman closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her presence was transformed. She initiated with a signal, her fists swirling, energy circulating around her, an intangible force flowing with her movements. The techniques were fluid and spontaneous, culminating in a dramatic finale as she spun her long legs. Ending with a flourish, Ji Xiaoman's martial display was a harmonious blend of strength and grace, lacking lethality, resembling more of a performance than a fight, pleasing to the eye. Remarkable. Yun Fan couldn't help but applaud. Ayao's mouth fell open in awe, her little hands clapping vigorously. That was amazing. Can you teach me? Of course. After completing the routine, Ji Xiaoman shed her shyness, regaining her confident and vibrant demeanor. Yun Fan glanced at Ayao, imagining her practicing the moves, and shook his head. He patted her antlers, saying, Ayao, one day I'll find you a dance instructor. Let us avoid this for now. Though Ayao was not short and stood nearly as tall as Ji Xiaoman, her adorably delicate demeanor gave her a dainty presence beside anyone, making her ill-suited for such a commanding dance. Ji Xiaoman eagerly approached Yun Fan, reminding him, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Teach me to read the nautical charts. Am I someone who breaks promises? Yun Fan spread out the nautical chart, pointing out, previously, Zhou, you mentioned this place is Coco West Village, and the nearest comm zone is right here. That gives us our current coordinates. This area is Upside Down Mountain. Navigate in this direction. Upon finishing, he paused. Ji Xiaoman waited, puzzled. Is that all? Chapter 49. You'd best sleep with one eye open. Yun Fan, aware of his limited knowledge, knew he could not elaborate further without revealing his ignorance. The rest, you shall decipher on your own. You are undoubtedly the brightest student of the Jixia Academy. I trust you will grasp it swiftly. Seizing the moment while Ji Xiaoman was in thought, Yun Fan quietly slipped away. Ji Xiaoman scratched her head, feeling an itch. Ayao burst into laughter. Suddenly realizing, Ji Xiaoman shouted, Yun Fan, do you take me for a fool? In a flash, Yun Fan climbed up the mast. Come down, Ji Xiaoman yelled, pointing at him. How dare you play tricks on me? You're finished. Yun Fan, perched at the top, remained unfazed, with the billowing deer skull flag fluttering beside him. So, have you learned to read the charts? Ji Xiaoman asked uncertainly. Of course. What I taught you is a universal formula. Follow my method, and no nautical chart will daunt you. Standing at the pinnacle, surveying the world below. With the sea breeze tousling his clothing, an aura of unwavering confidence radiated from Yun Fan, instilling trust in those who beheld him. Is that true? Ji Xiaoman inquired, her skepticism waning. Absolutely. Yun Fan's confidence surged as he clasped the mast with one hand, projecting assurance to Ji Xiaoman. With your sailing skills and the universal formula I imparted, the vast seas will be yours to command. Really? Ji Xiaoman clutched her hair anxiously, increasingly convinced by Yun Fan's words. Sensing he had successfully convinced her, Yun Fan sighed in relief and leaped onto the lookout tower, intending to discuss lunch options with Shoyu. Shoyu glanced at Ji Xiaoman, who was anxiously biting her nails, and remarked to Yun Fan, are you not worried she might tie you to the mast at night? Yun Fan swiftly covered Shoyu's mouth. Shoo! With Ji Xiaoman's intellect, I doubt she'd catch on without your prompting. Ji Xiaoman pulled out another nautical chart, attempting to apply Yun Fan's methods, but found it incomprehensible. This so-called universal formula is nonsense. This new chart is like reading a foreign language. Where are the reference points? She slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it, and stormed off to confront Yun Fan. Meanwhile, Yun Fan sat cross-legged on the bow of the ship, eyes closed, breathing evenly, energy circulating around him. Mulan intercepted Ji Xiaoman as she attempted to approach, stating he's currently in training. It's not an opportune time to disturb him. Ji Xiaoman stomped her foot in frustration and turned away. Yun Fan cautiously opened one eye. Has she left? Mulan nodded affirmatively. However, you'd best keep one eye open while you sleep tonight. Mulan, you're cracking jokes now. I'm serious. Had it not been for Ayao last time, she would have truly tied you to the mast. Yun Fan shivered at the thought, vowing to change rooms for the night. Fortunately, before evening fell, they arrived at Log Town. Naturally, a place like Lowtown boasted a bustling dock. Yun Fan lifted the telescope, gazing at the lively scene. The dock was abuzz with activity. Various cargo ships were moored, and workers were bustling about, transporting goods. The towering platforms on either side were naval lookout towers. As he scanned the area, his gaze coincidentally locked with that of a naval officer. Atop the naval lookout tower, a sentry wielded a telescope. Scrutinizing the SENIT was midday, the peak time for cargo ship activity at the dock, and he needed to ensure the safety of these vessels to prevent any opportunistic criminals from taking advantage of the chaos. Yet he was somewhat relaxed, for this was Lowtown, the station of Captain Smoker. Ever since Captain Smoker took residence here and dealt decisively with pirates, few criminals dared to stir trouble, with the sun shining brightly. It was another tranquil day. Just as the sentry was about to lower the telescope, preparing for a leisurely day, he caught a glimpse of a shadow in his peripheral vision, focusing the telescope. He made eye contact with Yun Fan. As his gaze shifted upward, and he spotted the pirate flag atop the mast. The naval officer's heart raced. The deer skull flag. An unfamiliar pirate crew. The sentry set down his telescope and raised the alarm. However, he did not dwell on it. Remaining calm as he awaited his comrades to apprehend the intruders, a mere unknown pirate crew had audaciously arrived at the dock. Truly the fearless naivety of youth. The people at the dock paused for a moment upon hearing the alarm, but soon resumed their activities, dismissing it as just another Level 3 alert. Likely caused by a new pirate crew unaware of Captain Smoker's reputation that on the small duck sailboat. Yun Fan lowered the telescope. He hadn't anticipated such good fortune to arrive at Lowtown so seamlessly. Mulan furrowed her brow, gazing at the distant dock. This should be Lowtown's dock. Since we've appeared here, the Navy must have already noticed us. Yun Fan waved dismissively. So what if they notice? Generally, pirates seeking to land would choose an uninhabited spot to stealthily dock. Only a fool would anchor directly at the dock, and those fools often meet their end before even reaching the shore, obliterated by naval cannon fire. Recalling the naval sentry he had seen earlier, it was clear they had already been detected. In that case, let us dock directly at the pier. It saves us the trouble of searching for a spot to land. Show you, clutching his rifle, queried, Isn't that a bit too brazen? We may not mind, but what about the ship? Yun Fan pondered for a moment before replying. Consider it a gift to the Navy. We'll reclaim it when we leave. 2 small boats have already approached the dock. With such a massive ship and only a handful of them on board, there was no time to adjust the sails or steer the vessel. The 2 boats that came from the dock were not large. They were merely single-masted sailboats, likely underestimating their presence. Mulan, Yun Fan called out, and then concentrated his energy in his palm, summoning the famed sword. Simi, Mulan understood his intent and readied her great sword, gathering her strength. You go left, I'll go right. 2 dazzling slashes cut across the surface of the sea, parting the waters with a tumultuous surge. On one of the small sailboats, a naval captain was about to raise a megaphone to issue commands when he suddenly spotted the 2 strikes approaching. His hair stood on end, a wave of dread coursing through him. And he shouted, "Quick, jump into the sea!" Without needing his command, everyone had already leapt into the water, as swift as a knife slicing through lard. Without a moment's hesitation, the slashes plunged into the ocean, and the 2 small sailboats were slowly severed in 2, their cuts unnaturally smooth. The sentinel stationed atop the lookout tower at the dock, watching the sea, clenched his fist tightly, causing his telescope to shatter with a loud crack. The slashes, he stammered, trembling lips murmuring. Regaining his composure, he urgently sounded the first-level alarm and shouted towards the dock. "Run! The pirates are here! They're swordsmen capable of slashing. Hurry and inform Colonel Smoker." Countless naval officers heard the alarm and rushed to the dock. An officer commanding the battle, witnessing Yun Fan's ship drawing nearer, bellowed, "Fire! We cannot let them reach the dock. Fire and sink them." Cannons were gradually rolled out on both sides of the dock, aiming at the sailboats. "Fire!" With the officer's command, shells flew forth. "Guardsmen, it's your turn." The sniper, Guiwe, set up his rifle, the Eye of Tranquility fully activated, rendering all projectiles visible to him. Bullets were fired, and shells detonated in mid-air. Occasionally, 1 or 2 shells that he could not intercept flew towards them. only to be cleaved in two by Mulan's sword. The sailboat, braving the barrage of cannon fire, steadily approached the dock. "Cease fire." Seeing that the sailboat had entered the dock's range, the officer hastily commanded. The dock was still filled with countless cargo ships, and many civilians had not yet evacuated. Continuing the bombardment would surely lead to innocent casualties. The officer unsheathed his waist sword, his expression resolute as he shouted, "Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. We cannot allow the pirates to set foot on the island. Firearms team, open fire." The Navy formed lines along the shore, behind them a throng of workers and civilians fleeing in haste. Ji Xiaoman dodged a bullet aimed at her face, observing the scene and asking, "Why do I feel like we've become the villains?" Yun Fan, shield crackling with energy, was also moved by the unfolding drama. Most of the lower-ranking Navy personnel remained true to their original intentions, clinging to dreams of justice that it was the upper echelons, corrupted and decayed, that had lost their way. Yet, what did it matter if one was just or villainous? Yin Fan did not care. He was no savior and was indifferent to others' opinions. He simply desired to live according to his own will. Let them call us villains. The moment we opposed the world government, we had already become the antagonists. Indeed, Ji Xiaoman nodded. She was not one to cling to rigid beliefs, merely reflecting on the situation. Being merciful to one's enemies would only endanger one's comrades. At Rogtown, in the naval base, Colonel Smoker's office was enveloped in smoke. Smoker sat in his chair, two cigars clenched between his lips, legs crossed atop the desk, scrutinizing a wanted poster in his hand. After a moment, he placed the poster on the desk, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, leaning back in his chair and gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. The information on the wanted poster was about Yin Fan. The shield hero, Yin Fan, daring to slay a celestial dragon. Who exactly are you? Colonel Smoker. Trouble. The office door was violently thrust open, the smoke billowing out like a liberated spirit, catching the nearby Navy off guard as they coughed violently. Smoker waved the smoke away and asked, "What is happening? Why the rush?" "Cough, cough. Colonel Smoker, pirates. Pirates are attacking the dock." Smoker casually replied, "Then go capture them." But then he realized if it were that easy to catch them, his subordinates wouldn't be so frantic to burst in. Therefore, he inquired, "Which pirate crew?" "It's an unknown pirate crew, but they have a swordsman capable of slashing." Smoker became slightly more serious, standing up and walking outside. A swordsman was indeed not an ordinary soldier to contend with. Yet, it was only a slight increase in seriousness that a group of unknown rookie pirates thought that having a swordsman meant they could act with impunity and dared to brazenly attack the dock. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he was least afraid of slashes. Smoker discarded his cigar, flaring his coat to reveal rows of cigars tucked inside, relighting two and striding to the door. His gaze fixed on the soldiers, which dock. The eastern dock, a large duck-headed sailboat, flying a deer skull flag. Just as Smoker was about to transform into smoke and take off, he suddenly halted, disbelief flooding his eyes. Fixating on the soldier as he asked, "The deer skull flag?" The soldier, puzzled by Smoker's sudden pause, honestly replied, "Yes." Smoker's pupils constricted slightly. "The deer skull flag. It's you, the shield hero." This morning, the naval headquarters received a call. Vice Admiral Garp failed to capture the shield hero Yun Fan and is now preoccupied with internal naval issues. Unable to attend, that he ordered me to intercept and capture the shield hero Yun Fan in Rogtown. As a notorious pirate, he could not possibly remain in the East Blue, the weakest of seas. According to the route provided by Vice Admiral Garp, the shield hero Yun Fan is heading towards the Grand Line. He will certainly pass through Rogtown. I just didn't expect him to arrive so swiftly. Moreover, to have escaped from Vice Admiral Garp's grasp, his strength must be considerable. Without further delay, Smoker transformed his lower body into smoke and soared towards the dock. Yun Fan's ship was mere steps away from the dock. "Once we land, do not linger. Engage swiftly." With that, Yun Fan leapt into the air, the famed sword simi manifesting as he swung it lightly, a flash of sword light cutting through the sky. The human wall the Navy had erected was split wide open by his strike, the ground cracking, and the blood of countless soldiers sprayed forth, scattering like torn rags in the wake of the impact. From the moment they picked up their weapons, there were no longer any good or bad individuals, only the living and the dead. Mulan followed closely behind, her great sword whirling amidst the crowd like a meat grinder. Leaving chaos in her wake, Ji Xiaoman, with her long legs, spun like a windmill, sending a gust that kicked a circle of pirates away, instantly clearing the area of any navy. Gui Wei, with Aya on his head, moved cautiously behind them, his observation haki and the eye of tranquility alert to the battlefield. As a marksman, he found himself with no opportunity to contribute, for Yun Fan and his companions were more than sufficient. Recognizing that they had nearly harvested enough experience, Yun Fan signaled for them to leave. The situation here had surely been reported to Smoker, and he might very well be on his way. Given Smoker's speed of flight as smoke, he would arrive shortly. Yun Fan did not wish to confront Smoker just yet. He needed to ensure the crystal's charging and would thus linger in Rog Town for a while longer. Everyone, let us go. Yun Fan led the group towards the town. Stop. Who says you can leave? A trembling officer, still prone on the ground, stood up, aiming his gun at Yun Fan. You bastards. There's no way I'll let you into the town. The officer coughed up blood, gritting his teeth as he pulled the trigger. With a bang, the gun fired. The officer's vision darkened. Yun Fan was already standing before him, but he reached out, gripping the Navy officer's face and lifting him effortlessly. An emotionless voice escaped Yun Fan's lips. Do you believe you can stop me? The officer, still held by Yun Fan, remained steadfast, declaring, even if I cannot stop you, I would wager my life without hesitation. Chapter 51. You just haven't seen the big picture. I would bet my life without hesitation. All the conscious Marines at the docks struggled to stand, despite the arduous effort it took to lift their weapons. Excellent. You truly embody the justice that weighs upon your hearts. Yun Fan nodded in praise. Then, with a tranquil expression, released his grip, causing the Marines to collapse onto the ground. Just as he was about to look up, an invisible pressure swept over the entire dock. All the remaining Marines rolled their eyes back and fell to the ground, unconscious. With a stoic expression, Yun Fan turned to leave, reassuring himself that this was merely a game. And these were merely insignificant foes. He was but a transient in this world. What did it matter to him, this notion of justice? He sought only freedom, to live unrestrained by anyone or anything, until he could conclude this chapter and embark on his next journey. Despite his self-soothing thoughts, the ordinary people who clung to their convictions persistently reminded him that this was no game. Yun Fan thought of Nami. This was a harsh world, filled with flesh and blood, where every individual truly existed. Aya noticed that Yun Fan was not quite himself and approached, clasping his hand gently, whispering comfortingly, Brother, do not be unhappy. Io is here. I will always be with you. Yun Fan tenderly ruffled Aya's hair and chuckled softly. Brother is not unhappy, merely a bit dazed. Perhaps I'm just tired. A brief rest will suffice. Mulan delicately wiped the blood from her great sword and remarked casually, This blood is still warm. It's quite difficult to clean. Ji Xiaoman placed a hand on Yun Fan's shoulder, clucking her tongue. I didn't expect you to be such a twisted person. You really haven't witnessed much in the way of grand events. After saying this, she patted Yun Fan's shoulder and spoke with a tone of false wisdom. Young man, you'll get used to it. Yun Fan, with an expression of disbelief, brushed Ji Xiaoman's hand away, retorting as if she had experienced numerous grand spectacles herself. If I recall correctly, you've been studying at the Jixia Academy, hardly venturing out. Nonsense. I, a martial arts genius, have seen my fair share of grand events. Before I even arrived at Jixia Academy, I had witnessed the battle between gods and demons. You claim I haven't seen much. Seeing Yun Fan's incredulous expression, Ji Xiaoman grew anxious, tugging at his collar to earnestly discuss the matter. Come now, give me $50, and I'll regale you with my legendary tales. Anyone can boast. Your bedtime stories are even less entertaining than Io. Ji Xiaoman stomped on the ground, crushing the floorboards, and shouted angrily, Yun Fan, I hope your bones are tougher than my fist. With that, she launched a punch, the force so immense that it even channeled her martial energy, hurtling a gust of wind towards his forehead. Cold sweat poured down Yun Fan's face as he swiftly dodged, the force crashing against a wall, shattering the bricks. Ji Xiaoman, did I hit the nail on the head? Are you trying to kill me? Yun Fan exclaimed, sprinting ahead while Ji Xiaoman chased after him, their playful bickering fading into the streets. Before long, Smoker arrived, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, descending upon the dock. By then, the civilians had long since fled, leaving behind a scene of injured Marines. Smoker's expression darkened as he suppressed his fury, crouching down to awaken a Marine who appeared to be in slightly better condition. Colonel Smoker. The Marine struggled to open his eyes, trembling as he pointed towards the direction Yun Fan had vanished. They have entered the town. Smoker patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. I'll take it from here. Please conserve your strength. The injured Marine coughed a few times, insisting on delivering vital information. Colonel Smoker, that group of pirates is formidable. They do not merely strike with blades that I don't know what kind of ability he used, but with just a glare, everyone lost consciousness. Endless rage simmered beneath Smoker's calm gaze that I know it's Yun Fan and his crew. I will capture them. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the injured Marines, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, a squad of Marines rushed from the street, standing at attention behind Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Smoker turned and commanded. Get all the injured Marines to the medical bay. Yun Fan and his crew have already entered the town. Notify all Marines in Rogtown to search the streets and post wanted notices. Report any news of Yun Fan's group immediately. No one is to act without my orders. Yes, sir. After issuing his commands, Smoker inquired, Where's Sergeant Dashki? Report. Sergeant Dashki left the base for the commercial street this morning and has not yet returned. Smoker nodded, then transformed into smoke and surged towards the direction Yun Fan had vanished. Meanwhile, Yun Fan was enjoying a meal at a tavern with Mulan and others. The earlier gloom had dissipated, and his spirits were high. Since arriving on the island, the energy of the mini crystal had been visibly rising, nearing its full capacity. This was just the beginning. At this rate, by the time he departed Rogtown, he would have enough energy for 2 summons. Truly deserving of its reputation as the town of beginnings and endings, in good spirits, he indulged in more food, and the table was soon cluttered with empty plates. Mulan elegantly sipped her drink, gazing at the feast before them, and softly remarked, I didn't bring any money. Ji Xiaoman, who was in a tug-of-war for food with Yun Fan, looked up in surprise. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't bring any either. You didn't ask. Everyone turned to look at Shoyu. He raised his hands in surrender. Actually, I didn't bring any either. Yun Fan surveyed the heap of empty plates on the table, silently calculating their value in berries. Ji Xiaoman tentatively suggested, How about I go back to the ship to get some? Yun Fan shook his head. Forget it. The Navy is surely guarding the ship now. Then what should we do? After glancing at the tavern owner at the bar, Yun Fan whispered, We are pirates, after all. So? Ji Xiaoman replied, I assent it reasonable for pirates to eat without paying. She covered Aya's ears, cautioning, Don't teach the child bad habits. Then what do you propose? Yun Fan turned to Aya. What do you think? Aya, sipping her juice, shook her head in confusion. Since there is no solution, let us just go with my idea. It is just a meal. The owner go bankrupt over it. If that is the case, the owner's tavern go out of business? Aya pondered for a moment, feeling uneasy. Eating without paying is just bullying honest people. I assent it. Yun Fan pulled Aya closer, adopting a stern expression to intimidate her. Then how about we sell Aya instead? She is worth 1,000,000 berries. Ji Xiaoman nodded in agreement, thinking it feasible. Aya immediately shook her head vigorously. I don't want to. I believe the owner mind this little amount of money. Chapter 52. Mulan's Arena Dashki made her way from the commercial street, cradling a notebook in her arms, her face beaming with happiness. Wonderful. I've recorded yet another nameless swift blade. At this rate, I will soon catalog all the famed swords of the sea, she encouraged herself. Humming a nameless tune, her steps light as she walked down the street. As Dashki passed by a tavern, a sudden wave of heart palpitations struck her, leaving her perplexed as she stood still. What is this feeling? She slowly retreated to the tavern entrance, peering inside. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a red-haired woman with her back turned to the door. Dashki's eyes fixated on the large sword strapped to the woman's back, her pupils dilating in recognition. This is the sensation. An overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanated from the sword. Even through the sheath, the intense aura was astonishingly chilling. Any swordsman could discern the extraordinary nature of this great sword. How many lives must have been taken to cultivate such a presence? Compelled by an unseen force, Dashki took a step toward the red-haired woman, driven to document this magnificent sword. Mulan was quietly observing the playful banter between Yunfan and Ji Xiaoman when she suddenly felt a gaze upon her from behind. Turning curiously, she found a bespectacled girl staring at her with an almost obsessive intensity. The shiver ran down Mulan's spine, but upon closer inspection, she realized the girl was fixated on the great sword on her back. Releasing a quiet sigh of relief, she reflected on how many times she had encountered such intense stares during her time with the Great Wall Guard, indifferent to gender. The men were manageable enough. They could be subdued with a good beating. However, dealing with women in such a manner was far more taxing. Fortunately, this girl was merely admiring the great sword. Yunfan also noticed the girl standing there in a daze, taking a closer look. His eyes lit up. Ah, the person bringing gifts has arrived. Do you need something? Dashki stood silently behind her, gazing intently at the great sword, which left Hua Mulan feeling somewhat overwhelmed, unable to bear the silence any longer. She finally spoke up. Upon hearing the voice, Dashki dazedly lifted her head, only to realize how rude she had been, immediately bowing deeply to, "I apologize. That was extremely inconsiderate of me. It's just that this great sword is so captivating. I became utterly entranced. I'm truly sorry. It's all right." Hua Mulan, unsure of how to respond to such a girl, simply muttered those words before lapsing back into silence. Receiving her forgiveness, Dashki looked up with bright, sparkling pupils that even her glasses could not obscure. She swiftly moved closer to Hua Mulan, grasping her hand earnestly, and implored, "Although this may be quite forward of me, may I have a glimpse of the great sword behind you? Rest assured, I merely wish to observe it. I hope it's not too much trouble." As she spoke, Dashki again bent to bow her head. Hua Mulan felt a slight headache arising from the situation and chose not to engage further. Instead, she unsheathed the great sword from her back and held it before Dashki. The moment the sword was drawn, its chilling radiance surged forth, stinging the eyes of those nearby, undeterred by the menacing aura emanating from the sword. Dashki meticulously examined it. Even as her eyes grew sore and tears streamed down her cheeks, she persevered. Taking out her notebook, she fervently recorded the details of the great sword as if possessed. Ji Xiaoman quietly leaned in to whisper to Yunfan, "Is this person a bit eccentric?" Yunfan raised a finger to her lips, hushing her. "Keep your voice down. Our meal depends on her." Ji Xiaoman swatted Yunfan's hand away, disdainfully retorting, "Are you trying to swindle even a fool's money? That's utterly outrageous." Unaware of the murmurs between Yunfan and Ji Xiaoman, Dashki remained engrossed in her notes. Once she finished jotting down the fundamental details of the great sword, she looked up at Hua Mulan and inquired, "May I ask the name of this sword?" Observing Dashki's tear-streaked, reddened eyes, Hua Mulan asked with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I truly apologize." Dashki hastily rubbed her eyes and said, "Could you tell me the name of this sword?" After a moment's contemplation, Hua Mulan replied, "This sword does not have a name, but you may call it the Dragon Slayer Blade." "The Dragon Slayer Blade? What a grand name!" Dashki quickly recorded it in her notebook, before continuing to pester Hua Mulan with questions, completely disregarding Yunfan and the others. "Are you a swordsman?" "I am as well. This is my treasured sword, the Shiyu of the 50 crafts." Dashki presented her prized blade to Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan glanced at it and nodded, "A very fine sword." Although she did not understand Dashki's conflation of swords and knives, she was too disinclined to explain, having never been fond of conversing. Dashki excitedly shared her joy, discussing her treasured blade, her dreams, and her reasons for joining the Navy. Her exuberance and familiarity made it somewhat challenging for Hua Mulan to navigate. Hua Mulan soon learned that this girl was part of the Navy, but she refrained from commenting, sensing the innocence and kindness within Dashki. She did not harbor any dislike for her. However, Dashki's demeanor suddenly shifted, her spirit dampening. "Do you believe that a woman can truly not become a sword master?" Hua Mulan was taken aback for a moment and asked, "Who told you that?" Dashki, with a sorrowful expression, replied, A senior of mine said that women are inherently at a disadvantage compared to men and can never become great sword masters, that I never aspire to be a great sword master. I just feel that such a statement is profoundly unfair to women. Yet my own lack of strength prevents me from countering him. Hua Mulan fell silent for a moment, then stood, gripping her great sword. An aura of defiance radiated from her, and a whirlwind seemed to manifest within the tavern, scattering chairs in its wake. The sword's gleam cracked the floor, causing the famed blade, Huazhou, to tremble, the sharper the sword in hand. The more one must not forget the original intent of wielding it. I may adorn myself with flowers or don armor that glimmers coldly. Gazing northward towards the great walls, how magnificent is the mighty wind. With my long sword, I shall sweep across the 9 realms. I am Hua Mulan. Who dares say that women are inferior to men? Let him come find me. The atmosphere was charged with energy, and Yun Fan felt a chill run down his spine, prompting him to shout for her to stop. Hua Mulan's piercing gaze fixed on Yun Fan, her tone serene yet firm. Do you have an objection? Gripping her great sword tightly, it was evident that should Yun Fan express dissent, she would be ready to demonstrate her prowess. She despised the notion that women were inferior to men. Yun Fan, wiping his forehead, helplessly gestured around them. Mulan, please, rein in your powers. We can't afford this. He had initially hoped to trick Dasky into paying, but witnessing the potential destruction, he feared she would end up bankrupt. Hua Mulan hesitated for a moment, retracting her imposing aura at that moment. Everyone in the tavern stood in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Dasky sat on the ground, gazing up with shining admiration in her eyes. In that instant, Hua Mulan's figure appeared colossal to her. Dasky trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face, and involuntarily cried out, Master, please take me as your disciple. Chapter 53. The Demon-Slaying Order on the Red Earth Continent, in the Holy Land of Mary Geos. In the conference room, 5 elders sat in a circle. Marcus Mars, sporting straight white hair and a long beard, dressed in a well-tailored suit, lifted a cup of coffee and spoke. The demon-slaying order should have reached the Goya kingdom by now. Why did you suddenly halt it? Saturn, Jaeger Lucius Satan, with a face full of white hair and a bushy beard, leaning on his cane, responded, There's no need. The whole world knows that shield hero Yun Fan has slain the celestial dragon. At this juncture, destroying the Goya kingdom would be untenable with the other nations. That I may not care for those ants, but it disrupts the balance, said Venus, Izambaranvi, with a prominent bald head. Emphatically, it's all Morgan's fault for exposing the assassination of the celestial dragon without the world government's consent. I see no reason for him to continue living. Jupiter, Shepherd X, put down his newspaper and stated, I will warn Morgan. If it happens again, we can replace the president of the news agency. Mercury, Topman Vacheli, who had been silent until now, asked, What should we do about this matter? That rascal Carp is becoming increasingly insubordinate. Jupiter shook his head and replied, Carp is a naval hero, deeply entangled in this. The seas are tumultuous. It is not yet the time for reckoning. Saturn, leaning on his cane, pondered for a moment. Shield hero Yun Fan is still in the East Sea. Correct? Change the mission of the demon-slaying order. Temporarily spare the Goya kingdom and focus on annihilating shield hero Yun Fan and his group. Just as Saturn was about to leave, he turned back and added, Also, inform Sengoku to raise the bounty on shield hero and his companions. Venus, puzzled, asked, Do you think that 10 warships and 5 vice-admirals are insufficient to eliminate shield hero and his companions? Just a precaution that if the demon-slaying order cannot eliminate them, then let an admiral take action. Anyone who dares challenge the authority of the celestial dragons must be eradicated. In the East Sea, aboard the Doghead warship, a snail phone was animatedly relaying a conversation. Carp pulled out a piece of sunbae, crunching it between his teeth. The snail phone bellowed indignantly, Carp, are you even listening to me? How much longer will you linger in the East Sea? Hurry back. Carp casually dug at his ear, responding, Sengoku, don't be so worked up. As the fleet admiral, you need to maintain your composure. I've only just arrived in the East Sea. I haven't even captured Shield Hero and still need to bring Luffy back to Fusha Village. That brat has no idea where he's run off to. He dares to play hide and seek with me. Once I catch him, he'll all be in for it. At that moment, the snail phone's expression changed dramatically. Carp, you cannot return to Fusha village. Carp, puzzled, asked, why not? The snail phone fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Carp ceased chewing on the sunbae, staring intently at the snail phone. Sengoku, are you hiding something from me? After a lengthy silence, Carp slammed the table and bellowed, are you initiating the demon-slaying order against the Goyic kingdom? Carp was no fool. He should have realized it sooner, The celestial dragons, what a noble lineage. In order to conceal the fact that the celestial dragons can be wounded and perish like ordinary mortals, and to safeguard their exalted authority from any challenge, how could they possibly allow the existence of the Goyic kingdom? It was initially presumed that with news of the shield hero Yunfan having slain a celestial dragon spreading like wildfire through the papers, the Goyic kingdom would be spared. Yet, unexpectedly, the Navy headquarters stealthily initiated the demon extermination order. Carp, with eyes ablaze, bellowed, Sengoku, you have transferred me away from Navy headquarters, and now you won't even permit me to go to Windmill Village. This is all to execute the demon extermination order, isn't it? I wondered why you kept urging me to return. So, this is the reason. Do you have any idea how many innocent civilians reside in the Goyic kingdom? You scoundrel, Sengoku. The transponder snail remained silent. And only when Carp regained his composure did it respond. Come back, Carp. The order comes directly from the five elders, and none of us can alter it. The Grand General Zhou Yu stood quietly at the side. Observing the unfolding scene, is this the Navy? Is this the world government? No wonder Yunfan chose the path of piracy. In that moment, Zhou Yu comprehended the darkness, cruelty, and decay that enveloped this world. It is a realm that must be shattered and reformed in order to be saved. Bring! The sudden sound of the transponder snail's ring resonated sharply on the silent deck, emanating from Sengoku's in the Navy headquarters. Within the marshal's office, Sengoku picked up the transponder snail that it was a call from the five elders, presumably inquiring about the progress of the demon extermination order. That a flicker of helplessness passed through Sengoku's eyes, but as time progressed, that helplessness faded, replaced by a glimmer of joy. Yes. After the five elders finished speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone. Carp's voice came through another transponder snail. Was that the five elders? Were they urging the demon extermination order? Sengoku, understanding his old comrade's fury, did not keep him in suspense. Carp, the five elders have commanded to halt the demon extermination order and instead focus all efforts on capturing the shield hero Yunfan and his crew. Carp's previously shadowed face lifted in disbelief. Really? Indeed. Then what are you waiting for, Sengoku? An excited Carp squeezed the transponder snail tightly. Quickly issue orders to the demon extermination command. Immediately. The transponder snail hung limply, its tongue lolling and eyes rolling back. Carp sheepishly remarked, apologies, my excitement got the better of me. After apologizing to the transponder snail, Carp generously offered it a piece of candy. Ignoring Carp's antics, Zhou Yu's gaze turned steely. The demon extermination order. I wonder if Yunfan can withstand it. Zhou Yu had yet to witness the true power of the demon extermination order, only hearing that it was comprised of 5 vice admirals. A fellow vice admiral. Even if he could not match Carp, he should not be far behind. Zhou Yu's thoughts turned to Carp's abilities, and he began to worry for Yunfan. He pondered whether he should secretly lend assistance. Meanwhile, in Road Town, the tavern was deserted. The owner trembled behind the bar. Master, please take me as your disciple. Dasky had been pestering for ages, her bright eyes sparkling with adoration, almost bright enough to serve as a light bulb. Milan sighed in resignation. You're a Navy officer, right? I cannot remain in one place for too long. Can you abandon your dream of being a Navy officer and come with me? Dasky fell silent. Being a Navy officer was her lifelong dream. How could she abandon it? Reluctantly, she had to forego her desire to apprentice. Once she calmed down, Dasky finally noticed others aside from Milan. Her gaze roamed over Yunfan and his companions. Feeling an uncanny familiarity, the girl with antlers, the boy with a fluffy tail, the red-haired woman wielding a large sword, and the unremarkable Yunfan. Adjusting her glasses, a spark of realization flickered in her eyes. Seeing Dasky continuously surveying them, Yunfan knew she was about to recognize them. Now it was time for him to make his move. Clenching his hand in the air, specks of light began to coalesce. And moments later, A fearsome blade materialized, the famed sword, Siming, lay horizontally before him. Daski's intelligent gaze faded, reverting to a starry-eyed admiration. Her eyes fixated on the sword, unable to look away, nearly drooling. Let me see it. Chapter 54. Cut. What have I not seen before? Can I have a look? Dasky gazed at the sword with anticipation. Yunfan unhesitatingly extended the sword toward her. Of course, feel free to take a look. Dasky gingerly accepted the sword, its blade as cold as ice, and even at a distance, the chilling aura was palpable. Was this the essence of a sword? A mere blade possessed such a presence. This was an echelon Dasky had never encountered before, yet here it was before her. Lightly flicking the blade, a crisp, melodious sound resonated, a finger traced the edge, revealing a line of blood. Wow. It can injure just by touch. What a sharp blade. This had to be a formidable weapon. Yunfan winced at the sight of Dasky's bleeding finger, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Was this girl truly that fierce, unfazed by her bleeding finger? Dasky looked up and asked, "What is the name of this sword?" Siming that I've never heard of such a famed sword. May I record its name? Yunfan nodded. Certainly. You seem to be quite fond of this sword. How about I sell it to you? Dasky's expression darkened abruptly as she slammed her palm on the table, shouting at Yunfan, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would you sell such a magnificent sword?" Yunfan immediately slipped into performance mode, clutching his forehead and sighing, adopting an air of exasperation. "I don't wish to either. The sword Siming is a family heirloom, passed down through 18 generations. If it weren't for my dire circumstances, how could I bear to part with it? Woe is me. I am impoverished." Attempting to squeeze out a few tears, yet his eyes betrayed him, only thundering without rained to avoid exposure. Yunfan buried his face in Mulan's embrace, his shoulders trembling as he began to sob. Mulan, unable to bear it, closed her eyes and shoved him into Ji Xiaoman's arms. "Don't cry." Ji Xiaoman cast a disdainful glance at Yunfan. What atrocious acting. Suddenly feeling a dampness on her chest, Ji Xiaoman was horrified, slapping Yunfan away. "Don't wipe your snot on me." Yunfan flipped mid-air, landing gracefully in Shoyue's arms. Shoyue, closing his eyes in disdain, thought it was utterly humiliating. He genuinely wished to dig a hole and hide. Yunfan began to weep genuinely, tears streaming down his face, looking utterly pitiful. "Who am I doing this for? Woe is me. It's all to ensure you have money to spend, food to eat, and yet you still disdain me." Aya gently patted Yunfan's head, comforting him. "Don't cry. Aya doesn't disdain you." Shoyue could no longer tolerate it, his form gradually fading until he became transparent. Mulan had long since vanished. "I need some fresh air," Ji Xiaoman murmured before disappearing in a flicker. She could no longer bear to witness Yunfan's deception of an innocent girl. It was utterly embarrassing. At that moment, Dasky felt somewhat at a loss, wanting to comfort him but unsure of what to say. Yunfan turned to her with hopeful eyes. "Are you going to buy it?" "I will buy it. Just don't be sad. I'll keep the sword Siming safe for you. And when you have money, you can redeem it. Please don't cry." Dasky pulled out a wad of cash and handed it over. Yunfan, trembling, accepted it with excitement. "Thank you. I'm truly grateful. You are such a good person." With that, he left the tavern with Aya and the invisible Shoei. At that moment, the tavern owner dared to peek out. Surveying the chaotic scene of overturned tables and chairs, feeling utterly helpless, he stormed over to Dasky, shouting, "Compensation! Compensation! And for the meals of those other people." Outside the tavern on the street, Yunfan whistled cheerfully, waving a handful of cash. Ji Xiaoman walked beside him. "Does your conscience not ache for deceiving such a naive girl? I am a pirate. Where would my conscience come from?" Yunfan lightly tapped her head with the cash. "If you have the ability, don't spend it. In no way," Ji Xiaoman protested. "Share half with me." After much effort, we finally arrived at a somewhat larger town, and I intend to explore it thoroughly. Io also raised her hand to express her desire to join. How could Yunfan resist such an adorable Io? As they walked, Mulan, who was leading the way, suddenly came to a halt, catching Yunfan off guard as he bumped into the large sword, rubbing his nose. He asked, "What's the matter?" Mulan spoke in a low voice. "Should we first find a place to stay? We're walking so conspicuously down the street. I sent it a bit too obvious." Yunfan glanced around and indeed noticed several individuals lurking, casting furtive glances at them. There was even someone holding a newspaper who met Yunfan's gaze for a brief moment before turning and fleeing. It seemed they had been recognized. Nodding, he said, "Yes, let us find somewhere to settle down first." Just then, the crystal energy was also fully charged, allowing for a summoning. With that, Yunfan and the others stepped onto the ground and soared into the air, disappearing atop the rooftops. Inside a tavern, Dasky sat in a daze, cradling the renowned sword, Destiny, as a storm of thoughts swirled in her mind. Something was amiss. She felt as though she had forgotten something important. The light reflecting off her glasses seemed to illuminate her realization. Suddenly, she stood up, startling the owner beside her. "Mulan, and the others' attire." "Yes, it's Yunfan's group." Dasky finally connected the dots, but she appeared unable to accept it. Sinking back in her chair, her face drawn as she murmured, "How could this be? Master, how can she be a pirate?" Noticing Dasky's despondent demeanor, the tavern owner hesitated to ask for payment, suddenly fixating on the sword in her arms. His eyes nearly popped from their sockets as he exclaimed, "What is going on? The sword is glowing." Dasky looked down to see the sword, Destiny, emanating tiny specks of light. The glow drifted through the air like fine dust before vanishing. The sword shrank and became increasingly transparent until it dissolved into the atmosphere, leaving no trace. Dasky stared blankly, her hands unconsciously grasping at thin air. Finding nothing, she had been deceived, first to learn that her master was a pirate, and now her sword had disappeared too. The successive blows left her in despair, gritting her teeth as tears welled in her eyes, resembling a forsaken kitten, pitiful and forlorn. Even the tavern owner felt too awkward to mention money again. Meanwhile, at a hotel reception, Yunfan and his companions, donning masks they had cleverly acquired, ascended the stairs under the curious, gossiping, and puzzled gaze of the proprietress. She watched them go, muttering to herself, "How odd, in such a vast world. One encounters all sorts point to big men bringing so many ladies, yet they only take one room. How extravagant. And with masks on, are they so afraid of being recognized? Humph. What haven tea I've seen in my life." Chapter 55. I understand. In the hotel room on the second floor, a modest space with only a single bed, Io leaped onto the bed, reclining and stretching lazily, letting out a satisfied hum. "Oh, so comfortable." Jixiaman commented with exasperation. How stingy. Was it really necessary to take just one room? Who knows what the proprietress is thinking? Yunfan, lying beside Io, also weary from the day, replied weakly, "Funds are limited. We must make do. We won't be spending the night here. Once the crystal energy is replenished, we'll leave." Mention of the crystal invigorated Yunfan, who sprang up excitedly. Earlier in the tavern, the crystal energy had reached its maximum. Now, with no outsiders around, it was the perfect moment for a summoning. "Everyone, the moment of excitement has arrived." Shoyue approached the door, activating the Eye of Tranquility to survey the entire hotel. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he quickly retracted the eye. Yunfan chuckled, remarking, "Shoyue, be careful not to use the Eye of Tranquility indiscriminately in the hotel. It might attract unwanted attention." Shoyue blushed fiercely, steam rising from his forehead as he stammered, "I just wanted to see if anyone was following us." Yunfan tilted his head, eyes gleaming with mischief. I understand. Shoyue's embarrassment deepened. If he were alone, it wouldn't matter, but with so many others present. Even the captain looked at him disdainfully. Despairing, Shoyue leaned against the wall, wishing to become invisible, murmuring, "Just pretend I'm not here." Observing Shoyue's demeanor, Yunfan grew curious. What had he seen that caused such embarrassment? Driven by curiosity, Yunfan stealthily activated the Eye of Tranquility. Spring had arrived. The season of renewal was upon them. Yunfan had witnessed many scenes in his past life, as a diligent youth with a penchant for learning. He had even invested in a second-hand computer solely for studying that eye in the stillness of the night. Within his dimly lit apartment, he would diligently absorb knowledge, believing himself steadfast in purpose, unperturbed by the various instructors he encountered. Under the Eye of Tranquility, nothing could hide. He could even zoom in on specific areas. Yunfan merely glanced at the instinctual behaviors of those present, having grown numb to such sights from frequent exposure, until he beheld something that left him utterly astounded. Goodness, a truly shocking visual spectacle. Yun Fan had never encountered such an outrageous scene in either life. This was beyond the imagination of any ordinary person. No, the occupants of that room were not human. Oh my! The eye had indeed been too inquisitive. Yun Fan froze on the bed, disbelief flooding his gaze. This was beyond human capacity. Today had truly been an eye-opener. Noticing Yun Fan's unusual state, Mulan initially felt concern, but then realized what was happening, her brow furrowing as an aura of intensity surrounded her, hair and clothing moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a swift motion, she drew her large sword, pressing it against Yun Fan's neck, her voice icy. "Withdraw your lewd gaze," Shoyue, hidden in the corner, subtly shrank back. The cold blade radiated a menacing energy, causing Yun Fan's neck to prickle painfully, and he instinctively retracted the eye of tranquility. "What is going on, Mulan?" He feigned ignorance. Mulan's piercing gaze bore into him as she coldly asked, "Was it pleasing to the eye?" "Pleasant? Pa." There was no way Yun Fan would admit to peeping, acknowledging it could lead to dire consequences. With innocent eyes, he protested, "Mulan, this is a misunderstanding. Am I that kind of person? Who doesn't know that Yun Fan embodies righteousness?" Jixiamin couldn't contain her laughter, exclaiming, "I've never seen someone with such thick skin." Yun Fan shot her a sidelong glance. Noticing that Mulan was still unyielding, he pointed accusingly at Shoyue in the corner. "It's all Shoyue's fault. He piqued my curiosity." Mulan's gaze shifted to Shoyue, who trembled in the corner. "Shoyue, it's been a while since I checked on your training progress. Come out and show me if you've been slacking since arriving in this world." Mulan tugged Shoyue by his fluffy ears onto the rooftop, allowing Yun Fan to exhale a sigh of relief. "That I'm sorry. Shoyue, a friend in need is better than a friend indeed. The captain will compensate you later." Io, still bewildered, inquired, "What did you see?" Yun Fan tapped Io on the forehead, admonishing, "Little one shouldn't ask questions they shouldn't. Io protested, covering her forehead. "I'm not a little kid." Jixiamin leaned in with a mischievous grin. "I want to know too. Just tell me secretly. I'm an adult." Yun Fan threw the blanket over Jixiamin and Io, tossing them onto the bed. "That is how it is." "How is it?" "Think for yourself." Jixiamin's voice emerged from under the blanket. "Io, don't poke me with your antlers." Yun Fan ignored Jixiamin, who was clearly up to no good, and went to the bathroom for a quick wash before sitting cross-legged on the bed. Before him lay a mini crystal as he began his fervent prayers. Jixiamin peeked out from under the blanket, her face flushed and sweaty, muttering, "How mysterious. Io, how dare you ambush me? I, a prodigy of martial arts, cannot be bullied by you." Ji Xiaoman retreated beneath the covers once more, intent on demonstrating her prowess to a Yao. Behind her, two young girls were playfully tussling. Yun Fan sat serenely, akin to a sage, his heart a tranquil well. "Summon." The crystal radiated an energetic aura as the summoning ritual commenced. Could it be a hero this time? Based on previous experiences, this summoning effect should indeed herald a hero. Yun Fan patted the blanket behind him, saying, "A little companion is arriving. Come out." Ji Xiaoman and a Yao lifted the covers, tidying their tousled hair, a consequence of their frolic, with sweat glistening on their foreheads. They squeezed in beside Yun Fan, their eyes filled with curiosity as they observed the energy effect. Who could it be this time? As the summoning effect dissipated, a petite girl appeared before them. With turquoise hair, a light green dress, and a cherubic face adorned with bright, round eyes, she exuded a refreshing, delightful energy. Barefoot, she stood atop a floating peculiar chair. Yun Fan instantly recognized her. Goodness, wasn't this the genius music prodigy? Kaiwenji, Ji Xiaoman cupped her face, exclaiming, "So kawaii." Kaiwenji, with her chubby little feet on a rocking chair, raised her hands in celebration, scattering imaginary flowers, a beautiful girl dancing on the battlefield. The vibrant Q Yun Fan extended his finger and playfully tapped Kaiwenji's forehead. Smiling, "Welcome, little Kai Ji. You are the little one." Kaiwenji pouted, indicating her displeasure. "Baby is not happy. Baby has little emotions now." Chapter 56. Brother will take you to earn money. "Hey, how old are you to be fighting over a baby carriage?" Ji Xiaoman sat on the bed, exasperated by Yun Fan's antics. Excitedly, Yun Fan was now perched on the rocking chair. Circling the room, it was a flying rocking chair. He had longed to experience this. Give it back to me. Indeed, adults were evil, terrifying, and prone to deceit. Kai Wenji, barefoot, chased after the rocking chair, darting around the room. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she threatened, "If you don't return it, I'll make you cry." "Ha ha! Little Kai Ji, don't be so stingy." Yin Fan had no intention of stopping. The room was too small to fully enjoy it, and he yearned to soar outside. Who could refuse a flying baby carriage? Just as he was about to leap out the window, Milan opened the door and walked in. Yin Fan glanced behind her, puzzled. "Where show you?" Milan casually replied, "Don't mind him. Young people are like that. They could just sleep it off. He'll come back once he wakes up." She then turned to Kai Wenji, squatting down to pat her head. "Is this a new friend? I'm Milan. You are truly adorable. But running around barefoot will make you sick." Kai Wenji raised her innocent face, nibbling her finger. "I've heard of you. I'm Kai Wenji. Are you also a partner of that bad guy?" "Bad guy?" Milan looked at Yun Fan, puzzled at that moment. Yun Fan had stealthily opened the window. Ji Xiaoman leaped up, positioning a long leg against the rocking chair to prevent his escape. This fellow was even trying to snatch a child's carriage. Seeing Yun Fan obstructed, Kai Wenji seized the opportunity, dashing forward and landing in Yun Fan's embrace. She raised her tiny hand, conjuring an energy orb, and slapped it onto Yun Fan's chest. As the energy orb made contact, Yun Fan froze. His body became rigid, numb, and immobile. Ji Xiaoman seized Yun Fan by the collar and flung him onto the bed, muttering, "Serves you right." Standing atop the rocking chair, Kai Wenji placed her hands on her hips and huffed. "I am not easy to bully." Yun Fan lay on the bed, wriggling like a maggot. Surprisingly, the little Kai Ji's ability was indeed effective. In the midst of battle, a fleeting moment of paralysis could determine the tide of victory. Yun Fan took a liking to this ability, his mind delving into the crystal to inspect Kai Wenji's skill set. There were numerous skills, primarily of a restorative nature, such as Si Wu Xia, Wang Yu Chu, and Chong Gu Xing. These abilities allowed Kai Wenji to play instruments, healing herself or her allies. They were practical skills indeed. During combat, she could simply fly atop the rocking chair and play Wang Yu Chu, revitalizing her comrades to continue the fight. With a short cooldown, as long as Kai Wenji's internal energy kept up, she could play uninterrupted, rendering the enemy helpless. However, while these skills were commendable, they were not suited for Yun Fan, who was the captain, meant to charge into battle and engage the enemy directly. There was no time for playing music. The ability to heal upon taking damage was also of no interest to him. He had better options. For instance, Chung Yaojin's skills were akin to an everlasting engine. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could boldly declare, "Do you think you can kill me?" Thus, only one choice remained. Hu Chalo. This skill could launch an energy orb, causing the enemy's body to become paralyzed and rigid, albeit briefly, yet crucial in combat. Yun Fan had personally experienced its effects. This was the one. A Yao hovered around Kai Wenji, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. That was hard to imagine how such an adorable visage could produce such a grin. A Yao showered Kai Wenji with affection, hugging her and even offering her snacks. Before Kai Wenji's arrival, the crew had treated a Yao as a child, even though she was an adult, not short in stature. They tacitly overlooked her maturity. These were shallow people, judging by appearances. Just because she was cute, they treated her like a child. That a Yao was now immensely pleased. With the arrival of the even younger Kai Wenji, she was no longer the smallest. She had gained a sister. Kai Wenji clutched a pile of snacks, beaming with delight. "Mine, mine, all mine." Yun Fan leaned closer, subtly coaxing, "Little Kai Ji, come down and play with sister A Yao," unhappy with the nickname Yun Fan had given her. Kai Wenji protested, "You are the little one." With that, she clung tightly to the rocking chair, unwilling to descend. A Yao, acting like a little adult, stood before the rocking chair, arms outstretched. "Don't snatch my sister's things." Yun Fan, in exasperation, conceded defeat. "I'm going out for a stroll. Do you want to join?" he inquired, primarily eager to see if he could expedite the growth of the crystal energy. It was rather dull, drifting aimlessly at sea. Having finally arrived in town, everyone naturally wished to explore. This was Kai Wenji's first visit, and she was curious about the local customs and culture. Ji Xiaoman and Kai Wenji were fine to accompany. They had no bounties on their heads, and as long as they avoided the Navy, they would encounter no issues. Others could change their appearances without concern. Yun Fan could also wear a mask. After a moment of contemplation, Mulan remarked, "With so many of us going out together, won't we attract too much attention? Then let us split up?" Yun Fan nodded. Indeed, there was no need to venture out together. A Yao immediately raised her hand. "I want to go with Kai Wenji." "No." Yun Fan swiftly countered, "You two are still young and might not handle it well. What if you run into the Navy? You should go with Xiaoman. Let her protect you." A Yao was about to argue, but Yun Fan produced a stack of cash, declaring, "I'll give you all this money." Ji Xiaoman swiftly covered a Yao's mouth, accepting the cash and grinning as she began counting. However, she wasn't so selfish and divided half with Mulan. Yun Fan continued, "I'll go with little Kai Ji, and Mulan can move freely. As for Shoyu, he's still wallowing in melancholy on the rooftop, speechless." Kai Wenji raised her chubby little hand. "I object. You must have ulterior motives. You want to snatch my rocking chair. What if you sell me off? I am a captain. I would never do such a thing." Yun Fan proclaimed with righteous indignation. "Besides, isn't your rocking chair supposed to be collapsible? A Yao's staff, Shoyu's sniper rifle, and Mulan's sword could all be stowed away. There was no reason Kai Wenji's rocking chair couldn't." Realizing this, Kai Wenji leaped down, her rocking chair transforming into shimmering light and vanishing. "But if you give all the money to them, won't I be unable to buy delicious food if I go with you?" Yun Fan smiled mysteriously, his palm grasping the air, summoning the famed sword, Si Ming. Taking Kai Wenji's hand, he said, "Come, brother will take you to earn money." Chapter 57. Ignition. The blaze of the red cliffs on the streets. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, surveyed his surroundings. Not long ago, he received a report indicating that the crew of Yun Fan had been spotted in this area. The lethargic Dashki had returned as well. Although it was unclear what troubled her, she too claimed to have encountered Yun Fan's group here. Smoker had rushed to the scene at the earliest opportunity, yet regrettably arrived just a moment too late. Infuriating, clenching the cigarette but tightly between his teeth, he strolled along the street, eyes scanning for any detail, leaving no stone unturned. Smoker had already reported Yun Fan's whereabouts to the Navy headquarters, vowing confidently that he would apprehend them. But now he had not even caught a glimpse of Shadow. Just then, a Navy officer ran up, breathless, with news from headquarters. They said the Demon Slayer Order's execution fleet is en route, instructing us to intercept the Shield Heroes group before they reach Upside Down Mountain. What? Smoker's pupils dilated in shock. The Demon Slayer Order? When did it arrive in the EC? Despite his confusion, Smoker nodded and replied, "Understood." The Demon Slayer Order comprised 5 Navy admirals, 10 warships, and thousands of elite sailors. The Shield Heroes group would undoubtedly have no means of escape. As Smoker pondered this, he was unexpectedly bumped into. Looking down, he saw a little girl with blue-green hair and bare feet. She held a deflated cotton candy in her hands, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Smoker. Smoker crouched down, pulling a bill from his pocket. "My pants bumped into your cotton candy. Why don't you buy another one?" He added, "And, little one, running barefoot could make you ill." Kai Wenji remained silent, staring blankly at the cigar in Smoker's mouth. Smoker patted her head and said, "This isn't something to eat." Kai Wenji looked at him with a bewildered expression. "I know that smoke. I just wonder why you smoke two at once." Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words. "Hey, you, stop right there." Yun Fan, wearing a mask and holding a pair of baby shoes, rushed over. He paused upon seeing Smoker, but quickly greeted him nonchalantly, "Hello." Before Smoker could respond, Yun Fan squatted down and lifted Kai Wenji onto his knees, lightly tapping her forehead. "Oh," daring to run away while I wasn't paying attention. Kai Wenji covered her forehead and defiantly looked at Yun Fan. "I don't want to wear shoes that no. You must wear them. The streets are filthy. There's all sorts of trash on the ground, and those rude people spitting everywhere and tossing cigarette butts. Imagine stepping on that." Yun Fan placed the baby shoes on the ground and grabbed Kai Wenji's small feet, patting her soles. "What the heck? Where did this ash come from?" Smoker quietly extinguished his cigar and concealed it within his clothing. This time, Kai Wenji no longer resisted, allowing Yun Fan to put the little flower shoes on her. Having just purchased them, Yun Fan set Kai Wenji down and said, "Take a few steps to see if they fit." Kai Wenji walked up to Smoker shoving the deflated cotton candy into his hand while snatching the bill from his other hand. Smoker, expressionless, said, "My apologies." It was unclear whether he was apologizing for the cotton candy or the ash. Yun Fan took Kai Wenji's hand, glancing at Smoker, and "Oh, worries, we can buy another." With that, he turned to lead Kai Wenji away. "Wait," Smoker called out, retrieving a wanted poster drawn by the Dockside Navy. He scrutinized Yun Fan. "Why are you wearing a mask, and who is this child to you?" Yun Fan chuckled lightly. "That seems to be none of your concern." Smoker reignited his extinguished cigar, exhaling a puff of smoke as he turned the wanted poster to face Yun Fan. "Then this must concern me." The poster depicted the very clothing Yun Fan was wearing, albeit with an abstract rendering of his face. Yun Fan snatched the wanted poster from Smoker, tearing it to shreds, exasperated. "Who drew this? It's so abstract. How could you even recognize me?" Smoker drew his weapon. 10 hands, pointing it at Yun Fan. "Yun Fan of the Shield Hero, have you truly fallen to the depths of child trafficking?" Upon hearing the commotion, civilians nearby fled in terror, having recognized the notorious criminal. Yun Fan. The once bustling street now stood deserted, leaving only the two opposing figures. Yun Fan removed his mask, his expression darkening. "You dare accuse me of trafficking children and even call me a shield hero? Little chick, stand back, don't get caught in the crossfire." He shot a glance at Kai Wenji, signaling her to summon the rocking horse and flee should the situation turn dire. Kai Wenji, with her short legs, scampered away, shouting, "Go bad guy! Defeat the big guy!" Smoker's face darkened as he retorted, "So you truly are a child trafficker?" Yun Fan bellowed, "How could you think she was cheering for you?" "Enough talk, surrender," Smoker declared, white fist. Yun Fan sidestepped the incoming fist, countering with a swift kick, a casual second form. Thanks to Ji Xiaomon's skills, his legs were now remarkably swift. Smoker raised his arm to block, maintaining a stoic demeanor. "Is that all you've got? Then you may as well perish." White snake. 2 streams of smoke erupted from Smoker, coiling like serpents. Ming Dao. Simi. Channeling the famed blade, he unleashed a strike that shattered the void, the shockwave dispersing the smoke and hurtling towards Yun Fan. White smoke. The strike passed over Smoker, sending a gust of smoke into the air in mere moments. His form reconstituted, intact and unharmed, thus Smoker's pupils contracted slightly. A sense of dread washing over him. That strike had sent shivers down his spine. Thankfully, he had managed to disperse into smoke just in time. "Impressive power," he mused, "but unfortunately, you've encountered me, that I am a Logia fruit user. Your strikes hold no effect against me. And this ends here." White gale. Smoker transformed entirely into smoke, enveloping the sky above like a tornado, shrouding the entire street. Anyone caught within would inevitably lose their combat capabilities. Yun Fan's expression turned grave as he closed his eyes momentarily. "It's time to take a gamble. Whether I can contend with a Logia user hinges on this moment." His eyes snapped open, flames igniting within them. Ignition. The blaze of the red cliffs. Suddenly, flames swirled around Yun Fan, roaring skyward and keeping the smoke at bay, observing the smoke's inability to advance against the flames. He breathed a sigh of relief. The famed sword, Simi, rested before him, flames licking its blade. Yun Fan recalled a certain anime from his past life, and with a dramatic flair, shouted, "Bankai, flowing blade of fire." Void slash. Flames erupted from Yun Fan, soaring into the sky and illuminating the street as if the world were coming to an end. Flame serpents coiled around the sword, and with a sweep, Yun Fan unleashed a blazing strike. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered in the wake of his attack. The Smoker's pupils trembled, a shiver coursing through him as he sensed the looming threat of death. "I can't take it head on. I'll die." Chapter 58. A little red flower for you, boom. The fiery slash surged forward with unstoppable force, cleaving through the smoke tornado and continuing its path into a nearby residential building. As the smoke dissipated, Smoker's form slowly materialized. Drip, drip. Blood flowers blossomed on the ground, spilling forth. Smoker knelt on one knee, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other supported his weapon. 10 hands, he fixed his gaze on Yun Fan. Incredulous. Burn fruit. Impossible. That fruit has already been consumed by Fire Fist Ace. How can you possess its powers? Yun Fan flicked Simi, the flames surrounding him dissipating as he maintained his fire control, a significant drain on his energy. Who says only the burn fruit can wield fire? Think of a new world where everyone is a master of fire. Even Luffy can ignite his fists. I don't know if Ace simply never developed it fully, or if the burn fruit is just a joke. Yun Fan paid Smoker no further mind, turning to search for the little chick. He wondered where she had hidden. Wait. Smoker struggled to rise, his body protesting. Do you think this is the end? White smoke launcher. A portion of Smoker's form morphed into smoke, hurtling toward Yun Fan at breakneck speed, his weapon striking like a spear. The speed was so rapid that Yun Fan barely had time to react. Boom! As a veil of smoke dissipated, the silhouettes of two figures emerged. Smog held his weapon, the 10 hands, poised in an aggressive stance, a cigar clenched tightly between his teeth. The tip of the weapon was pressed firmly against a shield, and Yun Fan felt a surge of vigilance, fully aware of the formidable presence exuded by Smog. However, upon seeing the shield remain unscathed, a calm demeanor settled on Yun Fan's face, and he couldn't help but marvel at the shield effectiveness. Contemplating tossing a Yao into a throng of enemies to help her level up, Smog's pupils constricted, veins bulging in his arms. He was aware of Yun Fan's shield ability, the very source of his title. Yet he was baffled by its resilience. Surely there must be limits to its hardness. With a mighty roar, Smog summoned all his strength, his lower body billowing with smoke. You are truly vexing. Suddenly, a wave of martial energy emanated from Yun Fan, rippling like water, as he traced a half-circle with his foot before launching a powerful strike. Martial arts. Casual second style. The gust from his leg distorted Smog's features. What nonsense! I've already told you. Physical techniques are useless against me. With no time to evade and no intention to retreat, Smog remained confident in his smoke transformation. A resounding boom echoed as a shockwave radiated outward, causing buildings on either side of the street to collapse. Dust and debris scattering, that a massive human-shaped crater formed in the ground, with Smog lying within, his pupils fading to white, blood gushing from his mouth in a pitiful state. Between labored breaths, fragmented words escaped his lips. Why? You clearly lack the hockey of armament. How could you strike me? Yun Fan exhaled softly, feeling fatigue from the continuous exertion. Glancing at the crater where Smog lay, he couldn't help but admire his tenacity. Despite his fondness for Smog, Yun Fan knew he could not afford to show mercy. Today he learned that the heroic cultivation system could indeed contend with the natural type, freeing him from the constant worry of being turned into smoke. Picking up the 10 hands and leaning it on the ground, he addressed Smog in the crater. It is not solely the hockey of armament that can counter the natural types. You are overly reliant on your fruit's abilities. The hockey of armament is merely a manifestation of energy in the pirate world. Every realm possesses its own cultivation systems, and the heroic world also has its forms of magic and martial arts. The fact that I can practice the Jisha breathing technique here indicates the presence of martial energy in the world. Though the methods of cultivation may differ, they ultimately converge in their application of the energy of heaven and earth. Just because your armament hockey can affect the natural types does not imply that my martial arts or magic cannot. Smog's vision blurred as he gazed at Yun Fan, his pupils narrowing as if he had seen a ghost. You're not a devil fruit user. No, those abilities are clearly inherent to a devil fruit. Why are you not afraid of Sea Prism Stone? Watching Yun Fan lean against the Sea Prism Stone with an air of nonchalance, Smog felt his worldview shatter, questioning his very existence. Yun Fan picked up the 10 hands and examined the Sea Prism Stone embedded at its tip. Is this really the Sea Prism Stone? It appeared to be an ordinary rock, and after a light prod, he tossed it aside carelessly. That moment, Kai Wenji descended from the sky, alighting from a rocking chair. She dashed to Smog's side, her small legs moving quickly, holding out a handful of cash. She hesitated before pulling out a flower from her pocket and placing it on Smog's face. With her hands clasped together, she said, "Here is a little red flower for you. Rest in peace." Big guy, cough. Smog coughed up blood, rolling his eyes in agony as he lay in the crater, on the brink of death. From a distance, a cacophony of shouts approached, a large contingent of Navy personnel rushing in. "Nah, I wish you luck." Yun Fan leapt into the air, landing on the rocking chair, and scooped Kai Wenji onto his lap. Big guy, cut back on the smoking. The rocking chair floated upward, swiftly vanishing into the sky. From behind the ruins, a green-crowned figure peeked out, watching Yunfan depart. The green-crowned figure, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, bit into its own arm. Ouch! That hurts. This isn't a dream. Why can he also use the barrier fruit's abilities? That was definitely the barrier fruit just now. Filled with confusion, the green-crowned figure turned and left. Captain Smog. Dasky rushed forward, kneeling beside the deep crater, crying out for the unconscious Smog. Cough, cough. Smog slowly opened his eyes. Struggling to speak, "Don't worry. I'm not dead yet. Captain Smog is still alive. Quickly, get a doctor, doctor." The Navy erupted into chaos as they scrambled to pull Smog from the pit. They placed him on a stretcher and hurried toward the medical room. "Give me the din mushy." Smog lay on the stretcher, his voice barely a whisper. Dasky, tears streaming down her face, replied, "Captain Smog, you need to receive treatment immediately. No." Smog forced himself to sit up. "I have important information to report to headquarters." "Bring me the din mushy." Unable to argue with Smog, Dasky ordered someone to fetch the din mushy in the medical room. Smog sat on the bed, a din mushy beside him, receiving treatment from the doctor while relaying information to headquarters. The shield hero Yunfan possesses the abilities of the flame fruit and a suspected barrier fruit. He can strike natural types with his fists and is not afraid of sea prism stone. Smog elaborated on Yunfan's capabilities, feeling that the previous intelligence from headquarters had been too vague. "Captain Smog," the din mushy relayed in vivid detail. "Your mission is to intercept the shield heroes group at the front of Reverse Mountain, awaiting the arrival of the Demon Slayer warship at that time. Regardless of his abilities, he will be eliminated as long as he remains in Logtown. Do not engage him." "Understood." Smog reluctantly hung up the call. Sensing that Yunfan surely had hidden trump cards, abilities that allowed him to attack natural types without relying on hockey, possibly possessing multiple fruit abilities and showing no fear of sea prism stone. This indicated that he might not fear this either. Could such a person truly perish under the Demon Slayer's decree? Dasky, instruct the others to closely monitor the shield hero Yunfan and his group. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Yes, Dasky responded and turned to relay the orders. Chapter 59. I'll give you a chance to repeat yourself. Yunfan held Kai Wenji's small hand as they strolled through the bustling streets. He sensed countless eyes observing him. The strongest Navy captain in Logtown, Smog, had been defeated and gravely injured, making it unlikely that he would trouble him in the near future. Yet, Yunfan wondered whether Smog had called for reinforcements from headquarters, and who might come. Yunfan was unconcerned about these summoned heroes. As long as the crystal remained intact, they would be immortal. Even if the crystal were destroyed, they could return to their original world. As for his own safety, Yunfan was indifferent. He had no attachments and would be fine with death. After all, it was not the first time. Once the crystal's energy was fully gathered, he planned to leave, which should be timely enough. Reinforcements from the Navy would also require time to arrive. Currently, the energy was steadily increasing, and it wouldn't be long before he could summon again. How much for these shoes? Yunfan asked the attendant at a children's clothing store, holding up a pair of floral shoes. Wow, your taste is impeccable. These shoes are perfect for your daughter, the attendant, a stunning young lady, noted, though her eyesight seemed lacking. Your daughter is absolutely kawaii. So adorable. This pair is the most fashionable style right now, and it would look amazing on her. Not only was her vision poor, but her intellect appeared lacking as well. Completely oblivious to Yunfan's increasingly dark expression. Stop. Just tell me the price. The attendant's eyes darted over Kai Wenji, internally thinking that while the dress was simple, the fabric was exquisite, and the girl herself was plump and fair with innocent big eyes, clearly a child of a wealthy family. As for Yunfan, his attire was rather mundane, but anyone who could raise a child like that must surely be a low-key big shot. Confident in her judgment, the attendant declared, "Only 5,000 berries," with a loud slap. Yunfan slammed the floral shoes on a counter, grabbing Kai Wenji's hand as he turned to leave. 5,000 berries for a pair of ordinary cloth shoes. Why not just go rob a bank? Wait, don't leave. Humph, what a pretentious fool for lacking money. Yunfan stood at the door with a scowl, wishing he could strike down the oblivious attendant. Kai Wenji stifled her laughter, her chubby cheeks jiggling. Grabbing her baby fat, Yun Fan grumbled. This is all for you. And yet you laugh at me. Kai Wenji extricated herself from Yun Fan's grasp, asserting, I've already stated my position. I refuse to wear shoes. No, Yun Fan insisted. Lifting Kai Wenji and entering another store, determined to purchase several pairs of shoes that day. Before long, he emerged empty-handed, resembling a defeated rooster, slumped disconsolately on the ground. Kai Wenji, displaying an air of maturity, patted his head and reassured, all right. If we lack the funds, let us depart. I hold no grudge against you. Suddenly, Yun Fan rose with fervor of a renowned blade, siming, forming in his palm, his expression grave. Kai Wenji clutched his leg in alarm, exclaiming, no, you wouldn't dare resort to robbery, would you? Such actions are unbecoming. Yun Fan, distraught, gazed skyward, lamenting, alas, I harbor no desire for this, but the world is fraught with challenges. With that, he ushered Kai Wenji into a weapon shop, intent on resuming his former trade. Boss, the proprietor emerged with a beaming smile from behind the counter, inquiring, what can I assist you with today? Yun Fan, lacking familiarity with the intricacies of the trade and disinterested in learning, bluntly stated, funds are tight. I wish to make a transaction. Following this, he fell silent, wandering the store while cradling the famed blade, hoping to discover a worthy weapon. The owner's eyes glimmered with interest, fixated on the exquisite blade. From the moment Yun Fan entered, the proprietor was captivated, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the weapon. His shifty gaze scrutinized Yun Fan and Kai Wenji, adorned with a mask, concealing his true identity, and clearly anxious to sell, indicating he was involved in dubious dealings. Furthermore, the presence of a young girl seemed intended to mislead. The proprietor felt emboldened. He relished dealing with such unsavory characters possessing valuable items. His gaze lingered on the blade, contemplating how to acquire it, through coercion or persuasion. Since Smoker had established a presence in Road Town, his nefarious weapon shop had remained dormant for too long. Now, having encountered a promising target, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. After perusing the weapon shop without finding anything remarkable, Yun Fan decided against prolonging the proprietor's anticipation and decisively placed the blade on the counter. Behold, the proprietor, already eager, maintained a calm facade, commenting, the material of this blade is commendable. Such a shame, though, the forging technique leaves much to be desired. Such fine material squandered. Disdainfully, he set down the blade, lamenting its wasted potential. Yun Fan cut to the chase, asking, what is your offer? After a moment of contemplation, the proprietor grimaced, responding, 10,000 berries. This was already the highest price he could muster. Though Yun Fan was not well versed in the trade, it was evident that the proprietor attempted to deceive him. The blade was worth far more. Surprised by the proprietor's apparent ignorance, Yun Fan feigned an intention to leave. The proprietor's expression shifted, dropping the pretense and blocking Yun Fan's path. You think you can simply come and go as you please in my establishment? If you do not leave the blade, you shall not exit these doors today. Yun Fan, taken aback, thought to himself, this proprietor is not adhering to the usual rules. Shouldn't we engage in a back and forth, a dance of negotiation? Instead, he was met with outright aggression. Boss, Yun Fan remarked nonchalantly, is this not a black market establishment? The proprietor, laughing uproariously, retorted, knowing that you must leave the blade. I shall not let you depart without it. Here, take 10,000 berries and be on your way. Yun Fan chuckled softly, removing his mask, and queried, do you recognize me? I do not care who you are, the proprietor sputtered, but his words faltered upon seeing Yun Fan's face, as if he had encountered a specter. His voice caught in his throat, eyes bulging, trembling. Why you? As a black market dealer, possessing intelligence was paramount. Otherwise, one could unwittingly provoke powerful adversaries. He had clearly recognized Yun Fan. The proprietor never anticipated that the illustrious shield hero would find himself in such dire straits as to sell a blade. A pirate of your caliber lacks for funds? Yun Fan playfully tapped the blade against the proprietor's face, grinning. It seems you have recognized me. I will grant you an opportunity. Repeat your offer. The proprietor immediately knelt, pleading, brother, if you require funds, why not say so earlier? How much do you need? Take whatever you desire. Yun Fan nodded, stating, I am not unreasonable. You may offer me what you believe this blade is worth, the proprietor tentatively suggested. 100,000. Observing Yunfan's lack of reaction, he quickly amended, No, no. 1,000,000. This is all I possess. Yunfan nodded in agreement. The proprietor sighed with relief, hastily producing the money to send Yunfan on his way. Realizing that he could not afford to offend such a significant figure. Chapter 60. Your sincerity has moved me. Yunfan returned to the children's clothing store with Kai Wenji, with money in his pocket. He stood tall, sweeping his arm to encompass all the shoes suitable for little ones. The salesgirl was so overwhelmed that she burst into tears, fervently welcoming Yunfan to return. Amidst a room full of adoring gazes, Yunfan strode out proudly. Kai Wenji's stroller was overflowing with packages. Tugging at Yunfan's garment, she innocently remarked, You now resemble a triumphant rooster. Yunfan playfully flicked her forehead, eliciting her displeasure as she pouted, covering her brow with her small hand, threatening, Do not bully me. I am quite formidable. As she spoke, a sphere of energy formed in her palm, gesturing menacingly at Yunfan. He quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed, the little chick is the most formidable. He had no desire to experience that tingling sensation throughout his body again. I am weary. Shall I carry you? No. Kai Wenji protested, her bottom raised as she climbed onto the stroller, tossing the packages to Yunfan. Reclining like a plush ball in the rocking chair, Yunfan summoned the blade, balancing the packages on his shoulder. Kai Wenji widened her round eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, You retrieved the blade again. She distinctly remembered that Yunfan had sold it to the weapon shop owner. How could he have reclaimed it? This was your idea of earning money. This is nothing short of theft. Yunfan strolled leisurely down the street, responding nonchalantly, I entrusted the blade to the proprietor. If he lacks the ability to safeguard it, that is of no concern to me. Your reasoning is quite sound. Just then, at a nearby alleyway, Hua Milan, bearing a great sword, observed a group of flamboyantly dressed ruffians before her with a calm demeanor. One of the thugs turned to a companion with an outrageous hairstyle, saying, Gambia, that girl's sword is exceptional. If we can seize it, the boss will surely be pleased. Gambia nodded in agreement, calling out, Hey, you there. Hand over the sword, and I will let you go. Otherwise, Milan surveyed her surroundings. The bustling area was now surrounded by onlookers, pointing and whispering. Look, it's Bartholomew's underlings. These thugs were utterly brazen, flaunting their audacity in broad daylight. That red-haired girl is in for trouble. Should we alert the Navy? On second thought, that might provoke Bartholomew's wrath later. Hua Milan, overhearing the commotion, recognized the thugs for what they were and deemed further discussion unnecessary. She turned and entered the alleyway, her voice cool and detached. If you desire it, come with me. Gambia laughed heartily, appreciating the girl's discernment in seeking a less conspicuous location. Rest assured, Gambia always keeps his word. Hand over the sword, and you may leave unharmed. However, one of his lackeys hesitated, voicing a concern. Gambia, this girl seems too calm. Could be a trap. What are you afraid of? Gambia retorted, smacking his subordinate on the back of the head. With so many of us, how could a mere girl intimidate us? Everyone, follow me. Gambia, accompanied by a throng of underlings, hastily squeezed into the alleyway. Outside, a crowd of onlookers, eager to witness the unfolding drama, attempted to inch closer for a better view. Suddenly, anguished screams reverberated through the streets, causing the spectators to scatter in fright. Within the alley, Mulan stood triumphantly upon the head of a ruffian, her formidable sword poised against Gambia's neck. Surrounding them lay the groaning forms of fallen thugs. Gambia, feeling the cold steel against his throat, stammered a trembling threat. WWE are under the command of Boss Bartolomeo. Let us go, or else Big Brother Bartolomeo will not spare you. Bartolomeo, a notorious crime lord ruling over numerous streets, wielded extraordinary power. Milan, disinterested in his ramblings, recognized that the commotion had likely drawn the attention of the Navy. Adhering to Yunfan's advice to remain discreet, she resolved to conclude matters swiftly, with a light tap of her sword against Gambia's forehead. He who had been incessantly boasting about Bartolomeo's might immediately knelt. Sobbing uncontrollably, he cried out, Please don't kill me. I have family depending on me. Silence, Milan barked. If you wish to live, surrender your money. Will you let us go if we do? Gambia eagerly inquired, and upon seeing her nod, he sprang to his feet. He delivered a kick to the fainting thug, shouting, "Stop playing dead. Get up. Didn't you hear what the boss lady said? Hurry up and hand over your money." Gambia then fished out a crumpled stack of bills, obsequiously offering it to Milan. "Boss lady, this is all I have." The groaning thugs on the ground ceased their lamentations and quickly rose, rummaging through their pockets to present their own currency to Milan in an orderly fashion. Upon receiving the money, Milan made no attempt to prevent the thugs from leaving. Outside the alley, one underling stealthily approached Gambia and whispered, "Boss, are we just going to let this go?" Gambia, exasperated, smacked the back of the underling's head and retorted, "Go find Big Brother Bartolomeo, quickly. This woman is formidable. Not someone we can handle." And no sooner had he spoken than a brilliant flash of sword light surged from the alley, slicing cleanly through Gambia's flamboyant hairstyle. "Run!" The gang of thugs fled in a frenzy, each one faster than the last. Mulan exited the alley at a leisurely pace, gazing at the scattered currency in her hand, murmuring softly, "This should suffice." Her gaze shifted to a distant clothing store, and with a flicker, she appeared at the entrance. The shopkeeper, who had just bid farewell to a customer, was startled by Mulan's sudden appearance, trembling as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The elderly proprietor stammered, "Why were you? How, is it you again? I told you before, I cannot make you close without payment." Mulan pushed the scattered bills into his hands, inquiring, "Is this enough?" The shopkeeper moved to his desk, meticulously counting the money, then fixed his gaze upon Mulan, asking, "Stolen?" "A group of self-proclaimed crime lords." Milan replied nonchalantly as she took a seat at the table. "Ah, is it Bartolomeo?" Milan nodded. The old man accepted the bills, saying, "Then it's no problem. Bartolomeo's gang is notoriously arrogant and lawless. Since this is stolen from them, I shall gladly accept it. Originally, this amount would not suffice for my services. However, your determination to risk it all to rob Bartolomeo's crew must have been quite the endeavor." As he spoke, tears began to well in the old man's eyes. "Oh, how touching! Your sincerity has moved me." Chapter 61. "Oh, my sword!" Mulan was taken aback by the old man's sentimental nature, but chose not to explain. Once the old man had cried enough, he looked up at Mulan and asked, "What are your requirements for the clothing?" Mulan produced several design sketches from her pocket and handed them to him. The old man examined the designs, his eyes lighting up with interest. The sketches depicted two outfits, one in gold and the other in blue, crafted from silk and adorned with leather armor, exquisite and opulent. Having lived many years, the old man had never encountered such garments, leaving him utterly captivated. Such breathtaking attire would have been beyond his capabilities to create in the past, but with designs in hand, the task became significantly easier. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This cannot be completed in a short time." Mulan nodded. "You need not replicate it perfectly. Feel free to omit any unnecessary designs or embellishments. I prefer something less intricate." The designs represented Mulan's celestial attire, and she had chosen to create a set for Yun Fan, who often donned casual clothing that failed to align with his status. The old man sighed in relief upon hearing her request, acknowledging that the extravagant decorations would indeed be the most time-consuming aspect. Mulan then inquired, "How long will it take?" The old man estimated, "That depends on whether I have sufficient materials in stock. These exquisite garments cannot be made from inferior silk. If all goes smoothly, I should be able to finish both outfits before nightfall." Both? Mulan realized the old man had misunderstood. She had intended to order just one set. Her celestial attire, crafted from the finest materials of the king's domain, possessed both a golden and a blue form, and she had not anticipated the confusion. Just as she was about to clarify, she had a sudden thought. Having two sets would indeed be beneficial, allowing for a rotation of wear. With this in mind, Mulan chose to remain silent. After discussing a few additional details, they agreed she would return before dark to collect the garments. Mulan then took her leave, determined to find a way to gather the necessary funds. Knowing the old man would not offer his services for free, standing at the door, she surveyed her surroundings until her eyes settled on a weapons shop. She mused, perhaps she could sell her great sword? Fan had mentioned that becoming a pirate sometimes necessitated a compromise of one's principles. Point one must know how to adapt. Mulan unsheathed her great sword and stepped into the weapons store. Coincidentally, this was the very shop where Fan had acquired the famed sword. The Dragon Slayer. The proprietor, sell a sword, was slumped on the ground, his gaze vacant, hands raised as he lamented, "Where's my sword? My magnificent blade?" Upon witnessing sell a sword-esque despondent demeanor, Mulan felt a pang of sympathy and was about to turn away when Sella's sword suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming as they locked onto the Dragon Slayer. Even from a distance, he could sense the ominous aura emanating from it. What a fine blade! It must be mine. Emerging from the depths of his sorrow over the disappearance of the famed sword, Sella's sword plastered a grin on his face and asked, "What can I do for you, miss? Or perhaps, what would you like to sell?" His gaze remained fixated on the Dragon Slayer, filled with avarice and lewdness. This made Mulan uneasy, and the flicker of compassion she felt earlier vanished. She slammed the Dragon Slayer onto the table and inquired, "How much?" The ensuing events unfolded predictably. Sella's sword, unable to curb his greed, attempted to engage in a coercive transaction, leading to a predictable outcome. He suffered a beating that left him financially devastated. Mulan left the weapons shop, satisfied with a bag of currency in hand. The owner, though his resources had been depleted, remained content, for selling the great sword would surely elevate him to the status of the wealthiest in Rogtown. Sella's sword, gazing at the Dragon Slayer, as if entranced, suddenly stiffened as a realization struck him. Wait a minute. The girl just now was part of that crew led by the shield hero, Fan, wasn't she? No wonder she seems so familiar. Good heavens, so you all conspired to bully me. Did you? Clutching the Dragon Slayer tightly, Sella's sword feared it would vanish like the famed sword had. Mulan navigated through various clothing shops lining the streets, searching for suitable outfits to purchase for Fan. Now that she had money, it was only natural to indulge in some shopping. Captain Fan typically wore plain attire, and out of consideration for his pride, Mulan refrained from selecting overly extravagant clothing, fearing it might undermine his self-esteem. It had been ages since she had donned her favorite crystal dragon hunter. While she was perusing the garments, Fan entered the shop with Kai Wenji. "Mulan, what brings you here?" Mulan froze momentarily, but quickly regained her composure, replying nonchalantly, "Just browsing." Fan exited the shop, gazing at the sign above the entrance before casting a glance at the garments within, puzzled as he remarked, "This is a men's clothing store, isn't it? Is it not?" Hua Mulan was momentarily taken aback, dropping the pretense and tossing a piece of clothing at Fan, urging him to try it on. Wearing such ordinary attire every day hardly resembles that of a captain. Fan's eyes sparkled as he regarded the extravagant garment in his hands, exclaiming, "This must cost quite a pretty penny. Sister has money." Hua Mulan waved her hand grandly. "Sister Mulan, you're quite the domineering figure. But where is your sword? You haven't sold it, have you?" Hua Mulan casually tapped the scabbard of her sword, energy coalescing upon it, and soon enough, the Dragon Slayer's blade returned. In the distance, a lament echoed, vaguely discernible as, "Oh my sword." Ultimately, Kai Wenji's baby carriage was laden with numerous packages. From the mound of parcels, a chubby little chick emerged, disgruntled as it declared, "I shall remember you. You are finished. I will take my revenge." Fan reached out and pulled Kai Wenji from the pile, cradling her in his arms. "Surely that must be your clothing. I didn't ask for it. You insisted on buying it for me." Kai Wenji struggled to climb onto Fan's head, perching upon his neck. Hua Mulan offered Kai Wenji a cotton candy. "Just don't get the cotton candy stuck in my hair." Fan held on to Kai Wenji's small feet with one hand to prevent her from tumbling down. As Hua Mulan walked beside Fan, she pointed at the baby carriage behind them and inquired, "Is it truly wise to be so ostentatious? Won't we attract the attention of the Navy?" Occasionally activating his quiet eye to survey the hidden naval presence around them. Fan nonchalantly replied, "No worries." He then asked, "Have you seen Xiao Man and Yao?" A sense of concern crept into Fan's heart. Given the reckless nature of those two girls, he feared they might be embroiled in some trouble. In a narrow alley, two Navy officers peered out, observing the trio. What a heartwarming scene! A family of three strolling down the street, shopping, buying groceries, and soothing a child. How I long for such a life. Woe is me. As he spoke, he bit into a handkerchief, tears of envy streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. I could see that moment. His companion slapped him across the face, shouting, "Wake up! This is S.H.I.E.L.D. hero Yunfan's crew. A band of ruthless pirates. For the sake of justice in my heart, keep a close watch on them. Yes, woe is me, but it truly is so heartwarming. I envy it so." Chapter 62. A sword shatters the barrier at the Bartolomeo Club. Bartolomeo rummaged through a pile of newspapers in search of something. "Hey, ha ha ha! Found it! It's you!" Bartolomeo erupted into a distinctive, boisterous laugh, then carefully scrutinized the content of the newspaper. The paper detailed the misdeeds of S.H.I.E.L.D. hero Yunfan and his crew. This newspaper was not government-issued. It bore the seal of the Century News, the publication of the renowned journalist Morgan's. It is well known that Morgan's dares to report anything that qualifies as big news, perhaps with a touch of exaggeration, yet always grounded in truth. Bartolomeo murmured to himself as he read, "S.H.I.E.L.D. hero Yunfan, suspected user of the barrier fruit ability. If you are a barrier fruit user, then what am I? A killer of celestial dragons. This seems quite serious. Hey, ha ha ha. I'm beginning to appreciate you a bit. Let's see whose strength prevails." Bartolomeo set the newspaper down, flashing a toothy grin as he roared with laughter. "Bartolomeo? Woe is me. Bartolomeo, avenge me." Gambia returned to the club with a group of lackeys, immediately clinging to Bartolomeo's leg and weeping uncontrollably. Hey, what on earth happened?" Bartolomeo shook Gambia off and, noticing his bruised face, inquired, "Why is your face so disfigured? And where is your hair?" It was worse than he thought. Gambia's once proud explosive braids had been sheared off by Hua Mulan's sword. "Ah, my hair!" Bartolomeo smacked Gambia on the head. Bellowing, "Stop crying. You haven't even explained what happened." Gambia sobbed. "It was a little girl who went too far. We intended to steal her big sword as a gift for you, but not only did she refuse, she even dared to resist, robbing our money. She even cut off my hair. Woe is me." Bartolomeo grasped Gambia's collar and shouted, "A little girl reduced you to this state. How shameful, utterly disgraceful. Where is she? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my brother will face the consequences." In the commercial district, Yunfan and Hua Mulan searched for Ji Xiaoman and Yao, given the duo's penchant for seeking out lively gatherings. They must have gravitated towards a crowded area. Hua Mulan suggested, "Shall we return to the inn and wait for them? With Xiaoman around, there won't be any trouble." Yunfan sensed the crystal's energy surging rapidly and felt a twinge of confusion. Ordinarily, the energy recharge of the crystal necessitated contact with storyline characters or locations, yet he had merely been shopping without engaging with anyone. However, the current pace of energy absorption was surpassing even his vigorous battle against Smoker. Eliminating all possibilities, the remaining truth emerged. Summoning a hero could also enhance crystal energy upon encountering storyline characters or locations. Thus, it was evident that Ji Xiaoman and Yao had encountered some event. Yunfan harbored no fears for their safety. If a scuffle ensued, it would not go unnoticed. His curiosity, however, was piqued regarding whom the two had encountered that could accelerate the crystal as charging so swiftly. With his quiet eye fully activated, Yunfan failed to locate the two, but instead spotted a familiar figure. A green-crowned head, a mouth full of sharp teeth, adorned with a nose ring, a visage akin to a demon. Draped in a purple coat featuring a skull motif and plaid trousers. Such a distinctive appearance reminded Yunfan of an intriguing character. As this individual approached, Yunfan chose to remain, eager to observe their intentions. Soon, a conspicuous group advanced, prompting nearby shops to shutter their doors and pedestrians to flee in haste. The street was instantly deserted, rendering Yunfan and his companions exceedingly conspicuous. Gambia spotted Hua Mulan, excitement bubbling as he pointed at her and shouted, "Big brother! It's her! It's her! That's the one!" Yunfan turned to Hua Mulan, puzzled. Were they coming for her when had any conflict arisen? Hua Mulan unsheathed her sword and stepped forward, stating, "Just a minor altercation. I'll be right back." Bartolomeo glanced between Hua Mulan and Yunfan, then turned to Gambia, demanding, "How did you come into conflict with them?" "Big brother, what is the matter? Hurry up, teach her a lesson." Gambia remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Bartolomeo, hands on hips, licking his sharp teeth, fixed his gaze on Yunfan and declared, "It matters not. Even if they are notorious pirates, I shall teach you a lesson for bullying my brother. Perfect. I too wish to test whose strength is superior." Hua Mulan had no intention of engaging in a war of words. Since they sought revenge, they must be prepared for another round of punishment. Just then, Gambia shouted, "Big brother, watch out!" Air split slash, with a mere flick of her sword. A brilliant slash erupted, enveloping the entire street, leaving no room for evasion. Barrier, a transparent shield materialized before them. Upon impact, the tremendous force generated shockwaves that scattered dust and debris across the street. "Hey, ha ha ha. This is merely par for the course," Bartolomeo's boastful voice echoed from within the barrier. Hua Mulan's expression remained stoic, her countenance devoid of emotion as she tightened her grip on the sword, readying for another strike. Previously, she had merely shown leniency, serving as a warm-up. Now, recognizing Bartolomeo as a formidable opponent, Hua Mulan resolved to hold nothing back. The flow of true energy surged around her, her garments billowing as the stones beneath her feet were swept away. With a gentle swing of her sword, the strike advanced without the grandeur of cataclysmic force, slicing through the barrier, soaring through the air, and parting the clouds. Everything unfolded with serene tranquility, as if the preceding moments were mere illusions. Utterly incomparable and insurmountable, Hua Mulan sheathed her sword, standing tall that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Bartolomeo's forehead, accompanied by a tuft of green hair. His sharp teeth felt as though they were aching. His eyes wide and mouth agape, his demon-like visage rendering him somewhat adorably dazed, he raised a hand to touch his head, letting out a sigh of relief. "Still here. As long as my head remains intact." If that slash had been any lower, feeling a shiver run through him, Bartolomeo recalled that ever since he consumed the barrier fruit, he had not sensed the threat of death. No one could shatter his defenses. He was invincible. Yet today he had been effortlessly sliced open by Mulan. Such a formidable figure was not even the leader of the crew. How remarkable must the captain, shield warrior Yunfan, be? Bartolomeo had witnessed the clash between Yunfan and Smoker. It was indeed grand, yet its might seemed rather mediocre. He was confident that he could withstand it with the barrier fruit. However, as Mulan's captain, how could he be of such limited prowess? It must be that Smoker was unable to compel him to unleash his full potential. With this thought, Bartolomeo shuddered again, utterly astonished. Yunfan, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mulan had reached such heights. Though Bartolomeo appeared inexperienced, the barrier fruit should not be this fragile. His attention delved into Mulan's attributes. The equipment section was entirely bare, and there were no changes in her skills. Her level stood at 10. Yunfan knew that Mulan had lingered at level 10 for quite some time. Yet he had not expected a bare-bones level 10 Mulan to be so impressive. If she were fully equipped at max level, could she perhaps pursue him with relentless fury? Chapter 63. Smamarsai Mulan turned to return to Yunfan's side, finding amusement in his astonished expression, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. The group of ruffians had long been frightened into a stupor, their legs trembling like leaves in the wind. Bartolomeo remained in a daze. Since Mulan had chosen not to strike at them, nor continued her assault, it indicated she would not slay them. Such a remarkable figure, yet so magnanimous. At that moment, it felt as though a grand door had swung open before him. Beyond it lay a vast and magnificent world, a true paradise for the great. What difference was there between him being a crime lord in Road Town and a frog at the bottom of a well? It was utterly pathetic. Bartolomeo slapped Gambier on the head and bellowed, "Apologize to the lady captain. Thank her for sparing our lives." Gambier, looking quite aggrieved, retorted, "But the lady captain has already left." Bartolomeo turned to look. Where was Mulan to be seen on the streets? Yunfan, accompanied by Kai Wenji and Mulan, headed toward the tavern, where he soon spotted Ji Xiaoman and Yao. Inside the tavern, Ji Xiaoman was indulging in a feast, her mouth glistening with grease. Surrounding her were a raucous group of pirates, while Yao was ensnared by a beautiful and elegant older sister. "I told you I'm Yalita. Why won't you believe me?" Yalita sat gracefully on a chair, one hand resting on her forehead, while the other held a Yao captive. A Yao, dissatisfied with the enchanting woman, tugged at her hand but could not break free. Huffing, I remember Yalata being a plump, exceedingly unattractive older lady. Not someone like you. Yalata, unfazed by Yao's comments about her appearance, smiled radiantly. The past was the past, and she was thoroughly pleased with her present self. With a twinkle in her eye, she replied, "What must I do for you to believe me? You are you. What does that have to do with me?" Reflecting on the image of that chubby, ugly older woman, a Yao found it absurd that someone would go so far as to impersonate Yalata. "If you don't let go, I won't hold back," she warned. "Don't think just because you look good, I won't hit you." Upon hearing a Yao compliment her looks, Yalata giggled, her laughter causing a stir among the surrounding pirates. A red-nosed pirate, dressed as a jester, laughed even more heartily, slapping the table and bellowing, "Yalata, were you once a plump old lady? Ha ha! Is that truly amusing, Buggy?" Yalata shot a glance at Buggy, who immediately ceased his laughter. Pointing at Yao, "This little dear girl says she won't go easy on you. Aren't you going to teach her a lesson?" Yalata's cheeks flushed. She fidgeted. "How could I lay a hand on Yunfan's companion? He would be upset." A Yao shivered. "What do you want?" "I merely wish to meet Yunfan." Yalata's face reddened further. The old me was not the real me. This is my true self, the most beautiful woman upon the seas. Yunfan is bound to love me. Oh. Ji Xiaoman, having lost her appetite, set down her utensils and elegantly wiped her mouth, saying, "Yao, we've been out long enough. It's time we returned." Yao nodded repeatedly, unable to endure any longer. This woman was far too bizarre. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoman's intention to leave, Yalata's eyes sparkled. "Are you taking me to see Yunfan? I haven't even had a chance to dress up properly." Buggy stood up. Hey, Yalata, you're already quite beautiful. No need for any adornments." He then turned to a Yao. "Hurry and take me to see Shield Warrior Yunfan. I've long wished to meet him." A Yao's wrist trembled. Magical energy surged forth, and she swiftly broke free from Yalata's grasp. Shaking her head, "Red Nose, I will not take you." Buggy's face gradually darkened. Yalata attempted to reach for a Yao again, but Ji Xiaoman swiftly intervened, flipping her hand and pinning Yalata to the table. Yalata chuckled nonchalantly. "You can't hold me like this. That I have consumed the slippery fruit. My body is smooth and delicate, able to evade all attacks." With that, Yalata activated her fruit's power, her palms slipping out of Ji Xiaoman's grip. Ji Xiaoman examined her hands, nodding, "Indeed, very slippery." Then, with a sudden burst of energy, she unleashed a powerful kick. Yalata, unfazed, chuckled lightly. No matter the attack, before she could finish her sentence, her body was sent flying like a rag doll. Yalata crashed against the wall, the plaster crumbling around her, as she clutched her stomach in disbelief. "Why couldn't I evade your foot?" Ji Xiaoman crossed her arms, scoffing, "I thought you were more impressive." At that moment, the surrounding pirates began to back away, shouting, "Captain Buggy is furious." Buggy's face darkened, resembling a raging storm as he approached a Yao, flipping a table and roaring, "You called me a red nose. You dare to call me a red nose. Even if you're Shield Warrior Yunfan's crew, that cannot be forgiven." Buggy brandished several daggers between his fingers, flinging them toward a Yao. "Die." Ji Xiaoman swung her long leg, kicking one away, then leaped into the air, delivering a downward strike to Buggy's forehead. Buggy rolled his eyes back, collapsing to the ground. The surrounding pirates gaped in disbelief. He was defeated in one move. Captain Buggy was taken down. "Is she a devil?" Yalata shouted. "What are you all standing around for? Let them go. If you prevent me from seeing Yunfan, I will not spare you." The pirates charged forward with weapons drawn. Ji Xiaoman stretched lazily. A little exercise after a hearty meal isn't too bad. With that, she vanished from her spot, her shadow filling the tavern as countless pirates were sent flying, resulting in utter chaos. Outside the tavern, Yunfan kicked away a pirate who came hurtling out, watching the tavern teeter on the brink of collapse, his eyelids twitching. This is far too brutal. Inside, pirates were strewn everywhere, on the floor, on the tables, even hanging from the rafters. Ji Xiaoman approached Yalata. "I hear you wish to meet Yunfan." Although Yalata felt trepidation, she insisted, "If I cannot see Yunfan, I won't be able to sleep or eat well. If I could just meet him, even if it were the end of me, I would gladly accept it." Stop. How disgusting." Ji Xiaoman quickly interjected, I won't hit you anymore. You can leave. I won't leave. I must see Yun Fan. Watch out. A Yao shouted, be careful. Buggy hurled 2 daggers in a surprise attack. Ji Xiaoman caught one with ease, showcasing her skill in barehandedly catching a blade. Buggy's jaw dropped. You caught it. Before he could react further, a Yao struck him on the head with her staff. Surprise attack. Surprise attack. That's what you get. A Yao wielded her staff like a whack-a-mole game, repeatedly striking his head. Buggy, with a head full of bumps, cried out, I was wrong. I was wrong. Stop it. How dare you treat the great Captain Buggy this way? No more. Smamarsai, Chapter 64. Is this Da Xiao so reckless? Smamarsai, Buggy with snot and tears smeared across his face, thought to himself, this little dear girl can hit really hard. As he watched a Yao prepare to strike again, Buggy bellowed, I am angry now. Shattered into fragments, the body lay disassembled like blocks swirling in the air. As it glared furiously at a Yao, let me show you the prowess of Captain Buggy. Bang! A Yao struck, sending one of Buggy's legs flying. Bang! With another swing, she sent one of Buggy's hands soaring. It was as if they were playing baseball, thoroughly enjoying the game. Just as Yun Fan arrived at the doorway, he witnessed indescribable pieces flying through the air and quickly dodged aside. Behind him, Kai Wenji was unfortunately struck squarely in the face by Buggy's head. The bewildered Kai Wenji clutched Buggy's head. Buggy greeted her, hello. Could you please refrain from squeezing my head? Terrified, Kai Wenji gasped, tossing Buggy's head away. A voice echoed in the air, I will definitely return. Yun Fan sighed, ah Yao, can't you just play with restraint? In the realm of anime, Buggy appeared rather adorable, yet witnessing his dismembered form in reality was undeniably eerie. Look at how frightened Kai Wenji is. Before Ah Yao could respond, a voice of surprise rang out from the corner, Yun Fan. Is that really you? I miss you so much. A figure then darted before Yun Fan, arms wide open for an embrace. Huang Mulan seized Yalita by the scruff of her neck. Yalita flailed about in a futile attempt to escape, turning back to shout angrily, let go of me. Yun Fan, gazing at the beautiful woman before him, felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. Calm down. Do we know each other? Yalita elegantly adjusted her bangs, her cheeks reddening as she softly said, Sussy bu lida na. Yun Fan, don't you remember me? Yun Fan felt a bit flustered. He was encountering a fan. What should he say next? Should he offer an autograph? Just then, a Yao interjected. She says she is Yalita. An image surfaced in Yun Fan's mind of a stout woman wielding a spiked club, her face dotted with blemishes, her body jiggling with excess flesh. The image of the woman gradually merged with that of the alluring lady before him. Yun Fan shuddered and quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. Yalita, blushing, said, I am Yalita. Don't you remember me? All right, the two figures truly overlapped in his mind, and Yun Fan firmly shook his head. I don't know you, don't remember, never met, that you've mistaken me for someone else? Little man I Yao. Let us hurry back. Show you must be worried. With that, Yun Fan swiftly made his exit from the tavern. Yalita extended her hand weakly, grasping at nothing, murmuring, Why? Am I not pretty enough now? Ah Yao, with an air of maturity, patted Yalita's shoulder. You are indeed beautiful, but shadows are not so easily dispelled. First impressions are of utmost importance. Yalita pondered this, clenching her fist resolutely. I will make Yun Fan accept me. By the time she regained her senses, Yun Fan and his companions had long vanished. Yalita called out, Wait for me. In the inn, Yun Fan lay sprawled on the bed, patting his chest in a state of panic. She didn't follow us, did she? Show you emerged from the corner, puzzled. Who didn't follow? What happened to you all? Yao began to vividly recount how Yalita had relentlessly pursued them and how Yun Fan had clumsily fled, ultimately having to escape in Kai Wenji's rocking carriage. Show you, bewildered, asked, Why not just defeat her? Yun Fan stared at him in astonishment. Show you? That's too much. She didn't do anything wrong. And besides, our ship was stolen from her. At that moment, Ji Xiaoman nonchalantly remarked, You run, I chase. You can't escape me. I think he enjoys it. Coughing, Yun Fan interjected, What are you talking about, Xiaoman? Quickly shifting the topic, he added, I see the crystal energy is full. Let us begin the summoning. Perhaps we will acquire a new companion. Upon mentioning this, Shoyu's spirits lifted, the household's grievances dissipating as he eagerly watched the crystal in Yunfan's hand. All preparations set, the exciting moment commenced, as the summoning effects from the crystal faded. A cheerful young boy appeared before them, embodying the spirit of the waves. "Hello there." Shou Yu's expression dimmed. It wasn't Tixian Su. Nonetheless, Yunfan was elated to summon a hero and extended his hand, saying, "Welcome, Sun Tzu." Just then, ripples formed beside Sun Tzu, and a familiar water magic circle emerged as a graceful figure materialized within. Yunfan stared, dumbfounded, at the sudden appearance of De Qiao. "What is happening? Is it a buy one, get one free deal?" He then recalled the illustrious Zhou Yu that if Sun Tzu could bring his wife, why hadn't he brought Xiao Qiao along? "Zhou Yu, you're slacking." Yunfan's heart soared. Two heroes summoned at once. What a windfall. Perhaps such occurrences would become commonplace. Yet, as he learned more, his dreams began to shatter. De Qiao anxiously grasped Sun Tzu's hand, saying, "What is going on? Why is my power fading away?" Sun Tzu comforted her. Don't worry. This is normal. I'm here." Ignoring the chance to tease Sun Tzu, Yunfan continued, "You can consider this place as the King's Canyon. Upon arrival, you will need to level up again." Clearly, De Qiao had arrived without understanding the crystal's purpose, and without caring whether she comprehended the canyon or crystal, Yunfan poured out all the information he had. De Qiao appeared bewildered, clearly not grasping the concept of the canyon or the crystal. However, with Sun Tzu by her side, providing hugs and gentle reassurances, her emotions stabilized. De Qiao was indifferent to the nature of this place. As long as Sun Tzu was present, that sufficed. Yunfan also came to understand how De Qiao had managed to arrive. In simple terms, Sun Tzu's sudden disappearance had sent De Qiao into a panic, compelling her to activate her powers to follow the mark on Sun Tzu. But she had encountered an unexpected mishap along the way and lost her direction. Ultimately, a mysterious force had rescued her. Yunfan's mind delved into the crystal, opening De Qiao's profile and nodding. He understood that the crystal had made an exception, retrieving De Qiao, who had been lost in the chaotic currents of space. De Qiao possessed the ability to mark her teammates' ordinates and traverse dimensions. However, despite her formidable abilities, she could not cross the dimensional barrier alone. Had it not been for the crystal's intervention, she might have faced dire consequences. Yunfan felt a wave of anxiety. Was De Qiao really that reckless? Chapter 65. My dog resembles me, and I resemble my dog. Yunfan glanced at De Qiao's information, which aligned with her description in the game. The heiress of a prestigious magical lineage, she possessed the ability to control water currents in the vast seas of the pirate world. This made her an invincible force. Most of her skills were water-related. When activated, endless flow allowed her to manipulate the ocean currents for acceleration, serving as both a speed skill and a crucial ability for controlling water. Yunfan desired this ability, but wasn't he in a rush to select it. He decided to keep it on hold for now. Leaping carp tides and cliff bridge had similar effects, both summoning tidal waves for attacks. Unlike endless flow, these two skills could be activated on land as well. Yunfan pondered whether the water summoned on land would have the same effect as hailstone. If it did, De Qiao could become a nightmare for fruit users in the pirate world. Summoning tidal waves out of thin air was indeed impressive. Yunfan wanted it, but it wasn't essential, so he put on hold. Lastly, there were two skills Yunfan considered godly, which also allowed De Qiao to traverse dimensions: Vortex Gate and Sea of Destiny. Any teammate could be marked, and once the Sea of Destiny skill was activated, they could instantly arrive at the marked teammate's side. Vortex Gate was equally impressive, enabling the opening of a magic circle at a designated location. Once activated, all teammates, regardless of their position, could instantly traverse space to arrive at that spot. This was an excellent skill for group battles that in the future, if he activated the magic circle before him, a swarm of heroes could suddenly appear before him, likely frightening him to death. Yunfan found himself in a dilemma, pondering which skill to choose. After a lengthy hesitation, he ultimately selected Sea of Destiny, which allowed him to instantly reach his teammates. With this skill, he could rapidly provide support whenever his allies faced trouble. With De Qiao present, Vortex Gate was unnecessary. Having a second one would be too wasteful. In the future, when teammates find themselves in peril, De Qiao can swiftly rush to their aid, establishing the Vortex Portal formation to summon her allies. Henceforth, None from the Yun Fan camp shall ever fight alone. Do you believe you are contending with a solitary individual? No. You are up against a myriad of heroes. As for Chao's ability to control water currents, Yun Fan feels no great loss. For there are many heroes yet to be summoned, and he can draw from others in due course. With the power to traverse space, Yun Fan is eager to test it. He directly marks Mulan and her companions before leaping out the window. Under the astonished gazes of the group, ripples begin to emanate from behind Ji Xiaoman. Ji Xiaoman retaliates with a swift punch. Yun Fan, shielding his eyes and gritting his teeth, exclaims, "Ji Xiaoman, what are you doing?" Ji Xiaoman, seemingly belatedly realizing, covers her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, it's you. I thought some little thief was trying to ambush me. Are you all right?" Yun Fan huffs in discontent, but then a thought crosses his mind, causing a smirk to form at the corners of his mouth. Ji Xiaoman, you'd best sleep with one eye open and the other on guard. He warns. For him now, simply being near Ji Xiaoman is merely a thought away. Distance is no longer a concern, nor are doorways obstacles. Once she drifts into slumber, he can instantly teleport, stealthily leaving behind a long, wriggling creature before making his escape. Hee. Ji Xiaoman, recognizing the mischievous smile on Yun Fan's face, senses his intentions and threatens, "You'd better try to come in." Xiao, nestled against Sun Tzu's shoulder, glances at Yun Fan using the Sea of Destiny, mildly surprised but dismissive, and comments, "You two share a wonderful bond." However, the Sea of Destiny is not meant to be used in such a manner. Yun Fan ponders for a moment and comprehends the Xiao's implication. His Sea of Destiny stems from her skill panel. The skill panel merely represents one of the many abilities that Xiao possesses, and its myriad applications undoubtedly differ greatly from her own use of the Sea of Destiny. Xiao has diligently honed her skills, progressing step by step, mastering her abilities in ways Yun Fan cannot hope to match. But there is no rush. Having grasped the core functionality, the rest can be learned gradually. Yun Fan beams at Xiao, saying, "Our Timmy pirate crew is in need of a navigator. Would you be interested, Xiao?" "Of course. I often accompanied Sun Tzu on sea voyages," she replies, her voice as gentle as the waters of Jiangnan. For some inexplicable reason, a vivid image flashes in Yun Fan's mind. A small boat, manned by two, bravely navigating the tumultuous seas. Shaking his head, he dismisses the thought of romantic entanglements. Sun Tzu is indeed fortunate to have wed such a gentle soul as Xiao. Yun Fan reluctantly admits his envy, observing the bright and cheerful Sun Tzu beside Xiao, an endearingly Na'vi young man. He recalls his memorable line from the canyon, "My dog resembles me. I resemble my dog." Who, pray tell, would liken himself to a dog? Oh, of course, it's Xiao's household. Well, that's of no concern. Sun Tzu, noticing Yun Fan's unwavering gaze, scratches his head and beams a broad smile. Laughing heartily, Xiao as navigator. "Then I shall be the captain." Yun Fan promptly rebuffs him, insisting, "No way. I am the captain. You're too late. You can steer the ship, but I trust your skills. I fear a novice might capsize it." He glances over his shoulder. Ji Xiaoman, indignant, retorts, "What do you mean by that? What kind of look was that? When have I ever capsized a ship?" "Ha! Then I shall be the one to steer the vessel. My skills are professional." Sun Tzu chuckles heartily. He possesses his own small boat, conjured through his abilities, making it incredibly convenient as he frequently sails the seas with Xiao. Sun Tzu is quite confident in his driving skills. With Xiao's capacity to control currents and enhance the ship's speed, she is truly the chosen navigator. Sun Tzu is also an adept sailor. Now, with combat personnel, a navigator, a helmsman, and a sharpshooter all in place, the Timmy pirate crew is nearly complete. As for the ship's doctor, Kai Wenji can assume the role. Although she lacks medical expertise, she can restore health, and given that the crew are no ordinary folk, they are unlikely to fall ill. Moreover, she can also moonlight as a musician. As for the chef, the sharpshooter can temporarily fulfill that duty. With the crew configuration nearly complete, any remaining gaps can gradually be filled in the future. At this moment, Shoyu has fallen into a state of introspection. How he wishes for Xian Su to offer some comfort. He gazes around the room, filled with hungry mouths, all relying on him. In the past, when the numbers were few, he would prepare the ingredients in advance. Now, With so many to feed, Shoyu feels a sense of impending doom. Not only has he acquired a divine skill, but he has also gained 2 new companions, leaving Yun Fan exceedingly elated. However, in his exuberance, he is yet to examine Sun Tzu's abilities. Chapter 66. A man who lived for adventure. Truly, he is a man who lives for adventure. Even his skills reflect this adventurous spirit at first glance. Raging tide, cutting wind, and splitting waves, surging seas, long sails breaking waves. Goodness, it's all about waves. Yet these skills are not directly related to waves, but rather denote combat prowess. Yun Fan is not in immediate need of combat abilities, so he opts for Raging Tide. Raging Tide is a skill that enhances recovery capabilities. While engaged in battle, attacking foes can restore health and sustain injuries. And taking damage can trigger an accumulation of unyielding defense. Unlike in games where player experience necessitates skill limitations, here, Raging Tide has no such cap. Its effectiveness relies solely on one's own training. Upon initially acquiring Raging Tide, Yun Fan can stack it to 10 layers, but further enhancement requires his own cultivation or, like Milan and her companions, he may receive feedback as his hero level increases. This is why Yun Fan, after practicing swordplay with Milan a few times, decided to take it easy. His arduous training pales in comparison to the tangible benefits gained from others leveling up. As Yun Fan attains the Raging Tide ability, he takes a moment to sense its effects within his body. It is a passive skill that triggers as long as he is in combat. Sun Tzu, being at a lower level, can similarly stack it to 10 layers, though it remains uncertain how many layers he can accumulate upon reaching maximum level, provided he does not encounter overwhelming foes that annihilate him instantly. This skill can be deemed invincible. Sun Tzu, though not renowned for his defense and recovery, possesses such a remarkable ability. What of the tanks like Cheng Yaojin and Bai Qi? Would they not grow stronger with each battle? Dancing upon the battlefield, as more heroes are summoned, Yun Fan begins to feel that his golden finger is indeed quite extravagant. In this small room, filled to the brim with people, Shoyu has been pushed to the corner, and Yun Fan declares, to welcome Sun Tzu and to Qiao, let us go out for a feast. Having summoned 3 heroes in Rog Town, Yun Fan feels quite satisfied. The gathering of crystal energy has calmed, indicating that they have nearly harvested all the energy from this place. Even if there are some omissions, it is of little consequence. Initiate the next summoning here at this pace would likely take several days, which is clearly impractical. Yun Fan cannot afford to linger here for so long. With the Qiao, the navigator who can control ocean currents, they are ready to set sail for the Grand Line. The unpredictable weather, intricate currents, and chaotic magnetic fields no longer pose a threat to the that moment. However, Shoyu suddenly speaks. I have an unsettling premonition. Yun Fan pauses, as he knows Shoyu all too well. He is aware that he does not speak without reason. His last ominous feeling preceded their encounter with the celestial dragons, leading to a bloody battle. Milan, too, wears a serious expression, stating, Shoyu's premonitions are often quite accurate. At this time, a Yao transforms into a deer spirit, leaping out the window. The little deer, aglow with a sacred luminescence, stands on the ground, gently bowing its head and closing its eyes to sense the surroundings. Waves of energy surge forth, expanding outward in concentric circles. It seems as though flowers and grasses are breaking through the earth. Yun Fan watches, dumbfounded, first witnessing Mulan silently slicing through the sky, then to Qiao traversing the spatial barriers of the King as continent. And now, a Yao's enigmatic communion with nature. As the levels of the heroes rise, he finds himself increasingly unable to fathom these individuals. This is already beyond the realm of skill documentation, isn't it? So, is the skill panel merely a ruse to deceive Yun Fan? Glancing back at Ji Xiaoman, he reassures himself, at least there remains one sensible person. He then recalls the Jixia breathing method. Internally lamenting that this too has strayed from the realm of skills, Ji Xiaoman furrows her brow, feeling as though Yun Fan's earlier gaze was one of disdain. That Yao opens her eyes, and the surroundings return to tranquility. The little deer looks up at the window with wide, round eyes and calls out, Kai Wenji, come catch me up there. A dark line emerged on Yun Fan's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection. Just moments ago, he had perceived Io as profoundly sacred and mysterious. Yet now, with Io's first words, that aura of mystery shattered into pieces. Kaiwenji, perched on a rocking chair, descended to the ground to fetch Io. Io transformed back into the playful fawn girl, grinning at Yunfan and exclaiming, "Brother, I see a dark omen on your brow." Yunfan's face darkened, confirming that this was indeed his little fawn. The earlier impressions were mere illusions. Though he felt an urge to spank Io, he remained alert. He unconditionally trusted his companions. Since they sensed something amiss, it must be true. Chao's petite face was filled with concern. Her current level was too low, and her skills could only yield the most rudimentary effects. Without a marker, she was uncertain if she could transport so many people through space in the event of danger. Sun Tzu clapped Xiao on the shoulder, cheerfully asserting, "It's all right. I have a ship, and you can control the currents. Together, we are invincible at sea. If things go awry, I'll whisk you away." Yunfan quietly materialized behind Sun Tzu, whispering in his ear, "Then what shall we do? Ha ha ha. My ship may be small, but it can easily accommodate a few more." Sun Tzu, of course, was not so ungrateful. His words were merely to lighten the mood. Yunfan distanced himself from Sun Tzu, turning away to avoid witnessing his display of affection. He approached the window and gazed at the sky. The sun shone brightly, heralding splendid weather, except for that one time with the celestial dragon. Everything had gone smoothly thus far, even when encountering Carp, who posed no foreboding threat. Although Io teased him, her face was scrunched in worry, evidently sensing something as well. What challenges awaited them this time? Yunfan turned to the group and declared, "With the weather so fine, let us gather our belongings and set sail." At the port, Smoker stood at the highest point, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his cape billowing in the wind. Were it not for the numerous bindings adorning his body, he would have appeared quite dashing. The vessels at the port had already been dispatched elsewhere, leaving only a pink sailing ship adorned with a skull and antlers, the little duck belonging to Yunfan. To avoid disrupting the dock, Smoker had ordered it to be moored here. Countless Navy personnel were on standby at the port. Pirates never abandoned their ships, so Smoker was certain Yunfan would arrive. Just then, Dasky approached Smoker, puzzled. "Captain Smoker, why don't we burn the Shield Hero's ship?" Dasky felt their presence there was futile. Even Captain Smoker had been defeated. Could they truly hinder the Shield Hero and his crew? Burning their ship would prevent their escape, wouldn't it? Smoker shook his head, replying, "We cannot burn it. Dasky, you do not understand the demon-slaying order. Once a mission is issued, the order knows no other purpose. It solely aims to eliminate the designated target at this point." Smoker let out a cold huff that I cannot gamble on whether those individuals still hold concern for the innocent if a battle erupts in Rogtown. The consequences would be dire. Thus, the Shield Heroes group cannot remain in Rogtown, that we only need to stall them temporarily until the warships arrive. They must be allowed to leave. Only by engaging the battle at sea can we prevent innocent lives from being lost. Do you understand, Dasky? Chapter 67. A song of blood and fire. The streets were unusually quiet. Perhaps Smoker had already informed all the shops heading to the port to temporarily close. Now, only Yunfan and his companions occupied the streets. Chow held Kaiwenji in her arms, her rocking chair brimming with packages, while the remaining items were carried by Sun Tzu. Yunfan turned to Ji Xiaoman beside him and asked, "Am I truly such a wicked person that I warrant the closure of all shops on this street?" "How would I know?" Ji Xiaoman replied, exhibiting no sense of urgency, casually enjoying a lollipop, one she had snatched from a little chick. How old is she, yet still stealing candy from children? Yunfan retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and offered it to the little chick, thus averting a potential conflict between the two girls. Yunfan inquired again, "What do you think Milan is up to?" "How would I know? Why are you so uninformed?" Ji Xiaoman shot Yunfan an exasperated glare. "Can you be quiet for a moment?" "Fine." After Milan left the inn, she told us to go ahead, mentioning she had some matters to attend to. I have no idea what she was going to do. At that moment, Shoyu voiced his confusion, but the closed shops R&T on the way to the port. Yunfan looked up. The direction of the port remained bustling with activity. The street that was closed led to the port. It was a blatant indication that something was amiss. Unfazed, Yunfan continued walking, stating, "Our ship should have been relocated to the port." Even if there's an issue, we must investigate. We can't just abandon our ship. Shoyu nodded, silently falling back among the group. Activating his observation haki and the Eye of Stillness, he ensured they were prepared to confront the unknown at a moment's notice as they neared the port. Yunfan halted. His Eye of Stillness had spotted the sailboat, and he could clearly see the situation at the port. Everyone followed suit and stopped. The Navy had taken notice of them, but a group of uniformed Navy personnel blocked the end of the street. Shoyu glanced at the figure standing atop the highest point, remarking, "There's no ambush. They're all here, and that guy is the strongest." Yunfan nodded and met Smoker's gaze. This fellow stood at the top of the lookout tower, puffing on a cigar and basking in the wind. Exuding an air of arrogance, one might mistake him for being formidable. Smoker's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Yunfan and his crew. He had mobilized all available forces. Knowing that deception would be futile against someone like Yunfan, he planned to confront them directly. Dasky, holding a din-din mushi, leaned out from the lookout tower to pass it to Smoker. Smoker accepted the din-din mushi, his gaze still fixed on Yunfan, calmly stating, "This is Smoker." The din-din mushi responded, "Our forces have entered the waters of Rogtown. Where is Yunfan's group now?" Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke. At the port, they're about to leave. After a brief silence, the din-din mushi continued, 10 minutes. The warship will arrive in 10 minutes. I end this time. No matter what method you employ, you must not let the SHIELD Heroes group leave. Understood. Smoker hung up the din-din mushi. Despite the Navy's overwhelming numbers, their morale seemed somewhat deflated, as if they were the ones being encircled. Under Yunfan's intense gaze, the Navy personnel felt an immense pressure. Their foreheads slick with sweat, their hearts racing with trepidation. Though fear gripped them, their sense of justice forbade retreat. After standing for so long, Yunfan grew impatient, stating, "Aren't you going to make your move? If you're too afraid to act, then step aside." An officer drew his pistol, shouting, "Everyone, take aim and fire. They must not be allowed to leave the port." Sun Tzu placed his bags down and stepped forward, declaring, "Let me handle this." Yunfan nodded, sharing the same thought. Otherwise, he would have unleashed his conqueror's haki long ago. These lowly soldiers were perfect for helping Sun, so level up, fire. With the officer's command, gunfire erupted. Sun Tzu casually waved his hand, deflecting the bullets. Such gunpowder weapons could not even pierce his armament. Bang, bang, bang. As the Navy fired in unison, countless bullets rained down like a storm. Though he trusted Sun Tzu, Yunfan still activated his shield, positioning himself in front of the group as a precaution. Sun Tzu grinned widely, muscles tensing as he propelled himself forward, the ground cracking like a spider's web beneath his feet. With a swift leap, he summoned a weapon resembling an anchor. Raising the anchor above his head, he executed a technique called Windcutter Slash, crashing it down to the earth. Boom! The massive anchor struck the ground, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. With countless stones shooting in every direction, in the wake of the shockwave, nearby buildings collapsed, and the bullets alongside the debris returned from whence they came. Be careful. Retreat. Defend. Defend. Once calm descends, vast numbers of naval forces collapse. Their appearance is tragic, bodies riddled with gory wounds from shattered bullets. Yunfan gestures to disperse the dust before him, his expression serene as he surveys the battlefield. If one were to adopt the perspective of these ordinary individuals, the overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair would become painfully apparent. Faced with those monstrous adversaries, they are but mere cannon fodder, incapable of even depleting the enemy's stamina. Yet, the moment they choose to wield their weapons and ascend to the battlefield, they must possess the resolve to face death. Sun Tzu, laughing heartily, charges into the throng, wielding his anchor as an unstoppable force, no one able to impede him, nor halt the anchor's relentless swing. The enormous anchor, akin to a physical extension of his being in Sun Tzu's grasp, seems to possess the power to obliterate worlds, inflicting wounds upon contact and delivering death with a mere brush. Although Sun Tzu embodies the spirit of a bright and cheerful young man, underestimating him due to his appearance would lead to an untimely demise. He is forged in the crucible of carnage, and this minor skirmish holds no sway over his mental state. While he may appear harmless in daily life, once on the battlefield, he reveals the true nature of a demonic force to unleash all his might and shatter the surging waves, the tumultuous tides. Sun Tzu's hair billows as he swings the anchor with relentless ferocity. Any Navy personnel standing in his path are utterly obliterated. Like a blood-soaked demon, he finally reveals his ferocious side. Shoyue furrows his brow, shielding Ios eyes with his hand. Though he is indifferent, he firmly believes that children should be spared from such horrors. Io pries open one of Shoyue's fingers, glaring at him in dissatisfaction, feeling underestimated. Da Qiao cradles Kai Wenji, drawing her close, recognizing that she is still a child who might be haunted by nightmares from witnessing such brutality. Da Qiao emanates a maternal warmth, gently shaking the little Kai Wenji, reassuring her, "Do not fear, do not fear. I am here." The little chick struggles frantically, feeling as though she cannot breathe. Yun Fan clicks his tongue, exclaiming, "This is too brutal." The battlefield of warriors is as raw and unrefined as it gets, a visceral symphony of blood and fire. Chapter 68. The frenzied Sun Tzu smoker stands atop the watchtower, his heart racing, observing Sun Tzu's unstoppable momentum, an aura of divine might enveloping the battlefield. A flicker of fear ignites within him. Suppressing his emotions, Smoker gazes toward Yun Fan. Who is this individual, and from where has he summoned such formidable allies? The naval soldiers are in disarray, shouting in a frenzy. "He is not human. Fire the cannons. Fire the cannons. Quick, fire." The Navy rolls out a row of cannons from the port, if it were not absolutely necessary. They would prefer to refrain from firing in Roachtown. The post-battle losses are beyond their capacity to bear, with countless comrades and foes entangled together. The consequences of firing would be unfathomable. Yet, at this moment, concerns fade as Sun Tzu, like a divine being, seeks to annihilate everything, beyond the reach of human intervention. Shoyue, Yun Fan could never allow them to fire. There are children present. Furthermore, Da Qiao is also unable to withstand the cannon's impact. "Understood," Shoyue replies, raising his hand to aim. But just as the cannon is loaded and ready to ignite, a bullet strikes with blinding speed. Boom! The cannon explodes on the spot. Cutting through the waves, Sun Tzu lifts his anchor once more, slamming it down, creating a massive crater, momentarily scattering the relentless naval forces. The area connecting the port and streets has long since turned to ruins. Sun Tzu is unaware of the number of lives he has shattered. All he knows is the unprecedented exhilaration coursing through him. It has been far too long since he felt such a rapid surge of power. Bang! Bang! Countless bullets rained down upon the port. Yet Sun Tzu remains unfazed. The tidal wave of fury has reached unimaginable heights, and the bullets merely tickle his skin. In the midst of shattered miracles, he seeks the light, shedding the anguish of hope and soaring upwards. Burn to ashes and merge with the sea. Ha ha ha! The tumultuous tides. Shoyue dispatches several more cannons, turning to Da Qiao and asking, "Is he all right?" Da Qiao, as if accustomed to it, replies, "No need to worry. This is his nature. Once he begins to fight, he becomes oblivious to everything else." Sun Tzu is now in a frenzy, no longer satisfied with merely taking down foot soldiers. He raises his gaze to the watchtower, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Smoker, bound in bandages, stands atop the tower, his heart racing unexpectedly upon locking gazes with Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu grins widely and shouts, "Come down and face me," without waiting for Smoker's response. He gathers energy around him. The long sail breaks through the waves. A small vessel appears beneath Sun Tzu, racing toward the watchtower with incredible speed. Along the way, the Navy is sent flying like ragged cloth, some losing limbs in the collision. Da Qiao covers Kai Wenji's eyes at her protest, while Yun Fan instinctively raises his hand. Ji Xiaoman slaps his hand away, crunching her lollipop with a scowl. "Why are you covering my eyes?" "Who wants to cover your eyes?" Yun Fan repositions his hand to shield Io's eyes once more down the watchtower. Smoker's pupils dilate suddenly. He cannot comprehend what he is witnessing. What is this? Why has a ship appeared out of nowhere? And how can it move on land with such speed? Sun Tzu's eyes gleam with madness as he charges the watchtower aboard the small vessel. The Smoker's heart races. Is this man truly reckless? "Dasky, fall back!" Simultaneously, Smoker's body begins to dissipate into smoke. Boom! A tremendous sound erupts as the watchtower collapses, dust and debris swirling like a storm. Smoker, Dasky lies on the ground, blood oozing from her forehead, one arm a bloody mess. As the dust settles, Smoker materializes, fixing his gaze ahead, where a figure stands. Without turning, Smoker commands, "Everyone, hold the port at all costs until the warships arrive." Despite the words, hope has long since faded from his heart. He initially believed that only Yun Fan and Hua Mulan posed a significant threat, yet now another formidable opponent has emerged. With Yun Fan yet to take action and Hua Mulan's whereabouts unknown, the Navy cannot hope to stop them. For justice, justice shall prevail. Charge! All Navy personnel surge past Smoker and Sun Tzu, rushing toward Yun Fan and the others. Sun Tzu does not intervene, entirely ignoring them. His focus is solely on Smoker, raising the anchor and charging forward. Cutting through the waves, Smoker immediately transforms into smoke to evade, the anchor creating a massive crater upon impact. What do you think you're running? The tumultuous tides, the anchor, as sharp as an axe in Sun Tzu's hands, swings repeatedly, trailing plumes of white smoke that a burst of white smoke shoots out, and Smoker rapidly increases the distance. The cigar in his mouth is sliced in half, and Smoker gasps, eyes wide with shock as he observes Sun Tzu. His arms, waist, and legs are marred with wounds of varying severity, crimson blood flowing freely. Again with this, like Yun Fan, capable of attacking Logia without the use of haki or sea stone. How on earth are you achieving this? Sun Tzu wrenches the embedded anchor from the ground, charging fearlessly towards Smoker. Simultaneously, he declares, "If you wish to know, then defeat me." Meanwhile, countless Navy personnel, led by Dasky, charge toward Yun Fan and the others. Ji Xiaoman rolls up her sleeves, spitting out her lollipop, and swiftly knocks down a naval soldier. Just as she prepares to stretch her limbs, a colossal sword descends from the sky with unstoppable force. The Navy soldiers running ahead are instantly swept away by the massive shockwave. Hua Mulan, clad in golden armor, descends from above. This is Yun Fan's first glimpse of Hua Mulan in her skin, the nine heavens' divine radiance, nearly blinding him with her brilliance. Hua Mulan draws the massive sword embedded in the ground. Standing tall in the midst of chaos, her fair visage icy, long hair billowing, and golden armor shimmering under the sunlight. The great sword in her grasp glows with a golden hue, and the entire blood-soaked battlefield appears to be sanctified by her presence. "Gee, stinky bug," Ji Xiaoman murmured softly, her face adorned with disdain, yet the envy in her eyes was unmistakable. She had rummaged through her wardrobe countless times, only to find nothing worthy of comparison, while she had long envied Ah Yao's ever-changing outfits. Although she had acquired numerous resplendent and noble garments in Rog Town, none could rival the current splendor of Hua Mulan. Where could one procure such a dazzling, sacred, and noble attire that exudes an aura of effect upon entering? Oh, how she longed for it! Not envious at all, not even a bit. I must remain low-key and not be as arrogant as Hua Mulan. Ji Xiaoman reassured herself, her hand already grasping Yun Fan's waist. "It's all your fault." Chapter 69. In the name of the shield hero, conquer the seas. Why are you pinching me? It's all your fault. How can this possibly be blamed on me? Ignoring the now red-eyed Ji Xiaoman, Yun Fan addressed the group. "Since everyone is here, let us depart." Hua Mulan nodded, and with a swift slash, cleared a path. Yun Fan, observing Dasky standing motionless, remarked to Hua Mulan, "Your sword energy can curve?" With another slice, Hua Mulan opened a path, yet Dasky remained unscathed at the forefront. "Step aside," Hua Mulan commanded coldly, raising her great sword. "No." Dasky stubbornly pouted, unable to accept that her once revered master had turned into a pirate. "Master, turn back. There's no future in piracy." Just as Dasky sought to reason with her master about dreams and aspirations, Yun Fan hurled an energy sphere towards her. To Echujalu. Dasky's body instantly stiffened and went numb. Yun Fan stepped forward. "Your unrealistic desires should be discussed with the world government instead. Off you go." With that, Yun Fan seized Dasky by the collar and flung her away. Let it be said, these cannon fodder Marines are remarkably resilient, akin to cockroaches, charging forward without hesitation. On a distant rooftop, a few heads peeked out. "Gambia," Bartolomeo said, "should we lend a hand?" Bartolomeo, smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "Which of your eyes saw that they needed help?" Initially, they had been strolling the streets collecting protection fees when they heard commotion and came to witness Sun Tzu's overwhelming prowess. Soon after, Hua Mulan descended from the heavens like a deity. Recalling that he had previously offended her, Gambia's legs trembled. "Big brother! Sister Head won't hold a grudge, will she?" "Shut up!" Bartolomeo landed another punch. "Just watch quietly, and don't speak." At the port, with everyone gathered, Yun Fan had no intention of prolonging their stay. Facing the approaching Marines, he narrowed his eyes and unleashed a wave of invisible pressure that enveloped the entire port. The Marines, who had been shouting and charging forward, suddenly halted as if a pause button had been pressed. Their eyes glazing over, mouths foaming, and bodies collapsing to the ground one after another, like dumplings falling into water. As the pressure continued to spread, Bartolomeo's pupils constricted, his mouth agape in shock. The overwhelming aura was palpable, causing his subordinates to roll off the rooftop with eyes turned white. Bartolomeo stood frozen, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is this?" At the port, Yun Fan leaped onto the ship and called out below, "Sun Tzu, stop playing around. We're leaving," before a pile of rubble. Sun Tzu hoisted the anchor onto his shoulder, reluctantly turning to depart. "We can't let them leave. Those still capable of standing rallied behind me." A Marine lieutenant struggled to rise from the ground, shouting, "Bring the intact cannons over here. Aim at the pirate ship and fire." Still not giving up? Yun Fan concentrated the famed blade, Si Ming, in his hand. De Qiao stepped forward, gripping her staff. "Leave it to me." Standing atop the sailboat, feeling the vibrant water elements around her, De Qiao was eager to unleash her abilities. Yun Fan retracted the famed blade. Curious to see how far De Qiao had progressed, the tip of De Qiao's staff hung a lantern, which she waved gently before her, illuminating the area with a bright glow. Carp leap tidal wave. The sea began to churn violently, waves rising high enough to engulf the entire port. The colossal carp formed from seawater crashed down upon the port with tremendous force, sending the pirate ship retreating with the receding tide. Yun Fan gazed at the port after the tidal wave, astonished. No wonder teams prioritize eliminating the mage first. Who could withstand such damage? No matter how formidable Sun Tzu was, he could only swing the anchor at individuals. While the Qiao summoned a tide that swept the entire port, as the wave subsided, the small duck boat had already distanced itself from the port that a green-capped figure stood out vividly against the newly washed port. Bartolomeo sprinted across the retreating sea, waving his arms and shouting with urgency, "Ali Gu!" Yun Fan, standing at the bow of the ship, was taken aback upon recognizing Bartolomeo. What was he doing here at this moment? Bartolomeo waved both hands, shouting, "Ali Gu! Wait for me. Take me out to sea. Let me join you in adventure. In the name of the shield hero, let us conquer the seas together." He had seen it. He had seen the figure of a king, and he wished to follow in Yun Fan's footsteps to witness the rise of a ruler, that he no longer wanted to remain a small-time thug. That was utterly pathetic. "Ali Gu, I want to follow you," Bartolomeo continued to shout. Yun Fan's lips twitched as he turned to Hua Mulan, saying, "Your little fan. No." Hua Mulan's lips curled up. "Yes, your little fan." He spoke of following the footsteps of the shield hero. Yun Fan felt a headache coming on. He had no desire to engage with this fellow, as the sailboat drifted further from the port. Bartolomeo's figure faded from sight, yet the echoes of Ali Gu persisted. Yun Fan scratched his chin, a sudden realization striking him. This fellow must be a barrier fruit user. Wasn't that the chosen one for the title of shield hero? If he accepted him, it might be possible to escape the title of shield hero as well. Yun Fan called out towards the port, "Bartolomeo!" Silence fell over the port, after shouting for so long without a response from his big brother. Bartolomeo assumed he was unworthy in his brother's eyes. Now that his brother had responded, tears welled in Bartolomeo's eyes as he quieted down, eager to hear what his brother had to say. "Bartolomeo, do you wish to follow me? Then let me see your resolve. I will wait for you at the world's end. Come find me. In the name of the shield hero, bring that title with you." Cough, cough. Yun Fan's throat itched, prompting an involuntary cough. He had shouted with all his might to ensure Bartolomeo could hear him, rendering his voice hoarse. "Ayao. Bring me a bottle of wheat juice to soothe my throat." At the port, Bartolomeo stood frozen in place. He had heard it. His big brother had accepted him. He urged him to come find him bearing the title of Shield Hero. That title had been forged by his brother step by step. And now he was bestowing it upon him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bartolomeo's tears flowed uncontrollably as he shouted towards Yun Fan. Ali go! I will not disappoint the name of the Shield Hero. The members of the Bartle Club rushed over, with Gambia stepping forward to inquire, Bartle, big brother, how are you? Are you all right? Bartolomeo was already in tears, his face smeared with snot and tears, raising his hands and leaping with joy, proclaiming loudly, My brother has accepted me. From now on, the Bartle Club is disbanded, and the Bartle Pirates will be established. I shall set sail under the name of the Shield Hero to seek my brother. Chapter 70. My newly acknowledged brother Brew Brew. Brew Brew. In the midst of ruins, a phone bug rang, and a bloodied hand emerged from the debris, pressing the answer button. The phone bug spoke. Colonel Smoker, our warship is in position. Let's drive the Shield Hero and his crew into the sea. No need to pursue them. A feeble voice echoed from the ruins. The Shield Hero's crew has already departed from Rogtown. They are not to be underestimated. Formidable newcomers have appeared on their ship. So do not let your guard down. Rest assured, Colonel Smoker, the Shield Hero's crew will not escape. I will ensure they turn to ashes under our cannon fire. The phone bug abruptly disconnected, and the ground trembled for a moment before Smoker crawled out from the ruins. He produced a broken cigar from his pocket, but to his dismay, he found no flame. Peering into the distance, he could no longer discern the figures of Cloud Sail and his crew, only a faint silhouette of a sail on the horizon. Bartolomeo was joyously singing and dancing with his subordinates when he noticed Smoker's sudden appearance, causing an immediate hush to fall over them. Gambier whispered, Big brother, let's hurry and flee. Bartolomeo, unfazed, shouted back, Flee. This guy has already been battered by Anchor Brother. There's no need for concern. Unaware of Sun Tzu's name, Bartolomeo simply referred to him as Anchor Brother. Smoker cast a glance at Bartolomeo's group. Making no moves, he had overheard the conversation between Cloud Sail and Bartolomeo and knew that this individual had resolved to become a pirate. However, with his bones utterly shattered, he lacked the energy to confront Bartolomeo. Just watch. Observe how your newly recognized big brother meets his end in the flames of cannon fire. Bartolomeo, incensed by these words, retorted, How dare you curse my newly recognized big brother? He stepped forward, seizing Smoker by the collar and bellowing, What do you mean? You dare to curse my big brother? Unforgivable! Bartolomeo's fist connected with Smoker's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, a cold smirk curling his lips. Do not rush. Just watch closely, and soon you shall understand my meaning. Do you wish to die? Bartolomeo roared, poised to strike down Smoker. Big brother, Gambier quickly embraced him. I overheard something about an ambush from the phone bug. Could it be that the Navy is laying a trap for our big brother? Bartolomeo's heart sank at this revelation as he lifted Smoker, demanding, Speak. Is there an ambush set for my big brother at sea? Smoker closed his eyes and remained silent. Grievously injured yet still conscious, his unwavering will preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness until the demon-slaying order dismantled the shield warriors. He could not afford to faint. Bartolomeo hurled Smoker away and shouted at Gambier, What are you dawdling for? Prepare the ship. I must go rescue my big brother. Gambier hesitated. There is not a single ship in the port, and it would be too late to find one elsewhere. Bartolomeo, frantic, knew of his big brother's prowess and had witnessed the might of his sister. Other big brothers and sisters were formidable, but in the vast ocean, if they fell prey to an ambush and their ship was destroyed, even the strongest would be rendered helpless. Cloud Sail and his companions stood gravely on the deck that a seagull circled overhead. Landing on Cloud Sail's shoulder, flapping about anxiously, seeing the familiar, fluffy seagull, Cloud Sail felt a surge of irritation and yanked at its feathers. The seagull flapped its wings, attempting to escape. Stop with the squawking. Tell me, how have you been handling matters? Cloud Sail demanded, holding the seagull before his eyes. You promised to help spread the name of the Demon King Cloud Sail. Yet why do they still call me Shield Warrior? You took the money but did nothing. Where is your integrity? Cloud Sail shouted, saliva spraying the seagull's face. The seagull's eyes spun in confusion, its head buzzing from Cloud Sail's tirade. Just then, yow! the translator, interjected, "Wait, wait." Cloudsail shook the seagull, asking, "What do you wish to convey?" Yao replied, "It says now is not the time for this." The seagull wriggled free from Cloudsail's grasp, flapping its wings around him, continuously squawking, clearly in distress. Cloudsail turned to Yao, who informed him, "We are in trouble." It came to deliver a message, but it saw countless warships closing in on us. It urges us to flee. Cloudsail nodded, retrieving a handful of berries and offering them to the seagull, saying, "I didn't expect you to be so loyal. I won't hold the title issue against you." The seagull, however, did not accept the berries. Flapping its wings like an angry bird and ramming into Cloudsail's chest, Yao translated, "It says brothers for life, but now is not the time for that. We must hurry." Cloudsail shoved the berries into the seagull's little backpack and then tossed it into the air. Now, brother seagull, thank you for the warning. We are aware. You should leave quickly. Don't get caught in the crossfire when the fighting starts." Cloudsail had long anticipated that they were surrounded by warships. With the Eye of Tranquility fully activated, he searched for an escape route. Through the Eye's perspective, 10 massive warships approached from various directions, accompanied by numerous smaller vessels, each brimming with armed Navy personnel. Numbering at least in the thousands, Cloudsail was unconcerned about the lesser Navy soldiers. However, the artillery aboard the dozens of warships posed a significant threat. A single volley could prove impossible to intercept entirely. At sea, should their vessel be struck by cannon fire, they would be rendered helpless. Before the fluffy seagull's arrival, Cloudsail and his crew had already devised a plan. Sun Tzu would navigate the ship with all his might. Guardian would ensure the ship remained unscathed. De Qiao would seek opportunities to control the currents and accelerate their escape, while the others would act as needed, ready to fend off pursuing warships. De Qiao, whose energy was limited, could not afford to waste it unnecessarily and needed to open the vortex gate to ensure the rear guard could retreat at any moment. De Qiao instructed Sun Tzu, "Lower the sails. They will create resistance when you activate your powers." Now, it was no longer necessary to rely on the Eye of Tranquility to see the approaching warships. The 10 colossal vessels exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, with countless smaller ships arrayed around them, leaving Cloudsail and his crew with no room to escape. Guardian, whose Eye of Tranquility and Observation Haki had been continuously activated, opened his eyes, his expression grave as he remarked, "Among the 10 gigantic warships, there are several individuals clad in justice cloaks. 5 of them exude an aura that rivals that of the captain. Hua Mulan was currently the highest-ranked and most formidable individual on board." To their surprise, there were 5 adversaries of equal strength before them. Cloudsail, gazing at the increasingly distinct warships, asked gravely Mulan, "Can you carve a path for us?" Hua Mulan remained silent, gripping her great sword as she began to gather her strength. Chapter 71. Quick! Communicate with Vice Admiral Berman. Open fire! The encroaching warships wasted no time and commenced firing. Not even granting them the opportunity for verbal retorts, the deluge of cannonballs rained down like a tempest. Guardian barely had time to fire a few shots before the projectiles were upon them. Sky Shatter Slash, a singular, devastating strike emanated from the edge of Hua Mulan's great sword, cleaving through the sea and possessing enough residual force to detonate an entire volley of cannonballs. This strike, charged to its utmost potential, surged toward one of the colossal warships with an unparalleled ferocity, dazzling and radiant as if it could rival the sun, cleaving the fortress-like ship in two. The strike's momentum remained unabated, clearing a path for escape. The split seawater surged back, creating tumultuous waves, causing numerous smaller vessels to disintegrate under the onslaught. Hua Mulan's great sword clattered to the ground as her body weakened, ready to collapse. This supreme strike had finally torn apart the encirclement. Ji Xiaoman kicked away a cannonball aimed at Hua Mulan, catching her in an embrace, teasing, "Though I hate to admit it, you were indeed quite impressive just now." De Qiao, staff aglow, exerted herself to control the tumultuous waters surrounding them, ensuring the ship remained unharmed. Cloudsail, wielding his famed blade, sliced through a cannonball, turning to shout, "De Qiao, now's our chance." "Understood." Endless flow, cliffside bridge. The lantern atop De Qiao's staff swayed in the wind as she stood at the ship's bow. Energy coalescing around her like the sea god point, two streams of water formed into koi fish leaping from the ocean, acting as guardians, leading the charge through the opening created by Hua Mulan, obliterating everything in their path. Endless flow propelled the vessel forward smoothly and swiftly, akin to gliding on ice. Atop one of the colossal warships, a phone bug shouted angrily, "Quick! We must not let them escape. Surround them and seal up the breach." In the distance, two colossal warships loomed like fortresses upon the sea, impervious to the surging waves that gently closed the gap created by Mulan's strike. Simultaneously, the pursuing vessels unleashed another volley. Their shells raining down like a barrage, a flicker of golden light danced in Mulan's eyes as waves of energy radiated from her, invigorating her with an unprecedented vitality. She had indeed leveled up. Bathed in sunlight, Mulan resembled a deity illuminated by divine radiance, sacred and regal. The very atmosphere seemed to celebrate her triumph, as the attacks from surrounding warships momentarily faltered, and the sailors gazed in awe at the luminous spectacle above. Ji Xiaoman's teeth ground together, incredulous at the exaggerated effects of the upgrade. Surely, it was all due to cosmetic enhancements. What value was there in that? Jealousy twisted her features, her lips curling back to her ears. That moment, from one of the massive warships, a commanding figure bellowed into the communication device. "What are you all staring at? Attack! Attack!" The fleet snapped back to reality. Cannonballs soaring forth. Mulan, clutching her greatsword, prepared to unleash another blow when Yun Fan interposed himself. We must escape the encirclement first." With palms pressed together, a searing flame coalesced between them. Beacon fire at Red Cliff. Great fireball. The inferno erupted from their hands, transforming the area behind the sailboat into a fiery domain. Shells exploded in the searing heat, shock waves rippling through the air, igniting the sky in a blaze reminiscent of a burning sunset. The mutual force propelled the sailboat forward, narrowly evading the closure of the two warships ahead, in the direction indicated by Shoyue. There were no formidable foes aboard the vessels, aside from their artillery. Nothing could impede the sailboat's flight. As soon as they broke free from the encirclement, the two water-formed koi at the bow dissipated, and Qiao swayed unsteadily, her hair damp with sweat. She had reached her limit. Qiao. Sun Tzu rushed to support her, concern etched on his face. "How are you holding up?" Without Qiao's acceleration, the sailboat's speed plummeted. She shook her head weakly, raised the sail. "Give me a moment to rest." "And I can't continue. Firewall." Azure break slash. Yun Fan and Mulan stood at the stern, diligently thwarting incoming shells. Meanwhile, Shoyue perched on Kai Wenji's rocking chair, airborne, his sniper rifle aimed specifically at the cannon mouths, intent on detonating shells before they could be fired, thereby rendering the artillery useless. These cannons were embedded in the ship's hull, their gunners concealed within the cabin, beyond the reach of snipers, unable to locate the gunners. Shoyue targeted the unfired shells to destroy the cannons themselves. A shell discharged. Shoyue took aim and pulled the trigger decisively. Just as another shell was about to be fired, it erupted in a brilliant explosion. "Well done." A Yao transformed into a deer spirit, leaping onto Shoyue's head to activate a shield against enemy snipers. The sailors aboard the ship recoiled in shock at the blast, hastily reporting to their commander. "Major General, the enemy has a sniper. They've destroyed one of our cannons." Aside from 5 lieutenant generals, every warship was equipped with a captain, at the very least of a colonel rank. The major general's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "I am not blind. I can see." He gazed upward, catching a fleeting glimpse of a silhouette wielding a firearm in the sky. This distance. How could anyone destroy a cannon? Impossible. Just then, another cannon exploded in a thunderous roar. Infuriated, the Major General bellowed, "Where's the sniper? Bring him down. Major General, our range is insufficient. We can't hit him." Another cannon was obliterated, and the Major General, losing his composure, shouted quickly, "Inform General Berman." Yes, with each passing moment, Shoyue's fire control ability, obtained from the esteemed Zhuge Liang, grew increasingly potent. Yun Fan speculated that General Zhuge was rapidly leveling up, resulting in a significant enhancement of the fire signal sent to him. He mentally applauded General Zhuge. Without widespread attacks, the relentless onslaught of cannon fire was proving challenging to counter. The sailboat's speed dwindled, and while Yun Fan defended against the shells, he intermittently employed the Great Fireball to boost the vessel's speed. As the two sides drew closer, Shuyue found himself exposed to enemy snipers, bullets raining down upon him, striking the shield with a cacophony of sound. The pursuing warships had converged, tightening their grip behind them. Yun Fan had deduced the nature of these ships. The Demon Slayer Order, a formidable weapon of the world government, composed of 5 lieutenant generals, 10 colossal warships, countless smaller vessels, and thousands of elite sailors. It was reputed to possess the capability to annihilate nations and incinerate all in its path. Yun Fan had witnessed firsthand the relentless barrage of cannon fire. Should he fail to intercept it, his pirate ship would be reduced to ashes in an instant. This was merely the artillery's might. The individual combat prowess had yet to be unleashed. The strength of the 5 lieutenant generals was formidable. Milan had already taken down one of the 10 warships, but the remaining 9 were relentlessly pursuing them. These were the finest vessels of the Navy headquarters, their speed unmatched. Even with Yun Fan's occasional speed boost to the sailboat, the warships swiftly closed the gap. This cannot continue. We will exhaust ourselves, Yun Fan gasped. Turning to Mulan. Are you all right on your own? Mulan inquired. Upon hearing this, Yun Fan understood her intent and resolutely nodded. I can manage. Chapter 72. General Berman is gone. Yun Fan could no longer hold on. In a moment of respite, an errant shell collided with the mast, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The mast snapped under the blast, tilting perilously close to the hull, when Ji Xiaoman leaped up and kicked it away. The warships had gathered at the rear. The bow no longer required her assistance. De Qiao and Sun Tzu could handle it. Ji Xiaoman moved to the stern, dispatching errant shells. Noticing Yun Fan's pallor and profuse sweating, she expressed concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just then, another volley was fired, and as Yun Fan prepared to retaliate, a loud command rang out from behind. Get down. Yun Fan and Ji Xiaoman immediately crouched. A slicing attack surged past, the energy sending tingles across Yun Fan's scalp. A more brilliant and dazzling slash shot forth, akin to divine light cascading from the heavens. Ordinary strikes were insufficient to breach the ironclad warships, but this powerful blow, charged by Mulan, could shatter anything. Aboard the warship, numerous sailors stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide as they beheld the incoming onslaught. Countless feeble strikes emanated from the warship, yet they could not hinder this celestial radiance in the slightest. Just as the warship was on the verge of being torn apart, a figure launched forward, sword in hand, to intercept the strike. With a thunderous crash, the sea erupted in towering waves. The figure plummeted onto the deck with tremendous force. Splintering wood in every direction, it was General Berman. Berman pierced through several layers of flooring before finally halting on the last. An officer hastily jumped down to pull him up. Blood gushed from his body. A grievous wound pierced his abdomen, exposing entrails, and he bore no unscathed patch upon him. The sailor stood aghast, unable to process the calamity that had unfolded. The cataclysmic strike had vanished, and with it, General Berman was lost. Countless sailors collapsed to their knees in despair, weeping, General Berman is gone. That strike was no mere feat of humanity, nor could any human withstand it. Even General Berman had sacrificed himself. Berman's aide kicked away a weeping sailor, bellowing, Stop your blubbering! Call for a doctor! General Berman is still alive. A throng of sailors scrambled to bring forth the ship's medic. I could see that moment. A voice crackled through the command device. This is warship number 5. What has happened to General Berman? The aide could no longer contain his grief, crying out, General Berman is gravely injured and his fate is uncertain. Silence hung in the air for a moment before Fire Mountain responded. All warships, cease fire. All officers skilled in the 6 styles, follow me to capture the shield heroes. The Demon Slayer Order had initially intended to obliterate targets with overwhelming firepower, with lieutenant generals seldom engaging in hand-to-hand combat. However, they had not anticipated the incredible prowess of the shield heroes. Their miraculous sniper consistently dismantling artillery, coupled with the fiery barriers thwarting incoming attacks, and such extraordinary slashes. If the lieutenant generals did not intervene soon, This mission would likely end in failure. With a commanding order, countless figures soared from the decks of 9 colossal warships, descending upon Yun Fan and his companions, numbering at least in the hundreds, among the Navy's 6 techniques. The moonstep bore resemblance to Wudong's cloud climbing, featuring rapid leg kicks during leaps, granting the ability to traverse the air. Observing the multitude of shadows in the sky, Yun Fan felt a surge of panic. This was utterly devoid of martial ethics. This was untenable. If they were to encircle him, escape would be impossible. At that moment, Huang Mulan leaped into the air, simultaneously calling out, "Shuyue, understood." The midair Shuyue and Huang Mulan exhibited remarkable synergy. A mere glance sufficed to convey her intentions. With a powerful kick against the swaying carriage, her body plummeted towards the sailboat, while the carriage shot towards the warship under Shuyue's kick. Sky-rending slash. Huang Mulan surged forward, her body enveloped in a fierce sword aura, deterring anyone from approaching. Upon halting her charge, she found herself just before the carriage. With a heavy stomp on the carriage, she propelled herself upward, reappearing above the warship, standing aloft in the sky with her great sword. Her golden armor gleamed, hair billowing in the wind, blinding many Navy personnel under the sun's glare. She was the one who unleashed that formidable slash, Sampa slash. With a dazzling sword strike, Huang Mulan unleashed a radiant arc of light. A bearded man, clad in a cloak of righteousness and puffing on a cigar, appeared before the strike with a jovial grin, casually waving his sheathed sword to shatter the attack. That slash just now was your doing, wasn't it? However, I doubt you can replicate such a feat in quick succession. Otherwise, there'd be no need for you to take such risks. Huang Mulan, expressionless, stood firm with her sword, declaring, "Stopping you is sufficient." The man, known as Huashan, retained his cheerful demeanor, using his own safety to restrain the enemy's strongest combatant, thereby facilitating his comrade's retreat, a display of remarkable bravery. Yet, I must disappoint you. The demon-slaying order has more than just me. Gathering sword energy upon her great sword, Mulan vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Huashan. He raised the sword to block, the shockwave scattering, toppling numerous Navy personnel. "Hurry! We cannot partake in this battle." On board the Little Duck, Ji Xiaoman leaped, crushing a Navy officer beneath her foot, urging her companions, "You all go ahead. I can't let her show off alone." With that, she vaulted into the air, landing atop the swaying carriage and launching herself onto a massive warship. With a straightforward and forceful side kick, she shattered the ship's mast, then fixed her gaze on a scruffy-looking individual, grinning as she remarked, "You can't possibly be a transformed mutt, can you?" The figure referred to as Scruffy bared his claws, sneering coldly, "I hope you can still laugh later. Here I go." Sun Tzu leapt off his ship, a small boat appearing beneath him as he hit the sea. Unyielding waves, he bellowed, laughing heartily as he sped towards a warship atop his tiny vessel. Showing no signs of slowing down, seemingly intent on mutual destruction. The Navy personnel on the warship were baffled by Sun Tzu's actions. Was he truly foolish enough to ram a tiny boat into a steel behemoth? As he approached the warship, Sun Tzu hoisted the ship's anchor and leaped high, the small boat colliding violently with the warship. Boom! The ironclad warship was punctured by the impact, a wind-splitting slash. Sun Tzu descended, swinging the anchor down upon the deck, splintering wood and toppling countless Navy officers. "Quick! Block the hole! Water is flooding in." This had all been prearranged by Yun Fan and his companions. Once the enemy engaged in close combat, Huang Mulan, Ji Xiaoman, and the others would restrain the enemy's top combatants to buy time for Shuyue and the Qiao to escape. As long as the Qiao could leave safely, they would be secure. Chapter 73. Do you think you can kill me? Yun Fan kicked a Navy officer aside and turned to the diminutive figure behind him. "Thank you, little chick. I now feel an overwhelming surge of power." The Little Duck sailboat was surrounded by Navy officers, over 100 of whom were above the rank of major. These were merely a stronger form of firepower, and with Shuyue and the others coordinating, they were not insurmountable. What troubled Yun Fan were the 8 or 9 formidable figures among them. Without neutralizing them, the Qiao could not leave safely. One of the officers hovered in the air, legs flailing comically as if bungee jumping. Gazing gravely at Yun Fan, Do not approach the sailboat. Everyone, utilize the gale kick to destroy the vessel. Without the ship, the shield bearers would be left vulnerable. Yes, gale kick. Hundreds of officers surrounded the sailboat, simultaneously unleashing their slashes, creating a spectacular scene. Yao. Protect Shuyue. Chao tightly embraced Kai Wenji, as fish summoned from the sea leapt into the air, forming a barrier before them. Fearing the fish would not suffice, Yunfan swiftly positioned himself before Chao. His conqueror's haki radiating across the sky. The famed blade simi ignited in flames, warping the air with heat. The airborne officers, elite Navy members with steadfast resolve, were not easily daunted by Yunfan's aura. Their momentary distraction, however, proved crucial. Ignite, flowing blade of fire, cyclone, sampa, slash. Yunfan spun, wielding simi, flames surging forth as he slashed in concentric circles around him, wave after wave, by the time the officers regained their wits. It was too late. Numerous officers fell, bloodied and ablaze, plummeting towards the sea like meteors. When the chaos subsided, only a handful of officers remained airborne. Leaning heavily on simi, Yunfan gasped for breath that a young general mocked. Is this your last, desperate struggle? Can you even stand now? To his disbelief, green energy began to swirl around Yunfan's form. Revitalized, Yunfan rose once more, proclaiming, "Thank you, little chick, you're amazing. I leave the Chao in your hands." Kai Wenji clenched her fists, her face resolute as she nodded firmly. "Leave it to me. I'll protect the Chao." Enough! A thunderous voice boomed from the warship, followed by a figure stepping through the air. Yunfan's gaze sharpened. This presence was not Conqueror-S haki, but rather the aura emanating from formidable strength. He recognized this individual as one of the Marines' mid-ranking officers, of the 5 mid-ranking officers. Hua Milan had already incapacitated one with a preemptive strike. Another was currently restrained. Each of the others had dealt with one as well. This was likely the final mid-ranking officer. Yunfan had previously remained unbothered by his delay, considering aiding Chao and the others against the pursuing officers. Now, it seemed this mid-ranking officer could no longer contain himself. With only a few officers remaining, it was uncertain whether Chao and the others could escape successfully. Although concerned, there was no time to deal with them now. Yunfan had to confront this mid-ranking officer. He nodded at Chao, then leaped into the air, with Kai Wenji timely relinquishing control of the swaying carriage to him. Chao's delicate face was clouded with worry. She knew she had to leave now, the safety of her companions resting entirely upon her. With determination, she plunged her staff into the wooden floor. Ripples emanating from its center, completing a teleportation array across the deck. You all must not linger in battle. Ensure your own safety. I will maintain the vortex gate. Promise me. If things go awry, activate the mark on your bodies at the first opportunity. I will await you on the ship. Standing atop the swaying carriage, Yunfan faced the mid-ranking officer with simi drawn, glancing back to gesticulate for Chao to flee. From afar, Sun Tzu's laughter echoed. "Ha ha! Don't worry. Go quickly." Then an unfamiliar voice erupted in anger. "Dare you divide your focus while facing me? Die." Sun Tzu, seemingly possessed, laughed maniacally. "Do you think you can kill me?" Hua Mulan released but a single sword aura to the heavens. A response to Chao. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaoman had no time for a reply, as she was relentlessly pursued by a scoundrel behind her, darting towards crowded areas. The mid-ranking officer chased Ji Xiaoman, while she pursued his subordinates. On the warship, Ji Xiaoman had transformed into a demolition crew. Objects flew off the ship, sometimes a section of flooring, other times a cannon, and even more absurdly, the mast was dismantled piece by piece by Ji Xiaoman. In a brief span, the warship became stripped bare, devoid of anything taller than the deck. The long-haired, dog-like mid-ranking officer, panting heavily, shouted in anger, "If you have the guts, don't run. Face me." He simply could not fathom why this girl was so adept at evasion. Maintaining her breath and composure for such an extended period, even finding the time to dismantle his warship. How could her physical prowess possibly surpass that of an animal fruit user like him? Ji Xiaoman, with a gleeful expression of triumph, eagerly observed from the corner. In the eyes of a trembling group of Navy personnel, Ji Xiaoman had become akin to a devil. She glanced back and remarked, "No rush. Let me level up first. With that, she surged forward into the crowd. Let us see where you can escape to. Accept your fate. Transform into my experience, like a wolf among sheep. Her fists and feet sent Navy soldiers soaring through the air. Ji Xiaoman reveled in the explosive power surging within her, a gift bestowed by her recent upgrade.